Junya, I'm almost fully recovered. Jihong has also learned to cook, and she's making good steamed buns and scallion pancakes. I plan to make another 100 scallion cakes tomorrow to sell. Lee Sume thought about how much money she would need to spend to get revenge on the Chung family later. She was very motivated. After dinner, she started kneading dough and told her daughter about her plan. Since her mother was feeling better, she wanted to make more to sell. Lin Junya had no objection. Making pancakes to sell means waking up half an hour earlier and working harder. Even if it's tiring, it's easier than farming. Besides, I won't be selling in the afternoon. I'll rest at home and take a nap. That's not too hard. Lee Sume liked her current life. She earned quite a bit every day, and life felt hopeful and much happier and easier than when she was in the Huyang production team. All right, you can decide for yourself. Junya helped wash the dishes and poured hot water for her father. Dad, we'll take care of the kitchen. You go take a shower first. I'll help you wash your clothes later. Lin Sandwi wanted to help but was too weak. He couldn't knead the dough and could only stand by and watch. Tonight, with his daughter helping, they finished half an hour earlier. Lee Sume washed quickly and went back to her room to rest. Junya didn't sleep that early. After waiting for Jiang Jinwei to finish his shower and acupuncture, the two of them were secretly cuddling in the room. The acupuncture usually hurt a lot, but with sweet kisses, their attention was diverted. During the hour-long treatment, Jiang Jinwei felt like time flew by. After removing the silver needles, Jiang Jinwei held her hand and, in a husky voice, said, "Junya, I feel something now." Lin Junya glanced at the covered bed and softly said, "All of this is my achievement."
Huh.
Jiang Jinwei smiled, pulling her into his arms, with a gentle look in his eyes. "Yes, it's all your credit. From now on, you are allowed to check the results." "You're so naughty, Jiang." Lin Junya pouted at him. Jiang Jinwei couldn't stand her teasing, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Lin Junya, no more calling me Nyo Dan."
Haha.
Junya liked to see him get annoyed. He usually looked expressionless, but when she called him by his nickname, he would show some emotion. Seeing his face change always made her laugh. Meng Shuejia was about to knock on the door to ask about the treatment, but saw the two inside laughing happily. Not wanting to disturb them, she turned and went upstairs to rest. At 4 a.m, in the backyard kitchen, Lee Sume and Yao Jihong were busy working under the electric light. Lin Sandhui sat by the stove helping them burn fire and add wood. At dawn, all the noodles for today's sale were ready. The three of them each ate 2 baked buns and a bowl of sweet potato porridge. After filling their stomachs, they prepared to leave. "Sandhui, go back to your room and sleep a bit more. We'll come back after selling everything." Lee Sume didn't want him to come along, asking him to rest more at home. She and Yao Jihong pushed a wooden cart to sell the food, planning to visit 2 more places since they had prepared quite a lot. "Sume, Jihong, there are quite a few troublemakers in the county town. Just sell on the busy street. Don't go into the quiet alleys," Lin Sandhui warned them as he chased after them. "We know. We'll just sell on the main street." After they left, the lights in the neighboring rooms gradually turned on. Soon, Jiang Jinwei and Lin Junya came out to wash up. Junya carried a basin to fetch water from the well and saw her father pouring water in the kitchen. She asked, "Dad, Mom, and Jihong went out?" "Yes, they just left." Lin Sandhui helped serve breakfast. "Xiaoya, Xiao Jiang, you can have baked buns and sweet potato porridge this morning. Is that okay?" Yes, Lin Junya was not picky and ate whatever. "Dad, do we still have eggs at home?" "No, they're gone. Mom said she'll bring some back later." Since there were no eggs, they only cooked some sweet potato porridge this morning. The family was large, so eggs and duck eggs were used quickly. Luckily, the chickens produced a lot, and Lin Junya, while brushing her teeth, said, "I'll go find a friend at noon and ask him to save some eggs for us. I'll pick them up tonight. You should eat 2 or 3 eggs every day. Don't be stingy. Eat more to get stronger faster." "Okay. I'll eat well and drink plenty. Recently, I have been eating 3 balanced meals a day, including meat, eggs, vegetables, and apples. I also take the medication prescribed by Dr. Jean on time." I sleep well at night, and Lin Sanhui feels stronger now. He no longer feels as weak or dizzy when walking. The two of us quickly finish washing up and have breakfast at home. Jiang Jingwei rides his bike to take her to school, then goes to another factory in the suburbs to order cardboard boxes. By this time, many people are already out on the streets. Those who worked late last night are now off duty and hungry. When they see Li Sumei's stall, they all gather to buy hot, fragrant baked buns and steamed buns. The baked buns sell the fastest. In just about 10 minutes, half of them are gone. Luckily, both of them work quickly and carefully, so everything stays organized. Ji Hong, let's go. We'll sell the rest near the meat union factory, Li Sumei says. Today, business is good. She seems full of energy and doesn't need Yao Jihong's help. She pushes a heavy wooden cart forward alone. In the morning, many people come to buy vegetables at the meat union factory. As soon as her cart stops, people come to buy. The meat buns and baked buns sell the fastest. Li Sumei, you shameless woman. Where is my son? An annoying voice calls out. Only one basket is left, and her mood instantly turns sour. When she looks back, her face is grim. She sees the old woman behind her, followed by Lin Erwi and Lin Sihue, and frowns, saying, "Isn't your son standing next to you? Are they all dead? Can't you see them?" Yao Jihong has never heard her speak so harshly before. She snickers and continues selling. We also have sugar buns, flour rolls, and steamed buns. If you need some, come quickly. Freshly made this morning. Looking at the white, fluffy buns and steamed bread in the basket, Granny Lin's eyes widen in surprise. She instinctively opens her mouth to say, "Give us a few. Pay first, then take the goods," Yao Jihong replies sharply. She knows this woman well. She's shameless and greedy. She has no sense of shame and will fight to take anything she wants, even a barrel of manure, if she likes it. She's shouting for food just to get free stuff. She definitely won't pay for it. This is made by my daughter-in-law. If I want to eat, I will. It's none of your business. The old woman rushes forward to grab. Yao Jihong quickly moves the basket behind her and snaps, "Who is your daughter-in-law here?" "Your eldest daughter-in-law ran away with her family long ago. The other two daughters-in-law are probably fighting and cursing at home. Stop coming here to cause trouble and pretend to be relatives." "Yao Jihong, this is none of your business," the old woman with a stern look and arms akimbo said, ready to fight. Before she could curse, Li Sumei spoke first to Lin Erwi and his brother, saying, "I don't want to talk to your mother. If you let her keep shouting and making trouble, we'll go straight to the police station. The family dispute will be settled there." "Li Sumei, you shameless woman. Stop threatening my mother with the police." "I'm not afraid," she snapped. "Lin Sanhui, this dog of a son was raised by me. I fed him, took care of him, and even arranged his marriage. Yet he turned around and left to live a wealthy life in the city. He hasn't shown any respect or support for me in over 10 years. Today, I came to ask him for child support. Even if I go to the police station, the matter belongs to me." Li Sumei wasn't surprised she came for child support. With their temper, it would be strange if she didn't come. She looked cold and said, "If you want child support, go directly to the police station and apply through the authorities. Coincidentally, Sanhui also has matters to see you for. I'll tell him to go to the police station too. You two can settle your dispute there." After speaking, she turned to leave. "Jihong, let's go." "No, you can't leave." The old woman rushed forward to block her, shouting loudly, "I raised him with hard work. What right does he have to sue me? You know what you've done. You ruined his life. How can you expect him to support you?" Li Sumei didn't want to argue further. She looked at her with disgust and turned to Lin Erwi and his brother, saying, "If you insist on causing trouble, we will stand our ground. We're not here to cause trouble. We haven't seen our third brother in years. I heard he's not feeling well, so we're here to see him," Lin Sihue explained politely, pulling their mother back. "Mom, let's speak calmly. Third brother isn't feeling well. We should see him first, and other matters can wait. I raised him with so much effort, and now he's back but refuses to see me. Why should I go see him?" The old woman refused to listen. Lin Sihui couldn't stand her stubbornness and foolishness anymore. Seeing the cunning second brother standing silently nearby, he snorted coldly. Fine, if you want to cause trouble, go ahead. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. He finished speaking and ignored her shouting and cursing, walking away confidently. Seeing her son being disobedient, Li Sume and her daughter-in-law both lost their temper. The house was a mess. The old woman, full of anger, habitually vented her frustration on the gentle and weak Li Sume, saying nasty and unpleasant words. Li Sume, you shameless woman, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you and the worthless things you gave birth to, Her sharp, piercing voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Immediately after, she spat out a mouthful of blood forcefully. Li Sume and Yao Jihong were both startled. They instinctively stepped back. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, and the blood from the old woman's mouth did not splash on them. Lin Erwi was originally upset because of his mother. When she suddenly vomited blood, he was also frightened. He hurriedly ran over to support her.
Mom.
The old woman coughed up blood twice, and the blood splattered all over Lin Erwi. He was so scared that his face changed color. Mom, what's wrong? I didn't even touch her just now. Li Sume was about a meter away from her, and there were many vendors nearby. They could all testify. Seeing Lin Erwi holding his mother and shaking her vigorously, with more blood coming out, a fish vendor nearby couldn't help but remind him, "Stop shaking her. You're going to make her die." She suddenly vomited blood, probably from stress. You should take her to the hospital quickly. Hearing this, Lin Erwi, holding his mother tightly, was about to leave, but then hesitated. He shamelessly said, Li Sume, you're the one who made my mom angry enough to do this. You have to pay for the medical expenses. Oh, my chest hurts. Li Sume pretended to have a heartache, immediately clutching her chest, leaning to one side, and deliberately softening her voice as she leaned on Yao Jihong. She also said to him, I fainted from your anger, so you don't need to pay for the medical expenses.
Consider it as compensation.
Lin Erwi gritted his teeth and glared at her in anger. He had never seen Li Sume be so shameless before. Enraged, he shot her a few angry looks and then carried his mother away.
Haha.
Yao Jihong burst out laughing first, holding Li Sume and laughing nonstop. Haha, Auntie, you should have done this long ago to deal with such shameless people. Li Sume straightened up and helplessly smiled. Seeing everyone nearby looking at her with strange expressions, she apologized. Sorry, everyone. Our family's messy affairs have caused you to laugh at us. Dr. Jean, when did you arrive? Yao Jihong was about to call out to continue selling buns when she accidentally glanced at Jean Yuan standing under a tree trunk nearby. Li Sume quickly turned her head to look at him, thinking about the old woman just spitting blood. She had a guess in her mind and asked with a smile, Dr. Jean, breakfast is ready in the kitchen. Have you eaten yet? I have eaten. Jean Yuan had just finished breakfast and came out. He was originally going to the factory, but passing by here, he saw the old woman scolding Li Sume and stopped her from spitting out words. He was in a hurry to go to the factory and didn't say much. He waved his hand and left, saying, I'm going to the factory. I won't be back for lunch. Okay. Thinking that only Lin Sanhui was at home, Li Sume was worried about him being alone. She pushed the wooden cart and prepared to leave. Jihong, there's not much left. You take it to the stall where Aunt Ruan and the others are selling. I'll go home first to take care of Sanhui. All right, you go back first. I'll handle the rest. Yao Jihong immediately followed her. Qin Tong had just gone out early in the morning to buy vegetables. She happened to see the scene of chaos. She had never seen Li Sume before, but she looked very similar to Lin Junya. She immediately confirmed she was Lin Junya's mother. She had heard about Lin Junya's family affairs. It seemed that the woman who was just scolding and insulting was definitely Lin Huahua's biological mother. Thinking about her own ruined reputation, being pointed at when she went out, while the Lin family mother and daughter were living better and better, her resentment burst out like a fierce beast, impossible to suppress. She was miserable and she wished everyone else would be miserable too. Recently, Qin Tong had been feeling very oppressed and uncomfortable. She looked gloomy, like a ghost just crawled out of, with sinister eyes. Her figure had changed significantly, but she didn't realize it herself. She casually bought some vegetables with her basket, planning to give up and give in. She hurried to the hospital and, directly, went to find Lin Erwi. "Auntie, open the door. Please open the door." Yao Jihong finished selling the buns and returned. When she reached the intersection, she saw Lin Erwi helping the old woman towards the Meng family's direction. They were still asking around for the Meng family's address. She immediately ran back quickly and told Lin Sanhui and his wife about it. Li Sume immediately went to lock the back door and called them into the house. "Don't open the door. Just do what you need to do. Auntie, they know the address now. They might come to cause trouble often in the future." Yao Jihong was worried about this. She knew the old woman well. Her best skill was throwing tantrums, scolding, and cursing. She wouldn't stop until she achieved her goal. In the future, they probably wouldn't have peace. Li Sume understood the Lin family member's character even better. She looked grim and said, "We are causing trouble for Deputy Secretary Meng. Sume, we need to handle this properly." Lin Sanhui covers his face with a towel and decides to go out to sort things out. "Come with me to send them away first. Sawi, you know your mom. She's not easy to dismiss."
Li Sume frowns.
"I have a way. Come with me." Lin Sanhui speaks and starts to walk out. After a few steps, he stops and says to Yao Jihong, "Jihong, Jiguo works at the police station. Later, help me out and send them away." Yao Jihong nods repeatedly.
Okay.
When the old devout woman and her son arrive at the door, Li Sume just opens the back door. Just as she begins to bark loudly again, Lin Sanhui steps ahead and speaks, addressing Lin Erwi. "Since you found your way here, you should know whose house this is. If you let her make noise and cause trouble here, you probably can't handle the consequences." Lin Erwi is stunned when he sees him and doesn't recognize him as Lin Sanhui. If he hadn't been sure it was his voice, he might have thought Li Sume found another man.
Lin Sanhui, you dog.
"Shut up," Lin Sanhui says coldly. "Do you understand what I'm saying? If you want your whole family to be unable to stay in Donyuan County, just keep barking like a mad dog." The old devout woman had coughed up some blood earlier. Besides feeling uncomfortable and tight in her chest, she was not seriously hurt, but her face looked much worse than before. Li Sume glances at her with disgust and warns, "You coughed up blood from shouting and yelling before. If you start howling and barking again, and bleed to death here, don't blame me." "Mom, shut up and don't speak. Remember what the doctor told you." Lin Erwi pulls her back. The doctor diagnosed her with qi and blood attacking her heart. If she keeps doing this, she might have A and become paralyzed, possibly ending up like old Lin, lying in bed with mental decline. The old devout woman was frightened at the time. She was a bit muddled, but afraid of death. She held back from yelling but pointed at the yard and said, "Let us in. This is not our home. We only rent this house. Without the Meng family's permission, no outsiders are allowed inside." Li Sume refuses to let her enter. The Buddha statue was brought in to easily send them away. She won't allow her mother and son to step even a foot inside. As she begins to speak, Lin Sanhui knows she's about to curse. Over the years, her mother and she have probably been cursed like this every day. He warns her, pointing, "Sure, Erlin, if you curse again, I'll send you to prison to rot until you die." Lin Sanhui, "You worthless dog. I truly raised a treacherous wolf." The old woman was furious, her face red with anger. "You're right. I am a treacherous wolf. My whole life has been ruined by you. If you hadn't deliberately swapped the baby, I might now be a government official in the provincial city. I'm almost eager to bite you to death." Before learning about his background, Lin Sanhui had many resentments toward his parents. After discovering his origins and seeing what the Lin family had done to Su Mei and her daughter over the years, he now only felt hatred toward Sherlin. His eyes on the old woman were cold and full of hatred, not pretending. He then said to Yao Jihong behind him, "Jihong, go to the police station and call your brother." Tell him I want to report and sue Sher for deliberately swapping the baby. He then pretended to take a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her, adding, "This is the phone number of my biological parents' home. Ask Jigwa to call and bring my mother here. She should bring the evidence collected back then so she can help me seek justice. I want to send Sher, who ruined my life, to jail and settle the score with her for compensation." "Okay, I'll go now." Yao Jihong took the note and put it in her pocket, preparing to run and call someone. Hey, Jihong, don't leave yet. Our family matters are easy to handle. No need to call your brother. Lin Erwi quickly stopped her, pulling the anxious-looking mother aside and giving her a subtle signal. "Mom, I told you to shut up. Don't you understand? If you keep shouting and yelling, you might have A and bleed out. I won't care about you then." The old woman received the message from her son's eyes, temporarily suppressing her anger. She couldn't help but defend herself. "I didn't swap the baby. It was your mother who made a mistake. When my mother came looking for me back then, she had already found evidence. She didn't turn it over to the police because she saw that you raised me and decided to let it go. If you want to keep arguing about this or come to demand child support, I don't mind settling everything, old debts and new ones. I've been in poor health these years, all because I worked too hard in the Lin family and damaged my health. The doctor said, I don't have much time left. If you keep causing trouble, I don't mind risking my life to take all of you down with me." Although he was masked, anyone with eyes could see he was very sick, emaciated, full of illness, clearly near death, unlikely to live much longer. Lin Erwi grew up with him. When they were young, he was as strong as an ox, tall and muscular. He was good at farm work, and none of his other 3 brothers could compare. Most of the work at home was done by him, even more capable than the old ox in the team. But now, he looks so fragile that a gust of wind could knock him over, resembling someone in their 70s or 80s nearing the end of their life. Lin Erwi doesn't know what he's been through all these years or what illness he has, but his current gaze is truly frightening, making people feel uneasy. She quickly tugged her mother's arm to signal her to stay quiet and not speak. "Third brother, no matter what, we are brothers who grew up together. Our brotherly bond over so many years isn't something that can be broken easily. Mom definitely didn't mean to switch the children intentionally. She probably just got confused back then. This has been so many years ago, and the midwife has long passed away. Some things are hard to clarify now. Although we aren't related by blood, your parents still raised you with love. We are family, so there's no need to speak harshly or to make things so final. Mom's words may be harsh, but I will talk to her about it when I go back. Actually, today, Mom didn't come to ask you for child support. She came to see you. When you left, you were healthy. It's been 15 years since you left and never came back to visit your parents, not even a letter. Now you're back, seriously ill, and you haven't visited her either. She's upset about that, which is why she spoke harsh words." Lin Erwi immediately tried to appeal to his feelings, mainly because he was afraid that he might go to the police to complain or sue, or use the opportunity to retaliate against the family. His biological parents likely have power and influence, and the Lin family can't afford to provoke them. He was worried they might be retaliated against so severely that they'd have nowhere to seek shelter. Lin Sanhui grew up with the 3 brothers. Recently, Li Sume told him about the Lin family, and he knew Lin Erwi was the most thoughtful among the brothers. Lin Erwi's attitude clearly showed he didn't want to cause trouble or conflict, fearing the police. That was exactly what he wanted. He coldly said, "I've heard about what happened at home. I don't want to argue or settle old scores with you today. First, take your mom back. You and your brother can come again this afternoon. I want to talk to you about something else." Afterward, he added, "Don't bring your mom with you. I don't want to see her. If you can't control her and she insists on coming, then there's nothing to discuss between us." Mom, shut up." Lin Erwi interrupted her and directly covered her mouth, looking deeply at Lin Sanhui. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "All right, I will come back to find you with Lao Si this afternoon. Let's meet at the Riverside dock at 4 o'clock, Lin Sanhui said, not wanting them to come here. "Okay." As Lin Erwi was about to leave with his wife, Lee Sume suddenly called out, Lin Erwi, how do you know we live here?
Who told you?
Lin Erwi didn't want to reveal the truth, but thought that Lin Sanhui probably had an important matter to discuss this afternoon. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he told her, I don't know her personally. She's a young woman about the same age as Yume. She has a neat braid, looks quite nice, carrying a basket of vegetables, and has a mole on the back of her hand. She came to the hospital on her own to tell me, and also mentioned Yume's family situation. After they left, Lin Sanhui asked, Sume Jihong, can you guess who that person is? Lee Sume shook her head. I only know a few neighbors who sell things at the market. I'll ask them later. Auntie, Yume will come home for lunch. You can ask her. Maybe she knows something, Yao Jihong said as he followed them into the yard and closed the door behind him. Most likely, that person has a bad relationship with us and deliberately told them our address to cause trouble, he added.
Hearing this, Lee Sume thought of someone.
Lin Erwi said she was a young woman, about Ye's age, quite pretty, with a braid. Could it be Qin Tong? Earlier, when Dong Gaiyang and his daughter came to the Meng family to cause trouble, she saw Qin Tong from afar. She was quite pretty, with a braid, and she was jealous and vengeful. She probably couldn't stand that they were doing well. The last scheme failed, and today she came to cause trouble again. That's possible. Yao Jihong hadn't met Qin Tong before, but he had heard about her a few times. He said, Annie, Wan Yi, and the others know Qin Tong. I'll ask them. If she has a mole on her hand, then we can be sure. All right, go ask and come back quickly. Lee Sume helped her husband into the house. After sitting down inside, she asked, San Hui, what do you want to talk to them about? Those two brothers are not good people, especially Lin Erwi. He's full of schemes and has a heavy heart. He's the most cunning and difficult to deal with in the Lin family. I know, Lin Sanhui replied. He grew up with them and knew their personalities well. He gently patted her leg and said in a serious voice, They've bullied you and Xiaoyou all these years. I won't let this go easily. They are all troublemakers and bullies. Talking to them about old issues won't help. I need to find other ways to get revenge. What are you going to do? Lee Sume asked quickly. Lin Sanhui squinted and looked at the sky outside the window, grinding his teeth and saying, Sure Erlin, that old woman, swapped me and her son on purpose. She must have had a plan. When we take revenge on the Chung family, we can use their shamelessness to our advantage. Our family has been bullied so badly. Chung Chaolong should experience what his mother and brothers did. He should learn to be filial. Lee Sume understood his meaning and smiled in support. Yes, he should. His mother should be honored by him. His brothers, sisters-in-law, and nieces should be taken care of by him. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside. Lee Sume got up and went to open the door. Who is it? It's me, Sume, came the voice of Mother Yao. She was carrying a heavy basket on her back. I thought you guys went to sell buns and weren't home. We just finished selling and came back. Lee Sume hurried over to open the door for her. Seeing that the basket was full of herbs, she quickly opened it. There's so much work in the fields lately, and you still go to the mountains to pick herbs? You're taking care of your grandson too. I don't have time to go herb picking. There's so much farm work these days, I can't keep up. Luckily, my dad and sister-in-law came to help, and we finished everything yesterday. These herbs were collected by my dad from the mountains. Every time he brings a basket, he can earn 5 or 6 yuan. He's old but still eager to sleep in the mountains. Lee Sume helped her unload the basket and smiled. Old uncle is in good shape. Being able to go into the mountains to earn money is a blessing for us younger generations. The basket was full of herbs. Mother Yao rummaged through it and took out 2 items wrapped in lotus leaves. Yesterday, my maternal neighbor's family slaughtered a pig. I asked my sister-in-law to buy a pig's stomach and heart for Sanhui to stew and strengthen his health. Sister-in-law, you're too kind, Lin Sanhui said, carrying a stool and coming out of the house. Mother Yao turned to look at him. Seeing that his face was covered and that he looked very thin, she walked quickly to him, feeling sad.
What happened to you?
It's a long story, he replied with a bitter smile. He placed the stool in front of her and said, Sister-in-law, sit down. We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. Let's chat slowly. Seeing how sickly he looked, Mother Yao wanted to ask many questions, but her concern made her words turn into questions. The master that Sister Yao went to see. I've heard he's a famous doctor from the provincial city. His skills are very good. Did you ask him to see Sanhui? What did he say? Dr. Jean examined him and said he was poisoned. The poison can be cured, but his body is too weak now. He needs to rest and recover for a month before detoxing. Li Sumei told her this. They sat and talked for a few minutes. Yao Jihong returned from outside, saw her mother, and came over to talk. She quickly shared what she had just learned. Annie, I asked Aunt Ruan and the others. They only know Qin Tong and haven't paid attention to anyone else. They told me to ask Aunt Zhou next door. Aunt Zhou said Qin Tong has a black mole on the back of her hand. It's probably her. She's quite annoying. I'll tell Xiaoya about it later. Li Sumei planned for her daughter to handle this matter. She pointed to the basket beside her. Jihong, these are the medicinal herbs your grandfather dug up. Weigh them and tell me the total cost. I'll settle the bill with your mother later, and in the afternoon, Xiaojing can deliver them. Okay, you talk. I'll go get the scale. Yao Jihong immediately went inside to fetch it. In the afternoon, Lin Sanhui and the others took a nap until about 3:30 p.m. Yao Jihong was worried about them talking with Lin Erwie's brothers, so she accompanied them to the river pier. The two brothers arrived about 10 minutes earlier and sat under a willow tree smoking, each on their own side, not speaking. It was clear their relationship hadn't improved. Third brother, Lin Sihui, saw him approaching and stood up to greet him, also asking with concern, "Why are you so sick?" His attitude was a bit better. Lin Sanhui nodded in greeting but didn't explain about the poisoning, just casually said, "My health was damaged. I can only recover slowly." Under the willow tree, a few stone slabs were placed. Li Sumei and Yao Jihong helped him sit down on either side. Once he was seated steadily, Yao Jihong naturally moved away. Uncle Sanhui, Auntie, you talk. I'll go for a walk by the river.
Call me if you need anything.
The couple nodded. Okay, go ahead. The two brothers sat on nearby stone slabs. Lin Sihui took out a cigarette box and offered one to Lin Sanhui. Third brother, want to smoke? I don't smoke. You guys go ahead. Lin Sanhui waved his thin, bony hand. Then he started talking about serious matters. Your mother was involved in switching the baby back then. She probably told you about it, right? Neither brother answered. Silence was taken as an answer. Lin Sanhui understood. So many years have passed. I don't plan to pursue this anymore. I asked about it not to get any evidence, but just to talk about something else. Third brother, what do you want to talk about? Lin Erwie spoke first. You all know that our mother swapped two children back then. I can guess the reason. Our biological parents are indeed powerful, influential, wealthy, and rich beyond measure. Your mother didn't make a mistake. I remember when I was young, your parents often came to the county town. Every time they went back, they would argue, blame each other for forgetfulness or being unreliable. They would quarrel and complain. At that age, I didn't understand much and couldn't grasp why they argued. Later, I found out. Lin Erwie is 2 or 3 years older than him. His memory isn't as good, and he says they came to the county town to find their biological son. They thought my real mother was a county official's wife. Back then, she swapped 2 children to let your third brother pursue wealth and status, hoping he could help take care of you in the future. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. My real mother isn't from the county. She's from the provincial city. She was passing through Dongyuan County visiting relatives when she suddenly went into labor. She had to deliver at a midwife's house. So, your parents searched the county many times, but couldn't find your third brother. Your mother's plan didn't succeed, and she vented all her anger on me afterward. In Lin Sihui's memory, his parents treated him fairly well when he was young, somewhat kin to his 2 older brothers, but they didn't abuse or harshly criticize him. As he grew older and more aware, their attitude changed. They often took their frustrations out on him, hitting and scolding him without reason, refusing him food. Later, it got worse. They treated him completely as a laborer. He used to wonder why his parents were so Finxin until his real mother came to him, and everything suddenly made sense. Today, he's not here to complain or vent his grievances. He continues, I'm not feeling well now, and I don't know how much time I have left. I don't want to dwell on these old issues.
I've also talked to Sume and Xiaoya.
They see my point and won't dwell on the past. As long as you manage your family well and stop being aggressive and picking fights, Xiaoya won't retaliate anymore. I'm here today for 2 reasons: to talk about this matter and also to discuss something else with you, seeking your opinion. The Lin family has been a mess lately. Lin Erwi and the others are already exhausted. Lin Junya does not use her husband's family's power to retaliate, so they feel relieved. Third brother, what do you want to discuss? Lin Erwi instinctively thinks it's good news. I want to work with you. Before coming, Lin Sihue had already thought it through, making up a story that was partly true and partly false. I've been in the city for 15 years and haven't had a good day. My body is in bad shape, all because of my blood relatives who harmed me. The brothers' expressions changed noticeably. Lin Sihue narrowed his eyes. Why did they harm you? I won't go into details. Even if I tell you, it won't change anything. Lin Sihue didn't want to explain in detail, but he was sure of one thing. I was harmed by my own relatives, not by my brothers. Then he moved on to what they cared about. When I went to the provincial city, I met him. His name is Chung Chaolong. He looks a lot like Air. You two are like twins, similar height, build, and weight.
He got married a year before we met.
His wife is also the daughter of a high-ranking official in the provincial city. Their families are quite matched. My biological parents didn't know at first that he was switched at birth. They treated him well since he was a child. He studied at the best school in the city, and after middle school, he entered a government agency, an enviable, stable job. His family also arranged a suitable marriage for him early on. When he was 20, he had an accident and was seriously injured. He was rushed to the hospital for rescue. He lost a lot of blood, and his family had to donate blood to save him. That's when they discovered his blood was different from the rest of the family. It was also then that my parents found out he wasn't their biological son. After they found out, my parents didn't send him away or kick him out. They still treated him like their own son and kept this secret from others. His wife and father-in-law probably don't know either. He's been doing quite well these years. Later, my father was promoted and transferred to Yongqing, and he followed. I'm not sure about his exact position, but I heard from other relatives that he's at least a mid to high-level provincial official. With my parents' and his father-in-law's support, his career has been rising quickly. After sharing all this, the Lin brothers' emotions surged. Their expressions changed visibly, and a strange light flickered in their eyes that they couldn't suppress. They weren't as impulsive as old Pius, appearing more rational. The brothers exchanged glances, and in that moment, they seemed to communicate silently. They put aside their previous grudges and developed the same idea. Lin Sanhui noticed their expressions, lowered his eyes, and concealed a flash of sarcasm. Third brother, you said before you wanted to work with us. What do you want to cooperate on? Lin Erwi was a bit impatient. When he thought about his own brother being a provincial official, various schemes started to form in his mind, and every cell in his body became lively and noisy. Seeing that the fish was hooked, Lin Sanhui sneered inwardly but kept a calm face, continuing in his previous tone. I told you before, my illness is caused by relatives, not related to Qing Chaolong. Although Qing Chaolong took over my life, he never did anything truly immoral to me. He just watched coldly and didn't help, but I don't resent him.
My body has been ruined by them.
Even if I recover, I probably won't live long. Now, I am mainly driven by hatred. My parents are biased, favoring them and not helping me.
I want to take revenge on them.
I have no other help, only cooperation with Qing Chaolong and you. Stopping here, Lin Sanhui revealed his goal. I want to punish those relatives who bullied me. I will destroy them so they can also experience the pain of illness. I don't care about any inheritance. I will give everything to Qing Chaolong, but as an official, he can't do certain things openly. I hope you can provide some evidence. For the things he's not allowed to do, I want you to handle it, Maybe your mother can step in. I need your help to mess up the Chung family, make them exhausted, so I can take revenge. Once it's done, you brothers can discuss and divide the inheritance yourselves. I promise I won't take a single penny. Having made his intentions clear, the Lin brothers were somewhat moved, but Lin Si-hui hesitated. Third brother, you just want to mess up the Chung family. Yumei is good at fighting and arguing. One person can beat 20, so just let her do it. Why do you need our cooperation? Xiaoya is my only daughter. She studies well and will definitely get into college. I don't want my affairs to ruin her future. Lin Sanhui was straightforward about this matter and spoke bluntly to them. I understand your current situation. I think you also need this chance for cooperation. If you want to leave the Huyang production team and seek success, this is your only opportunity. Moreover, your mother once swapped children years ago, aiming to have you join your brother someday and lead you to wealth. Chung Chaolong also has a selfish side. If he truly cared about his biological parents and brothers and was grateful for their nurturing, he would have come back to pick you up when I arranged for it. But he didn't come back, which shows he doesn't want to help you or let these poor relatives from the countryside hold him back. If I didn't help you make connections and guide you, your mother's plans would be pointless. You probably won't see your real brothers in this lifetime. He is telling the truth. Without my guidance, even if you knew your brother was in Yongqing, you and your family would never find him. You would never be able to join him for a better life. Your younger brother is a high-ranking official in the province. Lin Erwi thinks that once they meet him, even if he doesn't give them part of his inheritance, they could ask for a little from him, get a job through him, and live a comfortable life. They wouldn't have to work hard farming anymore. Their daughter wouldn't have trouble getting married because of a bad reputation. Maybe they could even use their uncle's influence to find a good husband who is a government official in Yongqing. Thinking about this makes Lin Erwi very happy. His excitement is almost uncontrollable. But he still hesitates a bit and asks for confirmation. Third brother, are you just telling us to cause trouble at his house, make his relatives annoyed, and not let us do anything else? Yes, cause trouble at his house, at his workplace, make it hard for them to work, and make the leaders and neighbors unhappy. That's enough. You don't need to do anything else. After I find out more, you can bring your whole family to stay at Cheng's house, eat, sleep, and live there. Then, using the excuse that I was raised by the Lin family, you can ask them for support money and jobs. You can ask for anything you want, take as much as possible. Even big demands are fine, they have plenty of money. All you need to do is bother my parents, make them exhausted. Then I can take the chance to get revenge and deal with those relatives. Once those relatives are taken care of, my parents, these two retired old folks, won't be a problem. Chung Chaolong has run his household for many years. He will immediately transfer all his family wealth and savings to himself. Then you can go find him to share it. At this point, Lin Sanhui pretends to be kind and reminds him, I haven't met Chung Chaolong many times, but I've heard a lot from others. He's a clever and sharp person. His wife is not someone weak or simple. If you want to get more benefits from him, just relying on your wife to handle it may not be enough. You also need to think carefully and stay alert. Don't be easily fooled by his words. He is a mid-level official at the provincial level. He has more than just his salary. He also has many secret ways to make money that others don't know about. Just signing a document for him can turn illegal money into bags of cash. He usually shows respect to my parents. During festivals, he often gives 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. The same goes for his in-laws. People outside don't know about these things. I've lived with them for a long time and know some of the details. Lin Sanhui is deliberately lying to make up these stories. His goal is to send this information back to old Qian to make her jealous and greedy so that she can help him get revenge in the future. During festivals, giving 2,000 or 3,000 yuan repeatedly is something the Lin brothers think about often. They are very excited, and their eyes shine brighter than the sun. They are eager to leave for Yongqing immediately. Third brother, we agree to work with you. When exactly are we going to Yongqing? Lin Erwi is a bit impatient. Let's wait a little longer. I want to wait until Xiaoya finishes her exams and wedding. Only then will I have time to go to Yongqing. Today at noon, Lin Sanhui talked with his daughter. Dr. Jean has contacts in Yongqing, so they should be able to find Cheng's address quickly. Within half a month, they will have accurate information and can plan their revenge. They have been the ones talking so far. Li Sume stayed quiet but now speaks. We are more urgent than you. We want revenge too, but we have to wait until Xiaoya's exams and wedding are over. She has exams in mid-July, and we'll get married then. We'll go to Yongqing by the end of July at the latest. During this time, you should take care of your own affairs at home and wait for our notice. She then reassures them, don't worry, we won't deceive you. Sanhui is seriously ill. As a woman, I have limited ability. We don't want Xiaoya involved in revenge or to ruin her future. We need Qing Chaolong's help and yours. She continues, we won't bring up the past anymore. Now, if we cooperate, we will get revenge. Once it's done, we'll go our separate ways. You can continue your life happily. We won't stay in Yongqing or return to Dongyuan County. We plan to settle where Xiaoya goes to school and definitely won't come back to fight or settle scores with you brothers. After they finished discussing this matter, the Lin brothers went home. They walked quickly, feeling happy and relaxed. The brothers had put aside their differences and were talking and laughing on the way back. After they left, Yao Jihong returned. She didn't ask any inappropriate questions, only asked, Uncle Sanhui, Andy, should we go back and cook now? Yes, let's go back, he replied. Li Sume helped the man stand up, feeling quite cheerful. Your mom brought pig stomach and pig heart this morning. The weather is hot, so they shouldn't be kept until tomorrow. Let's do them tonight, and everyone can drink some nourishing soup to strengthen our bodies. Annie, my mom brought these for Uncle Sanhui to eat. Keep some for him, and any leftovers can be eaten as a late-night snack, Yao Jihong said, not feeling greedy. Jihong, make a pot of soup for everyone to share, said Li Sume. Lin Sanhui felt a bit shy about eating alone and added, Deputy Secretary Meng and the others work hard. Xiaoya studies very hard too. You and Sume get up early and stay late. You should also eat some nourishing soup to keep strong. Yao Jihong smiled awkwardly. I don't find it hard at all. I eat well, sleep well, and work isn't tiring. It's much easier than at home. My mom says I've gained weight every day, and I've become rounder. A girl should be a little plump. Don't be too thin, Li Sume said as she helped the man walk slowly home, chatting casually. Xiaoya eats a lot normally, but she doesn't gain weight. Luckily, she's healthy and rarely gets sick or colds. As long as you're healthy, being a little thin doesn't matter, Li Sume added. Lin Sanhui loved his daughter very much. He thought she was perfect in every way. No matter how outstanding other girls are, they can't compare to his daughter. When they got home, they started preparing dinner. Lin Sanhui didn't sit idle either. He sat in the yard peeling garlic and choosing vegetables. Then he slowly folded their family's clothes and helped with some simple chores around the house. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Junia arrived 20 minutes earlier than usual. Before they could ask, she announced loudly this afternoon was the mock exam. I finished early and handed in my paper. Xiaoya, how did you do? Lin Sanhui asked. Of course I did well, she replied confidently. Junia believed she would be the top in her class again. She smiled and asked about something she was eager to know. Dad, how did the meeting go? It's settled, Lin Sanhui said with a slight smile. They're probably celebrating at home now. Haha, let them enjoy it now. In the future, they'll have plenty of fun, he added. Lin Junia is very familiar with the bad people in the Lin family. When they go to Yongqing, they will surely be dazzled by the city's prosperity. At that time, what awaits them will not be wealth and fame. She went to the kitchen and saw that the food still needed about 20 minutes to cook. She turned and left. Dad, I need to go out for a bit. Xiaoya, dinner will be ready soon. You can go out after eating, Lin Sanhui called her back. I'm just going to handle a small matter. It won't take long, and I'll be back in time for dinner. Lin Junia casually put on a worn straw hat and opened the door to leave. Li Sume, who was in the kitchen and heard this, hurried out but saw she was gone. She asked the man, Where did Xiaoya go? She said she was going to take care of a small matter. A mother knows her daughter best. Li Sume quickly guessed she's probably going to deal with Qin Tong. Lin Junya came to settle scores with Qin Tong. She asked Su Feng for Qin family's address at school. When she saw that all the neighbors were busy cooking, she easily avoided their sight, climbed through a window, and entered Qin's house. She entered Qin Tong's bedroom. She glanced around casually and heard voices from the kitchen, Dong Guiyang and Qin Tong talking. She deliberately made a meow sound. "Where's that cat coming from?" Dong Guiyang came out of the kitchen. Lin Junya responded with another meow. "Xiao Tong, is your window open? A wild cat got in. You should go and chase it away." Dong Guiyang didn't come in, so Qin Tong was asked to come into the bedroom herself. This suited Lin Junya perfectly. Qin Tong didn't think much and just assumed it was a wild cat. When she saw the open window, she immediately looked down to find the cat. Suddenly, a palm strike hit her at the back of her neck from behind the door. She didn't see anyone coming and fell face down, unconscious. Next, Lin Junya used her internal strength, attacking her at various pain points and joints, not with brute force, but with internal power. Her skin wouldn't show any marks, but her muscles, tendons, and bones were badly injured, enough to cause severe pain for a month. After finishing, she cleaned up the footprints and marks on the ground, then climbed out the window and returned the same way she came. 2 or 3 minutes after she left, Dong Guiyang found her daughter, lying unconscious on the ground. He immediately shouted loudly for help, called neighbors, and hurriedly took her to the nearby clinic. The doctor at the clinic gave Qin Tong an injection. She quickly woke up, completely unaware of what had happened earlier. When she woke, she screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. Dong Guiyang had to ask neighbors for help again and immediately took her to the county hospital. The hospital conducted all kinds of tests, and the doctor carefully examined her painful spots. There were no visible marks on her skin. After a long time, they couldn't find the cause. At first, the doctor suspected Qin Tong was lying to deceive them. But when they saw her sweating heavily from the pain, trembling and twitching with every slight movement, and unable to speak clearly, they realized her condition was serious. They quickly called the hospital leaders and experienced senior doctors for emergency help. All the doctors from the county hospital came, but they couldn't find the cause either. Finally, a nurse informed them that Meng's family had hired a famous doctor from the provincial capital to treat Jiang Jingwei's injury. The doctor had been staying at Meng's house for 2 months. Hearing this, Dong Guiyang felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He immediately took Qin Tong to Meng's house. When they arrived, Lin Junya had already gone back to school for evening classes. The others were all at home. Meng Xuelan had come back that night, so everyone was sitting in the yard listening to her talk about expanding the market. Dong Guiyang truly loved his daughter. He was crying and begging Jin Yuan to save her, kneeling and pleading for help. Jin Yuan had to examine Qin Tong. After just 2 seconds, he knew her injury was caused by her apprentice. He quickly sent a message to her to ask about her condition. After a secret conversation between master and apprentice, Jin Yuan made a small blood mark on Qin Tong's palm and gave a diagnosis. Her sudden illness is likely caused by contact with an animal carrying a virus or bacteria. It's a cat. Before fainting, Xiao Tong went to chase a cat. A wild cat entered her house, and I told her to chase it away. Dong Guiyang was crying so much he lost his voice, panicked and scared. "Dr. Jin, please save my daughter. She's in so much pain she's about to faint. Please prescribe some medicine for her." I've seen a similar case before. Someone was scratched by an animal carrying a virus or bacteria. They were in terrible pain, rolling on the ground. But it's not life-threatening. There's no medicine to cure it. Usually, hospitals give painkillers or pain injections, and the person can recover on their own over time. But your daughter's condition looks serious. It probably won't heal in 3 or 5 days. It might take half a month or a month. I can't really prescribe medicine now. Your daughter is pregnant, so she can't take any drugs randomly. It's best not to give her pain injections. Using the wrong medicine could harm her baby. When she came crying with Qin Tong, it alarmed the neighbors nearby. Many people rushed to the Meng family yard to watch the scene. Now a large crowd gathered around, and everyone was shocked by Jin Yuan's words. "You're a quack doctor." Dong Guiyang, who had begged earlier, now turned hostile, his voice sharp and harsh. "Deputy Secretary Meng, the doctor you invited is a fraud. He's lying and ruining my daughter's reputation." Jin Yuan sneered. "Huh. I've been practicing medicine for many years, and this is the first time someone calls me a quack. Today, I might as well say this. If Director Jiang Yuanfeng hadn't personally asked me, I wouldn't come to such a poor, remote place like Dongyuan County to see patients. If it weren't for Deputy Secretary Meng, I wouldn't even look at your family." After speaking, he pointed at Qin Tong, who was lying on the stretcher, almost fainting from pain. "She looks pregnant. Her belly is almost bulging out. And she's still a young girl. How can you say such things?"
Impossible. Impossible.
"You must have seen it wrong," Dong Ging shouted in panic. Qin Tong was in extreme pain, but Jin Yuan's words had been heard. She shook her head hurriedly, trembling as she spoke. "No, I'm not pregnant. I just have a stomach ache, that's all. I'm not pregnant. If you doubt my medical skills, you can find someone else to check," Jin Yuan said. He had just checked her pulse and confirmed it was a pregnancy pulse. He pointed at the doctor from the county hospital who had come with them. "Look, there are other doctors here. They can check and confirm, or we can call more doctors. Both traditional Chinese and Western medicine are fine." Doctor Yu, please examine me," Qin Tong called out to the doctor who had treated her earlier. Dr. Yu is a Western medicine doctor and not specialized in gynecology or pulse diagnosis. He looked at the mother and daughter and said, "I don't practice gynecology, but I'll ask Dr. Li from the gynecology department to come. She lives right across the block." "Sure to. Go quickly and call your aunt. Tell her to come right away," a neighbor said kindly, sending her son to call someone. Dr. Yu, being a Western doctor, couldn't check the pulse, but another doctor, skilled in both Chinese and Western medicine, stepped forward. He reached out to check Qin Tong's pulse and asked, "When was your last period?" "Last month," Qin Tong replied. Surrounded by so many people, with countless eyes on her, Qin Tong trembled with pain, shivering. "I don't even have a boyfriend. I can't be pregnant." No, he must have seen it wrong. The doctor finished checking her pulse, released her wrist, and looked at mother and daughter deeply without saying anything. Everyone living in this area is smart. When he didn't speak, it said everything. Dr. Zeng, there's nothing, right?" "My daughter doesn't have anything, does she?" Dong Guiyang asked him tightly. Dr. Zeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Dr. Li is a gynecologist. Let's wait for her to come." He didn't answer Dong Guiyang directly, but everyone understood what he meant. The people watching nearby got very excited. Their eyes on Qin Tong changed completely, and some women whispered among themselves. Meng Xuejiao and her friends exchanged glances, but didn't speak, choosing not to get involved in the Qin family's affairs. Lin Sanhui and others stood nearby. Yao Jihong looked shocked and quietly asked Li Sume, "Auntie, she doesn't have a boyfriend or a husband. How did she get pregnant?"
"I don't know," Li Sume replied.
"It looks like her mother doesn't even know." Li Sume only knew Qin Tong was in pain all over her body, caused by her daughter. As for her pregnancy, this girl has a bad heart and a poor reputation. She probably did something secretive. Aunt Wan was also there. Her family was eating dinner late tonight. She was holding her bowl and eating when she came over to talk to them. She used to be with Kong Yud. The baby in her belly is probably a month or two old. They were very close then. It might be his. If it's Kong Yud's, then the drama will be quite interesting. Meng Xuelon raised an eyebrow, looking a bit gleeful. Aunt Wan looked at Dong Guiyang and her daughter as if to say, "I think no matter if the baby is Kong Yud's or not, the Kong family will be blamed this time." With Dong Guiyang's personality, they will go to Kong's house soon. Tonight will definitely be lively. Mother Zhou's eyes sparkled, and she invited them, "Hurry up and eat. Afterward, we can go see the fun." Zhang Xilan made some harsh remarks earlier. "Let's see if she slaps herself today for her grandson." Meng Xuejiao smiled and reminded them, "Enjoy the show, but don't speak." Zhang Xilan has been unlucky lately. Her in-laws and her own family are full of trouble.
Don't get involved.
With Dong Giang around, it's not our place to speak.
We just go watch, Mother Zhou said happily.
Yao Jihong also wanted to go see the excitement, eager to watch the city folks drama. She tugged at Li Sumei's arm and shyly asked, Annie, can I go with the neighbors to see the fun? Go ahead, you can go with them, Li Sumei replied. She didn't restrict her. They had already made peace, and there was nothing else to do tonight, so she agreed to let her join the neighbors. They were busy making plans to see the spectacle. Dr. Li, who lived nearby, was hurriedly called in. She examined her for just a minute and accurately said, she is pregnant almost 2 months now. When Jin Yuan was first diagnosed, Dong Giang could still jump up and curse, but now that 3 doctors confirmed it, she was so panicked she collapsed to the ground. Such a lack of judgment. A young girl chasing after men every day, shamelessly getting pregnant before marriage. It's embarrassing. She used to cling to Kong Yud all the time. Maybe the child isn't his? Most likely it is. Zhang Xiulan didn't like her from the start. The Kong family didn't want her to join, and now that she's pregnant, they have to accept it. She went into the house pregnant. No one in the Kong family will respect her. She doesn't know how to love herself. She was reckless before marriage. She's not a good person, just like her mother.
Exactly.
If a mother is like that, her daughter will be too. Dong Giang was like this when she was young. Qin Tong looks just like her mother. No wonder Deputy Secretary Meng and the Kong family look down on her. Don't say they look down on her. Even I don't like her. I'd rather my son marry a honest, hard-working rural girl than marry such a troublemaker. Her reputation is already bad, and now she's pregnant before marriage. If the Kong family doesn't accept her, no one will want her in the future. But that's not certain. Dong Giang brought her along with this burden, and Qin Likun, that fool, still took her in. Qin Tong looks better than her mother and can act a bit. Maybe some blind man will see her and be willing to take her in. Qin Tong was already terrified and trembling from the doctor's diagnosis. She kept denying and explaining, but no one listened. The gossip from the neighbors around her flooded her ears. Whether it was the intense pain or her fear and panic, she couldn't breathe properly and fainted. She fainted, and Dong Giang burst into loud wailing. After the doctors confirmed it was just fainting with no life-threatening danger, she scrambled and crawled with her daughter to the Kong family. Kong Yud, come out here. Zhang Xiulan, tell your son to come out here. Dong Giang, with her unconscious daughter, arrived at the Kong house, followed by a crowd of onlookers, mostly women. As she walked, more curious people joined in. Today is Lady Kong's birthday. The younger members of the Kong family all have work during the day, but they come in the evening to wish her a happy birthday. Tonight, everyone is gathered at the eldest son's house for a meal. The dinner is over, and except for a few young ones who have left, everyone else is still talking with the elderly couple. When Dong Giang raised her voice loudly, the entire Kong family came out of the house. Zhang Xiulan led the way. Seeing so many people outside, she felt a bad premonition and frowned, asking, Dong Giang, what are you causing now? Tell your son to come out. Dong Giang, with her hands on her hips, looked like a quarrelsome woman. Her face burned with anger, but her eyes showed excitement and joy she couldn't hide. Seeing Qin Tong lying on the stretcher behind, looking unconscious, Zhang Xiulan asked first, what happened to her? Your son did a good job. Let Kong Yud come out and take responsibility. Fearing others might hear, Dong Giang shouted at the top of her voice sharp and piercing. The women watching the scene behind her were covering their ears. Other members of the Kong family also came out. Old Master Kong, leaning on his cane, stepped forward with a serious face and said, if there's something to say, just say it plainly. No need to shout here. Old Master Kong was a very important person in the county town. Dong Giang was naturally afraid of him. Her arrogant attitude suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, and she no longer dared to shout at him. Old Kong, old lady, congratulations. Your family has a new, chubby great-grandson. A woman standing among the crowd loudly congratulated them. Her family didn't get along well with the Kong family, so she deliberately took the place of Dong Giang, who was acting timid at this critical moment. Old Master Kong frowned and looked at her. Old Li's family, what do you mean? Look, Qin Tong is pregnant with your son Kong Yud's child. Dong Giang brought her here to hold him accountable. As soon as she said this, the Kong family members' faces changed. Zhang Xiaolan and her husband looked shocked and both yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? She's not lying. Xiao Tong is pregnant, and the baby is Kong Yud's." Dong Giang finally spoke again, her voice sharp as before, and she shouted, "You all better make that brat Kong Yud come out. He ruined my daughter's body. Now she's pregnant, but he's not taking responsibility. I must beat him up today. Your daughter is pregnant. On what basis do you claim it's Yud's?" Zhang Xiaolan's voice was just as loud. The doctor said she's over a month pregnant. Xiao Tong only had relations with Kong Yud before. It can't be anyone else's. Zhang Xiaolan, tell your family animals to get out here. If your Kong family doesn't give me an explanation, I won't end things here. Everyone in the Kong family knows her personality. They all look angry. Old Master Kong, with a furious face, shouted at his son and daughter-in-law, "Go call Yud over." Zhang Xiaolan and her husband weren't sure if their son was responsible for the trouble. After all, Kong Yud has always been a reckless person. He might have done something bad before marriage. The couple had to hold back their anger and quickly took their other two sons to call him. Kong Yud had also come back to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. After eating at his eldest uncle's house, he left early. He wasn't at home but went to visit a good friend, chatting casually. Zhang Xiaolan came knocking and, without saying a word, slapped him. The slap stunned him. In the end, his father and brothers pulled him back. When he arrived, there was a clear handprint on his face. Bright lights shone on him, and the people watching the scene saw everything clearly. Kong Yud was confused about why he was slapped. He was very angry and shouted, "What's going on? Did you do something bad?" Old Master Kong took out his whip, ready to discipline him. If it was confirmed that he did something wrong, he wouldn't escape punishment today. Kong Yud was puzzled. "Grandpa, what did I do? You need to tell me first, so I can answer." "Kong Yud, admit it. I'll beat the out of you." Dong Giang rushed forward, throwing herself around and scratching him. She often fought with others and was good at scratching faces. Her long nails quickly drew blood on Kong Yud's face. At first, Kong Yud tried to be patient and didn't want to hit her, but she kept scratching fiercely. He lost his temper and pushed her down, scolding, "Shrew." He pushed her, and she fell to the ground, starting her usual tantrum, rolling around and crying. Someone hit someone. The Kong family is bullying others. Kong Yud, he got my daughter pregnant but won't admit it. Now he's hitting his mother-in-law. Everyone, judge for me. Give me proof. I want to report this. Kong Yud was holding his face, crying out in pain. When he heard Dong Giang's words, he was struck like lightning. His face changed drastically, and his voice trembled in shock. "What did you say? I got your daughter pregnant? Xiao Tong's baby has been inside her for over a month. It's not yours. Who else could it be? Over a month ago, Xiao Tong only interacted with you. She was with you every day. You ruined her, got her pregnant, but refused to marry her. You're just messing around with women. I will report you." Old Kong pointed a whip at his grandson, his face dark and stern. His voice was cold and frightening. "Yud, did you do this?" "Grandpa, I didn't." Earlier, Kong Yud had celebrated his grandmother's birthday and drank a glass of wine. But his mind was very clear, sharper than ever. His voice was loud enough for someone 100 meters away. "I never touched Qin Tong. I was just seeing her, thinking about dating her. I even considered marrying her, but I didn't cross any lines." Zhang Xiaolan quickly stepped forward, serious. "Yud, it's not that Mom doesn't believe you, but this is very important. You have to tell the truth." "I'm telling the truth." Seeing everyone looking at him, Kong Yud knew that if he didn't clarify, his life would be over. He shouted loudly, "Forget about that. I haven't even held her hand or kissed her. The pregnancy has nothing to do with me." When he refused to admit it and said he hadn't even held her hand or kissed her, The calculating look in Dong Guiyang's eyes suddenly froze like ice. It wasn't his. Whose was it? Dong Guiyang's mind flashed with a question. She knew her daughter's situation well. Recently, she had been focused on Kong Yud and hadn't interacted with any other men.
She was very sure about that.
The baby in her belly must be Kong Yud's. It could only be his. Kong Yud, you. Cowardly and shameless. Doctors said the baby inside Xiao Tong has been there for over a month. She's only been with you these past 2 months. The child isn't yours. Whose could it be? You scoundrel. How could you do such a wicked thing and then deny it? Are you even a person? Kong Yud had often heard neighbors gossip about her before. Because she was Qin Tong's mother, he had always respected her. But today, hearing her curse like this, his anger flared up, and he decided to stand his ground. I admit it. I, Kong Yud, am not a good person. But I did not do this wicked thing of making your daughter pregnant. He raised his hand and swore, if I ever got your daughter's pregnancy, I would die a terrible death, hit by a car, drowned in water, burned by fire, or struck down by lightning from heaven. Also, if I ever held her hand or kissed her, I would willingly be struck by lightning and never have a good life or be reborn. Seeing him dare to say such vows, the people watching nearby changed their expressions and their guesses about the situation shifted. Dong Guiyang also became nervous, and his doubts wavered, but he still insisted, Kong Yud, you scoundrel, you did something terrible. You got my daughter pregnant, and then refused to admit it. I was blind to think you were a good person. You're just a cowardly loser. Just wait and see. Even if I risk my life, I will go to the authorities to complain and fight for justice for my daughter. You're messing around with women and not admitting it. I will send you to jail. She threatened him loudly. Kong Yud was furious and wanted to reply, but Zhang Xilan held him back and spoke up for her son. Dong Guiyang, my son may make mistakes in small things, but he would never do anything serious. I believe in him. If you insist that Qin Tong's baby is his, then fine. Let your daughter give birth to the child, and we will go to the hospital for testing. If it's Yud's, then it's my grandson. You can make any demands you want, and I promise to agree and apologize to you and your daughter. We will hold a grand wedding and marry her. But I have to say one thing. If the child isn't my son Yud's, but was conceived with another man, and you deliberately brought her here to force my son to accept this, making our Kong family look bad, then be prepared for our revenge. Today, all the neighbors and villagers are watching. Please bear witness. I, Zhang Xilan, keep my word and will do what I say. Her support made him stand firm. Kong Yud didn't back down at this critical moment and openly declared, elder relatives, neighbors, I still say I never touched Qin Tong. I didn't do anything inappropriate before marriage. She can give birth to the child, and I will cooperate with tests and inspections. If it's my child, and I caused her pregnancy, there's no need for the Qin family to sue. I will go to the police myself and accept whatever punishment comes. I am ready for jail. His words tilted the balance of the crowd's opinion in his favor, and the nearby discussions grew louder. Kong Yud is willing to swear an oath, even to face danger. As for Qin Tong's baby, it's probably not his. The mother and daughter are arguing over this today, choosing one thing, then another tomorrow. There are several rumors outside, and probably more we don't know about. Who knows whose child it really is? Back then, Dong Guiyang was the same. Before getting married, he was involved with several women. In the end, he chose the first one. When they divorced, that man refused to take responsibility for Qin Tong or pay child support. He probably knew she wasn't his child. Qin Tong used to chase after Kong Yud every day, wanting everyone to know they were dating. Maybe she already knew she was pregnant and was eager to find someone to take the blame. She probably picked Kong Yud because he's not very smart. That's likely. No wonder Zhang Xilan said such harsh words to her face. She shamelessly kept pushing forward. Maybe her belly was getting bigger, and she needed to find someone quickly to take responsibility. Fortunately, Zhang Xilan strongly disagreed. If she had agreed and Kong Yud married her, she would be wearing a big green hat. Zhang Xilan is very clever and sharp. Both she and her husband are strong-minded. They wouldn't accept someone like Qin Tong into their family. I don't know how they ended up with such a foolish son. Because he's so foolish, Dong Guiyang and his daughter kept an eye on him, bothering him every day. Other smart people can see through their plans immediately and wouldn't bother with them.
Exactly.
Look at the Meng family and the Qian family. No one pays attention to her. They let her jump around and probably secretly watch her perform like a monkey.
That's probably how it is.
People watching the scene didn't lower their voices. Their words reached Kung Yud's ears. He felt ashamed and embarrassed, slapping his own face twice. The other members of the Kung family watched coldly. They had previously tried to advise him kindly, but he refused to listen and even argued with them, blaming them for meddling. Now their plan had backfired, and he finally felt the pain. He slapped himself twice, and old Kung whipped him twice with a riding crop, his face dark. He then ordered his son and daughter-in-law, go call the doctor and the police. Let Qin Tong wake up and tell her own story. Okay, Zhang Xiulan immediately went home to make the call. Also, call Qin Likun and Qin Feng and ask them to come over, old Kung added. When the Kong family wanted to call the police, Dong Guiyang felt nervous and immediately stood up. What are you trying to do? Official matters are handled officially. Old Mr. Kong responded with 4 words, looking at her coldly. Bring your man or son here, so that both families can settle this in front of the police and neighbors. The child in Qin Tong's belly, whether born or not, is up to you. Our Kong family will cooperate fully. He's the father. We acknowledge that. If he's not, then your family can't tarnish our reputation. Dr. Yuan nodded, gave Qin Tong 2 injections, and checked her pulse. When she woke up, he stepped back. When Qin Tong opened her eyes, her mind was foggy and confused. As she saw the people around her, her memory of fainting suddenly flooded her mind. She panicked and screamed, I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. You are quack doctors. You misdiagnosed me. I am not pregnant. Dr. Yuan had just confirmed her pulse and said, she is pregnant, about 1 or 2 months. No, I'm not. You are Lin Junius Master. You're helping your apprentice get revenge on me and deliberately ruining my reputation, Qin Tong yelled, covering her ears. Dr. Yuan looked confused. Who is Lin Junia? I don't have any apprentices and I don't know anyone by that name. Meng Shuilan, who had come to see what was happening, responded from the crowd. Lin Junia is my future sister-in-law. When Qin Tong fainted and was taken to the county hospital, her condition was quite unusual. The doctors there couldn't figure it out, so Dong Guiyang immediately sent her to the Meng family. We hired a famous doctor from the provincial capital to treat my nephew. This doctor is Lin Junius Master, and he first diagnosed Qin Tong as pregnant. Dong Guiyang's mother and daughter refused to admit she was pregnant, calling the doctor a quack. Later, they brought in county hospital doctors, who confirmed she was pregnant. Dr. Yuan understood and frowned. You're pregnant, but it's less than 2 months. Seeing Qin Tong scream like she was crazy, Zhang Xiulan looked at her with disgust. If you didn't mess around with men, you wouldn't be pregnant. Now you're acting crazy, but you can't hide the fact that you're unmarried and pregnant. Xiao Tong. Did Kong Yud force you? Is the baby his? Dong Guiyang was out of options. He held his daughter's hand and kept giving her signals, telling her to blame Kong Yud no matter what. Kong Yud, even if he was stupid, understood her meaning. He jumped up to get angry, but old Kong stopped him. Let her speak. Grandpa, I didn't do it. The baby in my stomach isn't mine, Kong Yud hurriedly explained. It's not yours. Why are you so nervous? Old Kong looked at him with disappointment and scolded. The police are here. They will investigate. Your job now is to stay calm. Think carefully about when Qin Tong approached you, which days you met her, and who can testify. Stop arguing with that shrew. When Kong Yud was brought back, his friends and brothers all came. One of them raised his hand and said, I can testify that Kong Yud has been staying at the company dormitory at night for the past 6 months. He has never stayed outside overnight. There are 4 of us in the dorm, and besides us, 2 other roommates can also testify. Also, during these 3 months, He hasn't missed a single day of work. Our tasks are done in pairs. Kong Yud and Lin Wen are a team, and Lin Wen can testify for him. The HR team leader can also testify. Seeing that the other side quickly brought up important points, Zhang Xiulan slapped her son and angrily scolded him. Use your brain and be smarter. He's just a fool. Kong's father was so angry, he wanted to slap him too. Someone can testify that he was at work during the day, but no one can testify about his rest days. He often spends his days off with Xiao Tong. Maybe he forced Xiao Tong on his days off. Dong Giang raised her voice loudly. She had completely given up and no longer cared about her daughter's reputation. Her only goal was to pin this on Kong Yud and force him to marry her daughter. Kong Yud was so angry at her shamelessness that he felt stomach pain. Even if he was stupid, he could see her true purpose. He gritted his teeth and said, "My daughter is awake now. You want her to say when and where I forced her. The police are right here. They can investigate immediately. If they find solid proof that I forced her, I will be executed on the spot." Xiao Tong, say something. Quickly tell them. Dong Giang pushed her hard and kept signaling her. Zhang Xiulan saw this and snorted coldly. Dong Giang, if your eyes are twitching, do you also blame my son?
Ha!
The people watching nearby all laughed. At this moment, Qin Tong was in pain all over her body. Her mother shook her so hard, she almost fainted. Her eyes were dizzy and she couldn't see that she was making signals. But everything others said outside was clear and entered her ears. Her life was over, completely over. She understood her mother's meaning. The only way she could survive was to force herself on Kong Yud. But she truly hadn't done such a thing with him. Today, things had gotten so big. She had already heard the attitude of the Kong family. Once the baby was born and tested, the Kong family wouldn't let her go. They would definitely torment her and try everything to force her to die. Xiao Tong, just say it. Just say it. Dong Giang was so anxious, she wanted to slap her. She pushed her hard, quickly. Tell them if this child is Kong Yud's. If he is, I will risk my life to fight for justice for you. Qin Tong was trembling with pain all over her body, her head spinning so badly she couldn't see clearly. She covered her ears and shouted with all her strength, "No, it's not. It's not his." Her response was like hot oil pouring over Dong Giang's head, making her face grimace with pain. She angrily shouted back, "Qin Tong, do you even know what you're saying?" Meng Xuelan, seeing Qin Tong so distressed, she almost fainted, quickly reminded her, "Dong Giang, stop shaking her. She was scratched by a cat earlier and infected with a virus, so her whole body hurts." Qin Likun then came over and forcefully pulled Dong Giang away, pushing her aside. "Get out of here and wake up," he said. He usually drank too much and got confused, but today he hadn't drunk anything. His mind was clear, and he understood the situation. Qin Tong's baby was definitely not Kong Yud's. As for who the father was, she didn't want to ask now. This foolish woman, at such a critical moment, still insisted on blaming the Kong family. She wanted to die, but she shouldn't drag him down with her. Without her shaking, Qin Tong collapsed weakly onto the ground, curling up in pain. Dr. Yuan, standing nearby out of professional duty, immediately stepped forward to examine her. Seeing her trembling with pain, he quickly looked up and asked, "Director Meng, you said she was scratched by a cat and infected with a virus?" "Yes, the diagnosis was made by Dr. Jean, a renowned doctor from the provincial capital who examined her. He said this illness has no cure and will cause severe pain all over her body for a while. She can only get pain relief through injections or medicine. The pain will gradually lessen as she heals. He said Qin Tong's condition is quite serious and she might suffer for about half a month to a month. But she's pregnant now, so painkillers are not recommended. She has to endure the pain herself." Qin Feng had been silent until now. Seeing Qin Tong so pained she couldn't even open her eyes, with a grim face like a pot bottom, he finally spoke through clenched teeth, also addressing Dong Giang, "Take her back and stop embarrassing yourself outside. Qin Feng, she's your sister. She was bullied, and you won't help her? You're not even a decent person," Dong Giang cried and accused. Everyone is inhuman, only you are. And you've done a human thing. Qin Feng sneered sarcastically before turning and walking away. Qin Tong admitted that the baby wasn't Kong Yud's. The Qin family father and son didn't support Dong Giang anymore. No matter how much she threw a tantrum, it was useless. In the end, the Kong family had the police send her back to the Qin family. As for who the father of her pregnancy was, the Kong family wasn't interested. No one bothered to investigate. As soon as Dong Giang got home, she started hitting Qin Tong wildly, scolding her for being careless and calling her stupid. Qin Tong was already in great pain and was knocked out after a few slaps. While she was unconscious, Dong Giang continued to hit her and yelled wildly inside the house, causing the entire neighborhood to learn about Qin Tong's troubles. "Shut up." Qin Feng kicked open the bedroom door and glared at her with anger, as if he wanted to tear her apart. Dong Giang, who had been beaten by him last time, was naturally afraid of him. She was terrified he might lose control and hurt her, so she immediately calmed down under his intimidating look. She stopped acting out, and Qin Lakun started to shout again, "Get a divorce tomorrow. I can't even stand to see you anymore. Qin Lakun, you can't kick me out. I gave you a child. When our son died, you promised to stay with me for life." Because Qin Lakun had promised this, Dong Giang felt free to act recklessly at home, not fearing he would kick her out and leave her homeless. "I promise to stay with you for life, but only if you behave. But look at what you and your daughter are doing now. You're so lowly, and your daughter is just as bad. If she's been sneaking around with someone and got pregnant, she should get married and leave. I've raised her as much as I could, and I shouldn't have to take care of her child. I told her to go on a blind date and find someone reliable to marry, but you two kept choosing and rejecting. What do you think you are? Who gave you the right to judge others? Now she's had a kid with someone else, and probably doesn't even know whose it is. Who would want her? This lowly girl. Get out immediately. If you don't leave now, I'll cut you with a kitchen knife." That night, the family argued until very late. The next morning, Qin Tong woke up and started acting crazy, demanding an abortion. Dong Giang grabbed her and questioned her, but she couldn't answer whose child it was. In the end, Qin Lakun and his son took a day off early in the morning and sent her to the hospital for an abortion. Qin Tong insisted on going through with it, and she had a miscarriage that morning. Dong Giang was also forced by Qin Lakun to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Their belongings were thrown out, and Qin Lakun changed the locks, forbidding mother and daughter from stepping into the house again. Lin Junya heard the first news from Su Feng at school at noon, and in the evening, she returned home to hear more shocking details.
What?
Is someone rushing to marry the mother and daughter? She was shocked by this strange society. Their reputation is so bad, yet people still want to marry them? Do these men not know their background? The follow-up story was told by Yao Jihong, who then said they know. The men coming to ask for marriage are not offering bride price. Only one pair of father and son are willing to give a little, offering 50 yuan and promising to give another 50 after Qin Tong has a son. Lin Junya, at how many visitors came to ask? According to Aunt Ruan, 3 men came. The father and son wanted to marry both mother and daughter, while the other 2 wanted to marry Qin Tong. One was a street, very poor, with parents both sick and lazy. He was willing to marry Qin Tong, and also agreed that her mother could move into his house. The other was a widower who had lost his wife, with 3 children. He didn't want Qin Tong to have more children but agreed that Dong Giang could move in, as long as they helped take care of the children. However, Dong Giang refused. She threw them out of the hospital, and even said outside that her mother and daughter had a place to go and someone to support them. They were eating now. Meng Xuejiao was eating and shaking her head, saying, "She really took shamelessness to the extreme. She's just giving up now." Today, Meng Xuelan went to work at the hospital. She watched the whole scene and told them another piece of news. Last night, the Kong family used discipline methods. Kong Yud was whipped 10 times each by his grandfather and father. The elders in the family didn't intervene, saying they wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xilan only went to call him for lunch at noon, but he had a high fever and was almost talking nonsense. When Lin Junia heard about Qin Tong again, it was 4 or 5 days later. On that day, the mother and daughter got married together. Dong Giang had been seeking help everywhere, but no one supported her. Everyone she knew ignored her, acting as if she were a plague, closing their doors. She was broke and had nowhere to go. Eventually, someone helped her find a match, and they married off the mother and daughter to another place, with a bride price of 100 yuan. She had no choice but to agree. Since her miscarriage, Qin Tong had been like a lost soul, not eating, not drinking, not speaking. Every time, Dong Giang had to slap her to get her to eat a little. Her mother arranged her marriage. Lin Junia didn't feel any sympathy for her. She thought about giving her a lesson that day, but her pregnancy out of wedlock was not her concern. It was her own fault for not being careful and responsible. Even if the master didn't check and reveal it at that time, she wouldn't be able to hide her pregnancy for long. It would likely be discovered soon, and the outcome would be the same. Junia, have you finished evening self-study after school? Jinyuan has been in Yongqing for 5 or 6 days. The first 2 days were spent reselling grain from the storage to raise funds. Recently, he's been buying machinery and equipment. He also asked the He family to recommend a capable local person, paid a deposit, and asked him to investigate the Chung family. He just met with the person and received some useful information, then immediately found his apprentice. I just came out of the classroom. Lin Junia walked quickly with her backpack. The master and disciple shared a special understanding, and she asked eagerly, "Master, is there any news?" "Yes, the person just sent some information." The family name he checked matches what her father provided, so it should be correct. The Chung family developed rapidly during those 10 years. Your great-uncle Chung Songyang once held a high official position in Yongqing and was supposed to be transferred to Kyoto. But after his faction lost power, the Chung family was heavily hit and faced investigation. They are quite capable, and with the help of his older brother, they managed to avoid complete downfall. They were just demoted and transferred to a quiet position. Chung Songyang retired 3 years ago. He's been low profile and out of sight since then. Now that policies have relaxed, he's ambitious again and started doing business. He opened 4 or 5 department stores in Yongqing and is preparing to open hotels and inns. His eldest son, Ching Chaotian, has help from his uncle. Last year, he was transferred to a new department and has made progress at work. His eldest son is in the military, and his younger son was transferred from a quiet position to the tax bureau last year. His daughter and son-in-law work in banks. Ching Chaolong, who is considered a fake son, is also quite valued. He was transferred earlier this year, but his wife's family isn't doing well. His father-in-law's family also came to Yongqing to develop, probably to establish themselves quickly. His 2 uncles are aggressive and have made enemies with local factions. When the special period ended, they were jointly retaliated against and lost their positions. Now, they rely on Ching Chaolong and his wife for support. They can't pursue official careers anymore, so they are starting businesses. The latest information is that they are involved in shipping, with Ching Chaolong and his wife investing and working together. Mr. and Mrs. Ching Chaolong have 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. It seems their family's ancestral grave's feng shui is not good. Although he has 2 sons, one was born deaf and mute, and the other is healthy but not very smart, like the foolish people in the old Lin family. They inherited their family's rough and rude nature, dislike studying, and often cause trouble outside. In the future, he is likely to become a second-rate troublemaker. For now, that's all the information they've found. Their official positions are also clearly written on paper. Jin Yuan placed the note in the space and told her to check it when she had time. I asked him to continue investigating carefully, focusing on Chung Songyang, his older brother, and their relatives, as well as the contacts they've built in Yongqing over the years. He said because it involves the military, it will take at least half a month. I just finished talking to him. I told him to take his time and not rush. After your college entrance exams, we'll go to Yongqing to meet him. The master arranged it this way, and Lin Junyao had no objections. Okay, I won't tell my parents about the investigation for now. You can tell them when you come back. All right, I still need 2 more days here. Once I finish my work, I'll return. Junyao had already reached the school gate. Jiang Jingwei was waiting there early. As soon as he saw her, he helped carry her backpack and gently urged, "Junyao, it's going to rain." Just now, a few drops fell. "I didn't bring an umbrella. Let's hurry back."
Okay.
They ran back home together. As soon as they arrived, the rain got heavier. Meng Xuejiao came out to open the door. "Junyao, did you get wet?" "Auntie, I only got a few drops on me."
I'm dry.
"It's very humid today. Hurry and take a shower. Your mom is cooking late-night snacks in the kitchen. After you shower, come out to eat." Every night, Li Sume cooked snacks, trying different delicious dishes. Meng Xuejiao felt they had been eating too well lately and had gained a few pounds. Tonight, she fried pumpkin pancakes and cooked preserved egg and lean pork congee. Jiang Jingwei drank 5 bowls in one go, then rubbed his stomach. "I've gained a lot of weight. If I keep gaining, I'll be the last in my running class when I go back to the army." Junyao also gained some weight. She used to be very thin, but now her face has some flesh. She held her bowl, eating and saying, "After my exams, I'll run with you to build up my stamina." 18 days left. Jiang Jingwei kept counting down every day, planning something else at the same time. Meng Xuelan was also drinking preserved egg and lean pork congee, taking small sips. She took the opportunity to tell them, "I only have 3 days left at work. Today, the director signed my resignation approval. Once I finish the handover, I'll leave." She resigned from her job at the county hospital's pharmacy department to start a business, and her family supported her. A few days ago, she announced her decision, and the neighbors were in disbelief. Many didn't say anything but thought she was being reckless. She was the head of the pharmacy department at the hospital, which is a prestigious and stable job. Everyone found her decision hard to understand. The hospital leaders who were close to her initially disagreed with her leaving. They advised her for several days, but she was firm and wanted to seize the chance to explore outside while she was young, and the policies were changing. Eventually, the leaders signed the approval letter. "Little aunt, in 3 days I will arrange a banquet for you. Congratulations on your early retirement," Jiang Jinwei said, the most supportive of her decision. Meng Xuelan smiled happily and started choosing dishes. "I want spicy fish slices, braised pork knuckles, egg rolls, and braised duck. These 4 dishes are must-haves.
You can handle the rest."
"Arrange another table. I will invite some good friends and colleagues for a meal." "Okay, I will take care of it," Jiang Jinwei said, volunteering to handle the arrangements. She also added, "Dr. Jin should be able to make it to your retirement celebration. It doesn't have to be exactly 3 days later. We can wait until he returns to planet," Meng Xuelan said. She had been busy with various business plans and had many things to discuss with Jin Yuan. She was also waiting for him to come back from Yongqing. The day of the retirement banquet for her little aunt was a Sunday. Jin Yuan had already returned from Yongqing. As soon as he arrived in the county, he went straight to the factory to arrange the assembly of machinery. Jiang Jinwei was at home preparing the meals. Lin Junia lied early in the morning, claiming she was going to buy vegetables from friend. She went to a nearby mountain reservoir and caught a few fish, and she also caught a goose she personally raised in her space. She brought back a large bag of fresh seasonal vegetables and fruits. The big goose, weighing over 10 pounds, attracted a crowd. Meng Xuelan felt a little reluctant to slaughter her treasured pet, but to add a good dish for lunch, she had to do it with tears in her eyes. Yao Jihong finished selling buns and came back to help with the goose. She was very quick and efficient, much faster than Meng Xuelan, and didn't need her help. In just a few minutes, she had prepared everything, chopping the goose with a large kitchen knife. Jihong is really capable. "If I had to handle this goose, we probably wouldn't be eating it tonight," Meng Xuelan said, feeling she didn't interfere and was busy peeling nearby. Lin Sanhui also helps with small chores, sitting on a small stool peeling garlic and choosing vegetables. Girls raised in the countryside usually do housework. By age 10, they are main laborers, working in the fields and handling household chores. They're skilled both inside and outside the house. Junya and Jihong are very capable. They have thick calluses on their fingers, probably as good at farm work as rural men. Meng Shuolan has a good impression of these two rural girls. They are smart, don't cause trouble, are diligent, honest, and capable. Much better than many girls raised in the city. Poor children often grow up fast. Lin Sanhui previously discussed these years with his wife. They rely on each other, having endured hardships. If their daughter weren't sensible and hardworking, they probably wouldn't have made it this far. Yao Jihong finished processing the goose and handed it over to Jiang Jingwei in the opposite kitchen, then strode out to help Lin Junia cut fish. Jihong, are you seeing anyone? Meng Shuolan asked her. When asked about this, Yao Jihong chuckled shyly, not yet. My mom said a matchmaker has come by recently, but she hasn't responded. She told me to learn how to make buns and snacks at Andy's place first. Seeing she has no partner and is of marriageable age, Meng Shuolan asked again, do you have any requirements for a boyfriend? Lin Junia, who had just finished cleaning a fish, guessed what was coming and asked with a smile. Director Meng, are you trying to find Jihong a partner? I actually have a good candidate. He asked me a couple of days ago. If I find a suitable girl, I'll introduce her to him. Her candidate is definitely good, but Yao Jihong hesitated. Director Meng, are you introducing someone from the city? I'm from the countryside, and my family's conditions are quite average. I'm worried I might not be a good match. He's also from the countryside. He was born and raised there, but his family has developed well over the years. The whole family moved to the city and has urban household registration and jobs. He just turned 21 at the beginning of the year. He works in the hospital's pharmacy department, almost like my apprentice. He started working there while learning from me. He's well-behaved, modest, and introverted. His family is decent but never boastful. He's diligent, meticulous, and ambitious. He's also good-looking, gentle, and handsome. His family has good morals. His parents are nice and easy to talk to. He has 2 siblings, an older sister and an older brother. His brother-in-law is a retired military officer working at the County Armed Forces office. His sister also has a job, teaching at a kindergarten inside her husband's workplace. They have a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, and they're busy with work while also taking care of their children. His older brother is a college graduate who passed the first exam after the college entrance exam was restored. He now works at a government office in the city, and his wife works at Xinhua bookstore. The couple tried to find a job for their father. Now he works at a city beer factory. His mother does not work, but helps take care of her grandson at her older son's home. After she explained the basic situation, Yao Jihong looked a bit complicated and hesitated before asking, Director Meng, does his family have the surname Liu? Is his name Liu Weifeng? Do you know him? Meng Shuolan smiled and looked at her. Yao Jihong awkwardly smiled. The family situation you described is the same as the Liu family I know. They are from the same production team as my grandmother's family. We played together when we were kids, but he might not remember me now. My brother knows his brother-in-law. My brother decided to join the army back then, inspired by his brother-in-law. Every New Year, when we visit my grandmother, we always stop by their house to chat with his brother-in-law. So, you know each other? That's great. He will come over for lunch today. I'll introduce you, and you can talk on your own. Meng Shuolan was quite optimistic about them. Li Sume was nearby washing clothes, encouraging her. Jihong, Director Meng's introduction is definitely good. Your parents and brother all know him. It's perfect. Just meet him at lunch and chat. If it works out, great. If not, you can just be friends. Yao Jihong had never been on a blind date before. This sudden arrangement made her nervous and uneasy. Auntie, I'm not ready for this. No need to prepare anything. Just think of it as meeting an old childhood friend you haven't seen in a while. Relaxed and casual, Li Sume advised her. Yes, just a casual chat, not a formal blind date. If both of you like each other and he has a good impression of you, I'll arrange a proper meeting later, Meng Shuolan said. She only planned for them to meet at lunch today, not a serious date. Seeing her look very nervous, Lin Junyao chuckled softly. Jihong, don't be nervous. Relax a bit. Later, I'll help you smooth things over. Young sister Ya, when you went on a blind date with Captain Jiang, were you nervous? Yao Jihong asked her. I didn't even know what nervousness was, Lin Junyao replied with a light smile. Also, being nervous at key moments is a bad thing. Someone like Captain Yongqing, a very outstanding man, if I got nervous, he would definitely slip away. Of course, I have to be bold and go after him to catch him. Hee hee. The people nearby all laughed. Lee Sume, with her hands wet, patted her and said, "You're so shameless." Jiang Jingwei was frying pig's trotters in the kitchen and heard the conversation outside. He smiled and broke her lie, saying, "Lin Jr., do you want me to help you remember how fast you ran away?" "I was just out for normal errands." Lin Jr. refused to admit it. The elders all smiled silently, not exposing certain things, giving her some face. By 11:30, the guests invited by Meng Shuolan arrived one after another. They were all hospital leaders and colleagues. The living room was set up with tables and chairs, with snacks, candies, and fruits on the table. After exchanging a few polite words, they were invited to sit down. Meng's sisters took care of the guests, while Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya prepared lunch. Li Sume and others helped out, working smoothly and efficiently. Meng Shuolan brought a tray of hot tea and chatted with Lu Weifeng, asking Weifeng, "Do you know Yao Zhigua?" "Yes, I do." Lu Weifeng was sitting by the table peeling sunflower seeds, looked up at her, and asked, "Teacher, what does Yao Zhigua do?" "The back of that bungalow belongs to me. Now it's rented to my niece's family," she explained. "Yao Zhigua's sister is learning how to make buns for my niece's mother. I just talked to her this morning, and I found out she knows you. She said she played with you when she was young. Her brother is familiar with your brother-in-law." Lu Weifeng responded with an "oh," stood up, and was about to greet the acquaintance, feeling a bit unsure. "Her sister seems younger than me. Is her name Jihong?" "Yes, Yao Jihong." Meng Shuolan served tea to everyone and said to him, "Jihong is helping me set the dishes in the yard. Since you know each other, go say hello." "Okay." Her brother works at the Public Security Bureau. I've met him many times, but I haven't seen Yao Jihong in many years. I'll go say a few words to her," Lu Weifeng said, and headed to the backyard. Yao Jihong just finished setting the dishes when she saw Lu Weifeng coming over. Although they hadn't seen each other in many years, she recognized him at a glance. His appearance was still similar to when he was young. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Lu Weifeng, long time no see." "Yao Jihong, long time no see." Lu Weifeng smiled at her and said, "You look just like your mother. I just heard from the teacher that you're learning to make buns here. How's it going?" "I'm doing okay. I've been learning from Annie and my team for 2 months now, and I can barely manage to make steamed buns, mantou, and pancakes. At first, I thought I would be very nervous, but after talking to her, I realized I wasn't as nervous as I imagined." Li Sume was originally helping her daughter, but now she came out happily and looked at Lu Weifeng. Seeing a familiar face, she said, "Jihong, this is Xiaolu, right?" "Hello, Auntie."
I'm Lu Weifeng.
Lu Weifeng approached her with a gentle smile and said, "Auntie, I often buy buns from you in the morning. I didn't know Jihong was learning to make buns from you." "Yes, Jihong is learning from me. We go to sell in the mornings. We sell separately. I'm at the street corner near the hospital entrance, and she's near the post office." Lin Junya heard the conversation outside and came out. She often delivers medicinal herbs to the pharmacy and had met Lu Weifeng before, but didn't know his name. She greeted him cheerfully, "Comrade Lu, long time no see." "Long time no see, Comrade Lin." Lu Weifeng recognized her and, noticing her resemblance to Auntie, quickly confirmed, "Is Auntie your mother?" "Yes. Jihong is now learning to make breakfast pastries for my mother. Our family and the Yao family are both from the Huyang production team." Lu Weifeng hadn't been to the Huyang production team, but he was familiar with Lu Weifeng's maternal grandmother's family. He smiled and talked to her. "I've met your brother many times. He came to see me last week to get some healing medicine for his unit. We talked a bit, and I heard that your dad and sister-in-law are now working in the city. They work at the new Shunning Daily Chemical Factory, which produces floral water." Director Meng helped introduce them, Jihong told him. Seeing that they were getting along well, Li Sume gave her daughter a subtle signal. "Xiaoya, you young people go chat. I'll cook, and when it's almost ready, I'll call you to serve the dishes. Okay, Lin Junya replied. In the kitchen, Lin Sanhui was tending the fire and adding wood, calling out, Xiaoya, the sesame balls are ready. Bring them out to serve the guests first. Jin Yueying hurriedly carried out 2 plates, giving a large plate to the guests in the living room across and a small plate in the yard to serve Lu Weifeng. She looked for an appropriate topic to liven the atmosphere. At exactly noon, Jin Yuan returned, and the kitchen was notified that the meal was ready. Meng Xuelan called Lu Weifeng to the living room to eat, then quietly asked, Zhihong, are you okay? Yao Zhihong's face flushed shyly. He's a really good person. His conditions are too good. I don't deserve him. Don't think like that. You're also very talented, with many admirable qualities. You're no worse than anyone else. He told me that he doesn't have high demands for a partner. He doesn't insist on having a formal, decent job, nor does he require the partner to be from the city. Both he and his parents value good character. He wants to find someone hardworking, practical, and caring for family. Lin Junya has been talking with Lu Weifeng and has a good impression of him. She smiled and said, he's a nice person. We can get to know each other better over time. That's fine. There's no rush. Take your time to understand each other, Meng Xuelan said as she went inside to entertain the guests. After all the dishes were served, Jiang Jinwei led Lin Junya into the house to greet the guests. He offered a toast, and his mother and aunt took care of serving everyone. The young couple then went to the backyard to eat. Dad, Mom, try some goose meat, Lin Junya said as she served them food. She also invited Yao Zhihong. Zhihong, help yourself. The goose should taste pretty good.
Give it a try.
I don't need you to tell me, Yao Zhihong said as he held his bowl and ate. He added, Sistria, the dishes cooked by Captain Jiang are really delicious. I think they taste better than those made by the chefs at state-run restaurants. Captain Jiang's cooking is the best. I learned from him, Lin Junya replied. Today's braised ham hock was truly perfect, golden, crispy skin that looked tempting. Just looking at it made Lin Junya drool. She took a big piece with her chopsticks and placed it in Jiang Jinwei's bowl. Captain Jiang, this dish is quite complicated to make. Thank you for your effort. Please eat first. This dish was his specialty, learned in the military. Jiang Jinwei also helped her by serving a piece. It does take some time to prepare. If you like it, I can make it for you when I have free time. That's too time-consuming. It's better to just enjoy it during festivals, she said. Before, when he cooked it, Lin Junya had watched. First it needed to be boiled, then fried, and after frying, it had to be steamed for a long time. It was quite time-consuming. But the effort paid off, the taste was excellent, and everyone kept praising it. I'll come and join the table, Lu Weifeng said as he carried a bowl in one hand and a stool in the other. He squeezed in next to Jiang Jinwei and whispered, the leaders are too harsh. I feel a bit embarrassed to take food first. Everyone chuckled. Li Sumei smiled and said, Xiao Lu, eat quickly. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have gone inside.
Come eat with us.
Since there were few people outside and plenty of food, there was no need to fight for dishes. Everyone was polite and let him, the guest, eat first. Lu Weifeng thought coming out to join their table was the smartest decision. Lin Junya helped the guest add rice and asked proactively, Lu Weifeng, your parents, brother, and sister-in-law all work in the city. Why don't you suggest they find a way to transfer to the city for work? I graduated from a technical school, and the job assigned to me was at the city's pharmaceutical supply station, he replied. The job is pretty good, but the relationships there are very complicated. The leaders and colleagues are very exclusive and hard to get along with. They often try to make things difficult for us without connections, just to place their relatives in better positions. I worked there for half a year, but I didn't improve much professionally. I was just fed up with it. Later, Director Meng came to the unit for a meeting. She said the hospital's pharmacy department needed someone with work experience. The pay and benefits are better there, and there are fewer petty issues. As long as I do my job well, I don't have to deal with superficial flattery. I immediately took the opportunity to transfer back home. At first, my parents and brother-in-law disagreed, but I was really tired of the competition and comparisons within the unit. I didn't want to get involved in scheming and backstabbing. In the end, I convinced them to come back. Although Lin Junia had never worked in an office before, after hearing about Meng Xuelan's past experiences, she guessed that these seemingly glamorous jobs were actually entangled with various interest factions. Without backing, one wouldn't be able to navigate smoothly and might often face difficulties at work. Jiang Jinwei, who knew more about the county hospital, said while eating, "My aunt resigned. You should be able to get promoted now." "Yes, 2 levels up," Lu Weifeng honestly replied with a smile. "Before Director Meng left, she helped me out. She moved Deputy Director Zhang's original person to the Archives Department and promoted me to replace him." When mentioning Deputy Director Zhang, Jiang Jinwei remembered what his aunt told him yesterday and said to Lin Junia, Zhang Xiangdong was fired from the hospital. Now he's planning to go into business and is preparing to open a restaurant. He invited Kong Yud to be his partner. Lin Junia said, with his build, he's more suited to run a restaurant. Lu Weifeng chuckled softly. Having worked with Zhang Xiangdong for 2 years, he knew him well and said with a smile, he should do well opening a restaurant. He never focused on improving his professional skills at the hospital. He cares a lot about food and is quite particular. Sometimes he even complains about the hospital kitchen's chefs and cooks his own dishes. Jiang Jinwei, who didn't know about this, raised an eyebrow. If he has that ability, he shouldn't still be stuck in a hospital job. The Zhang family should have transferred him to a state-owned restaurant as a head chef. I heard he wanted to go before, but his family elders disagreed and forced him to come to the hospital. Lu Weifeng heard this gossip from other hospital colleagues. Yao Jihong listened carefully and interrupted. "Yimei, is that the chubby man who came last time looking for Director Meng, the one with a belly like he's 7 or 8 months pregnant?" "Yes, his uncle, Kong Yud." Lin Junia nodded and asked Jiang Jingwei, "Does he run a restaurant in the county town? Where exactly is it?" "I heard he chose the place right across from the state-run restaurant. He's ambitious and plans to compete with it," Jiang Jingwei said, recalling what a friend told him this morning when he went out to buy vegetables. "That location is pretty good. If his cooking skills are good, and he's good at managing, he might beat the state-run restaurant." Junia was quite optimistic and nudged Yao Jihong. "Jihong, ask your brother to keep an eye on nearby shops. If there's a suitable one, rent it. My brother wants to rent a place next to the police station. He wants to rent a shop with upstairs living space, bigger so the whole family can move in. My mom and younger brother will come to help me." Yao's family had already discussed this. Yao Zhigua said he would handle everything, so she could focus on learning her skills. "Renting near the police station is fine. Your brother can also take care of the family." Lin Junia thought that was a good idea. Lu Weifeng asked her, "Yao Jihong, are you planning to open a shop?" "Yes, I'm learning to make pastry snacks for my aunt. I plan to open a breakfast bun shop." Yao Jihong didn't have savings and relied on her parents' and brother-in-law's support. They had already discussed it, and the money earned would be split evenly. "Opening a bun shop is a good idea. Your buns are delicious, and your sesame cakes are also very tasty. Once you master everything, you won't have to worry about no business." Lu Weifeng often bought breakfast from them, and many colleagues in the hospital had also bought from her. Everyone said her buns were better than those in the hospital cafeteria. "Right now, my aunt is helping me, and I'm doing okay. But when I do it myself, I might not do as well," Yao Jihong said, feeling unsure and afraid of losing money. Li Sume thought her work was okay, but she lacked experience in running a shop. She advised her, "Start small, and once you get better, increase the amount. Your mom will help you handle other things. Just focus on doing your best." "And, are you planning to open a shop yourself?" Lu Weifeng asked. "I also plan to open a shop, but not in the county town. Xiaoyao will graduate from high school soon, and she and Xiaojiang will have their wedding soon. After they marry, they'll go to the provincial capital. Her dad and I plan to follow them and open a small shop selling buns there." When they mentioned going to the provincial city, Lu Weifeng suggested, "Go to Wenhe Road, Yi Street, or Naxing Square. These places are very lively and busy, with people coming and going every day. Business there must be good." "Xiaolu, are you very familiar with the provincial city?" Li Sume asked. "Auntie, I studied at a vocational school in the city. I often went out with my classmates on weekends and explored all the streets and alleys. Previously, Jiang Jingwei had mentioned to Li Sume about buying a shop as a wedding gift, but she hadn't asked details. Now she inquired, Xiao Jiang, where's the shop you bought? At Naxing Square. The shop had already been purchased, and his father had arranged for it to be renovated. Once they added some furniture, they could open for business. Xiao Jiang, how far is your unit from here? Lin Sanhui asked. The unit is in the suburbs. It takes about half an hour by car. But after I transfer, I plan to work in the city and will come back to live at night. The house my parents bought for us is near Naxing Square, just a 5-minute walk to the shop. How far is your home from the school where Xiaoya is applying? Lin Sanhui, although having visited the provincial city, was unfamiliar with many places she mentioned, as many of the names Lu Weifeng said were new to her. About half an hour by bus. There's a bus stop downstairs, and riding a bike through a shortcut is about the same. Lu Weifeng knew that Lin Junia was attending Dongyuan High School. Hearing that her grades were good, he asked, Junia, which school are you applying to? Provincial Medical University. Lu Weifeng's pupils shrank. Impressive. Have you been there? Lin Junia asked. Outsiders can't go inside. I've only been around outside the medical university. Lu Weifeng took some dishes and smiled as he told her, a classmate of mine from vocational school has a younger brother who got into that school.
He studies anatomy.
I heard he deals with corpses every day, dissecting bodies all the time. My classmate is a girl. She said ever since her brother went to college, she's been afraid to scold him, and she also said he always smells strange when he comes home. Yao Jihong looked shocked. Dissecting corpses? Medical students usually have to learn that, Lu Weifeng said, not entirely sure himself. Jiang Jingwei coughed softly and looked at his future wife with a serious gaze. Junia, maybe you should study traditional Chinese medicine instead? Captain Jiang, don't worry. I study both Western and Chinese medicine. When I study Western medicine, I won't be using you as a model for dissection, Lin Junia said playfully, winking at him. Thinking about her future studying corpse dissection, Yao Jihong looked so distressed he almost looked like he was crying. Captain Jiang, take care of yourself.
Haha.
Lin Junia was amused by her expression. Lin Sanhui and his wife were also laughing. They didn't know much about these things. Lin Sanhui's scalp felt a bit numb. Xiaoya, maybe you should change your major. I think studying pharmacy is good. You probably won't need to perform dissections.
Dad, Mom, don't worry.
I'm not afraid. I'm quite interested in these things. With her life experience and accumulated knowledge, Lin Junia has seen many remains and bodies. She has developed a calm and strong heart, so she isn't scared at all. Lin Sanhui chuckled and felt a bit helpless. All right, if you like it, go ahead and study it. Her daughter's personality is more like his, but her courage definitely isn't inherited from them. Neither he nor his wife has that kind of bravery, and they have no interest or talent in medicine or pharmacy. Today, the elders in the living room had a few drinks and were in high spirits. Jin Yuan and the Meng sisters were chatting with them. Everyone was having a good time. After clearing the dishes, they set up another table with tea and snacks. Lin Junia asked her parents and Yao Jihong to go back to their room for a nap. She washed the dishes, tidied up, and then went to her room for a nap. She only slept for half an hour at noon. Later, she entered her space and spent some time gathering 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of grain. The Lei siblings are now working at the perfume factory. Lin Junia gave them 2 spots. Their business had grown, and they had built up a good customer base. Many people often buy grain from them. 2 days ago, they came to her to order 2,000 pounds of grain, and they agreed to deliver it tonight. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking on the door. Lin Junia quickly appeared from her space. Jiang Jinwei was outside calling her, Junia, come out quickly. What's wrong? Lin Junia opened the door. Yao Jihong's mother came over. I don't know what she told your parents, but Uncle suddenly got very emotional and fainted after losing his breath. You should come and check on him. Lin Junia rushed to the backyard like the wind. Li Sume and Yao's mother had just helped him onto the bed. Xiaoya, quick, come and check on your dad. After a quick examination, she confirmed he was fine, just overwhelmed and fainted from stress. Lin Junya hurriedly asked Mom, "Andy, why did my dad suddenly faint?" "Oh, dear, Yame, it's my fault. I overheard Lin Erwi and Wang Jihua talking about the truth behind your brother's disappearance. I rushed over to tell you. I didn't know you hadn't told Sanhui about this and had been hiding it from him. I accidentally let it slip, and he fainted out of shock. Mom, Dad is fine. Don't worry." Lin Junya first comforted her mother, then grabbed her aunt's arm and asked, "Aunt, what is the secret?" "Oh dear, your brother wasn't stolen. He was taken by 2 old members of the Lin family and sold. They received money from the other party. Those 2 old folks should know where your brother is."
Ban.
When Li Sume first heard this news, she didn't react much. Now her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, feeling powerless.
Aunt.
Jiang Jingwei and Yao Jihong hurriedly helped her up and sat her on a stool. Lin Junya quickly hugged her tightly. Mom, calm down. Take a deep breath. The news from Aunt is good news, very good news. You should be happy. Xiaoya, I should have guessed it earlier. I should have known they were behind this. They are heartless monsters, Li Sume cried loudly, holding her. Jiang Jingwei frowned and asked, Aunt, what else did they say? Lin Erwi and Wang Jihua didn't say much. They only know about this matter but don't know who the children were sold to or how much money was involved. They mentioned this while working in the fields today. They even discussed using this news to negotiate a deal with Xiaoya in the future, hoping to get some money. Yao's mother, who was pulling weeds in the field, overheard this by accident. She hurried to borrow a bicycle and braved the hot sun to go to the county to deliver the message. Xiaoya, should I go call my brother and ask him to bring the police to catch them? Yao Jihong asked. Lin Junya gritted her teeth and shook her head. Don't arrest them for now. They still have some use. Xiaoya, what's the use of keeping them? Why not arrest them immediately and find your brother? Yao's mother asked, confused. Aunt, I'll tell you later. Please help me persuade my mom to stay calm. I need to give my dad an injection first to wake him up, Lin Junya said, getting up quickly. She hurried to the opposite side, ran to her master's pharmacy, and took a silver needle. Lin Sanhui soon woke up. As soon as he was clear-headed, he immediately grabbed his daughter's wrist, looking excited. Xiaoya, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Dad, don't get too excited. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Your health was so poor before, I was afraid you couldn't handle it. I wanted to wait until you recovered before telling you. Smack. Smack. Lin Sanhui slapped his own face twice, feeling very guilty and self-blaming. I didn't know Su Mei was pregnant again. It's my incompetence. I caused you all so much suffering.
Sanhui, don't be like that.
It's not your fault. Those 2 unkind old people in your family are too cruel, Yao's mother said, feeling upset about their situation. She advised, don't cry anymore. Crying won't solve anything. Both of you should stay calm and think carefully. Also, we used to think the child was stolen, but we had no clues. Now, at least we have some hints. Later, you should confront that old woman and ask her directly. Maybe she will tell you where the child is. We're going back now, Lin Sanhui said as he got out of bed. But Lin Junyao held him back. Dad, don't rush. We shouldn't change our plan. First, we need to handle the Chung family's matters. Later, we can use the Lin family's people to force that old woman to tell the truth. If we go now, she and Lin Erwi won't speak honestly. Jiang Jingwei agreed with her plan and calmly analyzed, Uncle, Auntie, Dr. Jean has already sent people to investigate. We should find out the details of the Chung family within half a month. It's better to deal with the Chung family first. Bringing the Lin family members to Yongqing will be easier to manage. Li Sume had experienced many things over the years. After crying, she calmed down and said, Sanhui, listen to Xiaoya and Xiaojiang. We are not in a rush. Those 2 old people sold their son. The buyer might not have a son, so they probably won't abuse him. The boy should be safe. Once we fix all the mess at home, we will go find him and bring him back. Okay, Lin Sanhui nodded in agreement. Seeing the couple calm down, Yao's mother pulled Lin Junyao outside and whispered to her in a corner, "Jiangzizik, which Chung family are you talking about? Do you have a grudge with them? My dad's biological father is surnamed Chung. The poison in him was caused by his own parents. They are heartless and cruel," Lin Junyao replied. "What?" Yao's mother's face changed dramatically. She asked urgently, "Why? Why would they want to harm their own son?" "Andy, my dad's story is complicated. It's hard to explain in a few words, and it involves some secret cases. It's not convenient to talk about now. We are investigating the whereabouts of the Chung family. We will find them soon and report to the police. Once the case is settled, I will write to tell you the details." "Okay, it's not a good time to talk now, so I won't say anything for now." Yao's mother stopped asking and reached into her pocket, pulling out about 30 or 40 yuan, which she handed to her. "You have so many important things to do, and your father is in poor health. You probably don't have much money yourself.
Take this first.
Next month, your uncle and brother Zhiguo will get their salaries, and I will send some more then." "Auntie, I truly appreciate your kindness." Lin Junya felt touched and returned the money to her. "My mother's dowry and savings have already been taken back from the Lin family. My father has saved some money over the years by living frugally, and recently, he made some money from running a stall. For now, we can manage with what we have. If it's not enough later, I'll come to borrow from you again. This isn't much, but take it and use it. Buy more meat for your father." Yao's mother pushed the money back into her hand, looking worried.
Sanhui is too weak.
He faints easily when upset. Quickly ask your master to give him some good medicine to improve his health and remove that poison. Also, buy him some nutritious supplements. You're going to see someone and there will be legal fights and revenge, plus you need to find your brother. All of this costs money, and 30 or 50 yuan isn't enough. Our family doesn't have many expenses right now. You can keep the money for yourselves, and when you earn more, you can pay me back." Jiang Jinwei had just come out and overheard their conversation, so he spoke up. "Junya, Auntie's kindness is genuine. Just accept it for now." "Yes, take it, take it." "Use it first," Yao's mother sighed and turned back into the house. "You two go ahead and do your work. I'll talk more with your dad and mom." While they were talking, Yao Jihong was standing nearby, listening. Now she gritted her teeth in anger. "Yama, your father's relatives are really unkind. When everything is over, you must give that old witch a good beating, preferably leave her badly hurt, and kick her into the cesspit." Lin Junya bit her lip and nodded. "I will make her wish she were dead, unable to die." Her voice sounded normal, but Yao Jihong suddenly felt a cold shiver down her back. The heat on her body disappeared instantly, and she couldn't help but tremble. "Junya, come here. I need to talk to you about what's next," Jiang Jinwei said, planning to discuss their future plans. "Go ahead and do your work." Yao Jihong didn't want to disturb them and turned to go inside. She was about to talk to her mother about Director Meng's matchmaking. Yao's mother sat inside the house talking with Li Sume and others for quite a while. She learned that Director Meng was matchmaking for her daughter, introducing her to the son of the Liu family. She looked happy and asked her, "Sume, you usually have good judgment. When you saw that young man from the Liu family today, how did you feel?" "The young man is quite good. He studied at a technical college in the provincial capital. He's well-educated and talented, speaks politely and gracefully, and looks quite nice, gentle and fair." Director Meng said he's very ambitious. He's like her half-apprentice. He has a reserved, modest personality. His family is quite well off, but he never shows off or brags. He's honest and sincere, never flatters others, and works and studies diligently. She speaks highly of him. Yao's mother smiled as she listened. "I've met the 3 siblings from their family, and I know their parents well. The family has a good reputation. His mother is very good at managing people and raising children. She respects elders and gets along very well with her siblings and in-laws. Their family is large and prosperous, but they've never argued over trivial matters. They're known as a good family back in my hometown. Actually, many families have asked matchmakers to introduce their children. Many have shown interest in Liu Weifeng, but his parents are now in the city." His grandparents and other relatives at the old home have all refused. Earlier, my mother also thought about it, but my husband and I felt the gap between the families was too big. The Liu family is very well off, and we can't afford to reach that level. So I didn't ask my mother to make the first move. Usually, during the new year, Jigua visits the Liu family, but we didn't let Jihong go along to avoid unnecessary gossip. Li Sumei, having calmed her emotions, smiled lightly. Since Director Meng is helping to set up the match, she should talk to Xiao Lu clearly. If the other side is interested, they can try to get along and see. While they were discussing this at home, Meng Xuelan was at the hospital pharmacy, packing her personal belongings. She took this chance to talk with Lu Weifeng. Lu Weifeng never expected that today's dinner and meeting with Yao Zhihong had deeper meaning. But he was not awkward and said openly, "Our two families know each other. Her grandmother's family is close to us, so we understand their family quite well. Her parents and older brother are honest and straightforward. She probably isn't any different. Yes, over the past few months, all the medicinal herbs I brought here were sent by her. Some were dug from the mountains, and others were brought for neighbors. Later, someone came to stay at our house and learned to make noodles from Mama Junia. We interact often, and this girl is truly honest. She is hardworking, sincere, and responsible. Although she hasn't studied much, she is smart and knows her limits. She is also grateful and filial. She has been learning for 2 months and has improved her skills. Her parents, older brother, and sister-in-law are saving money to rent a shop to open a bun shop in the town. Now, more people are starting businesses. Running a breakfast and snack shop is hard work, waking up early and working late, but it can be profitable. As long as you work diligently and honestly, your income will definitely be good. She is of average looks, but she is suitable for everyday life. Her family is simple and harmonious, with not many relatives or elders interfering. Their family conditions are quite good for rural standards. They seem to value their daughter a lot, and her parents and brothers will likely support her in the future. Meng Xuelan told him about her situation. She wasn't trying to make the decision for him. Wei Feng, I just want to mention this to you. Think about it and talk to your parents and older siblings. Marriage is a big matter, and it should be based on mutual feelings. I'm just helping to connect the dots. If it doesn't work out, it's okay. Lu Weifeng nodded with a smile. I actually want to find someone I know well. My parents feel the same. They've also been looking for a suitable girl near our hometown. Then talk to your parents first. Ask them to carefully check the character of the Yao family. I haven't spent much time with them, so I might only see the surface. It's better for you to investigate further.
Okay.
Lu Weifeng planned to talk to his parents, but then brought up another topic. Teacher, what are you planning to do next? Are you going to work at Shunning Daily Chemical Factory? I'm not going to work there. They already have someone managing it. I plan to go with Dr. Jean to the city to start a medicinal herbs processing factory. I want to do this first to raise some funds, and in the next year or 2, I'll open a pharmacy in the provincial capital. Meng Xuelan had also mentioned this to the hospital leaders before, but she hadn't told her colleagues in the pharmacy department. When they asked about it, she explained briefly. A pharmacy? Lu Weifeng raised his eyebrows, and his small eyes sparkled with excitement. He looked a bit eager. Teacher, do you need workers? You want to come? Meng Xuelan looked at him with a smile. Yes, I do. Lu Weifeng answered without hesitation, cautiously looking around to make sure no one was paying attention. He lowered his voice and said to her, The work environment in the pharmacy department is better than at my previous job, but there's no future for advancement. If I wait another 7 or 8 years, I might reach your position, but I know that's the limit. Honestly, I don't want to live a life that's just the same every day, stuck in this small pharmacy. I feel a bit dissatisfied and don't want to live a life that becomes numb from comfort. I've gone into business on my own, taking a risk by venturing into private enterprise. The road is dangerous, and I might face many unknown challenges ahead. If I don't manage well, I could lose everything, Meng Xuelan emphasized. Lu Weifeng had studied with her for 2 years, so he understood her abilities and the background of the Meng family. He chuckled softly and said, Teacher, you're not the impulsive type. Your decision to go into business wasn't made on a whim. I believe you've planned this long ago, maybe even secretly prepared for it. Now just seems to be the right time. Also, that Dr. Jean from the provincial city doesn't look like an ordinary person. I've heard he's very skilled in medicine. You've probably researched his abilities. I trust you've minimized the risks and are capable of handling various challenges. Seeing that he had analyzed everything, Meng Shualon gave him an approving look. You're really sharp and clever. I knew I didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Teacher, I also want to try my luck outside. Can you take me with you? Lu Weifeng instinctively believed that following her would have a bright future. If someone else invited him, he might hesitate multiple times. Moreover, having worked with her for a year or two, she never acted bossy or showed any leadership airs in front of them. She never gave new employees a hard time, always encouraging them to learn and improve. Whenever there was an opportunity, she provided it. She truly was a very good leader in these ways. He decided to come to the county hospital because he heard good things about her character. After working here, he confirmed what others had said. It's rare to meet a good mentor and friend in life. Lu Weifeng genuinely wanted to follow her all the way. Also, with the recent policy changes, he had heard his brother-in-law and sister-in-law talk about some opportunities. He thought now might be a perfect time to venture out. I need more staff here, so your coming would be perfect. But first, you should discuss it with your parents, older brother, and sister. Don't rush into a decision. I'm not in such a hurry myself. I haven't even found a factory yet, and I haven't completed all the paperwork. It'll probably be September at the earliest. Lu Weifeng nodded in response, and then asked, Teacher, did you start a herbal processing factory first? Where will it be located? In the city. Most of Meng's connections are in the city. I've already talked to relatives, and they will help a lot. Once we decide on a factory in the provincial capital, they will mainly supply goods from here. Meng Shualon briefly explained the plan to him. Seeing someone approaching, she whispered, Don't tell anyone about this for now. Discuss it with your family too. If you decide to work with me, send me a message later. I will then let you know when to start working.
Okay.
Meng Shualon packed up her personal belongings, greeted the others in the pharmacy department, then said goodbye to her colleagues in other departments and left confidently. After officially resigning, Meng Shualon didn't take a break. She focused all her energy on preparing the herbal processing factory. The next day, she took Jin Yuan to visit the city. Her relatives led them to 7 or 8 places, and finally, they chose an old factory near the train station with good transportation. This old factory was much more rundown than those in the county, but it was quite large. The price was lower than expected. After completing all the paperwork, they started hiring workers and renovating the factory. Junia, you need to work overtime tonight. Pick all the apples and pears in the space. I just negotiated an order with a state store, 5,000 jin. They must deliver tomorrow. Also, find time in the next 2 days to harvest all the yams and blue root in the fields. The city's medicine supply station will receive them, and the price is good. Tell Xiao Jiang too. Third brother and the others will arrive in the county on the 3rd with 5 cars. They need 5 carts of floral water. Leave enough stock in the warehouse for them. They'll come directly to the factory. Jin Yuan was busy outside. With so much to do between the space and the county, he had to ask his apprentice to help when possible.
Got it.
There were only 10 days left before the exams. The school announced that the last Sunday would not be a holiday. Today, everyone was in the classroom doing mock exams to prepare. There was a lot of work to do in the space. Lin Junia finished her exam quickly, handed in her paper, then pretended to go to the bathroom. She used this fragment of time to pick fruit. With her internal strength, she quickly packed nearly 1,000 jin of fruit. Before the next class started, she timed herself and rushed back to the classroom, sat down, and began the next exam. After finishing 2 exams in the afternoon, school was dismissed. She got home at 4:30 p.m. Lin Junia entered through the back door. As she pushed open the gate into the yard, she heard several voices from across the street, including Meng Shualon's voice. It sounded like she was arguing with someone. Lin Junia sent a message to her master. Master, Andy is back. She went back, apparently because there were guests at her home. Jin Yuan didn't ask about her private matters. He stayed in the city to arrange for factory repairs. Xiaoya, you're back. Lin Sanhui and Li Sume were sitting in the same room, both looking unhappy. Yao Jihong was nearby chopping vegetables and forced a smile when she saw her. Lin Junia put down her bag, looked across at the door, and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Sume opened her mouth to speak, but saw the door open. Jiang Jinwei was coming over, and even from a distance, it was clear he looked upset. He pulled his daughter's hand and said, "Xiaoya, go talk with Xiao Jiang." "Junia, sorry, something at home delayed me, so I couldn't pick you up on time." Jiang Jinwei hurried over. Earlier, Meng Shuolan had loudly spoken, and Lin Junia listened to a few words. She pointed toward his house and asked, "Who came? What happened?" Two unexpected relatives from the Jiang family. They had been talking loudly inside, and Jiang Jinwei was sure they heard everything. He apologized to the elders, "Uncle, Auntie, sorry. The visitors are my grandma and her goddaughter. Both are quite unpleasant," and spoke harsh words. "Please don't take it to heart. I can promise you that my marriage with Junia won't change. I make my own decisions about my private life. They have no right to interfere." Junia understood and glanced over. "They disagree? They have no right to comment. Everything is my decision. Don't even think about involving irrelevant outsiders like them. Not even Grandpa can interfere, as was agreed when my parents divorced. There was a written agreement. They came today without telling Grandpa and my dad. I just called them, and they told me to send them away.
Sit here for now.
I'll go and send them off. Later, I'll come back and talk to you about the Jiang family matters." Junia nodded. Li Sume didn't want to get involved in their family affairs and said, "Xiao Jiang, we understand your meaning. You handle your family matters. We'll prepare dinner." When Jiang Jinwei returned, the two uninvited guests were still talking. Meng Xuejiao immediately ordered, "Jinwei, send them to the guest house." "Xuejiao, I haven't finished talking about my grandson yet." Sitting on the sofa, an old woman with graying hair and a thin face, her lips slightly thin, bore the marks of many years. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, and her cold, sharp eyes gave off an unfriendly, distant feeling. "Jingwei, even though your surname is Jiang, he is Meng's grandson. It's not your place to scold him. If you're bored and want to discipline your grandson, go back to the Jiang family. Their children are in the provincial city. Our Meng family's grandson doesn't need your interference." Meng Xuejiao usually treats people kindly and speaks politely, but today she was very cold toward these two uninvited guests. She pointed at the door outside and rudely shooed them away. "This is the Meng family. We don't welcome you here. Please leave. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for using a broom to chase you out. Even if things are difficult, Mother is Jingwei's grandmother. How can you treat her like this? Someone unfilial and rude like you isn't fit to be a government official," a slightly chubby woman with curly hair sitting on the other side said sharply, her bright red lipstick making her words sound even more harsh and disrespectful. Smack. Meng Shuolan, sitting across from her, quickly stepped forward and slapped her hard. 5 finger marks appeared on her face. The woman was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a couple of seconds, jumping up and shouting sharply, "Meng Shuolan, how dare you hit me?" "It's not the first time," Meng Shuolan replied, slapping her again. This time, she dodged quickly, but the slap still hit her on the head.
"Ah!"
"Meng Shuolan, stop it." Meng Shuolan ignored their shouts. She grabbed the woman's curly hair and dragged her outside, saying, "You shameless thing. Who do you think you are to criticize my sister? This is the Meng family, not the Jiang family. You have no right to cause trouble here.
Get out now."
While dragging her out, she also ordered her nephew, Jinwei, "Bring me the slop water from the kitchen and pour it on this disgusting woman." "Meng Shuolan, don't you have any manners? How is your family raising you? Stop it, you let go of Lan. If you hit her again, I'll call the police. Are you tired of your job? Let go of Lan and do it now." "Madam Meng, are you just going to let your sister keep hitting people? Don't you care about your job?" The old woman kept shouting after them, but the Meng sisters and Jingwei ignored her, treating her words as nonsense. Jingwei even went to the kitchen to fetch 2 buckets of slop water. Jiang Jingwei, stop it. Lan'er is your aunt, your elder. You can't hurt her. The old woman kept shouting and ran over to stop him, but she was no match for Jiang Jingwei. He easily avoided her attempt to block him. When his little aunt threw Li Lan out onto the street like trash, he poured 2 buckets of dirty water all over her. Li Lan was dressed in a bright yellow outfit, looking glamorous. But once the buckets of dirty water poured down, she instantly looked like a soaked, filthy mess. Jiang Jingwei! Li Lan screamed like she had gone crazy. The dirty water soaked into her mouth, making her feel sick, and she quickly bent over to on the ground. Lin Junia and the others were in the backyard preparing dinner. They heard the argument and rushed over when Meng Shuolan started hitting someone. Now, they all stood in the corner watching. This is the first time I've seen Captain Jiang and Director Meng fight to punish someone, Yao Jihong whispered, standing on tiptoe to look at the dirty Li Lan. He asked Lin Junia, Yiji, did that old woman just now say that the person being splashed is Captain Jiang's aunt?
Probably.
I haven't asked about the Jiang family, Lin Junia replied. She never asked about such things. She only knew that uncle and aunt divorced because of that old woman. She threatened to die if they didn't, so they had no choice but to divorce. She looks so well-dressed, obviously from a family of officials. Why is she so rude and unreasonable like a village woman? Yao Jihong said, confused. The woman being splashed is actually the daughter her foster mother adopted, not Jiang Wei's real aunt. This old woman wants her son to marry her, but the Jiang family's sons don't want her. She threatened to die if they didn't, forcing Jiang Wei's parents to divorce. She wanted Jiang Wei's father to remarry her, but he strongly refused. After the divorce, he never contacted his ex-wife again. It's been over 10 years since he went home. Every time he meets his grandfather and brothers, it's outside. When Jiang Wei's father agreed to the divorce, he even let his son stay with Meng's family, because he didn't want that extreme old woman interfering in Jiang Wei's life. Li Sumei, who often interacted with Meng Xuejiao, knew more about these things and had discussed them. She knew more about the Jiang family than her daughter. Lin Junia didn't know these details and asked her, Mom, did this woman get married again later? No, I heard she's very extreme and unpleasant. She's crazy and paranoid. She doesn't want to marry again, and no one wants to marry her either. Even second marriages avoid her. The Jiang family's brothers, sisters-in-law, and younger sister-in-law all dislike her. She couldn't get married and stayed at home, becoming an old maid. Later, she adopted a daughter who seems to be about 12 or 13 years old. Jingwei, you disrespectful person. How could you treat your aunt like that? Do you have no manners? Grandma was wiping Li Lan and loudly scolding her grandson. What are you, elders? I think you're the disrespectful one, you old fool. Aunt? Jingwei's aunt is Jiang Yuanyun, not this shameless thing in your arms. You must be confused, not recognizing your own daughter. Someone with no blood relation to the Jiang family, what right do they have to be called aunt? If you want to protect her and keep her at home as a Jiang family girl, that's your business. Don't let our Meng family's grandson be confused about family ties. If you keep shouting here, don't blame me for hitting you. We already called Jiang Bo. I only allowed you in because of him. Don't try to act superior. My sister and your son are already divorced. Jingwei is our Meng family's grandson. It's not your place to interfere. Now, get out immediately. Without waiting for her nephew to speak, Meng Shuolan directly retorted, ignoring her dark, angry face, and turned to go home with 2 buckets. Jingwei, close the door. If they come again, we'll continue pouring water. If no water, then manure. If anything happens, my aunt will take responsibility. Meng Shuolan, you unmarried shrew, Li Lan chased after her, scolding. Meng Shuolan stopped and looked back at her, fighting back sharply. I'm not unmarried because I want to be, but because I refuse to marry. And you? You want to marry, but Jiang's son won't marry you. You came willingly, stripped, and climbed into his bed, yet no one even looked at you. Hearing this, Li Lan's heart was pierced deeply. She roared like crazy. Meng Shuolan, what are you yelling for? Every word I say is the truth. And calling me a shrew? Look in the mirror and see your own face. Your sharp, crazy, and fierce face makes people want to. You are fundamentally shameless and brazen. Don't think I don't see through you. I really don't know where you got the nerve to come here and talk about my sister. I warn you, if you go crazy and seek death, go back to your home. Stay away from our Meng family. Stop causing trouble and shouting, and don't accuse my sister. Every time you do, I will hit you once. The first time, I gave you a slap. Today, too. If there's a next time, 3 slaps won't be enough. If you don't believe me, try it. After saying this, she turned gracefully and said, Jinwei, close the door.
Bang!
Jinwei was tired of arguing and slammed the door shut, blocking out their sharp, unpleasant voices. Neighbors who were outside came to watch. They had lived next to the Meng family for many years and knew well how the sisters behaved. Since Meng Xuelan could say such things, it was likely she was the one who said them. Seeing everyone pointing and whispering, Li Lan was so angry she jumped up and yelled at them like a madwoman. What are you looking at? A bunch of country bumpkins. Her harsh words made the neighbors' faces change. At that moment, Meng Xuelan's voice came from the next door. Does anyone still have leftover water? Bring it to the door, and I will help you pour it out. Meng Xuelan, you. The old woman wanted to scold her, but Meng Xuelan had already stepped out quickly, holding a broom. She was so frightened she immediately pulled Li Lan away. You better take her and leave now, or I will beat you both. Meng Xuelan threatened the old woman with the broom. She wasn't just talking. If she weren't related by blood to her nephew, she would have already dealt with this foolish troublemaker. After they walked away, Mrs. Zhou from next door asked, Xuelan, who is that? Jinwei's grandmother. 2 crazy women. Meng Xuelan didn't say anything more. She cleaned up the debris on the ground and then went back home. Meanwhile, Meng Jiao was explaining to Mr. and Mrs. Lin and their future daughter-in-law. The old woman from the Jiang family had come suddenly today because she disapproved of Jiang Jinwei and Lin Junia's marriage. She thought Lin Junia was a rural girl with no background or family status and didn't deserve their Jiang family's grandson. She came specifically to stop the wedding before it happened. A few days ago, Jiang Jinwei had called the elders of the Jiang family to share the happy news about the upcoming marriage. Naturally, this news reached her ears. She immediately opposed it, but old Master Jiang and others told her to stay quiet and not interfere. She felt ashamed of marrying someone from the countryside and rushed over with Li Lan to stop it. Dear parents-in-law, don't think too much. Jinwei and Junia's marriage won't change because of her coming. Junia is a good girl I approve of, and Jinwei's father also likes her. We only accept her as our daughter-in-law. This is a sincere gesture towards Junia. They love each other freely and are truly compatible. Their feelings and marriage will not be affected by the Jiang family. Both mother and son have expressed their stance. Lin Sanhui and the others have also realized that they should not let unpleasant relatives cause trouble. Li Sumei smiled and said, In-laws, we understand. Every family has its difficulties, and there are always some troublesome relatives. We just ignore them. Junia, do you still need to stay for evening self-study tonight? Meng Xuejiao asked her. No, I can rest tonight. Since she was free tonight and didn't need to rush to school, Meng Xuejiao arranged something for her son. Jinwei, you tell Junia about the Jiang family. We'll go cook dinner. Once it's ready, call you both to eat. Okay. Jiang Jinwei was just about to talk to her. The 2 young people went to Jiang Jinwei's room. Meng Xuejiao went to the kitchen to help with dinner and also told Lin Sanhui and others about the Jiang family and her own situation with Jiang Yuanfeng. The Jiang family story isn't complicated. The elder couple has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Their children are all thriving and working in the provincial capital. The younger generation mostly pursue careers in the military or government. Li Lan is the daughter of a close friend of her mother. She has a similar personality, loyal and straightforward. Their marriage was not smooth. Once, they had a big argument and a physical fight, which caused a tragic accident. 1 person died and another was injured. At that time, the person who died was Li Lan's father, and her mother was seriously injured and paralyzed. Her mother came from a wealthy family and was very proud and stubborn. She refused to live a life of shame and dishonor. Before she died, she left a letter entrusting her daughter to Zhang's wife, and then she took her own life. Zhang's wife adopted Li Lan and treated her like her own daughter, caring for her deeply. Perhaps because of the pain of losing her parents, Li Lan's personality changed. However, her adoptive mother did not correct her. Under her subtle influence, Li Lan became very stubborn and unreasonable. She often gossiped behind people's backs and caused trouble, which made the Jiang family unhappy. The old master and the children had long wanted to send her away. When she was old enough to marry, they even considered marrying her off far away to keep her from causing trouble at home. But her adoptive mother strongly disagreed, and Li Lan didn't want to leave the wealthy Jiang family either. She would cry and threaten to take her own life. Later, she even started to think about marrying into the Jiang family. She secretly persuaded her adoptive mother and brainwashed her daily. She also set her sights on Jiang Yuanfeng as her target. Jiang Yuanfeng met Meng Xuejiao during a blind date in the military. With the approval of their elders and leaders, they quickly registered their marriage. His wife hurried over to stop it, but it was too late. Jiang Yuanfeng, who worked in the army for many years, didn't know about this until Meng Xuejiao became pregnant with their second child. After she was deliberately harmed and had a miscarriage, he learned about Li Lan's shameless plans. Later, after witnessing her outrageous and shameless behavior, he grew to dislike her very much. His mother was involved in all the messy affairs. Jiang Yuanfeng felt mixed feelings of resentment and realized she was becoming more unreasonable, almost as stubborn as Li Lan. At that time, his grandmother was in a bad mental state, constantly threatening to end her life, with hysterical shouting. Jiang Yuanfeng felt she was acting strangely and worried she might do something extreme. After careful thought, he decided to divorce Meng Xuejiao, letting her take their son back to the Meng family to prevent the two crazy women from hurting them. After the divorce, the Jiang family hired a doctor to check on them. However, both women refused to cooperate or take the prescribed medication once they found out it was for mental health issues. Later, noticing that people looked at them with suspicion and whispered behind their backs, they gradually became more reserved. The grandmother also wanted to repair her relationship with her children, but Jiang Yuanfeng never returned home. His eldest son and daughter-in-law ignored her, and the other children moved out to start their own lives, avoiding the chaotic family. After hearing about the Jiang family situation, Lin Junia asked, "Will the Jiang family come to our wedding?" "Yes, my dad went to visit each family and delivered invitations. I also called to share the good news. My eldest uncle, younger uncle, and aunt all responded personally. Our wedding is during summer vacation, and they said the whole family would come to celebrate. Grandpa will come too. He said he wants to be the master of ceremonies. I also invited Dr. Jean to be the witness, and he agreed." During this time, Zhang Jinwei was busy with factory work and planning the wedding. Everything needed for the ceremony, like decorations and food, had been ordered from state-run stores and meat factories. They just needed to pick everything up on the day. The wedding arrangements were handled by him and his future mother-in-law. The dowry was prepared by his parents. Lin Junia didn't participate at all. She didn't even ask questions and focused entirely on studying. "Junia, there are 10 days left until the college entrance exam and 12 days until the wedding." Jiang Jinwei was counting down the days, looking at the calendar every morning. He was much more anxious than Lin Junia. Lin Juniao smiled with her eyes curved, tiptoed, and puckered her face. "I also want the college entrance exam to end soon so I can be free. Almost there." Jiang Jinwei closed the door earlier, so now only the two of them were inside. He held her in his arms, turned to the corner, and hugged her tightly, leaning down to kiss her. Meanwhile, Grandma Jiang and Li Lan arrived at the guest house. They didn't plan to stay at Meng's house this time. After arriving in the county town, they checked into the guest house first. They had already taken a shower. Li Lan had been slapped hard earlier, leaving a clear red mark on her face. She was crying and shouting, demanding to go to Meng Xuelan's workplace to report her. She said she would do it, and she did. But when she went to the hospital to cause trouble, the hospital leaders told her Meng Shuolan had resigned. She didn't believe it, thinking the hospital was protecting her. She loudly accused them, but in the end, the security department drove her out. Li Lan couldn't swallow her anger and went to the police station. The police officer there knew about Meng Shuolan's resignation and told her the hospital wasn't lying. As for the beating, the other side called Meng's family and asked Meng Shuolan to come and cooperate with the process. Meng Shuolan came alone, fierce and quick. She was very sharp-tongued, quickly turning the matter into a family dispute. After pulling Li Lan out of the police station, she went to a friend's house on the street and poured dirt on Li Lan again. Li Lan, smelling bad, entered the guest house for the second time. This time, Meng Shuolan chased her and loudly warned Grandma Jiang to control her crazy dog, or they wouldn't have a place to sleep that night. After being dealt with twice, Li Lan finally behaved and didn't cause trouble anymore. She just cried all night at the guest house. Early the next morning, the two took the earliest bus back to the provincial capital, looking dejected. Li Lan's eyes were swollen like walnuts when she left. The old lady's face looked especially bad. She hadn't slept well all night and looked worn out, as if she had aged several years. Their arrival was just a small interruption for the Meng family, causing no big waves. Life continued busy and full as usual. Meng Shuolan only stayed at home for one day. Later, she went to the city with Jin Yuan to visit city officials, asking the government for some help and discussing plans for growing medicinal herbs for economic benefit. The next 10 days, just before heading to the battlefield, Lin Junyao remained calm. The elders at home and Jiang Jinwei were more nervous, paying extra attention to her diet. They didn't let her eat cold or raw food, worried it might affect her performance in the exams. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the first day of the exam, the weather was bad. It started pouring rain early in the morning. Lin Sanhui and his friends wanted to go to see her off, but Lin Junyao didn't let them. Instead, Jiang Jinwei took her to the school gate. Other classmates' parents came to see them off. Many parents worked in factories and had taken leave today. Everyone was hoping their children would do well and succeed. Junyao, good luck. Jiang Jinwei didn't say much. He believed she could perform normally and get the best possible results. Go back and get busy. I'll come to pick you up at noon. Lin Junyao waved goodbye to him and went into the school with her umbrella. The exams lasted 3 days. The family members didn't ask much about her results. They quietly helped with logistics, making sure she had balanced meals and enough rest, so she wouldn't be disturbed by trivial matters. After finishing the last exam, Lin Sanhui and his friends waited outside the school. However, after a long time, she still didn't come out, while students from other classes had already left. Classmate, why hasn't class 1 from grade 3 come out yet? Jiang Jinwei asked. Teacher Zhou is organizing class 1 to check their answers in the classroom. Someone who knew Jiang Jinwei, knowing he was Lin Junyao's boyfriend, told him, Your Lin Junyao did very well. The principal and the head of teaching already went to check her scores. I heard she did even better than usual. Class 1 probably did very well this time. They are reviewing answers with Lin Junyao, and Teacher Zhou is estimating their overall results. Lin Sanhui and his wife were very happy when they heard this. Their worries finally eased. Jin Yuan also smiled, knowing everything was as he expected. Li Sume excitedly handed him some candies and said, Classmate, thank you. I wish you good luck in university. Thank you, Auntie. My results are average. I perform normally, so whether I get in depends on luck. He accepted the bag of candies and then left with his backpack. The college entrance exams were over. The security guard opened the gate and smiled, saying, Captain Jiang, you can go inside and wait. Class 1 is in the classroom at the far east end of the first floor of the teaching building. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Li. Jiang Jinwei took some candies and cigarettes from his mother-in-law and exchanged a few words before going inside with the elders. When they arrived, the classroom was lively. A few students were gathered in groups, calculating scores, and they didn't notice their arrival. Teacher Zhou was the first to discover their results. He ran out smiling broadly and said, Lin Junia's parents, Dr. Jean, I am pleased to inform you that Junia did very well. I just checked the scores. Conservatively, she scored full marks in 3 subjects, and the other subjects also went very well, with few deductions. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Thank you so much. Lin Sanhui bowed deeply, his eyes filled with excitement. Comrade Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Junia's good results are also my honor. Teacher Zhou was still busy checking scores. He had already reviewed most of the class and was very happy. He told them, our class did very well this time. No one underperformed. Several students performed exceptionally well. If all goes as expected, at least 6 or 7 will get into university. Jiang Jingwei smiled and said, tonight, I need to tell my mom so the county committee can prepare early. We must celebrate and promote this achievement. We'll hang banners in Teacher Zhou's office. Dad, Mom, Master. Junia Lin saw them and quickly ran over, happily reporting, I did okay. I think I can get into medical university. Getting into medical university is guaranteed, Teacher Zhou reassured them. That's all that matters. Li Sume had not slept well these days, always worried about the results. Now, with Teacher Zhou's words, her anxiety eased. Jin Yuan had always trusted his apprentice. Now that he was sure of the good results, he planned to attend to his own affairs first. Junia, I need to handle some things now. I'll come back tonight and talk to you. Okay. It didn't take long in the classroom. After all the students finished checking their scores, Teacher Zhou gave a brief summary, announced the results release date, and then the summer vacation began. Su Feng and Lin Junia left together. When Li Sume saw him, she asked, Xiao Su, how did you do? Auntie, I performed normally. I just checked my answers carefully. My scores might be a little better than I expected. Teacher Zhou said I have a good chance of reaching the university threshold. Su Feng cheerfully told them. If Teacher Zhou says you can make it, then you definitely will. Li Sume gave him some candy, smiling happily. Here, have some candy. Let's celebrate early. Thank you, Auntie. Su Feng gratefully accepted. Junia, have you invited your teachers and classmates to the wedding banquet? Jiang Jingwei had previously asked her about this. Yes, I invited the school leaders, teachers, and classmates from Class 1. I think there will be about 4 tables. Jiang Jin was well prepared. His mother sent out many invitations, and prominent officials from the county town would attend. She also asked the mother-in-law to return to the Huyang production team and invited a few close friends to the wedding. Everything was arranged perfectly. When they returned, Yao Jihong immediately offered cold watermelon and some new-style steamed buns made by Li Sume, urging her to eat something to fill her stomach. Yume, your exams are over. You're finally free, Yao Jihong said. He watched her get up early every day and go to bed late, often complaining to Lin Sanhui and his wife about how hard studying was. Lin Junia leaned back in a lounge chair, holding a watermelon, and agreed, yes, I'm finally free. I plan to sleep in tomorrow until noon. Don't sleep until noon tomorrow. Can you wake up by 10? Jiang Jinwei asked with a smile. Are you asking me to help with something tomorrow? Lin Junia asked back. Jiang Jinwei nodded happily, yes. I need your help with something that only you can handle. All right, sleeping until 10 is enough, Lin Junia said without asking further. She grabbed a steamed bun from a nearby bowl and fed him. Try the taste first. I'll eat the watermelon and then have some. I've already tried it. It's very delicious. We'll serve this at the wedding banquet the day after tomorrow, Jiang Jinwei said. The wedding menu was already set. His mother-in-law would help make auspicious and beautiful northern-style flower-shaped pastries. The steamed buns were originally made for everyone to enjoy, but his mother thought they tasted especially good and looked delicate and pretty, so they added this dish as a main course appetizer. The steamed buns really were delicious. Lin Junia ate 3 in one go. The sticky rice filling was a bit filling, and after 3 he was full. He felt he wouldn't need dinner tonight. Xiao Jiang, when will your grandfather and the others arrive? Are they staying at our house? Lin Sanhui asked. They'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. There are quite a few people coming, and there's not enough space at home, so only my dad is staying here. The others are staying at a guest house. My mom has already arranged everything, Jiang Jinwei replied. The Jiang family were high-level officials from the provincial capital, but he and his wife were ordinary farmers. His face hadn't fully recovered from the poison, and he looked unrecognizable and unapproachable. Lin Sanhui worried that showing himself might embarrass his daughter, so he discussed with them, Xiaojiang, Xiaoya, since many distinguished guests will attend the wedding, I won't show up. Let Sume meet the groom's family and other relatives.
Father-in-law, you don't need to worry about that.
Since the children are getting married, you should be seated at the main table as a guest of honor and appear at the wedding. You are clearly here, and if you don't show yourself, it will be embarrassing for our family if the news gets out and people laugh at us for not being careful. Meng Xuejiao was the first to disagree. She understood Lin Sanhui's worries and tried to persuade him. Dear father-in-law, don't overthink. You've been here for a month now, and everyone in our circle already knows you're sick. They won't gossip about it. On the Jiang side, we also told them you were sick and receiving treatment, so they won't say anything either. Future mother-in-law said so, and Lin Junyao pulled her father's arm. Dad, it's okay. The detox potion the master gave works very well. You only need to take it for 2 days, and the scars on your face will fade a lot. In a couple of days, they should almost disappear. Just be confident and show yourself. It has faded a lot, but the areas around the jaw are still a bit deep. It might take a day or 2 longer to fully heal. Lin Sanhui just looked in the mirror. He had wanted to take the detox potion a few days earlier, but Jin Yuan told him not to rush. He didn't want to bother him, so he delayed until a couple of days ago to take it. Uncle, it's really fine. If it hasn't fully gone away the day after tomorrow, and you're worried about it, just cover your face with a scarf. They hadn't officially registered their marriage yet. Jiang Jinwei still hadn't changed his way of addressing her. He didn't care about her appearance, but he understood what his future father-in-law was thinking. Since they said so, Lin Sanhui had no choice but to agree.
All right.
The wedding was approaching, and there were many small chores at home. But the elders didn't let Lin Junyao participate, letting her relax and play peacefully, just waiting quietly to become the bride. Junyao was a restless person. After taking a shower and returning to her room, she didn't sleep. She spent the whole night gathering all the grains and medicinal herbs in her space, then replanted the seeds, planning to sell more goods in Yongqing. She originally wanted to sleep in and wake up around 10, but her biological clock had already set her wake-up time at 5:30 in the morning. She tossed and turned in bed, trying to fall asleep, but couldn't. Finally, she got up, slipped into her space, and practiced her long-neglected martial arts. At 9:30, she came out feeling refreshed. Jiang Jinwei had gotten up before dawn. He rode his bike to the state-run store and brought back everything needed to decorate the wedding room. Now he was busy decorating the bedroom. Junyao knocked and entered, seeing the red characters on the headboard, wardrobe, desk, and daily necessities. She smiled and said, Comrade Jiang Jinwei, am I really getting married? Are you not ready yet? Jingwei had been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing her wearing an old-fashioned outfit and her hair a bit messy, he helped tidy her up with a happy mood. Junya, we're going out to do something. You should change into a new dress. Wear the blue one your aunt bought for you. Are we visiting someone? Lin Junya asked. We'll find out when we get there. Jingwei kept a teasing tone, with a warm smile in his eyes. All right, I just got up. I'll go have breakfast first. Wait for me 10 minutes, Lin Junya said, and ran off. Li Sume and the others had just finished selling buns. They left her some meat buns, egg buns, and a bowl of mung bean porridge to cool off. Junya quickly ate and then went back to her room to change into the dress. This dress was bought by her aunt at a state-run store in the city. It was knee-length. Junya had only tried it on at home and had never worn it to school. Wearing it now felt a little awkward. It wasn't that the dress didn't fit, but her body had never worn a dress before. Her soul had worn similar conservative, modest dresses before, but since her soul and body had merged nearly half a year ago, she still felt a bit shy about dressing up. She hesitated in her room for several minutes. When Jingwei knocked on the door and called her, she finally nervously opened it. Junya, wear dresses more often. You look good in them, Jingwei said, thinking the color suited her well. Junya awkwardly smiled. This is my first time wearing a dress. Wearing dresses looks good on you. When we get to the provincial city, I'll take you shopping. There are many styles there, and you can pick a few to change into. Jingwei didn't know about her special situation with her body. He was still observing her carefully. She was tall, and this dress seemed custom-made, fitting her perfectly and making her look especially beautiful. She was already good-looking, but now she looked even more radiant. As they left hand in hand, Yao Jihong showed an exaggerated expression. Junya, you look so beautiful.
See?
Jihong also says, she looks very pretty. Jingwei chuckled softly. Junya, holding the dress, showed a rare hint of shyness in her smile. Is it really pretty? Yes, it is. Yao Jihong's eyes sparkled with envy. With such a pretty face and tall figure, even a rough cloth bag would look good on you. Li Sume came out of the house, seeing her daughter in the beautiful dress, and smiled so much that her crow's feet appeared. Xiaoya, you look great. Your aunt has a good eye for clothes. This dress looks wonderful on you. Lin Sanhui came out with his wife. He didn't comment, but knew what his son-in-law was taking her to do. He happily urged, Xiaojiang, you two should go quickly.
Come back early.
Okay, we'll be back soon. Jiang Jingwei also changed clothes, wearing a white shirt and olive green pants. He had his hair cut specially yesterday, looking tall, handsome, and energetic. The young couple rode their bikes out. Lin Junya sat sideways in the back seat, holding his clothes with one hand. He still didn't know where they were going and asked, will we come back for lunch? Yes, we'll be back quickly. In just 5 minutes, their bike stopped at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Only then did Lin Junya realize she had forgotten this important matter. She chuckled, Captain Jiang, there probably isn't a more unreliable daughter-in-law than me in the world, right? Humph, good that you know. Jiang Jingwei reached out and playfully poked her face. If he hadn't brought her here today, she probably wouldn't have remembered the marriage registration for a long time after getting married. Junya smiled happily, linking her arm with his, her eyes full of joy. It's okay if I'm a bit forgetful and unreliable. As long as my man is dependable. The words my man sounded sweeter than sugar, making Jiang Jingwei feel a rush of happiness and a subtle, sweet feeling in his heart. He couldn't hide his smile. When the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau saw them holding hands, they greeted with smiles. Captain Jiang, your fiancé's exams are over and she finally has time to come with you to get the certificate. Yes, finally we have time. Jiang Jingwei brought a gift, a small bag filled with lucky cigarettes and candies. He handed them out to the staff and even invited them to come to his home for a celebration tomorrow. The staff exchanged polite words with the young couple, then got down to official business. They asked a few routine questions, checked Jiang Jingwei's marriage approval report from the military, filled out forms, and took photos for the certificate. When they left the Civil Affairs Bureau with their marriage certificate, Jiang Jingwei held it carefully, folded it neatly, and put it in his pocket. He then took her hand tightly, holding it firmly, without letting go. In Dongyuan County, there was a tradition that the bride and groom should not see each other 3 days before the wedding. But Lin Junya's family had a special situation. The Huyang production team no longer had a home, and both mother and daughter's household registration was with the Meng family. Because of that, they didn't strictly follow this custom. Today is the last day before the wedding. In the morning, I went to get the marriage certificate. In the afternoon, I followed customs and went to the chemical factory to help. I handed over the wedding arrangements to the elders and the men. The chemical factory is new, but the 2 managers are very capable. Business is very good, and orders are booked for 2 weeks ahead. Recently, they hired 20 more workers and are working day and night in shifts. I first delivered grains and vegetables to the warehouse. The factory has a rice milling machine, and people are assigned to operate it regularly. The rice and vegetables needed daily are temporarily supplied from the storage space. Meat is supplied from outside, delivered on time from the meat processing plant. Earlier, I planted about 10 acres of watermelons on the mountain in the storage space. Now, the watermelons are ripe. Today, I supplied 100 large watermelons to the factory to help cool down the workers during lunch and dinner. In the main workshop, dozens of people are busy working. There are 20 to 30 large fans on the roof blowing air, making the indoor temperature cooler and more comfortable than outside. I took a walk around, greeted familiar people, and then went to help in the ingredient room. While I was busy at the factory, Jiang Jinwei was meeting with relatives in the afternoon. Jiang Jinfeng rented a large bus in the provincial city and drove the whole Jiang family over, arriving in the county town at 3:30 p.m. Sisters Meng Xuejiao and her sister came to the guest house to help host. Jiang's wife and mother-in-law, Li Lan, also came. They looked serious, but Meng Xuejiao and her sister acted as if they didn't notice. "Jinwei, have you gotten the marriage certificate?" Old Master Jiang asked as soon as he put down his luggage. "Grandpa, yes, Jinya was busy preparing for exams, and she only went to get the certificate this morning," Jiang Jinwei replied. Old Master Jiang nodded and asked about something else. "How did the daughter-in-law do on her exams?" "She did very well." Jiang Jinwei smiled and relayed Teacher Zhou's words. The school leaders and the homeroom teacher checked her answers. The homeroom teacher said she scored full marks in at least 3 subjects and did well in the others. She applied to the provincial medical university, and the teachers said she is sure to get in. "Good, very good," Old Master Jiang said happily, feeling very pleased. "This year, our family has 3 children taking the college entrance exams, 3 girls. Jin Hui and Qing Qing did okay. They might not get into a university, but they will definitely get into a vocational college. Jin Yar probably did the best among the 3. Old Master Jiang's daughter, Jin Hui, is the daughter of his eldest son, Jiang Yuanrong. Jiang Yuanrong and his wife have 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Jiang Jin, is the son and the eldest grandson of the Jiang family. He works at a government office in the provincial city and is already married with children. The second child is daughter Jiang Jinghui. She took the college entrance exam last year, but didn't do well, so she decided to repeat the year. This time, her results were quite satisfactory. The third child, Jiang Jingkai, is 17 years old. After finishing middle school, he chose to join the army. Now he is in a southern unit. Since he and Jiang Jing both chose similar paths, they have a good relationship and often exchange letters. This time his cousin got married. He really couldn't get leave to attend the wedding, so he sent a gift in advance. The old man mentioned another Qingqing, who is Zhao Qing, the eldest daughter of daughter Jiang Yuanyun. Jiang Yuanyun and her husband have 4 children. They had 3 daughters in a row, and only after their 4th child did they have a son, Zhao Yan. Today, all 6 members of their family came to attend the wedding. Jiang Yuanyun has a good relationship with her second brother and is very kind to her nephew, Jiang Jing. She also bought trendy, beautiful dresses and shoes for her future niece-in-law and handed them to her nephew to give to her. Meng Xuejiao was talking with relatives from the Jiang family when she overheard them discussing their daughter-in-law's grades. She came over and said, "Dad, Junia has been excellent in school since she was young. If not for family reasons, she probably would have been admitted to a top university 2 or 3 years ago. She's smart and good at studying, which she inherited from her parents. Her mother-in-law graduated from a teacher's college and is also very educated. Her maternal grandparents used to be famous scholars, well-respected in the local community. But later, due to social upheaval and family changes, she came here and ended up in difficult circumstances. Junia's father grew up in a rural area near Danyuan County, but his background is a bit special. I can explain it briefly. After the wedding, I'll tell you more in detail." Old Master Jiang hadn't heard his son mention these things before. He thought his daughter-in-law was just an ordinary rural girl and nodded, saying, "All right. You all must be busy today. We won't go to meet the relatives. We'll see them at the wedding tomorrow. We can chat more then." He then asked, "By the way, I heard from the second child that the daughter-in-law has taken Dr. Jean as her teacher. Did you invite Dr. Jean to the wedding?" "Yes, we did. Dr. Jean lives at home, and we invited him to be the witness at the ceremony. Dr. Jean and Junia went to the chemical factory today. Yuan Feng probably told you they need a lot of floral water in summer, so business is very good. They're working overtime to catch up. The master and apprentice went to the factory to help with the ingredients. Old Master Jiang nodded again.
Good. Thanks to Dr. Jean.
Only because of his careful treatment could this body recover. We should thank him properly. Tomorrow at the wedding banquet, we will see him again and share a drink. Jinwei, is your body fully recovered now? Elder brother Jiang Yuanrong asked. Because the treatment was delayed before, I can only recover about 70 to 80%. It's not fully healed yet. The acupuncture treatment has finished, but I still need to take medicine for half a month. Since his injury was quite special, the elders of the Jiang family didn't ask too many questions. Now that they were talking about it, Aunt Jiang Yuanyan also came to ask with concern, Jinwei, about 70 to 80% recovered. After the wedding, you should be able to. She didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang Jinwei understood. He nodded. I can have children, but Dr. Jinwei advised us to wait another year before planning to have kids. He said that the medication was too strong recently and medicine can be harmful. There are still many toxins in my body that haven't been cleared out. It's better to wait a year or so before having children. It's good if you can have children. Waiting a little longer is fine. Jiang Yuanyan felt relieved and smiled. The bride is young. She's going to college soon, and she'll be busy studying. It's probably better to wait another year or two before having children. Yes, as long as the body is fully recovered, it's fine to wait a bit longer. Elder brother Jiang was also happy for his nephew and advised, you were badly injured before. You should rest well for the next year or two. Once your health is fully restored, your children will be healthier. Old Master Jiang had already told his grandson the same thing over the phone. Thinking that his grandson probably had other things to do, he said to Jiang Yuanfeng, second brother, about the wedding. Xue Jiao probably has some things to discuss with you. You go ahead and handle it. We'll rest at the guest house this afternoon, take a walk later, and you can come pick us up tomorrow. Okay. Everything at the guest house was arranged. All daily necessities were prepared. Jiang Jinwei had just brought watermelons, melons, and other cooling fruits, and handed them over to his cousin to distribute among everyone. On the wedding day, early in the morning, around 4 or 5 o'clock, the family started to get up one after another. Even Lin Junya, the bride-to-be, didn't sleep in. She got up at 5 sharp, washed her face and brushed her teeth, then helped her mother make noodles. There were many small tasks to do today. Lin Junya had invited some good friends to help earlier. They arrived at 6, ate breakfast at home, and immediately started working. Meng Xuejiao invited 2 skilled chefs to help. Yesterday, they had already prepared the stove in the yard. Early this morning, the Jiang family men brought back the prepared meat dishes, and they started cooking right away. Busy until around 9:30, Lin Junya was pulled back into her room by her mother, who told her to take a shower, freshen up, and get dressed. Since coming here, Lin Junya had never worn makeup or bought skincare products. However, Jiang Jinwei thoughtfully prepared some for her. After her shower, she changed into a red dress he had chosen, asked teacher Zhou to help style her hair, and applied a simple, natural makeup look. All the relatives from the Jiang family arrived around 9 o'clock. The helpers took the initiative to assist, with elders welcoming guests, Jiang Jinwei's cousins helping move tables and chairs, and the sisters preparing tea, arranging sweets, and cutting fruit. Most of the Meng family's relatives live in the city. They all took a bus today. The Meng sisters are close to these relatives, so the whole family came along, filling a whole car, and the bus driver was asked to drop them directly at the house entrance. When the auspicious time arrived, firecrackers were set off at both the front and back doors of the Meng house. After the loud crackling, Jiang Jinwei, dressed in a neat military uniform, arrived confidently to marry his bride. The front and back yards are only 10 meters apart. While the noise from the front yard was still ongoing, cheers erupted from the backyard. The handsome groom carried his beautiful bride in his arms, and amid joyful blessings, they circled around the Meng house. They entered through the front gate and strode into the spacious hall for the wedding ceremony. Relatives from Jiang and Meng families, meeting Lin Junya for the first time, had heard her name before, but only saw her today. Lin Junya wore a stylish, beautiful red dress, with a simple pearl hairpin on her head, pearl earrings, and her features were delicate and clear. Her bright eyes and white teeth shone like stars, and her smile was warm like the sun in the sky. Standing next to the handsome Jiang Jinwei, they looked very matching. Her stunning appearance, features, figure, and elegant aura made all the guests' eyes light up. Even relatives from the provincial capital couldn't help but stare. Li Lan, standing among the crowd, didn't expect Lin Junia to be so beautiful and outstanding. She had always thought she was an unsophisticated, rough village girl, even gossiping about Jiang Jinwei's health issues and mental state, saying he would eat anything, even coarse food. Thinking about her own face, she felt she might get scolded, and her face darkened further. Today's wedding was quite simple, without many complicated procedures. Once the bride and groom were in position, the master of ceremonies and the witness appeared together. Today, Jin Yuan wore a bright blue shirt and sharp black trousers. He stood tall and confident, with an invisible presence that made him stand out. He was calm, wise, and friendly, showing good manners to the elders. As soon as he appeared, he caught everyone's attention. He was the wedding officiant today. According to the rules here, he first went on stage to read the marriage certificate, proving the couple's marriage was legal. After that, the main officiant came out to give wedding blessings. Dear friends and family, today is a very happy day as my grandson Jiang Jin and his bride Lin Junia are getting married. I thank everyone for coming to celebrate and for sending your good wishes. Jin is my most proud grandson. He has big dreams, studies hard, and is smart and ambitious. He is calm, steady, and strong-willed. Even when faced with big setbacks, he never gave up. Like a resilient pine tree, he stood firm against storms and bravely faced life's challenges. Of course, he was able to rise from difficult times thanks to the support and care of my granddaughter-in-law, Lin Junia. This is the first time I've met Junia in person. I only heard about her from my son and grandson. I feel very honored to meet her today. Marrying such a beautiful, smart, and independent woman is a great honor for us, for the Jin family, and for the Meng family. Here, I also wish the newlyweds a happy life together. Please respect and love each other, stay loyal, work hand in hand, and build a happy family. The old man had been waiting for today and had prepared some words. His speech was very good, and the applause was loud. The newlyweds politely thanked everyone. Come on, Dr. Jin, you are the officiant and also Junia's teacher. A teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. Please say a few words to the couple. Old Jiang kindly invited Jin Yuan onto the stage again. Earlier, Jin Yuan had gone on stage with the marriage certificate. Now, he carried a small box, smiling as he said, I don't have much to say, just one thing. Junia, as long as your teacher is here, Jiang Jin won't dare to hurt you. Feel free to tease him. Jiang Jin smiled when he heard this and immediately raised his hand to promise. Teacher, I swear here that I will never betray Junia. I will never hurt her or let her suffer any wrong.
Good.
Jin Yuan nodded, placed the box on the table, took out a thick stack of money, and handed it to his beloved student. Here is the dowry I prepared for you. When Lin Juniao caught the money, a neat hiss sound came from nearby. This stack of money, roughly estimated to be about 5,000 yuan, looked like a big brick. Many people's eyes around her showed surprise. Before Lin Juniao could speak, Jin Yuan handed her 2 property certificates and 2 sets of keys. A house in the provincial city and a shop, arranged by your father-in-law. I don't know the exact location, so take the property papers and keys and go find them yourself. The scene fell silent. Even the Jiang family members looked surprised, and the younger relatives, not very calm, widened their eyes. Master. At this moment, Lin Juniao felt her heart warmed, her eyes slightly moist, with a feeling like she wanted to cry. Her voice trembled a little. Why cry on such a happy day? Jin Yuan took out 2 purple sandalwood boxes from the box. This time, he didn't throw them but placed them in front of her. A pair of gold bracelets, a pair of jade bangles, one set as your wedding gift, and the other as a reward for your college acceptance. I give them to you early today. Dr. Jin, this isn't right. Li Sume hurried over. Seeing him giving money, property, and precious jewelry made her and her husband feel embarrassed. Dr. Jin, Xiaoya has received your care many times. Such valuable wedding gifts shouldn't be accepted. I am not married, have no children, only Junyao as my disciple. To me, she is not just a student but also like a daughter. It's right to give her a proper dowry. If I decide not to marry or have children in the future, all my assets will go to Junyao. Consider this an early gift. If one day I change my mind and decide to marry and have children, the family assets will be divided equally between the child and Junyao. When he said this, the gazes on Lin Junyao were filled with envy and jealousy. Although everyone didn't know Jin Yuan's background, his generous dowry showed he was wealthy. With such a master caring for her, she truly felt she had fallen into a treasure box. He was so kind to his daughter that Lin Sanhui and his wife didn't know what to say. Finally, they pulled their daughter and said, "Xiaoya, bow and kowtow to Dr. Jin." Lin Junyao blinked her reddening eyes, placed what she held into Jiang Jingwei's hands, and respectfully performed an ancient greeting to her master. She didn't speak her feelings, but silently sent a message to her master. Their tacit understanding meant they didn't reveal their emotions openly. All right, let's start the wedding ceremony. Old Master Jiang stepped forward to host the ceremony. According to the current wedding process, the newlyweds face the portrait of the great person, raise their hands to swear, then bow respectfully to both sets of parents, and finally bow to each other. The ceremony is simple but serious and sincere. After bowing, the couple exchange smiles, with only each other in their eyes. After the ceremony, Meng Xuelan throws candies to the crowd, and the lively guests eagerly scramble to catch the sweets, celebrating happily. Everyone cheers and crowds around the newlyweds to lead them to the bridal chamber. Today, many relatives and friends were invited. The house was set with 20 tables. The upstairs, downstairs, living rooms, and front and backyards were all filled with tables. After the ceremony, guests immediately went to find seats. Lin Junius' male classmates took the initiative to serve the food today. When Meng Xuejiao announced that the meal was ready, they lined up to serve dried snacks and fruit platters first. There were 4 kinds of dried snacks and fruit platters: red dates, peanuts, longans, sunflower seeds, watermelon, grapes, apples, and bananas. As soon as these were placed on the table, neighbors from the Yang production team were all amazed. They whispered to each other, "Jia Mei really married into a good family." Our rural banquets usually have just 1 or 2 types, but her in-laws have 4 kinds. Each person gets an apple and a banana. That's very generous and grand. Her parents-in-law are high-ranking officials. Their relatives, except for the children in school, all work in government agencies. They're not short of money. Yes, they're not short of money. Plus, with so many officials here today, the banquet should be quite lavish. If it were simple, people might talk behind their backs. "Oh, these grapes are so delicious, not sour at all. They're completely different from the wild grapes we pick in the mountains. Stop talking and eat quickly. After we finish these, they'll clear the plates and serve the dishes. We'll have watermelon and grapes. The apples and bananas can be taken home for the elders and children." All these fruits were produced in the space. Jin Yuan claimed they were bought from the south, but they prepared enough, half a watermelon per table. Eating watermelon in the hot summer is perfect for cooling down. In the new house, a table was set. Jiang Jin called some female classmates to come in and accompany Lin Junya. They also started eating now. Lin Sanhui and his wife, Jin Yuan, and teacher Zhou were seated at the main table. Lin Sanhui didn't talk much, but Li Sume was generous, polite, and friendly, actively chatting with Zhang's family. Today, Lin Sanhui had already taken off his headscarf, and the scars on his face had almost faded. His features were good, but he was too thin, with sunken cheeks and eye sockets, giving him a somewhat sickly and weathered look. When the Jiang family saw him for the first time, everyone felt a sense of familiarity. However, recalling what Meng Xuejiao had said earlier, they chose not to ask too many questions at the event and decided to discuss it after the wedding. After the dried fruits and snacks were finished, the kitchen arranged some small treats. When a tray of beautiful and festive flower-shaped buns and pastries was brought out, everyone cheered happily. Old Master Jiang was a bit surprised to see these. Jiao, can you find a master in Dongyuan County who can make northern-style flour buns? Dad, these were made by my mother-in-law. She's a master at making noodles. Meng Jiao stood up to greet the guests, serving flour buns and steamed dumplings to her former in-laws. I haven't tried the taste of the flour buns yet, but these steamed dumplings are amazing. Please try one. Before they could start eating, the younger members of the Jiang family at the neighboring table had already finished dividing their food. The table was empty. Jiang's wife scolded. What are you doing? No manners at all. Those who don't know better might think you're beggars. The grandchildren of the Jiang family were used to her scolding, so no one argued back. Instead, they exchanged knowing looks with the other tables. Other tables had also divided their food, with 2 steamed dumplings and 1 flour bun of each type per person. Everyone grabbed their share. Eat, just don't cause trouble. Old Master Jiang was quite indulgent with them. He raised his glass and clinked it with Jin Yuan and others, chatting about the men's topics. After the hot dishes were served, Jiang Jingwei brought his wife out to toast. Starting from the main table, he went around to each table, offering a toast and sharing a small drink with everyone. He finished all 20 glasses of wine. Lin Junyao had prepared some detox pills for him in advance. After drinking a round, he didn't get drunk but was clearly a bit tipsy and excited. He talked more than usual, kept holding Lin Junyao tightly wherever he went, repeatedly saying she was his wife, which made the guests laugh happily. 12 dishes were served one after another. The waiters were exhausted, sweating profusely, with 2 of them soaked through. Meng Jiao thanked them sincerely and arranged a separate table for them and the 2 master chefs. She also brought fans to cool them down and thoughtfully prepared ice pops and cold drinks. Today was quite hot, and most guests were holding fans to keep cool while enjoying this rare and lavish feast. After the lively banquet, the newlyweds and their parents saw off the guests at the door. Once everyone left, they returned inside to continue eating and filling their stomachs. The relatives from the Meng family are leaving this afternoon. They only stayed here for an hour, during which they talked with Meng Jiao and her sister. Then Jiang Yuanfeng sent his eldest nephew, Jiang Jingming, to drive them back to the city. It's rare for the Jiang family to visit, so they plan to stay one more night here and leave for the provincial capital tomorrow afternoon. In the afternoon, Jin Yuan took the Jiang family to visit the daily chemical factory. Jiang Jing and his wife also accompanied them. Li Sume and others stayed at home to clean and tidy up. Lin Junyao brought a big bag of festive candies for everyone at the factory. She handed out some to all the workers and received many blessings in return. Although the daily chemical factory is relatively new and small, it has everything it needs. The workshop is well decorated and all workers wear white uniforms and hats. Rules and regulations are posted clearly. Each department is well organized, making everything very orderly and strict. Dr. Jean, can you share the recent profits? Jiang Yuanrong, who manages the finances, was curious about the private factory's situation. Junyao, tell your uncle the latest figures. Jin Yuan handed the question to his apprentice. He usually looks at the financial books but rarely calculates the exact numbers himself, mainly just checks the final totals. Junyao smiled and stepped forward. There were many employees nearby, and she lowered her voice to report, Uncle, from opening day until yesterday, the total net profit was 126,920.72 yuan. Have you broken even yet? Jiang Yuanrong asked with a smile. Not yet, about 30,000 yuan short. But we already have orders worth 25,000 yuan. We just need to deliver the goods to settle the accounts. The least talkative fourth brother, Jiang Yuanhua, touched his chin and whispered, In just 2 months, you've broken even. That's impressive. Little uncle, we chose to produce floral water because it's a popular product in summer. We anticipated a slowdown starting in September, and by next March, the sales will be quite dull, she explained. Her words were true. Jiang Yuanhua looked around and saw an empty factory building next door that was still under renovation. He asked, Are you planning to produce other products there? The master is working on shampoo, and it should be ready for production in the second half of the year. Seeing how quickly they developed new products, Jiang Yuanrong smiled warmly and kindly, with a hint of persuasion. Junyao, would you like to open a factory in the provincial capital? Hee, yes, I would, Junyao replied cheerfully. But she put her hands in her pockets and said, Uncle, I don't have any money right now. I'll have to delay the plan and probably wait until next spring before bothering you. Jiang Yuanrong enjoys talking with smart people. His eyes are a bit deep, and his smile has grown a little warmer. All right, older uncle will keep an eye out for you. I'll also prepare some things. We can talk more when we meet during the new year. Older uncle, you're opening a factory in the provincial city with about 500 employees. Is that enough startup capital? Lin Junya gestures. Jiang Yuanrong looks at her gesture, his face twitching slightly. He exchanges a glance with the old man and younger siblings, then laughs. That amount is enough to open 2 factories. Isn't the cost of living higher in the provincial city? Jiang Jinwei, who is leaning on her shoulder, laughs softly. It's higher, but not by much. Prices, housing, wages, at most 10% higher. Junya initially calculated based on Yongqing standards. Now she understands that the provincial city's economy is much weaker than Yongqing's, and expenses are lower everywhere. It would take about half a year to gather enough funds. They toured the factory and then left. Meng Xuejiao arranged for dinner at home that night, so they didn't return to the guest house, but went straight to Meng's house. Thanks to a classmate helping, the house was already cleaned. They had just said goodbye and left. Li Sume handed each of them red envelopes, candies, and fruit as thanks. They sat for a while at home, ate some watermelon. Old Jiang ordered, Junya, ask your parents to come over. I want to talk to them in the study.
Okay.
Meng Xuejiao moved a fan and some tea into the study. Lin Junya stayed with her parents, while Jiang Yuanfeng and Jiang Jinwei also came to listen. The others stayed in the living room drinking tea and resting. Old Jiang wanted to learn about their family. He first asked about Li Sume's family and then about Lin Sanhui. When he learned that Lin Sanhui was Chung Songyang's son and had almost been poisoned after taking the place of Chung Yuqian in prison, his usually calm face darkened. His voice became serious. Those 2 old things, to cling to Chung Songbai's leg, I thought they only ruined a daughter. I didn't expect they also involved a son. They are worse than animals. Grandpa, are you saying Chung Chaofeng was also harmed by her parents? Jiang Jinwei asked. Hearing Chung Chaofeng's name, old Jiang sighed. Back then, she was dating your little uncle, not arranged by a matchmaker. They fell in love naturally. When Chung Chaofeng suddenly called off the engagement and later tried to jump into the river to commit suicide, your little uncle found it suspicious and insisted on investigating. I had someone look into it. The result I found is that Chung Yuqian was at home drinking with a group of troublemakers. One of them, after drinking, acted wildly and assaulted Chung Chaofeng, who was resting at home with a high fever. Later, Chung Chaofeng demanded to report the incident and wanted to have the troublemaker punished severely. This person, who was a scoundrel, was not without background. His family was as prominent as Cheng's, and he even had evidence of Chung Yuqian's misdeeds. In the end, the elders of both families, for their own benefit, forced Chung Chaofeng to make a sacrifice. She was made to break off her engagement and marry that troublemaker. I heard that Chung Songyang and his wife knelt down to pressure her and even blamed her, saying it was her fault for not locking the door while she was sleeping. They didn't say a word about how she treated her nephew. Chung Chaofeng had no choice but to cancel her engagement at home, but she refused to marry that man and even reported him later. Chung Yuqian, this beast, kept her locked inside the house and even physically hurt her. When she argued with her brother and sister, she was so upset that she stabbed them with a knife. The troublemaker was badly injured, and she thought she had killed him. Later, she chose to jump into the river to end her life. Despite such a serious incident in their family, Chung Songyang and his wife kept it completely secret, not revealing a single word. The people I arranged to investigate couldn't find anything for more than half a month, until they finally uncovered the truth from the troublemaker's side. Chung Chaofeng was pushed to the brink of suicide by their pressure. Later, they blamed her entirely, claiming she was confused and mentally disturbed because she was sick. They even forced her to go to the hospital and kept her there for half a year. Because they acted so ruthlessly and without any regard for family ties, Chung Chaofeng severed all relations with them and said things that made it clear she would never reconcile. Lin Junia listened with a cold smile, her eyes icy. For their future, for some scoundrel, even their children can be abandoned. They are truly worse than animals. Old Master Jiang didn't have much contact with the Chung family. The only conflict was when Chung Chaofeng and Jiang Yuanhua broke off their engagement. Later, after learning about the Chung family's true nature, he was actually glad the marriage was called off and didn't marry into such a family. His younger son was deeply depressed for a long time. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 years, his grandson married a granddaughter from the Chung family bloodline. Perhaps this was fate's destined match. Many years ago, Chung Songbai secretly helped move his brother's entire family to Yongqing. It is said that they developed very well there, once thriving and showing off their success. But in the past 4 or 5 years, they have fallen silent. The Chung family still has many connections in the provincial capital. I heard that when the digital faction fell, the Chung family was heavily hit, but they were not expelled from power. Chung Songyang and his son were only demoted. Chung Songbai was also nearing retirement age. I heard he played a part in using early retirement to protect the entire family. Old Master Jiang only knows roughly about these matters, based on what he heard from people close to the Chung family. He hasn't investigated in detail and can only pass on this information. Lin Junia has all the information about Chung Songyang's family. The matter with Chung Songbai is still under investigation. It's been over half a month now. The person handling the money should have the latest updates. They plan to meet the other party in Yongqing in a few days. Father-in-law, Junia, what are your plans? Old Master Jiang thought that, given what they've been through, they probably have special arrangements. We want to take revenge, Lin Junia answered firmly, also sharing their plan with the elders. We are already investigating. We have a good idea of Chung Songyang's family situation. In a few days, we'll go to Yongqing.
Oh,
you're already investigating? Old Master Jiang squinted and asked further. Who is helping you? Money can do anything. We hired professionals to investigate, Lin Junia honestly replied. Old Master Jiang understood and smiled lightly. Can you tell me about the current situation of the Chung family? Lin Junia relayed almost word for word the information from the note her master brought back. Hearing about the current state of the Chung family, Zhang Yuanfeng's furrowed brow relaxed. Both Chung Songbai brothers are retired now. Even if Chung Chaotian and the others are reappointed, it's easier to handle than before. They seem to be quite fond of that fake son. Old Master Jiang sneered. Maybe it's just superficial. Besides the other messes the Chung family is involved in, just Chung Yuqian's matters, those living under the same roof as the impostor probably know about it. They share a secret. Even if they're not related by blood, they can only treat him like family and care for him. Junia's analysis was reasonable. Old Master Jiang looked at her with admiration. Chung Chaotian and his brothers only recently made a comeback in the past year or two. At this critical moment, their family can't afford any trouble. Your timing for revenge is perfect. Once Chung Chaotian and the others regain their footing in Yongqing and their business earns enough support, it will be much harder to act against them. Jiang Yuanfeng knew that the Lin family was led by his daughter-in-law. This girl was smart, mature beyond her years, and more steady than her peers. He asked her, Junia, how confident are you? I don't do things I am not confident about. If I decide to do something, I will succeed. Lin Junia has always held this attitude. She wouldn't act impulsively without fully understanding the Chung family's situation or identifying the key person, Chung Yuqian. Once she has all the evidence, she would never hesitate. Seeing her eyes full of confidence, Jiang Yuanfeng smiled and gave a meaningful reminder. Junia, Chung Yuqian's case was handled in the provincial capital. When restarting, it should be transferred back there. The meaning behind her words was clear to Lin Junia in an instant. She responded with a smile. Thank you, Dad. The Chung family had been in Guangzhou for many years, building connections there. The leadership in the provincial capital had changed long ago. Those who still had good relations with the Chung family wouldn't come forward to pressure them on this legal case. Restarting the case in the provincial capital would be much easier. Additionally, Zhang Yuanfeng works in the police department at a high level. He could help speed up the process of restarting the case, saving time and catching the Chung family off guard. They discussed matters upstairs in the study, while downstairs in the living room, Meng Shuejiao was chatting casually with Zhang's two former sisters-in-law about the children and work policies. Old Zhang had warned Li Lan strictly before she arrived. She hadn't caused any trouble all day, no interruptions during the wedding or at the banquet. Li Lan wanted to speak, but Zhang's two sisters-in-law, following the old man's instructions, kept a close eye on her all day. After going to the backyard to use the restroom and walking around the yard, Li Lan asked in the living room, Meng Shuejiao, will your in-laws live with you in the future? They don't even have a place to stay? They rent my house. Until they move out, this is where they live. Meng Shuelan understood her well and saw through her intentions immediately. She was just looking for faults in family background and living conditions to mock. Junius' mother is renting here. Is she running a business in the county town? Jiang Yuanrong had never asked about this before. When asked, Meng Shuelan responded more gently. Yes, she's doing business now. My mother-in-law was born and raised in the north. She's good at making noodles. She broke her leg and stayed at home to recover, then started selling food at a stall once she was better. The noodles and snacks at today's wedding banquet were made by her. Is it a stall or a shop? Zhang's eldest sister-in-law asked again. Here is the improved and translated version. They're setting up a stall here. They plan to open a shop in the provincial city. The shop has already been bought, located at Naxing Square, not far from Jinwei's house. Meng Shuejiao didn't tell them that the shop was part of the bride price to avoid unnecessary gossip. Jiang Yuanrong and his wife knew that the shop was prepared by the second son as part of the bride price, but they didn't say much. Today, they saw the dowry prepared by Lin Sanhui and his wife. The bedding and household items were of the best quality and many in number. They also included 500 yuan in cash. This level of dowry is even higher than what the children of provincial officials usually give. Additionally, the bride's master provided a house and shop as part of the dowry, along with 5,000 yuan and 2 pairs of valuable bracelets. This is much more generous than the wedding gifts from Zhang's relatives. Although the bride grew up in the countryside, she is very outstanding in many ways. Her parents are good at socializing, and their financial situation is not bad. She is not as poor or unpresentable as Li Lan said. Now, many young people choose to start their own business, especially in the countryside. They're very brave. Our neighbor Liang's grandson, the elders want him to work in a government office, but he refuses. He insists on doing business. His parents think he's being stubborn. They don't give him money, but let him start from scratch to see how it feels. They believe that after experiencing hardships outside, he will come back obedient and find a job. This kid is quite tough in this matter. He didn't ask his parents for a penny or borrow from relatives or friends. He started with just 50 yuan. First, he used the 50 yuan to buy chickens and ducks in the countryside, then sold them in the city. He's very clever. In just a month, he developed 7 or 8 subordinates and earned about 500 yuan by reselling chickens, ducks, and eggs. 2 months later, he rented 2 stalls at the farmer's market, one for eggs and poultry, the other for grains, oils, and fruits. He hired 2 people to help him run the stalls. After saving 2 or 3,000 yuan, he went south to buy radios, tapes, and posters of actors from Hong Kong. He rented a shop near the Xinhua bookstore to sell them. Last month, I met this kid on the street. He was very proud and told me he had made over 10,000 yuan in just over half a year. Now, he stands tall and speaks confidently in front of his father at home. After the eldest sister-in-law finished speaking, Meng Shuejiao asked, Liang's grandson? Is that the mischievous kid named Xingzi, who loved to cause trouble since he was young? Yes, that's him. Dan Xinhua. He was disliked by everyone as a child and has always been a headache for his elders. He told me last time that he plans to open a clothing store later this year. He wants to buy goods from Yongqing to sell, and he aims to open a large store with higher quality clothes. He is still saving money. This young man used to be reckless, but now, after doing business, he has really changed. He speaks and acts smoothly, is very eloquent, and often talks logically with his parents, making them unable to keep up. When his grandmother and aunt talk with me, I think he makes a lot of sense. Meng Xuejiao chuckled softly. Now that policies are relaxed, it's good for those without jobs to start small businesses or sell things on the street. They don't steal or rob. They earn money with their hard work, which is very respectable. Li Lan interrupted, looking down on her with a sneer. Selling on the street every day, showing your face and pretending to be friendly with everyone. What's so respectable about that? Zhang's eldest sister-in-law glanced at her calmly. They haven't stolen or robbed. They work hard to earn every penny with their own hands. That's much better than those who are useless, too proud to do anything, and just leech off their own family. She didn't mention names, but everyone there knew exactly who she meant. Li Lan also understood this. She wanted to argue, but her adopted daughter Jiang Yuqing pulled her back, signaling her to stay silent. Soon, old Master Jiang and the others came out of the study. Everyone knew their manners and didn't ask questions. The newlyweds chatted briefly with the elders, then went to change clothes and helped in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Dinner was very rich, with 4 tables full of dishes in the spacious backyard. Most were fresh meat dishes. Li Sume saw everyone liked steamed buns, so tonight she prepared enough. Dad, Mom, this is roe deer meat, stir-fried as a special dish.
Try it.
Jiang Yuanfeng brought a big bowl of spicy, flavorful food to the elders and invited others to eat as well. Dr. Jean and Junia went to the mountains yesterday evening and killed this fresh today. There isn't much, just enough for today's banquet, kept for ourselves. The roe deer they hunted yesterday was very big. After cleaning, it only had about 10 pounds of meat. When the Meng family left, Meng Xuejiao split half with them and kept the other half. Tonight, they all cooked it together. Wow, my niece-in-law is amazing. She got roe deer meat too. Jiang Yuanyan smiled happily and said to the man at the next table, Qinghe, you haven't tried roe deer meat before. Last time someone invited you to try it, but you had to leave early. You were really disappointed. Today, you should taste it properly. Lin Junia carried over a steaming dish and just overheard Auntie speaking. She placed a bowl in front of her father-in-law and said, Father-in-law, tonight there is plenty of venison. Please eat more. Junia, Jinwei, you both have worked hard. The food on this table smells very good and must taste great. Zhao Qinghe is not involved in military or government work. He works in chemical material research, a typical science and engineering man. He usually speaks little. He and Jiang Yuanyan fell in love freely, and they have a very close relationship. They have 4 children, 3 daughters first, then a son. It's not because he or the Zhao family favors boys, but Jiang Yuanyan wanted a son herself. Tonight, the older and younger men are sitting at one table drinking. Jiang Jinwei brought out some good wine to serve. Lin Sanhui cannot drink because of medication, and Jin Yuan was called over to their table. The men are drinking and chatting happily. Jinwei, Junia, you both worked hard. Please sit and eat. Zhang's eldest sister-in-law saw the young couple busy in the kitchen, sweating from exhaustion, and smiled while praising, Jinwei did a good job. A husband should help his wife with chores proactively. Jiang Jinwei chuckled softly, smiling as he said, Our situation is different from others. My wife works outside building her career and I take care of chores, laundry, cooking, and looking after them at home. The women in the family all laughed. The Meng sisters are ambitious and busy with work, so most of the housework is done by him. Junia is busy studying and only cooks on weekends. Usually, she only washes her own clothes. The rest of the chores are done by him and her parents. Even the meals are prepared and brought to her. Jinwei, when will you return to your unit? Zhao Qinghe turned and asked. Uncle, I've already applied to my boss. I'll go back to the provincial city in half a month. Now that he has recovered, Jiang Jinwei will take a military exam once he returns to the army. If everything goes well, he will attend advanced training at the military academy in the provincial city by October at the latest. But he hasn't told them this yet. After you and Junia settle in the provincial city, come visit Uncle's house and bring Junia over to visit and get to know each other. Zhao Qinghe invited. Okay, we will visit. I'll call Auntie and Uncle in advance. After settling in the provincial city, they should visit the elders' homes to show respect and maintain good relations. Old Master Jiang was drinking with Jin Yuan and asked about his plans. Dr. Jin, Jinwei's injury has healed. Do you have any plans for the future? I plan to set up a medicinal herbs processing factory in the city later this year, add some new products to the daily chemical factory, and return to the provincial city by the end of the year. Jin Yuan had already discussed this matter with his apprentice. In the past 2 years, he focused on running a factory. Once these industries stabilized and he gained enough understanding of the world, he planned to learn Western medicine, study Western drugs, and combine traditional Chinese and Western medicine to diagnose and treat illnesses. He was dedicated to doing what he was good at and enjoyed. Old Master Jiang knew that Meng Xuelan had gone into business because of his invitation. He looked at them with a meaningful gaze and smiled, saying, "When you come to the provincial city, you must visit the Jiang family and have a few drinks with me." Definitely. Jin Yuan raised his glass in a toast and clinked glasses with the Jiang family's sons and sons-in-law. Jiang Jin sat with the couple and their cousins. He hadn't gathered with everyone for a long time. They didn't drink alcohol. Each had a bottle of chilled soy milk. Now, they were chatting about young people's matters. Lin Junia was talking with Jiang Jinwei and Zhao Qing about exams. They ate while comparing answers. She indeed scored much better than them. Sister-in-law, I attend a top-ranked school in the provincial city. The best students in my class probably don't score as well as you, Zhao Qing said after checking her answers and estimating Lin Junia's score, her eyes brightening. Jiang Jinwei also said, our school has a special class called the Key class. Even the lowest-ranked student in that class can still get into a good university. Their teacher also estimated scores, and the highest might be about the same as your sister-in-law's. Really? Old Master Jiang turned to speak. Jiang Jinwei chuckled and honestly replied, Grandpa, my sister-in-law did very well. She's probably among the top in the province. Based on last year's standards, she could be in the top 3. Old Master Jiang's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly told his son, second son, buy firecrackers tomorrow, get a tractor, invite a dragon and lion dance team, and prepare a set of traditional opera movies. Get everything ready in advance. Lin Junia's eyes widened slightly. She stood up with her bowl and said, Grandpa, there's no need to prepare all that. The results haven't come out yet. What if I guessed wrong? If you guessed wrong and didn't rank among the top in the province, it's okay. As long as you get into a good university and meet the criteria for the provincial medical college, we should celebrate and have fun. Last year, neighbor Lao Song's family got into a good university, just barely on the line. Lao Song boasted about it for a month. They held celebrations, and this year, I want to make a big comeback. The Jiang brothers all laughed. Jiang Yuanfeng smiled and said, Junia, listen to Grandpa. When the exam results come out, call me immediately. Whenever you arrive in the provincial city, you organize celebrations. Jing Hui and Qing Qing should also be able to attend. At that time, we will host a lively family dinner for you 3 sisters. Seeing how much the Jiang family values their daughter, Lin Sanhui quickly raised his cup with tea instead of wine, saying, Old Jiang, dear relatives, thank you for your kindness to Xiaoya. My wife and I are not very good at speaking, nor do we have special skills. If there's anything you need in the future, please just tell us. We're all family, no need to be so formal, Old Master Jiang said, clinking his cup with him. To celebrate that, despite previous health issues, Junia was willing to marry him without complaints. I also heard from the second son that Dr. Jean treated him most of the time, using acupuncture and medicine, and even went to the mountains to find herbs. If it weren't for her careful treatment, Junia might not have recovered so quickly. You and your wife have a good daughter, smart, talented, capable, and as strong as you both. It's our honor that she married Junia. Old Master Zhang's words were very comforting, and Lin Sanhui felt touched. Junia is also an outstanding young person. It's a blessing for Xiaoya to marry him. Old Master Jiang signaled him to sit down and continued, "You two have had a difficult life, suffering much in the first half. Soon, you should see happiness and fulfillment in the second half." "Thank you for your good wishes," Lin Sanhui replied politely. Sitting at the same table, Zhang Yuanhua looked at him with some depth. When he first saw Lin Sanhui, he had felt a doubt in his heart, but knowing his place, he didn't ask. It wasn't until they finished dinner and the Jiang family was on their way back to the guest house that he took the initiative to speak to the old master. "Dad, can you tell me about my nephew's father-in-law?" Old Master Jiang looked at him thoughtfully, hesitating for 2 seconds before speaking. "You probably noticed something from his appearance." Zhang Yuanhua didn't answer. His silence was an implicit answer.
"Oh."
Old Master Jiang sighed deeply and told him in a voice both father and son could hear, "He's had it much worse than Cheng Chaofeng." Zhang Yuanhua frowned. "Dad, he is. The details will be clear once the Chung family returns to the provincial city," Old Master Jiang said. He didn't distrust his son, but he believed it was better to wait until everything was settled before talking about Lin Sanhui's experiences. He didn't say more, and Zhang Yuanhua didn't press further. After all, Cheng Chaofeng was a thing of the past. They had long since married and started their own families. He had no right or position to interfere in the Chung family's affairs. After seeing off the Jiang family guests, Meng Xuejiao and her sister were washing dishes and cleaning. They didn't let Li Sumei and her daughter or Yao Jihong help. They had been busy all day and told them to sit and rest. "Jihong, I won't be selling goods starting tomorrow. You can stay here and rest tonight, then go home tomorrow," she said. Li Sumei had already told her that Yao's family was coming to celebrate a wedding today, and she had also spoken to them. Yao Zhigua had already found a house near the police station. He and his wife, along with Yao's father, had moved in. Yao's mother and younger son were temporarily living in the countryside, waiting until Yao Jihong officially opened her shop to move to the city and help. "Auntie, when are you going to Yongqing?"
Yao Jihong asked.
"Xiaoya is tentatively leaving the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, Dr. Jean will go to the city to buy train tickets for us. If we can get tickets for the day after tomorrow, we will leave then, handle our affairs in Yongqing and come back," she replied. Li Sumei took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to her. "Jihong, you've helped Auntie for 2 months. I won't take the wages I owed you before. You've worked hard, and I cannot pay you. Today is the last day, so you must accept this money." "Auntie, I can't take it. My dad and brother told me I came to learn a craft, so I shouldn't get wages. I should even pay a fee for learning." Yao Jihong still refused. "Your parents gave you a big rooster and often brought eggs and vegetables. They've paid enough for your apprenticeship. This is your wages for your hard work. Take it," Li Sumei insisted. She put the money into her pants pocket, pressing her to take it out. She said kindly, "Jihong, take it. You're about to open a shop and you'll need money for rent, utilities, furniture, and supplies like flour and sugar. It costs a lot. Although your parents and brother might help a bit, you should have some money on your own. Don't go asking them for $1 for sugar." Lin Sanhui had just cut a watermelon and brought it over. He also advised, "Jihong, listen to your auntie. Take the money. Opening a shop costs a lot. Having a few dozen yuan in your own pocket will give you more confidence. Yes, there's only 70 yuan here, 60 from your salary and 10 from Deputy Secretary Meng, who gave you a red envelope as a thank you gift for your hard work at the wedding banquet," she explained. Li Sumei mentioned the amount of money and said, "You sold some herbs before, so you probably saved a bit. With 100 yuan in your hand, you won't have to rely too much on your parents or brothers. In the future, you can split the profits equally. You haven't taken advantage of them, and whether talking about opening a shop at home or outside, you'll feel more confident." Since they had discussed this much, Yao Jihong had to accept it gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Uncle Sanhui." "You're welcome." Li Sumei then took a slice of watermelon handed by the man, ate a bite, and said, "You've been working with me for 2 months. You should know that business in the county is good. Rest for 2 days, then start working quickly. Once you earn money, have a steady income, and gain confidence, you'll also be able to look for a better partner." Recently, Yao Jihong had been meeting with Lu Weifeng. He often came in the mornings to buy buns. Every time they met, they exchanged a few words, but she still felt a bit inferior, thinking she wasn't good enough for him. They sat in the yard chatting casually. Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junya had already gone to shower and change clothes. Just after washing up, they were called into the study by Jin Yuan and Meng Xuelan to discuss matters. The two elders would handle 2 factories in the city and county for the next half year. The business channels in the provincial capital would be expanded by them. Meng Xuelan had invited relatives from the Jiang and Meng families to help, securing reliable connections. That evening, everything was handed over to them, and they were instructed to visit and introduce themselves in the provincial capital first. The meeting lasted until 9 p.m. When Meng Xuejiao came to knock on the door, it ended. The newlyweds also returned to their bedroom. On their wedding night, of course, important matters needed to be attended to. Jiang Jingwei took away the good fortune pillowcase from the bed and folded the pile of wedding quilts into the wardrobe, leaving only a red thin quilt. He busily tidied up, while Lin Junya poured water and washed her face. She looked calm on the surface, but was actually quite nervous, her big eyes flickering around. Jiang Jingwei finished tidying and turned around to see her lost in thought, with a gentle smile. "Junya, time to sleep."
Huh?
"Sleep now?" Junya still wasn't sleepy, and felt a bit anxious. Her eyes darted around nervously. "Not sleeping on the wedding night, just chatting?" Jiang Jingwei's lips curled slightly, his deep, loving eyes full of affection. Junya chuckled softly, hesitant to meet his gaze. His look was too captivating now. She was afraid she might be pulled into his spell and never come out again.
"Sleep."
Jiang Jingwei pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and pressed his lips to her soft ones, swallowing her surprised cry. He then turned her around and lifted her up, carrying her to the bed. Their hot bodies fell onto the wedding bed together. Although they hadn't tried anything before marriage, they instinctively understood the necessary steps. Soon, their clothes were in disarray on the floor. Just as they were about to break through their limits, a deep, husky voice whispered in her ear, "Junya, give me, okay?" Lin Junya wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling shy and nervous. "A little gentler."
"Okay."
Jiang Jingwei tried to control his strength, but at the moment of tearing, the person beneath him cried out in pain. His soul trembled at that instant. Their passionate night was like a dream, full of springtime warmth. Junya was carried to the heights of pleasure many times, unaware of when she fell asleep. When her biological clock told her to wake up, she seemed to open her eyes, but before she could turn over, his hot body pressed against her again, pulling her into another wave of heat. It wasn't until she heard voices outside that she suddenly woke up fully. She rolled over and asked, "What time is it?" 8:30. Jiang Jingwei had just woken up himself and was still lying in bed. His voice sounded nearby, startling her. Only after reacting did she remember they were married. Last night's series of intimate scenes flooded her mind, and her pretty face blushed instantly. Jiang Jingwei sat up, hugged her from behind, and pulled the thin blanket that had slipped aside to cover her. His head rested on her smooth, firm shoulder, and he looked down at her soft, rounded curves with a gentle smile in his husky voice. "Junya, does it hurt?" Junya looked down and saw the marks all over her body. Feeling shy, she tightly hugged the blanket and pinched his face, grinding her teeth. "Jiang Jingwei, you're asking for a beating." Last night, he started gentle and slow, but later, his strength grew with each round. If she hadn't used her inner power to resist, she would have been exhausted from the night's passion. They stayed up late into the night and didn't sleep long before dawn. She wanted to get up, but he held her down again. "Junya, I can't control myself."
"Sorry."
Jiang Jingwei wrapped his arms around her. The first time was a bit uncontrolled, and he had managed his strength well. He promised, "I'll be gentler next time and won't hurt you."
Junya didn't want to argue about it now.
Hearing the voices of Zhang's family outside, she shyly pushed him to get up. "All right, Grandpa and the others are here. Hurry up and help prepare breakfast." "Okay." Jiang Jingwei kissed her on the cheek, then turned over and picked up the clothes scattered on the bed. She had been studying and practicing for exams lately, neglecting sports. Last night, she had a vigorous workout, and when Lin Junya got up, her waist was sore and weak, feeling like she had been beaten. Her legs felt a bit shaky when she stood firm. After washing up in the room, they came out together. The moment the door opened, they saw Zhang's wife's stern, displeased face. Before she could speak, Li Lan, sitting beside her, spoke first. Shaolin, it's almost 9 o'clock now. The sun is up. As the new bride, sleeping until this time is a bit rude, don't you think? Jiang Jinwei gave her a cold glance. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Junya grabbed her arm and responded herself, Lan Annie. Last night was our wedding night, which was very tiring. It's normal to sleep a bit today. She didn't give her a chance to reply and quickly pretended to remember something, apologizing. Oh, sorry, Lan Andy. I forgot, you're not married yet, so you haven't experienced a wedding night. You wouldn't know that after such an event, resting is normal. It's understandable if you think we don't know proper manners.
You.
Her words felt like a knife stabbing into Li Lan's chest. Whether out of anger or pain, her face twisted into a fierce expression. Lan Auntie, don't be angry. When you get married, you'll understand about the wedding night. Then, you can sleep in, and no one will say anything, Lin Junya said playfully, smiling mischievously. She then pulled Jiang Jinwei along. Lan Auntie, you're hungry. Let's go make breakfast quickly. We can't let the guests go hungry, that would be rude. Jiang Jinwei pursed her lips, holding back her laughter, and followed quickly. Not only she was holding back her laughter, but Zhang's wife and Jiang Yuanyun at the backyard door were also smiling. The three of them had similar expressions, gritting their teeth and trying not to laugh, but they couldn't hold it in. When Lin Junya saw them, her smile shifted to a slightly awkward and playful look. Her bright, starry eyes blinked at them. They were laughing behind her back, while Li Lan was so angry she almost spat blood. She muttered in a low voice, "Uncultured country bumpkin. Who are you calling uncultured?" Meng Shuolan came down from the second floor. She had heard everything Lin Junya said earlier. She looked coldly at Li Lan. She's our family's daughter-in-law. She can sleep as long as she wants today. My sister didn't say a word, so it's not your place to interfere. And before you call others uncultured or a country bumpkin, think about whether you have good manners yourself. Jiang Yuanfeng was talking to his father and brother in the front yard and did not hear his daughter-in-law and Li Lan. However, he overheard Meng Shuolan's words and immediately strode into the house.
Li Lan, shut up.
Second brother, why are you scolding Lan'er without knowing the facts? Zhang's wife looked displeased. I heard everything Shuolan said, and not a word is wrong. Meng Shuolan's words were correct, so naturally the fault lay with Li Lan. Jiang Yuanfeng showed clear dislike and annoyance toward her. This is the Meng family, not the Jiang family. My son and daughter-in-law are not your business. You're just an outsider. Mind your own words. If you can't control yourself, please leave. At this point, Zhang's sister-in-law and Jiang Yuanyun also came in. The eldest sister-in-law frowned and criticized Li Lan. Is it so hard for you to keep quiet? You're meddling. Jingya didn't even use a broom to sweep you out, and that's already giving you face. Yet, you're still insulting people behind their backs. Think about whether you have manners. If you're going to embarrass yourself, do it. Don't embarrass the Jiang family. Old Master Jiang stood outside the front yard door, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang's wife and Li Lan. You two, what I say at home, do you just ignore it? Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Yuqing quickly ran in, pulling her outside. She looked a bit fearful of her grandfather's expression. Grandpa, I'll take Mom out for a walk. We're going to the state-run restaurant for breakfast, and we'll come back later. Li Lan was dragged away forcefully by her, and only after walking far did she shake off her hand, full of resentment. A country bumpkin, and they still think she's special. Mom, can you please say less? Jiang Yuqing was only 12 or 13 but was more sensible and clear-headed. She felt annoyed. Mom, they're not wrong. This is someone else's family matter. You're just a guest. Don't interfere. Who wants to interfere? I just said a word. Li Lan didn't think she was wrong. She spoke quickly. chattering away, who sleeps until this time after getting a new wife. I was just reminding her she was rude. She even retorted to me, "That's just bad manners." Yongqing knows her personality can be hard to handle. She sighs irritably, "Mom, we're here as guests. Guests don't argue with the host about rules. Not even one sentence." While still on the way, she is lecturing this unruly elder. Meanwhile, Lin Junya is already helping in the kitchen. Meng Xuejiao has learned about what just happened. She doesn't scold her daughter-in-law but says, "Junya, ignore her. She's mentally troubled. No one likes her. Just stay away when you see her. If she's shameless and crazy, you can deal with her like you do with the Lin family members." Reasoning with her doesn't work. Only physical action can teach her how to behave. Junya understands her mother-in-law's meaning and laughs softly, "Mom, I get it. If she's rude or annoying, I'll splash her with dirty water. Feel free to do it. Your aunt, your uncle's wife, and your aunt all want to splash her too. Even neighbors and relatives want to. If you do it, they'll probably clap behind your back." Although Meng Xuejiao has been divorced for many years and doesn't usually interact much with Jiang family sisters-in-law, it's clear they all dislike Li Lan intensely. Junya lowers her voice and asks, "Mom, they all dislike her so much. Why don't they kick her out or give her and her daughter a separate place to live?" Meng Xuejiao looks back toward the living room and says with a slight smile, "There's someone protecting her. If they try to kick her out, she'll cry, make a fuss, or threaten to hang herself. She doesn't mean to scare anyone. She's done this a few times before. Your aunt and the others are afraid it might lead to someone getting hurt or worse, ruining their reputation for causing her death. So, they've had to endure it." Seeing how unreasonable she is, Junya frowns and asks, "If they won't let her move out, why don't your uncles and aunts move away instead? After your little uncle and aunt got married, they each moved out. Your big uncle is responsible for taking care of the elders and lives with the parents in the old Jiang house. The old Jiang house is large, with 2 courtyards at the front and back, even bigger than our place. Your grandfather and your big uncle's family live in the front yard, while Grandma and Li Lan's mother and daughter stay in the backyard. Before, they ate together and often argued at the table. Your big aunt was fed up and wanted to kick Li Lan out, but your grandma refused. She was so upset she threatened to harm herself. She wasn't trying to scare anyone. She really did try before. Finally, your grandfather decided they should move to the backyard, cook separately, and a new door was built there, so they couldn't visit the front yard. Your grandfather once arranged a job for Li Lan at a theater troupe, but she found the frequent trips to perform in the countryside too tiring and thought it was embarrassing for someone from the city to go rural. She quit after half a year. She refused all subsequent jobs and just stayed at home, living off others. She has no income of her own and went to adopt a child just to have someone to eat with. When she has no money, she asks your grandmother. Later, she asks your great-uncle and little uncle. She spends money freely and never saves, always busy with eating, drinking, playing, and dressing up prettily. Because of these things, your great-uncle and others are very annoyed, but they can't say anything. Whenever they speak up, her mother and Li Lan take turns putting on shows, making the house feel like a theater troupe. Lin Junya mostly understands their tricks now. This method really works on proud, cultured people, especially because they don't want family shame to be known outside. That's why she keeps causing trouble at home. I remember you said her parents come from a good family, all proud people who would rather die than lose face. Why is her situation completely different? Lin Junya is a bit confused. I don't know either. Meng Xuejiao hasn't looked into Li Lan's parents' background. She only heard about her and her parents from Jiang Yuanfeng, who probably heard it from his mother. This morning, we had local-style sour fish soup noodles. Li Sume woke up early and made fish bone broth. She just cooked a big pot of sliced sour fish, and when Meng Xuejiao finished boiling the noodles, she called everyone to eat. Wow, Auntie, your fish soup noodles are so delicious. Zhao Qing held her bowl, sipping the soup happily. Meng Xuejiao came out of the kitchen with her bowl, smiling, and said, "Today's noodles are handmade. My mother-in-law got up early to knead the dough herself. These are the most authentic handmade noodles from the north. Much better than the dried ones we usually buy. Jiang Yuanfeng was eating nearby, but didn't sit at the table. He told Li Sumei, mother-in-law, if you open a noodle shop in the city, your business would do very well. Making handmade noodles is hard work, even more tiring than making buns. Xiaoya's father isn't in good health and can't do physical labor. I can't manage everything alone, so I think I'll just open a bun shop instead. Li Sumei had also considered opening a noodle shop, but after careful thought, she decided to start with breakfast instead. Before breakfast was finished, someone knocked on the back door. Yao Jihong immediately put down her chopsticks and went to open it. She quickly came back and said, San Hui uncle, Auntie Lin Erwi and his wife brought Lin Jiao here. I'll go out for a bit. Lin San Hui quickly finished his soup, set down his bowl, and prepared to leave. Lin Junyao was sitting at the next table eating and asked, Dad, who's here? Lin Erwi and Wang Juhua, bringing Lin Jiao. When she heard they arrived, Lin Junyao stopped eating, threw away her chopsticks, and followed. I'll go with you. Junyao, do you want me to come too? Jiang Jinwei kept asking questions. No need, no need. You all can continue eating. Lin Junya accompanied her father outside. Old Master Jiang sat at the same table with them. When he heard the name Lin Erwi, he was about to ask, but Jiang Jinwei took the initiative to explain. There are 4 sons in the family. That person is the 3rd son. The 2nd brother came here. The brothers look like twins. Among the 3 sons living in the countryside, only the 2nd has a son. The others all have daughters. The eldest son has 4 daughters, the 2nd has 2, and the 4th also has 2. These 2 old folks don't teach their children well. Their children are all spoiled and have a bad reputation. All the granddaughters in the family are of marriageable age, but no one comes to ask for them. While talking about the Lin family affairs with the old master, Lin Erwi and his wife arrived carrying gifts, pretending to come and give congratulations. But Lin Sanhui saw through their purpose at a glance. They didn't come yesterday to send gifts after the wedding banquet. After the neighbors finished celebrating and left, they probably talked about the wedding, then hurried over to give gifts. Their plan was obvious, and it was clear they were trying to take advantage. There's no need for gifts. The groom's family held a wedding banquet yesterday and invited some neighbors to celebrate, but they didn't ask for any gifts, just accepted their good wishes. Lin Sanhui directly refused and didn't want to waste words. He got straight to the point. I happen to be coming to see you. We're planning to go to Yongqing in a few days. We've mostly checked out Cheng Chaolong's situation, but we haven't found his exact address yet. We need to go and look for it in advance. You can come a few days later, just 3 or 5 days late. Today, Lin Erwi came for 2 reasons. One was to build connections here, and the other was to ask about the timing to go to Yongqing. Seeing that they couldn't establish a good relationship, he gave up and said, Aren't you coming with us? We haven't been to Yongqing before, and we're unfamiliar with the place. If we go separately, how will we find each other later? He didn't want to split up because he felt uneasy. He was worried that Lin Sanhui might play tricks on them at a critical moment. Yes, old third, splitting up isn't good. You called us to go together. We're future partners, so of course we should go together. Wang Juhua also disagreed with splitting up. She still wanted old third and his wife to contribute to the expenses along the way. Now that Lin Junya married into a high-ranking official's family and also has a wealthy, generous master, they were eager to cling to Lin Sanhui and his wife. If they could get even a little from them, they would enjoy a comfortable life on the road. Lin Junya does not want to go with them. Wang Juhua, who is pregnant, can guess her thoughts just by her expression. Her gaze is cold. We are leaving the day after tomorrow. You can come with us early if you want, but until we find Cheng Chaolong's exact residence, you'll have to cover all your expenses yourselves. Junya, this is a cooperation you asked for, so of course you should bear the costs. Wang Juhua raises her voice. Huh. You can refuse to cooperate, Junya sneers coldly. She then hits her weakness directly. If you're so concerned about a little money and don't want to work with us, we won't force you. Yongqing is such a big city. As long as I can pay, I can hire thugs, gangsters, and black forces to send to Cheng's family. Working with them is definitely easier than working with you. I'll split the family's assets and savings with them 50-50. I still have money to make. After speaking, she pulls her father and turns to leave. Dad, I've always said we shouldn't find them. Working with people who only focus on small gains and ignore bigger issues will only cause trouble. If we take them there, Chung Chaolong can easily give a few dozen yuan, draw some big plans, invite us to a meal, say some nice words, and easily deceive us, which will only hold us back. Seeing them leave, Lin Erwi glares fiercely at Wang Juhua and quickly steps forward to stop them. Third, Sister Ya, this nasty woman can't speak properly. Just pretend she's farted earlier. I want to go with you. It's not about bearing the travel expenses. We've never been to Yongqing, or even left the city. I'm afraid we won't find you later. He then glances sharply at Wang Juhua. Shut your mouth. I'll talk with third. Got it, Wang Juhua replies. Junius' words earlier stuck in Wang Juhua's mind. She feels a bit regretful now. For her future wealth and status, she shouldn't have cared about such trivial matters. She has a point. Her in-laws are powerful, influential, and wealthy. As long as she finds Cheng Chaolong's address, she can pay some thugs or gangsters to cooperate. With Cheng's family status and influence, they surely have endless money. She and the thugs can split 50-50, and their family can make a lot of money. Seeing her calm down, Lin Erwi continues with serious matters. Third, we agreed before. Nothing will change. We also discussed with my mother. She promised repeatedly that as long as you help us find Cheng Chaolong and take us to his house, she won't cause trouble in the future. She'll also give Sister Ya a dowry. I came to see you today to ask about your travel plans. As you know, we haven't traveled far, only to the county, and without someone experienced to guide us, it feels a bit uneasy to take the whole family out. Lin Sanhui originally planned to go to Yongqing with his daughter and son-in-law but didn't intend to travel with them. He thought about the family and decided to change his plan. He discussed with his daughter, saying, Xiaoya, you and Jinwei go first. Find out the exact address, and once it's confirmed, give us a call. Then Su Mei and I will bring the others to Yongqing. Is that okay? Lin Junia thought for a moment and agreed, okay, we'll go first. It should only take 3 or 4 days. With the third couple traveling with them, Lin Erwi felt more at ease and smiled clearly. Third, I see you're feeling better than before. You should have the strength to go home. Once the date is set, come back and visit us. Come over for a meal. Lin Sanhui planned to visit his hometown, but not to see the Lin family. He wanted to see the place where he and his wife had lived over the years, visit good neighbors, and catch up. He nodded and replied, While they were talking, they didn't notice Li Lan and Jiang Yuqin standing at the street corner nearby. After finishing their conversation, Lin Junia helped his father back home. Lin Erwi and his wife didn't push to come inside. They had their own plans, but only dared to show them in front of Lin Sanhui. They didn't dare to ask the big officials at Zhang's house. They only looked at the door and then turned around to leave. Dad, give me a persimmon cake. Lin Jiao didn't say anything at first, but now that no one else was around, his hand reached into the cloth bag to grab a snack. Lin Erwi and his wife usually spoil their son. They would try to get him anything he wanted, whether it was a persimmon cake or even the moon and stars in the sky. After giving the persimmon cake to his son, Lin Erwi couldn't help but scold Wang Juhua, saying, You foolish woman with shallow eyes, you almost caused trouble again. I told you before to keep quiet and not say anything, but you just can't help yourself. I'm just trying to save some money. Our family of 5 spends a lot on tickets and food. Every bit saved helps, Wang Juhua reasoned. How much can you really save? If third didn't take us, we'd go to Yongqing ourselves. Even if we searched everywhere, we probably wouldn't find anyone, and we'd end up spending more. You women are just shallow and short-sighted. Yamizi was not wrong in what she said. You only see small gains, but when you go to Yongqing and meet people, they might give you a few dozen yuan for a meal. You get carried away and forget your purpose. A few words and you're sold out, and even after being sold, you still help the other person count money. When Lin Junia said this, Wang Juhua felt very annoyed. He repeated himself, frowning, I'm not as stupid as you think. I just have limited money now and worry about going far away and having an accident.
I try to save where I can.
Saving money doesn't mean saving on this. Yumizi is now married into a family of officials. Her in-laws are her support. She has such a temper. Do you think you can get money from her? Instead of calculating with her, it's better to think about how to get some from Chung Chalong's family later. If you can take a little from him, it's probably 100 times better than here. Only the third brother can find out where Chung Chalong lives. We can't offend them now, or we'll lose more than we gain. Wang Juhua agreed with him. He made a lot of sense. Impatiently, he said, got it. Before staying at Chung Chalong's house, I won't say anything careless. Seeing that she listened, Lin Erwi carried a bag and walked forward, continuing to remind her, stay quiet at home for these 3 or 4 days. When the third brother and his wife come back, don't say anything extra. Don't offend them now. I'll also explain to my mother and the fourth family when I go back. Everything else can wait until we see our real third brother. Erwi, when will we talk about that matter? Wang Juhua lowered her voice this time. Not urgent. This news needs to be used at the right moment. Lin Erwi had already thought about this. He looked at her coldly and warned, you must keep your mouth shut. Don't leak this information. It will be very useful in the future. We need to prepare 2 plans. If we can't get close to Chung Chalong, this will be the key to our prosperity. Wang Juhua was not stupid. She understood his meaning and nodded repeatedly, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. The couple continued talking behind, while Lin Jiayao was in front, eating persimmons. He didn't care about what they were saying and was busy smacking his lips with sticky, sweet marks all over his mouth. Li Lan and Jiang Yuqing still stood nearby, watching their family walk closer. Seeing Lin Jiao's dirty, torn pants, the stubborn black stains on his clothes, and him grabbing persimmons with his rough, stained hands, mucus thick and sticky, they couldn't help but feel disgusted.
Ugh.
Li Lan felt queasy and couldn't hold back, vomiting in revulsion. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Yuqing quickly helped her. Li Lan covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Lin Jiayao, who was getting closer. She looked disgusted and contemptuous. This country bumpkin is too dirty and gross. Just looking at him makes me want to. Lin Jiayao was very dirty. Jiang Yuqing had seen this too. Many rural children don't keep clean, don't bathe often, and don't change clothes. There are many dirtier than him. Before she was adopted, she wore even more torn and dirty clothes than he did. It was rude for her to say this in front of others. Jiang Yuqing looked embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth. Mom, don't say that. Why are you covering my mouth? I'm just telling the truth. Li Lan pushed her hand away and lowered her voice. They just met Lin Junya. They're probably her relatives from the countryside. They're all country bumpkins, relatives of such dirty beggars. It's so embarrassing. She spoke loudly in Mandarin. Wang Juhua understood. She had also seen her point at her son. She quickly stepped forward and asked, who are you calling a beggar? Wang Juhua's voice was loud, and she spat saliva everywhere, even spraying it onto Li Lan's face. Country bumpkin, get lost. You're so dirty. Li Lan was very annoyed by her getting close. She desperately wiped the spit off her face, as if her spit was poison that would kill her if it touched her. Where am I dirty? Wang Juhua thought she might meet officials from the provincial capital today. The couple had dressed in clean clothes on purpose. Of course, she thought she was clean, but her sleeves and pant legs were stained with dirt that hadn't been washed out, and her collar was covered with old grime.
Get lost. Don't talk to me.
It's disgusting. Li Lan pushed her away with disgust, as if she would catch a disease just by being near her. She then pointed at Lin Jiayao, who was close by. Little beggar, get away from me. Don't come near me. You stinky woman. Can't you talk properly? My son is not a beggar. Lin Jiayao was Wang Juhua's precious child. She wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly about him. Li Lan's words hit her bottom line. Her disdainful attitude also angered her. She immediately used her fighting skills and grabbed her. Li Lan was no match for her. In one move, Wang Juhua pushed her to the ground. Hey, don't hit people. Don't hit my mom. Jiang Yuqing hurried to pull her away, but she wasn't Wang Juhua's match. With a flick, she was pushed aside. She was trying to stop, but Lin Jiayao was encouraging his mother. Mom, she called me a beggar. Hit her. Beat her until she's a beggar. Give her a hard slap, 10 or 8 slaps. Wang Juhua pushed the person to the ground and roughly yanked out some hair. She initially just wanted to dirty her, but when her son said to slap her, she immediately grabbed Li Lan's head and slapped her loudly. Slap, slap. The slap was loud, and Li Lan screamed in pain. Stop, stop. If you hit her again, we'll call the police. Jiang Yuqing was anxious and jumping, but there was no one around, so she shouted for help toward the Meng family nearby. 嫂子,嫂子,快来帮忙啊. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, come help quickly. That auntie, please go to Deputy Meng's house. My mom was beaten by this wild woman. Call her family to report it. Lin Erwi was standing nearby. He had also heard Li Lan call his son names. Since Wang Juhua wouldn't discipline her, he was about to act. But when he heard the girl shout Deputy Meng, he thought of something and his face changed. He hurriedly pulled Wang Juhua away, panicking and shouting, Stop hitting her. Stop. Let's go. Run quickly. By the time Zhang's family arrived, Lin Erwi and his wife, along with Lin Jiayao, had already escaped. Only Li Lan was left on the ground, crying loudly. Seeing her hair pulled out all over, covered in mud and dirt, her knees and hands scraped, her well-maintained face swollen like a pig's head, with blood dripping from her nose and mouth, and obvious scratch marks on her neck, Zhang's family all looked shocked. Zhang's wife cried out in pain. Who did this? Wang Juhua was strong and never held back when fighting. She had beaten Li Lan until she was dizzy. Now Li Lan's eyes were blurry, but she could clearly see the direction they ran. Catch them. Li Lan pointed westward, speaking incoherently. Beggar, country bumpkin, catch them, catch them. Old Jiang frowned when he heard her calling them that. Yuqing, what exactly happened? Be honest. Grandpa, that family of 3 probably knows my sister-in-law. We saw them talking to her earlier. After they finished, they headed this way. Mom saw them and immediately called that little kid a beggar and said that woman was a country bumpkin, using nasty words. That woman then came over and hit her, then ran away. Jiang Yuqing didn't dare lie. Hearing that she caused trouble herself, Zhang's eldest sister-in-law spoke loudly. She brought it on herself. She deserves it. Lin Junya. Grandmother Jiang heard the main point and aimed her anger at son's daughter-in-law. She angrily asked, Did your relatives hit Lanner? We talked to that family of 3, but they are not my relatives, Lin Junya responded calmly, pointing toward the police station. You should go report to the police. The man is named Lin Erwi, and the woman is Wang Juhua. Aunt Lan said the beggar is their son, Lin Jiayao, from the Huyang production team. The police are very familiar with this family. Go report and arrest them now. His name is Lin Erwi. What is his relationship with your father? Grandma Zhang asked, focusing on the key point. Grandma, does it matter now? Even if he is related to my father, he didn't hit my dad. The police can't arrest my father just because of that. I didn't cover for them earlier. I just told you their names. Aunt Lan, go report and have them arrested. Junya thought she was being unreasonable. Instead of quickly reporting or taking Li Lan to the hospital, she was here fussing over trivial matters. She couldn't understand her. Li Lan finally regained her composure, glaring with her pig-like face, and shouted angrily, Junya, your rural relatives are the ones who hit me. I want to report this to the police. Aunt Lan, I think your brain is probably damaged. I suggest you go to the hospital to get it checked. Junya rolled her eyes at her. Who hit you? If you don't report it, why blame Junya? You're really sick, she said. Jingwei usually never spoke such harsh words, but he treated Li Lan specially. This is your own trouble. Whether you want to report it or seek compensation for your injuries, handle it yourself. Our family has no time to clean up your mess. After saying that, he turned around with his wife and called out to his father and mother-in-law, Dad, Mom, let's go home. Jingwei, your aunt was bullied like this, and you? Grandma Zhang's words were cut off as Jingwei stopped and interrupted her. My aunt is Jiang Yuanyan. She's fine and standing here. She wasn't beaten or bullied. If she had been, I, as her nephew, would fight to get justice for her. I don't recognize any other aunties. Don't try to involve me in your family affairs. His words expressed the feelings of the Jiang siblings. They felt secretly happy. Jiang Yuanyan, protected by her nephew, felt warm inside. She told the others, "You all go back now and do your own things. I'll take her to the hospital." A group of people hurriedly left, then returned the same way, without saying a word of concern. "Don't go, everyone stay put. Look at me being beaten. You didn't help or call the police. Are you even human?" Li Lan was tearful and looked distressed. She chased after them, shouting, but no one paid attention. Tears mixed with blood from her mouth flowed down her face. She looked very miserable, crying, "They're all heartless, a bunch of heartless people." "Mom, stop scolding." Zhang Yuqing was getting annoyed. She wanted to say that Li Lan deserved it, but since she still had to support her, she kept her complaints inside. All the men from the Jiang family had left, not even old Master Jiang stayed. Only Jiang's mother and daughter were here. Meng Xuejiao told her son to take the guests home. She stayed behind to handle things. Seeing Li Lan on the ground crying like a madwoman, she said with some disgust, "Keep crying, cry louder. There are people walking by. Cry louder, so everyone can see what you look like now." There were already many people watching nearby. Jiang Yuqing quickly stopped her, feeling irritated. "Mom, stop crying. Go to the hospital quickly. I will report to the police and have that person caught. Stop crying, let's go." Zhang's wife cared about her reputation. She quickly handed her a tissue to cover her face and, with a grim face, scolded Meng Xuejiao. "Look at the daughter-in-law you chose. What kind of in-laws did you find? It's really embarrassing." "She's the one who's embarrassing. What does that have to do with my daughter-in-law and her parents?" Meng Xuejiao couldn't respect this former mother-in-law at all. She coldly retorted, "Jean always keeps a low profile with her parents-in-law and never causes trouble or talks behind their backs. Unlike your precious daughter, who is rude and uneducated, always insulting people with country bumpkin words. Even if her son and she hit her, it's her own fault. She deserves it." Seeing her mother about to speak again, Jiang Yuanyan cut in first. "Isn't it already embarrassing enough? Jiang Yuanyan, you're something else." Zhang's wife was so angry she wanted to curse her, but seeing many people nearby, she could only protect Li Lan and go to the hospital. At the hospital, Meng Xuejiao asked the doctor to treat Li Lan's wounds. While disinfecting, Jiang Yuqing arrived with 2 police officers. The visitors were Yao Zhigua and his team leader. When they saw Meng Xuejiao, they immediately greeted her. "Deputy Secretary Meng. Shao Qi, Xiao Yao. Thank you for making the trip." Meng Xuejiao first asked Zhang Yuqing to recount what had happened before, then told Yao Zhigua, "Xiao Yao, that family of 3 is the second family of the Lin clan, Lin Erwi, his wife Wang Juhua, and their son Lin Jiayao. They came today to talk to Junya's father about something. After they left, there was a conflict with Li Lan." "Deputy Secretary Meng, I understand. We will go to catch the person now. The details can be discussed once the person is brought over." Yao Zhigua looked at Li Lan's miserable state and silently lit a candle for Wang Juhua in his mind. "All right, they probably haven't gone far. Once we catch them, take them straight to the hospital," Meng Xuejiao instructed. Lin Erwi and his family hadn't gone far. The 3 of them were still in the city, arguing by the roadside. He was blaming Wang Juhua for acting impulsively and causing trouble, without mentioning that he himself hadn't tried to stop her. When Yao Zhigua and the team leader stopped them, Lin Erwi's heart sank. He tried to use his familiarity with Yao Zhigua to shift blame onto the woman. On the way to the hospital, Lin secretly advised Wang Juhua. "That woman is probably related to Lin Junia's family, most likely from the provincial capital. If the 3rd son and his daughter don't help, you should loudly make a scene, say they look down on rural folks, and spread what that woman said. If they pressure you, slap yourself to apologize. You must not let it escalate to the police or affect Jiayao's future." "Got it." Wang Juhua was very nervous, but kept his advice in mind. She remembered his words and acted accordingly. When Granny Jiang and Li Lan were shouting about sending her to the police station, Wang Juhua truly started to make a scene. She yelled loudly in the hospital, deliberately making a fuss so everyone would notice, exaggerating Li Lan's earlier insults and humiliation. Jia Yaolin didn't need his parents to instruct him. He cooperated perfectly. The mother and son turned the hospital outpatient area into a stage, attracting the attention of medical staff and visitors. Meng Xuejiao had expected this outcome. When the family was brought over, she pulled Jiang Yuanyun into a small room nearby to hide. Granny Jiang and Li Lan performed their drama of crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang themselves at home, but it was all for show. They were just acting for their family. Wang Juhua, however, was a real troublemaker. She and her daughter were no match for her, and Li Lan was so angry that she spat blood. Li Lan had been beaten and was the one being pitted, but Wang Juhua spread the words that belittled and looked down on farmers, which caused public outrage. Most of the people in the hospital are from the countryside. Some are wearing patched clothes that are dirtier and more worn out than Wang Juhua and her son. In Li Lan's eyes, they are mostly beggars and country folks. Her behavior naturally caused serious disapproval from others. Faced with these stares and comments, Mrs. Jiang wanted to find a place to hide immediately. Just as she was about to ask her daughter for help, she saw her daughter and Meng Xuejiao had already hidden away. She was so angry she almost fainted. After a fuss, the final result was that both sides apologized verbally. Li Lan promised not to humiliate working people again, and Wang Juhua loudly agreed not to act impulsively and hit anyone. No medical fees were paid, and everyone happily left with their man and son. Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Yuqing stayed at the hospital to help Li Lan with her injuries. Meng Xuejiao and Jiang Yuanyun went home first. When they arrived, both were smiling. Seeing that the old man and her brothers weren't in the living room, Jiang Yuanyun happily told her sister-in-law, "You just missed a really exciting show." Lin Junya was in the backyard washing grapes. When she came in holding a basin, she overheard her aunt's words and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Auntie, is it over?" "It's over. That family of 3 has gone back." Jiang Yuanyun loved eating grapes. She took a bunch and smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth. A troublemaker needs a troublemaker to deal with her. When the troublemaker appears, the troublemaker is tamed. Meng Xuejiao pursed her lips and smiled, teasing her former sister-in-law. "Did you learn that trick after watching all that excitement?" "I can't learn it. I'll never learn it in my life." Jiang Yuanyun ate and laughed so much she almost couldn't stop. Seeing everyone looking at her, she was very happy. "You really should have come with me to watch the show. That woman's tantrum skills are unmatched." Li Lan couldn't show her strength in front of her. Her skills are less than 1/10 of the others. What happened in the end? Zhang's eldest sister-in-law asked, concerned about the outcome. They both apologized verbally. Neither paid a single cent for medical expenses. Jiang Yuanyun was very pleased to see Li Lan being humiliated and bullied. She vividly described the scene to everyone. When Mrs. Jiang and Li Lan's mother and daughter returned, the excitement was over. The men were still upstairs in the study talking, while everyone else sat in the living room enjoying fruit and chatting. Li Lan's face had just been ice-packed, but it was still swollen like a bun. Her eyes were crying like walnuts. When she saw that everyone only looked at her without greeting or showing concern, her suppressed resentment grew again. "Lin Junya, you." Li Lan instinctively wanted to find an easy target, but Lin Junya was already prepared. Her sharp gaze made Li Lan stop mid-sentence out of fear. Lin Junya looked at her coldly. "What is it?" Li Lan wanted to criticize, but when she saw Lin Junya's eyes, she dared not speak. Her tone softened a bit. "Are they your father's real brothers and sisters-in-law?" "My dad has no blood relation to them." Lin Junya didn't answer yes or no, but she did respond to her question. "Then why does your dad's name only differ by one character from theirs?" Mrs. Jiang asked next. "In rural areas, people often give common names. It's not unusual to have many with the same name, but that doesn't mean they are related." Lin Junya spoke calmly, still sitting on the stool without moving. In the countryside, you can find a village and call out names like apricot blossom, plum blossom, jade flower. There are at least 7 or 8 who respond. Many people share the same name and surname. As for my dad and them, they have numbers like big brother, second brother, third brother. There are plenty of those.
Besides, you should have seen them just now.
My dad and he don't look alike at all. My dad is tall and thin, while he has a round head, a square face, and is short. They are not related by blood, not even remotely. Li Lan had also seen Lin Erwie's appearance. They indeed didn't look alike. He looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. She couldn't win against Wang Jihua, didn't send her to the police station, nor did she get any medical fees. The beating she received was completely in vain. Li Lan's anger was hard to contain. Seeing Lin Junia so calm and indifferent made her chest tremble with rage, and she couldn't help but want to explode. Poor mountains and evil waters produce wicked people. Rural folks are just uncultured. Lin Junia sneered coldly, not defending Wang Jihua, but simply mocking her. Aunt Lan, you are a high and mighty person from the provincial city, but your behavior really opened my eyes and those of the people in Donyuan County. Also, as you said, rural folks are uncultured. If this had happened 5 years ago, you would have been labeled and sent to a place like this to do a year of hard labor. Li Lan choked and dared not reply. She glared at her with anger. Unlike her frantic anger, Lin Junia is calm and relaxed, slowly tearing grapes and chatting casually. Aunt Lan, I just heard from Aunt that today's slap was useless. You called the police, but didn't catch anyone. All you got was a verbal apology, and you didn't get a single cent for medical expenses. Even your face was trampled on by Wang Jihua. Hey, don't blame me for being blunt. Being beaten like that, and not getting justice, and being treated so badly by a rural woman who doesn't understand the law, you're really too useless. Lin Junia, shut up. Li Lan roared loudly, but Lin Junia didn't care at all. She continued softly, Aunt Lan, you only yell at family members. Outside, you're too scared to do anything. Using rural folks' words, you're just a coward hiding at home. Honestly, I'm not trying to be harsh, but you're really too useless. Their family has about 20 people. The little beggar you mentioned is the youngest. Besides the elders, the other 10 or so peers are about my age. I started fighting them when I was 5 or 6. I fought the old troublemakers and the troublemaking women. I've never lost once. Even when adult men like Lin Erwie fought me, I never got slapped or turned into a fool like you, who looks terrible after being beaten. I didn't lose physically, and I didn't lose morally. In the past 6 months, I've made them obedient and respectful. They don't dare to cause trouble anymore. If they hadn't needed something today, they wouldn't have dared to appear in front of me. Aunt Lan, you're quite old now. You've eaten more salt than I've eaten rice. How can you be so useless? I understand that you're a refined city person and don't fight. But how come city folks go out without thinking? You should have gone to school and learned some manners. Haven't you heard the phrase, think before you speak? If you haven't, you've probably heard words can bring disaster. If you haven't learned these, your education is worth reconsidering. You can't fight, can't argue, and you're not smart enough. When it matters, you can't even make a point. People like you, even rural illiterates, would look down on you as a fool. Honestly, what you did today was really asking for trouble. Even a 5 or 6-year-old knows that insulting and provoking others without reason has consequences. As a grown adult in your 30s or 40s, you should understand this. Hey, you shouldn't pick fights with anyone, especially not with the loudmouth from the biggest troublemaker family in Donyuan County. You're just asking to get beaten up. Lin Jiao is the only son in their old Lin family. After having 8 daughters, he's the only heir.
Don't even mention scolding him.
If any neighbor in the village glances at him, he just cries loudly when he gets home, and the whole Lin family will come out to defend him. Today, Wang Jihua, who beat you up, is just one of the many wives in the Lin family. They have over a dozen women as capable as her. When they step in, even the pests from our old commune have to hide. But you deliberately went to provoke her. I can only say you're brave, but foolish and fearless. She spoke slowly and at length. The more Li Lan listened, the angrier she got. Her face, already flushed from the slap, turned a dark purple. Her pretty eyes stared fiercely at her. She opened her mouth to curse, but couldn't say a word. The Jiang family's wives and sisters-in-law were all biting their lips to hold back their laughter. The other peers exchanged glances, trying not to laugh out loud. Some kept stuffing grapes into their mouths, afraid they'd burst out laughing. What Lin Junia said truly reflected their feelings. To them, Aunt Li Lan was just a useless troublemaker who only caused trouble at home. Shut up. Perhaps because of their indifferent attitude or some other reason, Zhang's wife didn't act as wildly as before when Li Lan was slapped. During the confrontation between Li Lan and Wang Juhua, she didn't say much. When Lin Junia scolded her earlier, she didn't criticize but only shouted at her to be quiet. Lin Junia rolled her eyes silently, no longer mocking Li Lan. She turned and winked playfully at her brothers and sisters, sharing a look only they understood. The eldest brother silently gave her a thumbs up, praising her without words. Others pressed their lips and smiled softly, but none of them laughed out loud. Everyone was smiling, except Li Lan, who was crying and sobbing. The others were used to her crying by now, and didn't try to comfort her. Even Jiang Yuqing sat quietly on a corner bench, not coming over to soothe her. She frowned, looking old and serious despite her young age. When the men upstairs finished their meeting and came down, Meng Xuejiao was organizing everyone to make dumplings and steamed buns. Zhang's wife sat alone in the backyard, fanning herself and enjoying the breeze. It's unclear what she was thinking at that moment. Li Lan and her mother returned to the guest house first. Old Master Jiang asked his daughter about the outcome of the matter, but didn't say much. He then called his grandson and daughter-in-law into the bedroom to talk. Today at noon, I steamed 4 baskets of siumai, made both boiled and steamed dumplings, and cooked a large pot of seaweed and pork rib soup. I also prepared a big wok of fried noodles and made a cold cucumber salad and spicy tofu skin. There were quite a few people, and the weather was very hot, so we kept the meal simple. Still, everything tasted very good, and in the end, nothing was left. After lunch, the Jiang family sat for a short while before preparing to leave. Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junia had originally planned to go to Yongqing the day after tomorrow, but today they changed their plans and took the Jiang family's carpool to the city first, planning to leave for Yongqing tomorrow. At home, Lin Junia explained some things to her parents, packed a few simple items for herself and her husband, and then left with them. Jiang Yuanfeng drove his son and daughter-in-law directly to the guest house entrance. They were in a hurry to return to the provincial city, so they didn't stay long here. After arranging to meet again in the provincial city, they continued heading there. After checking in, Lin Junia immediately took out the address of the medicine ingredients factory. The couple then went to find the master and their aunt. Jin Yuan and Meng Xuelan arrived in the city this morning by bus. When the young couple came looking for them, they were talking with the renovation master. Seeing them, they asked, "Why did you come? Weren't you waiting until we bought train tickets?" "Our plans changed a bit." Lin Junia mentioned that Lin Erwi had come to see her in the morning and casually brought up Li Lan being scolded. Meng Xuelan looked disappointed after hearing this. "Such a lively scene, and I missed it. If I had known, I wouldn't have come this morning. I would have waited to see the fun together. If she doesn't learn her lesson, there will be more fun to see in the future," Lin Junia said with a smile. Knowing Li Lan well, Meng Xuelan thought that after she was beaten, she would probably stay quiet for a while. But later, she would likely be aggressive again at home. She asked her nephew she got beaten like that. Did her wife go to the Lin family to cause trouble? Did she pressure the Jiang family by waving their banner? No. Jiang Jingwei shook his head. Is today the day the sun rose from the west? Meng Xuelan was very surprised. Lin Junia smiled and told her she only scolded a few words at first. When she came back, she said nothing. During lunch, she sat alone in the backyard, seeming to be lost in thought. When they went to the guest house to get her luggage, Li Lan chased after her, calling her, but she seemed not to hear or see her, completely ignoring her. My wife's action seemed a bit unusual, but Meng Shuilan didn't plan to investigate further and decided not to mention it. She changed the subject. We haven't had time to buy train tickets yet. Since you've come, go buy the tickets yourselves. Afterward, come help us. We ordered some construction materials this morning, and they'll be delivered soon. Come lend a hand. Okay, we'll go buy the tickets first. The chosen factory site was very close to the train station, only about 7 or 8 minutes on foot. The young couple quickly bought their tickets and then hurried back to help. The abandoned factory wasn't very large, but it was enough to be used as a medicinal herb processing plant. It had workshops, offices, dormitories, and warehouses, though everything was a bit old and needed nearly a month of repairs and renovations. The 4 of them worked until nightfall, unloading all the cement and lime into storage. After handing everything over to the foreman, they finally returned to the guest house. They worked all afternoon and were soaked in sweat. After taking a shower at the guest house, they went to the best state-run restaurant in the city and ordered a small table of their signature dishes. Back in their room at the guest house, Jiang Jinwei couldn't wait to hold her and get into bed. It was their second day of marriage, and everything was fresh and exciting. Naturally, they couldn't skip their nighttime intimacy. Thanks to last night's experience, Jiang Jinwei was less awkward and impulsive today, and she was less tense. Both of them were becoming more familiar with each other and more deeply connected. They enjoyed a passionate session from 7 p.m. until dawn. Lin Junia was so exhausted she couldn't lift her hand. Jiang Jinwei, are you really only 80% recovered? She asked. Jiang Jinwei, lying on her, chuckled and said with a smile, my wife hasn't fainted yet, so I must still have some strength left. Thank you for being only 20% short of full strength, she said sincerely. If he had been any stronger, her waist might have broken and she wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow. He chuckled softly and kissed her cheek. Are you tired? What do you think? She wanted to pout at him, but had no strength at all. Take a deep breath and you'll recover soon, Jiang Jinwei said. He was also exhausted, but his mind was unusually excited. The feeling of intimacy between them was truly hard to describe. Anyone who's experienced it would never forget. Lin Junia used her internal energy to relax and leaned her head against him. Pour me some water to wash up. Okay, let me rest for a moment. Jinwei buried his head in her neck and told her about something else. Junia, I'm busy today and didn't go to the family planning office to get that. His body is not suitable for pregnancy right now. They didn't use contraception on their wedding night yesterday, and he didn't have time to get it today. So he could only give her a birth control pill. Lin Junia had already prepared the pill in her space and took one this morning. I understand. I'll take another one tomorrow morning. After about 5 minutes, Jinwei finally regained some strength. He turned over, got up in the dark, and went to pour water to help her clean up. They bought tickets for an afternoon train. In the morning, they helped their elders with some small tasks. At noon, the 4 of them had lunch together. After lunch, they checked out of the hotel. Then, carrying their luggage and with the contact information Jin Yuan gave her, they boarded the train to Yongqing ahead of time. Yongqing isn't far from here. They got on the train in the afternoon and arrived at Yongqing train station at 9 o'clock at night. Junia, the security here is pretty bad. Hold hands when we walk. Jinwei had been here many times before. Usually, he came with comrades on missions, so he knew about the local security. He warned her, the area around Yongqing train station is chaotic. There are many local gangs and some outsiders forming groups. They often steal, rob, and pickpocket tourists. There are also many trafficking rings here. Women traveling alone should be extra careful. Doesn't the government do anything? Lin Junia asked quietly. They do, but they can't control it all for now. With policies gradually easing, many people come to the south to find work. Thousands of migrant workers come to Yongqing by train every day. When there are so many people, conflicts happen often and managing everything is very difficult. In recent years, many retired soldiers have been transferred here. They're helping expand the police stations and detention centers. I have several friends in the military who work here. They're busy every day, often working overnight. It's even harder than working in the army. There used to be gang fights over territory here. The police couldn't handle it alone. Several times, the southern military had to come in to restore order. But it didn't last long before trouble started again. The higher-ups have mentioned the security at Yongqing train station several times. Big actions are expected in the next year or two. Junya followed him outside. Although it was already night, the area outside the train station was crowded with people. As soon as they stepped out, countless eyes fixed on them, most of which were unfriendly. Jiang Jinwei tightly held her hand. Junya, lean on me and walk. Don't talk to anyone. Don't touch anything given by others and watch your money and valuables.
Okay.
Junya's money and valuables were stored in her space bag. She only had about 10 coins on her, and her backpack contained 3 sets of clothes. Even if they forcibly took her bag, they wouldn't lose much money. As they reached the roadside, 2 or 3 careless men approached and surrounded them, blocking their way. All 3 of their eyes were fixed on Junya, shining with obvious greed. Are you 2 taking a ride? We have a car. We know every corner of Yongqing. Want a lift? Jiang Jinwei kept her behind him, holding her hand tightly. His cold but sharp gaze swept over them. He simply said, no need. Brothers, there are no buses late at night, and we can't get other cars. We only offer rides for customers in the evening. We do business here every night. We don't cheat or scam customers. Tell us where you want to go, and we'll give you a price. If you like it, you go. If not, forget it. He spoke politely on the surface, but the 3 men's eyes were not sincere. Jiang Jinwei saw through their intentions immediately. If he were alone tonight, he might follow them to see what they were up to. But from their eyes, it was clear they were targeting his wife. He wouldn't take her into danger. Many black gangs in Yongqing are skilled in sneaky tricks. They're locals, so one mistake could lead to trouble. They came here to deal with the Chung family. They didn't want to get involved in other matters or stay too long. Their goal was to finish with the Chengs quickly and go home to wait for the college entrance exam results. We're not taking a car. Our relatives live nearby, so we can walk there. Jiang Jinwei refused and, holding her hand, bypassed them. He planned to walk through the main street ahead and then catch a taxi from another street. Hey, brother, even if your relatives are close, walking late at night isn't good. It wouldn't be nice for your delicate wife to walk. If you're willing to let her suffer, we wouldn't want that either. We can drive you there, said a tall, thin man with a flirtatious tone. His greasy, disgusting eyes lingered on Junya like a venomous snake. Jiang Jinwei stepped forward, blocking his view, and his gaze was sharp like a blade. Are you deaf or something? When the man's fierce and commanding presence was revealed, his face suddenly changed, but he did not back down. He forced a smile and said, Brother, I remind you, when you come to Yongqing, even if you're a big shot elsewhere, you have to act like a snake here. You better listen to us, or you'll be forced to do things our way. I'll let you go first. Lin Junya saw that these people were not good, so she didn't bother to argue. She pushed aside the man blocking her way and kicked him hard in the chest.
Bang!
The tall, thin man was caught off guard and was knocked over. He fell straight back, hitting his head on a broken plastic trash bin, making a dull sound. The bin was full of dirty water, splashing all over his face and some spilling into his mouth. Old 9, the 2 men nearby didn't expect Lin Junya to suddenly attack with such strength. They reacted only after he was knocked down and immediately went to help him up.
Ugh. Ugh.
The dirty water in the trash bin was foul, smelling like sewage. Old 9, ignoring his pain, was pulled up and collapsed on the ground, vomiting violently. As he vomited, he pointed at Lin Junya and ordered between heaves, fight, catch, clean up. Ugh, this stinky woman. The 3 of them had been focused on Jiang Jinwei and didn't expect Lin Junya to attack or to be so skilled. She had kicked one of them over so easily. Earlier, they thought Jiang Jinwei was just a naive girl, always holding her hand, afraid she would get lost. They believed she was inexperienced and that once they dealt with this man, they could easily control her. But they never imagined she was a sheep in wolf's clothing. 2 men attacked her at once. They were used to fighting in the underworld, so their fighting styles were fierce, but they were no match for Jiang Jinwei. She handled the two of them easily, knocking them to the ground in just a few moves. The man still vomiting saw they were no match and shouted, "Brother He, old Chi, come help." Seeing they had reinforcements, 5 or 6 men nearby rushed over after hearing the commotion. Lin Junya immediately struck, kicking him in the lower back. The sound of a broken bone echoed sharply. Then, a loud, pig-like squeal filled the street, attracting curious onlookers and troublemakers from nearby. Jiang Jinwei quickly knocked down the 2 people on the ground. Seeing that the support arrived with people holding sticks, they also quickly grabbed the sticks from the truck. They exchanged a glance, and Lin Junyao looked determined, split evenly. "Junyao, be careful and watch out for their sneaky tricks," Jiang Jinwei warned her.
Got it.
Junyao hadn't fought in a long time, but she often practiced martial arts in her space, so her skills weren't rusty. She immediately knocked out one of them. Jiang Jinwei was an elite soldier, skilled in martial arts and combat. Since training with Jin Yuan, his skills had improved even more. With such thugs, even 20 or 30 of them were no match for him. In less than 30 seconds, all 10 or so people were knocked down and crying out in pain. None could get up. The 3 who blocked their way were the worst off. They were all knocked out and 2 had broken bones. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Next time, I'll make sure you're all bedridden." Junyao fought harder than most men, using fierce moves without holding back. After finishing, she smashed the sticks in front of them, ignoring the heated, complex looks around her. Holding hands with Jiang Jinwei, they walked away confidently. Around 10 o'clock, they arrived at a preferred hotel in the city center to check in. Jiang Jinwei chose a more upscale room, which had a shower. After dropping off his luggage and confirming everything was safe, he arranged, "Junyao, go take a shower first. I'll borrow a phone at the lobby to call home and report safety." "Okay, take the key with you," Junyao said, grabbing her change of clothes and rushing inside to shower. Summer showers are quick. When Jiang Jinwei came in, she had already finished, wearing a light top and shorts. She was drying her wet hair with a towel. "Hurry and wash up." Jiang Jinwei was faster, finishing his shower in 2 minutes. He only wore shorts and was shirtless. As soon as he came out, he helped her dry her hair. Her hair was only about 70% dry. He then lifted her horizontally and carried her to the bed, beginning their nighttime exchange. "Junyao, wake up. Get up." Last night, they stayed up until midnight, and Jiang Jinwei had to wake her. Her mind was still wandering in sleep, and her eyes couldn't fully open. Seeing how sleepy she was, Jiang Jinwei smiled and pouted her face. "Junyao, get up. You have a date with that person. If you don't get up now, you'll miss it." "Jiang Jinwei, you're asking for a beating." She opened her eyes and tried to hit him. Both hands went into action, pinching his ears in revenge. "You didn't let me sleep last night, but now you want me to get up in the morning. Are you asking for trouble?" Jinwei hugged her face and kissed her, noticing the many marks on her body. He smiled and said, "We went out this morning, and we'll rest again this afternoon. If you do that again tonight, I will kick you out of bed." Last night was intense. Lin Junya almost fainted from all the tossing. Now her whole body aches, and her legs are weak and soft. She rubbed them for a while before getting up. Jingwei originally wanted to take her for breakfast, but they woke up too late today. They bought some quick snacks from the roadside, and then took the bus to meet someone. The person Jin Yuan found is named Qian, a young man who had been waiting at the agreed place. They planned to meet in a small park. Jingwei asked, "Hello, are you Qian?" "Yes, I am Qian." He dressed simply and plainly. He works in intelligence gathering and wore a disguise, with a hat covering most of his face and a mask even in summer, so his features were hidden. Before coming, Lin Junya confirmed his voice over the phone. She approached him and said, "Qian, hello.
I'm Lin.
My master asked me to come get the information from you." "Hello, Comrade Lin." Qian took an envelope from his bag and handed it to her quickly. He whispered, "Mr. Jin asked me to find someone, and all the available information is here." Junya poured out the documents and looked them over briefly. They contained detailed information about the Chung family, including close friends and associates. She was very satisfied and paid him the remaining money. Qian counted the money, put it into his bag, and warned Comrade Lin, "This family is not simple. Be careful when dealing with them."
Thank you, Qian.
"I appreciate your help." After he left, Jingwei found a quiet spot in the park. They looked at the detailed information he provided. His research is really thorough. The documents listed all the Chung family members' personal details, including family background, relatives, work history, current situation, home address, and private businesses. They looked at it for about half an hour. Jingwei held the information about Chung Songbai's entire family and said to her, "Junia, we split up this morning. You stay and watch Chung Songyang's house. I'll go to Chung Songbai's house. He's a retired military leader and outsiders can't get in. My father's mentor retired in Yongqing and probably lives in the same compound. I'll call my dad for help." Li Junia agrees. "Okay, let's meet at the hotel this afternoon." Jiang Jinwei hands her the hotel room key, saying, "Junia, Chung Songbai's place is a bit far. I might be back a little late. Finish your work and go home to sleep first." "Okay." After discussing this matter, the two immediately take action. Jiang Jinwei first calls his father, then teaches her how to take the bus. After seeing her onto the bus, he goes to buy a gift. Last time, Jin Yuan brought back a lot of news. Junia specially chose a hotel close to Cheng's house last night. It only took about 10 minutes by bus to reach outside Cheng's family compound. Yongqing is much more lively than the old county town, and the economy has opened up early. There are many street vendors selling things, and the entrance of the family compound is full of stalls selling all kinds of items. Junia walks around and then heads inside. Number 107. Junia pretends to be casually wandering. When she reaches the door of Songyang's house, she pretends her shoelace is loose, squatting down to look around. Just as she is about to stand up, the big gate of the Chung family opens. A neatly dressed middle-aged woman with well-groomed hair comes out carrying a basket of vegetables. Next door, an older woman is hanging clothes. Seeing her, she says, "Old Sue, you haven't bought vegetables today either? You haven't bought them either? Want to go together?" The woman casually closes her door. "Sure, just a minute." Junia overheard the neighbor's address. The woman's surname is Sue. Based on her age, Junia guesses her identity. She is the biological grandmother, Su Qingzhu, one of the main culprits who harmed her father. Wearing a sun hat, Junia deliberately pulls it down a bit, quickly glances at the other woman, then continues squatting to tie her shoelaces. The houses in this row of officials' homes are spacious two-story villas with front and backyards. Cheng's house has many green plants and flowers in the front yard, showing the owner's taste and style. Su Qingzhu looks at the flowers and plants in the front yard for a while. When she opens the small door to come out, she glances at Junia, who is squatting by the roadside tying her shoes, but doesn't pay much attention. She turns to her neighbor who just came out and says, "Old Cheng said he hasn't had fresh yellow croaker in a long time. Let's go to the Xiwan farmers market today." "Walk there?" the neighbor asks. "Today isn't very hot. Let's walk. If it gets sunny later, and we buy a lot, we'll just call a tricycle to bring everything back." Su Qingzhu has a low voice, dresses neatly and appropriately, and always wears a gentle, friendly smile. Her appearance and skin are well maintained, making her look much younger than her actual age of over 60, more like in her 50s. While they were talking, Lin Junia had already tied her shoelaces. She slightly lowered her head and walked past Su Qingzhu without looking back, heading forward. After walking about 70 or 80 meters, she stopped and looked back. Seeing Su Qingzhu had already gone far, she took a set of keys from her pocket quickly, looked around carefully, then headed to the backyard of the Chung family. There are many residents nearby, and, during the day, people are moving around a lot. Kids run back and forth along the street. Lin Junia squatted for nearly 20 minutes before finding a chance to sneak into the Chung house. The Chung family was not home. The house was very clean and tidy. To avoid leaving footprints, Lin Junia took off her shoes and entered barefoot to look around. On the living room wall, there was a family photo. Chung Songyang and his wife sat in the middle, with Chung Chaotian and his wife on one side and Chung Chaolong and his wife on the other. Their children stood behind them. The family looked very happy and content. Snicker. Lin Junia sneered sarcastically, memorizing the faces of everyone in the photo. Her father actually looks quite similar to Chung Songyang, tall and slim, and also resembles Chung Chaotian about 60 to 70%. Chung Chaolong is very much like Lin Erwi, almost like a mold, but his demeanor is more mature and serious, with a clear air of authority. All these people are enemies, not family. Lin Junia only glanced at them casually before shifting her gaze away. She then took the keys and started opening doors, searching around. After searching the Chung house, she found no evidence of illegal activities that could completely dismantle them. But this was expected. After the difficult 10 years, given the cleverness and caution of the Chung family, they wouldn't keep any incriminating evidence at home or entrust it to outsiders. It was probably hidden somewhere unknown. She did find some shares, dividend agreements, contracts, and financial ledgers in the study. The money provided by Xiao Qian was all for the publicly known Chung family business. In fact, the Chung family also invested in other businesses, involving many industries. Although their share was small, the financial records showed large sums of money. Today, Lin Junia didn't want to cause trouble or alarm anyone, so she didn't plan to take these items. She borrowed a camera from her master and took photos of all the agreements and contracts. Master, Chung Jiafu, is very wealthy, with at least $1 million in savings. Jin Yuan was with Meng Shuilan meeting city officials when he received a message. They won't keep such large sums at home or deposit them in banks to avoid exposure. Lin Junia also thought so, smiling slyly. Dad was hurt so badly by them. They must give financial compensation. This money belongs to my dad. Third brother will arrive in Dongyuan tomorrow and come to Yongqing the day after. Do you want to arrange for your parents to carpool? Jin Yuan asked her. Okay. Brother Qian provided detailed information. I'll go check the Chung family today. I can investigate the entire Chung household by tonight. It's perfect for my parents to come the day after. Call your parents. I'm busy now and can't make the call. Jin Yuan was discussing opening a factory and seeking policy support from city leaders. Meng Shuilan handled all the negotiations, while he listened carefully, expecting several more hours of discussion. All right, you're busy. Junia was quickly taking photos. Afterward, she put the items back into a secret compartment and went to check the bedroom of Chung Songyang and his wife. She found a locked hidden compartment behind the bedroom door. The key she found on the chain didn't match any lock, but that didn't stop Junia. She used a thin iron wire to pry open the lock in 2 minutes. Inside, she saw a spirit tablet with the name Lin Sanhui clearly engraved. Junia sneered. Haha, doing so many bad and dishonest things. No wonder you can't sleep at night. Now you're trying to atone with offerings. The compartment only held the spirit tablet, which was covered with a yellow talisman paper, with nothing else inside. Junia finished inspecting and closed it. After leaving the Chung house, she found a phone booth on the street to call her parents. Today, Lin Sanhui and his wife planned to visit Huyang production team. After finishing chores and packing some celebratory candies and cigarettes, they were about to leave when they received a call from Junia in Yongqing. Learning that Jin Yuan arranged a carpool that could directly take them to Yongqing, Lin Sanhui asked eagerly, Xiaoya, when will they arrive? Their convoy will reach the county tomorrow. Third brother will go to the factory this afternoon to order supplies. You should go to the factory in the afternoon to meet him and confirm the time. Have him take you to the east gate of Yuhu Park. I'll wait for you there the evening after tomorrow. Okay. I heard Yongqing is chaotic. Please be careful, Lin Sanhui warned earnestly. Dad, this place is really messy. Last night, we left the train station and were spotted by some troublemakers. We had a fight before we could get away, Lin Junia told him. Did you get hurt in the fight? Lin Sanhui asked quickly. No, I wasn't hurt. They are just small troublemakers and no match for us. Junia's voice was full of laughter. It's better if you take third brother's car. That way, you won't have to transfer multiple times. Tell third brother to ask the Lin family for the car fare, pay whatever is needed. Okay, my wife and I are about to go back to the team. Uncle Yao heard we're returning and took a day off today to invite us to his house for a meal. That's kind of him. You and Mom should buy some vegetables from the meat factory. We already went early and bought some. Mom bought pork belly and pig's feet, planning to enjoy them more. We'll come back after dinner. The father and daughter chatted on the phone for a couple of minutes before hanging up. Lee Sume learned that her daughter and son-in-law had already confirmed their address in just one day, and she smiled. I hope everything goes smoothly, so they can come back before the college entrance exam results are announced. It should be fine. Thinking about her daughter and son-in-law's ability to handle things, Lin Sanhui felt a bit ashamed. I'm so useless. If I had half the ability of Jingwei and Xiaoya and half their intelligence, I wouldn't be in this state. I wouldn't have made you and your sister suffer for so many years. Enough of that. Once revenge is complete, let go of the past. We should look forward and try to find our brother soon. Our family of 4 can be together again. Lin Sanhui nodded with a serious face. Let's go. It's getting late. Don't keep them waiting. The couple rode their bikes back to the production team. Lin Sanhui's health had improved, his scars had faded, and he looked like himself again. But he was still weak and couldn't ride far, so Lee Sume was riding him back. After finishing her call, Junya went to Qing Chaolong's house. She asked around at the housing compound entrance and learned it was some distance away, with no direct bus. She flagged down a 3-wheeled taxi driver to take her there. Why are you crying? Let me see what's wrong. I've touched you before, and I can do it again. If you cry more, I'll lift up your skirt. Let go of me, Cheng Hao. You rascal. I'll tell my mom.
Tell your mom if you want.
Your mom is also a sly fox. I've heard from adults that your dad is completely taken by her. You look just like her, another sly fox. Lin Junya just had her master deliver her to the entrance of her street. She then took a walk around the nearby residential area where Qing Chaolong's family lived, trying to get familiar with the surroundings. At a dark alleyway, she saw a teenage boy, about 12 or 13, bullying a girl. He was pressing her against the wall and roughly pulling at her clothes and skirt. Cheng Hao, let me go.
Help. Someone help me.
Lin Junya originally planned to rescue her. When she heard the girl call out that name, she picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at him. According to the information sent by Xiao Qian, Qing Chaolong's youngest son was named Cheng Hao. His age matched the boy she saw. The record said he was spoiled by his elders at home and often skipped school, not studying or trying to improve himself. He spent his days hanging out with bad influences and had become a troublemaker and small.
Ah!
The stone hit him right on the back of his head. Cheng Hao turned to look at her with a fierce gaze. Who is sticking their nose in? He snapped. Someone's being harassed here. Help! Someone catch the troublemaker. Lin Junya deliberately turned her body to hide her face from him, pointing into the alley and shouting at a burly man, Big brother, please help that girl. There's a troublemaker bothering her, trying to tear her clothes. That beast. Bullying a girl in broad daylight. I want to see which scoundrel this is. The helpful big brother quickly rushed over. As Lin Junya shouted, Cheng Hao had already gotten up and run away. He was quick, but he still threatened as he fled. Little fox spirit, if you dare tell anyone, I promise next time I'll you and have my brother see. Lin Junya heard his threats clearly. Her eyes flashed with coldness. She looked in the direction he ran and immediately turned around to chase after him from another side. Cheng Hao was very familiar with this area. He zigzagged through the alleyways, finally emerging from a hidden corner. When he was sure no one was chasing him, he smirked proudly. Trying to catch me? Don't you know what I am? Before he could finish, a large sack suddenly fell from above and covered his head. Who? Which is trying to attack me? Do you know who I am? Cheng Hao was quicker with his mouth than his hands. Just as he started cursing, Lin Junya kicked him hard in the back, knocking him into a prone position. Without mercy, she kicked him repeatedly until he fainted. Truly a child of the Lin family, another troublemaker and a menace to society. Thinking about the words he previously used to bully and threaten girls, Lin Junya guessed that he probably bullied girls outside often. At just 12 or 13 years old, he was already like this, and in the future, he would be a complete scoundrel and villain. She didn't hesitate and took a specially prepared poison from her space, feeding it into this scoundrel's mouth. It's better to deal with these bad seeds early so they don't cause trouble for the country and hurt innocent people later. The poison she gave him was a slow-acting toxin. It wouldn't kill him immediately but would gradually damage his body, making him suffer from illness and unable to go out and harm others. After dealing with him, she saw a utility pole nearby and pulled him up onto it. She stripped his clothes, tied his hands and feet, and hung him upside down on the pole. This alley was chosen by Yongqing himself. It was remote, dark, and rarely visited. No one noticed for several hours until around noon, when the neighbor returning home heard his cries for help. Soon, community workers arrived, quickly rescued him, and took him to a nearby clinic. When the doctors saw his swollen face and bruised body, they were shocked. "How meow meow, come out. Come out for me," Yongqing shouted loudly outside, only receiving basic treatment at the clinic. He hobbled over with a swollen face, calling out for How meow meow, the girl he had bullied before. How meow meow was about to have lunch when she heard his voice and was so frightened she hid in her bedroom like a startled bird. "Meow meow, what's wrong?" The elders of the Hao family had just finished work and returned home. Seeing her like this, Hao's mother quickly entered the room and asked, "Meow meow, what's going on? Who's calling you outside?" "Mom, don't let him find me. Don't." Meow meow was so anxious she hid on the bed. "How meow meow, what's happening?" Hao's father asked from the doorway. "How meow meow, come out now. I want to hurt you." Hao roared outside, his voice loud enough to attract the neighbors from all around. The elderly couple from Hao's family came out, and Hao's father stepped out quickly. Seeing that the person looking for trouble was young and his face was swollen beyond recognition, he frowned and asked, "Who is your child?" "Hao Wei. He's that little troublemaker from the Chung family." The older sister upstairs recognized him immediately. Everyone knew about the troublemakers from the Chung family. Hao's father looked stern and asked, "What do you want with our meow meow? You called out to he meow meow to come out. I only touched her twice today, and she found someone to beat me up like this. I swear I won't let this go." Hao spoke loudly, sounding very aggressive. If they had seen the Lin family before, they would notice he looked and sounded just like a troublemaker. He meow meow didn't come out, but she heard what was said outside. She panicked and shook her head hard. "I didn't ask anyone to hit him. I didn't hit him. He bullied me. He often blocked me and touched me inappropriately. Today, he tore my skirt and said he wanted to me. He even called his friends to see me and called me a little fox spirit. Someone else saved me." "What?" He meow meow's mother's face changed when she heard this. The older couple from the He family and her husband also looked upset. They all rushed back into the house, almost speaking together. "Meow meow, what did you say?" "She tore my skirt and pushed me into an alley to bully me. Someone else saved me. I didn't ask anyone to hit him." Meow meow cried and trembled. Hao was there to cause trouble and show off, but he ended up revealing all the bad things he usually did. His words made him look guilty. The couple from the He family fought him fiercely, and in the end, He meow meow's father hit him so hard that 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. After beating Hao, the He family didn't send him back to Cheng's house. Instead, they tied him up and took him to the police station. The older couple from the He family quickly called other relatives and friends to come over. They deliberately made a big fuss about it to embarrass the Chung family and make them look bad. The He family members were ordinary government workers, not as powerful as the Chung family. They knew that only by making a big scene and causing a fuss could they prevent the Chung family from secretly taking revenge. The He family was united. The women were very good at talking, and most importantly, they stood together and believed they were right. Some even came forward to testify. No matter how Ching Chao Long and his wife argued or tried to defend themselves, it was useless. In the end, they harshly beat their son and apologized to He meow meow, promising to make amends. This whole incident lasted for an hour. Many people gathered around to watch the show. Lin Jr. was also among the spectators, standing in the crowd and watching the couple struggle. Hao was really unlucky today. He was beaten 3 times, each time quite badly. Although he didn't break any bones or tear muscles, He was covered in injuries all over his body. After everything was over, he couldn't walk properly or speak clearly. In the end, Chung Qiaolong and his wife carry him to the hospital. Lin Junius' work went smoothly, and Jiang Jingwei also successfully met his father's former boss. After retiring, senior military officials usually live in quiet, well-maintained retirement homes in the suburbs. The old leader loved fishing, and as soon as he arrived, he was taken to the lakeside to fish. Near mealtime, they carried their fish home. Today's catch was good, and the old leader was in a good mood. He chatted happily with Jiang Jingwei along the way. "Old Peng, today was great. Finally, I didn't have to sit around all day." The old leader's surname was Peng. Seeing his old neighbor carrying a lunchbox to the cafeteria, he smiled and said, "Old Chung, Yu Ping isn't home. Do you eat in the cafeteria every day?" She's not home, and I'm too lazy to cook. Eating in the cafeteria is fine." He casually closed the door and walked over with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on Jiang Jingwei. This young man doesn't seem to be a relative. Jiang Jingwei felt a flicker of recognition when he saw him. He put down the wooden bucket and saluted. "Hello, leader. My name is Jiang. My father was a student of Old Peng. I'm here in Yongqing on some business and visiting elders on behalf of my father." "Oh, young man, you look very handsome." The man standing in front of him was Chung Songbai. Now he was sizing him up and found his face somewhat familiar. "Young man, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Jiang Jingwei, being clever and perceptive, guessed he probably knew the elders at home. His expression was cooperative. "Honestly, I also think the old leader looks familiar." "Oh, where are you from?" Chung Songbai casually asked. To the old leader, "I'm from Nanqing." Hearing that he was from Nanqing, Chung Songbai's eyes flickered. He remembered that Jiang Jingwei had introduced himself as Jiang, and a familiar face appeared in his mind. He asked, "You're from Nanqing with the surname Jiang. Is Jiang Zhengxian your relative?" "He's my grandfather," Jiang Jingwei replied. Pretending to remember, he added, "Old leader, your surname is Chung. You look a bit like Chung Songyang. Are you related?" "Yes, Chung Songyang is my second younger brother." The Jiang and Chung families in Nanqing were part of the same circle. They almost became relatives before. Thinking of the past, Chung Songbai's expression flickered with a hint of awkwardness, but quickly returned to normal. He then asked, "You're Jiang Zhengxian's grandson. I remember Jiang's family has 3 sons. Your father is the second, right?" "My father is Jiang Yuanfeng, the second son," Jiang Jingwei answered. Chung Songbai nodded and asked about Jiang's elders. "Your grandfather is probably about 2 years older than my second brother. He's also retired, right?" "Grandpa hasn't retired yet. He applied for retirement 5 years ago, but the other senior leaders didn't agree. He's still in good health, without any minor illnesses, and continues to work hard and contribute." Seeing that Jiang Zhengxian hasn't retired yet, Chung Songbai smiled and said, "Most of our generation of old folks have already retired. Your grandpa can still work, which is a blessing for your younger generation in the Jiang family. What's everyone talking about? Come back and eat." Old Mrs. Peng called out from the doorway. Seeing Chung Songbai holding his lunchbox, ready to get food, she invited him, "Old Chung, don't go to the cafeteria. Come over and eat with us, and have a few drinks with our young guests. I had already promised old you to go hiking, so I won't visit today. We'll finish our meal in the cafeteria and go straight to the mountain." Chung Songbai waved his hand and then said to Jiang Jinwei, "Little Jiang, next time you're free, come visit my house. My second brother's family is now in Yongqing, and we don't see much of our old friends from Nanqing. If you have time, chat with us about what's happening there." "Okay," Jiang Jinwei replied politely. "You all should go eat now. I'm going to get my food too." Chung Songbai is not even 70 yet, and he's in good health and spirits. He walks briskly, and if it weren't for special circumstances with his ability, he probably wouldn't have been forced to retire so early. The Peng family and Chung family are just 2 houses apart. After arriving at his own living room, Old Peng finally asked, "Jinwei, is your grandpa familiar with Chung Lauer's family?" "Not exactly close, but we've worked in the same circle for many years." Jiang Jinwei hadn't previously asked the senior leaders about Cheng's family, but now he found a way to bring up the topic subtly. Our two families almost became relatives, but it fell apart later, and we lost contact. Married into the family? Old Peng raised an eyebrow, guessing, your dad's siblings married into Cheng's family? Jiang Jinwei nodded with a smile. Yes, my little uncle was in love with Cheng Lauer's niece, who is Cheng Lauer's daughter. They were about to get married, but the engagement was called off because of issues with Cheng's family. After that, they lost contact. Old Mrs. Peng had already set the dishes on the table and, hearing their conversation, added, Little Jiang, are you talking about Cheng Songyang's daughter? Yes. Jiang Jinwei nodded. Cheng Songyang has a daughter? The two elders of the Peng family said in unison. Yes, she has a daughter. Why have we never heard them mention her? And we've never seen this niece visit Cheng Songbai? Old Mrs. Peng was quite familiar with the families at the retirement home and had interacted with Cheng Songyang's family before. She then invited him to sit down. Little Jiang, sit down. Let's eat and talk. Cheng Songyang and his wife had two sons and one daughter. Their daughter, Cheng Chaofeng, is the youngest. Over 10 years ago, she cut ties with her parents and all relatives from the Cheng family. After breaking off her engagement with my brother-in-law many years ago, she married an ordinary man and seems to have had 3 children. She lives a simple, normal life in the southern city. I heard from the elders in our family that the Chung family has developed well in Yongqing. They once tried to reconnect with her, but Cheng Chaofeng told others she would never have contact with her family again. The two elders of the Peng family looked slightly surprised when they heard this. Old Mrs. Peng squinted and said, a biological daughter saying such things to her parents must have suffered a great injustice. Their family. Jiang Jinwei gave a meaningful smile. My grandfather said he's glad he didn't marry into their family. Cheng Songyang and his wife haven't done well in raising their children. They don't treat their 2 sons equally, and their favoritism is obvious. The brothers only get along on the surface. I hear they have a bad relationship behind the scenes. Their only daughter has also cut ties. The 2 old folks have serious issues, said old Mrs. Peng. The strained relationship between the Chung brothers was expected by Jiang Jinwei. He raised his glass and lightly tapped it with old Peng's, smiling as he quietly said, the 2 sons aren't from the same mother. As elders, of course, we protect our own. The 2 elders of the Peng family looked at him with curiosity. Old Mrs. Peng stopped eating and leaned forward, asking eagerly, Xiao Jiang, aren't Cheng Chaotian and Cheng Chaolong brothers? Do they look alike? Jiang Jinwei asked with a smile. No, they replied. Both elders of the Peng family had seen the brothers. Old Peng continued, someone asked about this before. Su Qingzhu said the second son, looks like her mother-in-law. No, Cheng Chaolong isn't a biological son. He has no blood relation to their family, Jiang Jinwei explained. He wanted to learn more about the Peng family, so he had to reveal some secrets first. He told them about how the Cheng family son was switched at birth. They kept this secret very well. Almost no one in the southern city knew. The Jiang family only found out because Cheng Chaofeng suddenly came to break off her engagement with my brother-in-law, then later tried to commit suicide by jumping into a river. My brother-in-law found the situation suspicious. My grandfather investigated the Cheng family thoroughly and uncovered some secrets. Didn't they bring back their biological son? Old Mrs. Peng asked. Jiang Jinwei answered casually, probably not. Cheng Chaofeng broke off his engagement with my uncle more than 10 years ago. At that time, the secret of the Cheng family was already uncovered. The Jiang family and the Cheng family lived not far apart, often seeing each other. My grandfather and the others had never seen the biological son who was switched at birth, and the Chung family never mentioned this matter. They still treated Cheng Chaolong as their own son. The 2 elders of the Peng family were very clever. They quickly guessed the reason why the Chung family did not bring back their biological son. It was not just about interests, there was nothing else involved. Old Lady Peng frowned and said, knowing that their biological son is suffering in the countryside, they, as his real parents, didn't go to bring him back. They didn't try to help him or make up for lost time. Instead, for profit, they treated the fake son as their real one. That's really inhumane. From what you said earlier, When the Chung family found out about the switch, their son was already an adult, grown up in the countryside. They didn't need to bother raising him anymore. With the Chung family's background, status, and family situation, they could easily help him out by giving him a job. His later life would have been stable. Jiang Jinwei listened to the old lady finish speaking and summarized the Chung family's attitude. Whoever can bring them benefits is considered their real son. Those who can't bring benefits, even if they are their biological daughters, can be discarded at any time. The two elders of the Prung family understood. They forced their daughter for profit, but she was strong-willed and refused to obey their plans. She didn't want to exchange herself for benefits, so her parents abandoned her. Old man Peng smiled faintly as he listened, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Haha. The two brothers schemed and fought all their lives, sacrificing their children, and in the end, they only ended up like this. Old man Peng, isn't their family doing well in Yongqing? My grandfather said that the officials in the southern city who were friendly with Chung Songyang once mentioned the Chung family, saying they rose quickly and their children and descendants were doing very well, both in military and political paths. The two brothers were about to be promoted and transferred to the capital. Old man Peng smiled when he heard this. 5 or 6 years ago, the Chung family was doing quite well. But the idea of being promoted to the capital was just a goal for the brothers. It wasn't actually happening. The old man didn't say everything clearly, but Jiang Jinwei understood. The reason they didn't achieve their goal was related to their stance during a difficult period. He didn't ask for more details for now and shifted the topic to the main point. I heard my grandfather say that the Chung brothers are quite capable, but they don't know how to educate their children and descendants. Old Cheng's son with his first wife caused a lot of trouble in the southern city. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison, but before he could serve his sentence, he suddenly fell ill and died in jail. With such a serious stain on his record, how could old Cheng and his brother still manage to climb higher and hold high positions? They really are quite capable. Old Peng, who worked with Chung Songbai for many years, once heard from other friends about his past with his ex-wife. The two men exchanged a knowing look and whispered softly, his son with his ex-wife, is he his? Of course he's not his. Who else could he be? Jiang Jingwei replied. Old Peng squinted and looked outside carefully. After making sure it was safe, he whispered very quietly, he was born from his ex-wife fooling around with a wild man. His ex-wife admitted it herself. Jiang Jingwei quickly guessed many things and showed a mocking smile. His son, Cheng Yuqian, looks about 6 or 7 parts like him. Cheng Chaotian, the eldest son of Cheng Songyang, looks about 4 or 5 parts like him. All of them are tall and slim, raised in Cheng Songyang's house since they were young. Cheng Songyang and his wife treat him like their own child, spoiling him and always agreeing with him. Because of this way of raising him, Cheng Yuqian grew up to be quite unruly. Back then, they even went out of their way to help him with his problems. Everyone in the southern city knew about this. Cheng Chaofeng also had issues because of this troublemaker, which eventually led to my brother-in-law breaking off the engagement. Cheng Songyang and his wife didn't help their daughter, but instead helped their nephew. If they could do all this for him, he couldn't possibly be a wild child. Oh, and his original family was from a scholarly background, all teachers and role models. His ex-wife had a good reputation in the southern city. After they divorced, she didn't remarry. They didn't cause trouble during the divorce, but there was a dispute over the custody of the son. The Chung family strongly opposed giving him to her. I heard from my grandfather that Cheng Yuqian was brainwashed by Cheng Songyang and his wife, and later he stopped seeing his mother. His mother once begged at the Chung family's door on New Year's Eve, even kneeling to see him. After Cheng Yuqian got involved in a serious legal case, his mother desperately tried to help him. When he was sentenced to life in prison and died there, she went gray overnight. Later, she resigned from her job at the school and went to work as a caregiver at an orphanage, teaching orphans to read and write. She has been working there until now, nearly 70 years old. Regarding Chung Songbai's ex-wife, Jiang Jinwei only heard about it from his grandfather and father. Old Master Jiang has some understanding of her and feels sorry for her life. Her good life was ruined by Chung Songbai. The The Prim couple completely believe his words because he has no reason to lie, while Chung Songbai has motives to deceive and hide the truth. Having a scandalous son was a deadly to his career. To keep his job and future, he resorted to dishonest tricks, falsely accusing his ex-wife and son to protect himself. Of course, with his status and abilities at that time, he probably couldn't do it alone. It was his current wife's family behind the scenes planning everything. That's why these matters didn't get out, and even old colleagues who worked with him for years didn't know, some even feeling sorry for him being betrayed. Such a scumbag, Mrs. Peng cursed. Jiang Jinwei usually never talks behind others' backs, but today, to gather more information for his wife, he spent nearly 2 hours chatting with the Peng couple at the dinner table. The entire conversation was about the Chung family, and he learned about the two brothers' families over the years. Meanwhile, Lin Junia took advantage of Ching Chaolong's family being away and the neighbors being at work or resting to sneak into his house and investigate. She found no evidence of misconduct or illegal activity. Although she didn't find what she wanted today, she gained a lot. After confirming their exact addresses, she returned to the hotel for a nap. "Junia, are you in the room?" She woke up only when Jiang Jinwei knocked on the door. She turned over and opened it for him. "I'm here." Seeing her sleepy and disheveled, Jiang Jinwei closed the door behind him with a smile. "How long have you been sleeping?" "Started at 2:30. Jinya looked at the clock and saw it was already 5. She reached out to hug his waist, her voice soft and fuzzy. "Jiang Jinwei, don't cause trouble tonight. I haven't slept well for several nights. We just got married. We can't stop," he replied. He placed the new dessert on the table, then hugged her from behind and kissed her forehead. "Let's go to bed earlier, before 11. "Are you serious?" Lin Junia asked with a teasing smile. "Man of honor. My word is my bond," Jiang Jinwei assured her. Jinya chuckled. "I've heard a saying, it's more trustworthy to believe a pig can fly than to trust a man's words." Jiang Jinwei. "Who's talking nonsense?" "Whether it's nonsense or not, you, man, should prove it with actions." Lin Junyao smiled slyly. She was using a provoking tactic. Jiang Jinwei, showing affection, smiled and patted her in a teasing way, saying, "Go wash your face. I bought you some sweet dessert with extra ice." Both of them washed their faces and then sat at a small table to enjoy the sweets, sharing the news they had heard today. Chung Songbai and his wife Yang Yuping are now on bad terms. Since Yang's parents passed away, their relationship has worsened quickly. Their one son and 2 daughters were raised by the Yang family. They are close to the Yang family, and their work and marriage arrangements were made before the Yang parents passed away. The eldest daughter, Chung Yurong, married a high-ranking official from Haicheng. She is quite capable herself. She has a poor relationship with Chung Songbai and never contacts Chung Songyang's family. After marrying out, she helps her younger siblings, but when the Chung family fell on hard times, they didn't even get a call. The second child, a son, has the surname Yang and is now a naval leader. Over the years, his grandfather, grandmother, and uncle have supported him, and he has managed his career and family well. Their relationship is just okay. Yang Zhenghua only visits during festivals, and they don't have much contact with the Chung family. The youngest daughter, Chung Yuehua, has had a rough marriage. Her first marriage was arranged by Chung Songbai. Her husband was a young officer, highly regarded by leaders. Sadly, he died less than a year after marriage, leaving no children. Her second marriage was arranged by Chung Songyang's wife. He was a senior leader of the Revolutionary Committee, but after a period of upheaval, he was purged and sentenced. Chung Yuehua divorced him quickly to protect herself and her son. 3 years ago, she married again. Her new husband was her classmate from a wealthy family with landowning roots. He was once labeled a troublemaker and sent to rural labor reform for many years. His parents and sister were tortured and died at the farm. Her husband's family was involved with the Chung family in the exile. Now that he has been rehabilitated, he took the initiative to marry Chung Yuehua, seeking revenge. After marriage, he often beat her, and recently, he even broke her leg. Yang Yuping has been caring for her in the hospital lately, trying to force her to divorce. But her husband refuses to agree, and he has been retaliating against the Chung family. He often caused trouble at the department store run by Chung Songyang, but he couldn't overpower the Chung family, so he vented his anger on Chung Yuehua. Hearing this, Lin Junya raised an eyebrow. It looks like there's another partner in this. Yes, we can talk to him. Jiang Jingwei thought the same. He had just finished explaining Chung Songbai's family situation and asked her, how is the investigation on Chung Songyang's side going? There is no solid evidence of complete destruction, but many useful things were captured. The couple shared their secrets in the room. Lin Junya had many photos to develop. After finishing dessert, they went out together. Jiang Jinwei, having good connections with comrades here, asked for help to arrange a photo-developing machine. They worked until nightfall to develop all the evidence. Then they went to a busy, lively restaurant and ordered some local special dishes. Sitting by the window, they ate slowly until around 8 p.m. The night in Yongqing was very lively. The streets were bright with lights, and more people were out than during the day. Various vendors set up stalls, selling all kinds of strange and interesting items. Lin Junya, who had never seen much of the world, was amazed tonight. She pulled Jiang Jinwei to buy many new and curious things. On the way back to the hotel, Jiang Jinwei warned her, Junya, someone is following us.
I know.
They've been following all the way, she replied. Lin Junya had already noticed. More than 1 or 2 people were following them. She had even deliberately shown her purse to test if they would steal it, but they didn't try to grab it. They just kept watching closely. It's probably the group we had a conflict with last night, Jiang Jinwei guessed. Lin Junya touched her somewhat round belly and joked, looks like we'll have to settle the score tonight. Finish quickly so we can go home and handle real business. Jiang Jinwei winked at her. Jiang Jinwei, can you think of anything else besides that?
She teased.
She reached out and pinched his side, pretending to be fierce. Who are you? Bring back my serious, proper man. She squeezed him hard, targeting a sensitive spot. Jiang Jinwei trembled from her touch. He quickly grabbed her hand and looked at her with affection and a smile. Let's settle this when we get back. First, lose the followers behind us. They might have found out where we're staying, Lin Junya guessed.
No witties.
Our hotel is state-run, not private. They wouldn't dare cause trouble inside, Jiang Jinwei reassured her. While talking, they sped up their pace, moving quickly and quietly. The streets were crowded with people. They deliberately pushed into the crowd, pretending to go around the busy cinema and amusement spots. After losing some followers, they led a few more skilled trackers into a quiet place. When the followers caught up again, the leading ones were all beaten up, bruised and battered. Their clothes and shoes were torn apart, and they had no underwear left. Order to their clothes and pants were Lin Junya, while Jiang Jingwei was doing the work. Their clothes were tied together in a string, and she had already thrown them into the firewood shed at the orphanage nearby. Stop right there. This local gang was quite capable. Soon, they tracked their whereabouts, and about 10 people rushed over quickly, all holding short knives and iron sticks. Other passers-by were scared and ran away in panic. Jingwei, the group we dealt with last night, probably has some skills. Let's go back and handle them later. Lin Junya felt her fighting instinct stirring, wanting to use these people for practice. Jiang Jingwei had no objection. Okay, let's take care of them first. I'll go first, you handle the aftermath, Lin Junya said. She took out a nearly 2-meter-long whip from her bag, raised an eyebrow at him, and said, "This is a special move my master taught me. I've never shown it outside before. Today you can watch and give me a score." Seeing the barbed hooks on the whip, Jiang Jingwei's pupils shrank. "Junya, be careful. Don't hit yourself." "Don't worry," she replied. The 2 groups blocking the road saw her whip and the cold gleam of the hooks. The burly man leading them warned, "Everyone, be careful. Go get some long sticks and figure out how to deal with this whip first. Is it too late to find weapons now?" Lin Junya sneered mockingly. The whip in her hand seemed to understand her words, moving like a snake, and suddenly lashed out at the man. "Brother He, watch out." Snap. The response was quick. The man called Brother He reacted swiftly, dodging to the side just in time to avoid the whip. Unfortunately, the man behind him wasn't so lucky. The whip struck his neck with a dull thud.
Ah!
The barbed hook pierced into his neck, blood flowing freely. When she pulled the whip forcefully, a pig-like squeal echoed through the scene. Seeing how fierce her attack was, everyone else trembled slightly, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. Brother He almost got hit himself and felt a chill down his spine. But thinking of the orders from above, he clenched his short knife and roared, "Attack now." When the group moved in, Lin Junia quickly struck out, swinging her whip to sweep across, frightening them so much they dared not approach and kept retreating. As they retreated, Lin Junia advanced, still criticizing, "With this little skill you still want to mix in society? Aren't you ashamed?" Brother He and his group have a strong reputation in Yongqing. Usually when they appear, other small gangs stay out of their way. Today, however, they were looked down upon and despised by a woman. Since they don't rely on brains to survive, they were naturally provoked. Just then, the person looking for a stick came over. They immediately tried to attack her with a short stick, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't even touch her whip, let alone get close. Meanwhile, people on their side were being hit one after another, crying out in pain. Some tried to run away but couldn't escape, and almost everyone was scratched and cut by the barbs. After she single-handedly crushed and dealt with them for 10 minutes, Brother He and his group ran away howling loudly. Several even threw their short knives and daggers. "Let's go," they said. As they ran, Lin Junia immediately chased after them. Jiang Jingwei, who had been standing behind her the whole time without taking part, smiled happily. He picked up the short knives and daggers from the ground and followed along, happy to be her little follower. Brother He's group came in a tractor. No matter how fast Lin Junia and the others ran, they couldn't catch up with the four wheels. Jiang Jingwei quickly went to the nearby street committee office, borrowed 2 bicycles with his military ID, and the couple pedaled quickly to catch up. Their base wasn't near the train station, but near a dock by the river. There was a commercial street around the dock, lively and noisy at night, with people coming and going. It was just as bustling as the busy shopping streets in the city center. "Brother He, what happened to you guys?" 2 guards at the door saw the bloodied people on the tractor, all crying out in fear and shock. "Stop talking and open the door quickly," Brother He said. He had several scars on his face, all from whip and barb injuries. His neck and clothes were covered in blood. Just on the way back, he was mocked and laughed at by some unruly people. One guard immediately went to help him, while the other ran inside to report. Jiang Jingwei followed behind them, about 100 meters away. The 2 parked their bikes in a nearby bike shed, put on their hats, and separated as planned. 5 minutes later, they met again at the bike shed. Jiang Jingwei was in charge of gathering information. He was very skilled at this and quickly found out the general situation. The Qian Kuan Gate's behind-the-scenes boss is not very clear, only that he's very capable. The person in charge here is named Xiao. This street's small gangs are all under the control of the Qian Kuan Gate. They are involved in illegal underground businesses that are not allowed to be seen. The tea houses, restaurants, and shops are just for cover. Inside, they run casinos and immoral activities. Many of these activities involve trades that are strictly forbidden by law and are circulated within these places. The Qian Kuan Gate acts as a protection umbrella for them. They operate these businesses and pay a protection fee of 20% of their profits each year. Last night, the group at the train station selling rental cars forcibly was from the Qian Kuan Gate, not the small subordinates. Their team often picks up passengers at various stations, tricking and robbing outsiders, and they have often mistreated young women. Lin Junia just finished inspecting the area and frowned, saying, "You can find out about these things with a simple investigation. The higher-ups must know. The Qian Kuan Gate isn't being touched, probably because of collusion between officials and businessmen. Many influential people are involved, and those who want to act find it impossible." She had seen similar situations in her past life. Many gangs in the underworld commit all kinds of crimes, often backed by government officials. These officials collude with businessmen, exploiting ordinary people and giving them no way out. Now, society has changed and emphasizes ruling by law. But these hidden criminal groups cannot be cleaned up just through propaganda or education. It's a long and difficult process to completely eliminate them. Junia, what do you want to do? Jiang Jinwei asked, seeking her opinion. I just checked inside. Most people go out at night to do bad things. Only about 50 or 60 people remain inside, all big, fierce-looking men. They clearly aren't good people. You said these small gangs on this street are just subordinates. If we attack, they'll definitely rush to help. 2 people against so many will be very hard. We can't fight directly. We have to be clever. Lin Junia sneaked inside and, after a careful look around, came up with a plan. She took out a bottle of poison from her pocket, smiling mischievously. This is the poison my master made. I carry it for self-defense. It's cheap and effective against the thugs here. Poison? What does it do? Jiang Jinwei didn't stop her. It causes diarrhea and vomiting. Its effect is similar to that of a bitter bean, but stronger. It will make someone suffer for about half a month, and they'll need at least half a year to recover. Jingwei Jiang slightly smiled and said, In the future, no matter who I offend, I won't offend you too, master and disciple. Junia Lin raised her delicate eyebrows and warned with a smile, Comrade Jiangwei, don't bully me in the future. Otherwise, you know what I mean. Comrade leader, from now on, everything at home is up to you. If you say go east, I won't go west. If you command me to do something, I will handle the aftermath. Is that okay? Jiangwei Jiang asked her happily. Yes, your awareness is very high. I'll reward you. Lin Yulin cupped his face and gave him a kiss. Jingwei Jiang couldn't hide his smile and glanced to the sides. Seeing no one around, he pointed to his lips and said with a smile, one more reward. I promise to complete tonight's task well. Lin Yulin, who was unashamed, immediately leaned in and deliberately made a loud smacking sound.
Ha!
Jingwei Jiang chuckled softly, full of admiration for her lively and charming spirit. Share half with me. We'll meet here again later. Okay. Lin Yulin found an abandoned small glass bottle nearby and poured half of the liquid into it. Spray it into the well or water tank, just a few drops. There were more than 10 small gangs in this area, and all the shops on the street belonged to them. The couple each chose a side and quickly went to handle their tasks. Lin Yulin had just toured the Qiankuan Gate and had already familiarized herself with the terrain and located the water well. Taking advantage of most people gathering around Brother He and others, she quickly sneaked inside and put the poison in. After poisoning, she didn't leave immediately. Silently, she climbed through windows into various rooms. After some searching, she found the underground storage for illicit wealth, where about 10 large wooden boxes were stacked. She stored all of them into her space. There were still 2 tractors and a nearly new truck in the warehouse. Since no one was around, Lin Yulin took the opportunity to store everything in her space. Master, I've got 3 vehicles. Later, I'll paint and handle the license plates so they can be used back home. Jin Yuan was inside the space collecting herbs when he suddenly flew over to check the 3 vehicles and asked, who did these originally belong to? A gang called Qian Kun Men, a black force in Yongqing. Lin Yulin briefly explained the situation and added, Master, I also got about 10 boxes, but I haven't had a chance to check inside yet. Take a look. Jin Yuan casually opened the boxes with a flick. About half of them contained neatly stacked cash, and the other half held goods with high market value. There is over 100,000 yuan in cash, 2 boxes of watches, all imported plum blossom watches, and a box of gold and jade jewelry. The rest includes high-end cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and a box of imported cosmetics. Master, the cash is borrowed temporarily to expand the factory and grow the business. Once the business stabilizes and we have steady income and profits, we will return this 10,000+ yuan to society. The other items will be sold in the provincial city for money, and the proceeds donated to social welfare departments, Lin Junyao arranged. Okay. Jin Yuan had no objections. He was inspecting the 3 cars. All 3 cars are very good. Even if they're used, they still cost 2 or 3,000 yuan. That's because they hit me. Lin Junyao took away the valuable items without feeling ashamed. These treasures and assets were obtained through trickery and deception. She didn't have time to find the victims. Instead, she would give the money to those in greater need. She looted everything from the Yongqing gate and then poisoned the water in each business outlet along the street, just a few drops in each water tank and well. People who come here to shop or browse normally wouldn't stay to drink water in the stores. Only the staff and those responsible for each outlet would drink. She wasn't worried about harming others. She had no hesitation when poisoning. Not only did she poison, but she also swept through the area, throwing found items into her space. Jin Yuan sat inside helping her organize and took notes on the amounts. Jiang Jingwei finished his tasks earlier and had been waiting in the bike shed for 10 minutes. When he saw her carrying a cloth bag, he relaxed. Junyao, did something happen? The poisoning was quick. I also managed to get some money just now. Lin Junyao carried a bag of money on her shoulder, which she had stolen from a slightly larger gang. She whispered to him, I found 80,000 yuan of ill-gotten gains. We'll send some to the welfare homes and orphanages in Yongqing and take the rest back to the provincial city to donate to the Glory Home, helping war veterans with medical treatment.
Good.
Jiang Jingwei took the cloth bag from her and hung it around his neck, feeling happy. Comrade Lin Junyao, let's go do some good deeds. Hee, let's go, Lin Junyao grinned and took the bicycle. They rode to several welfare homes and orphanages, each time giving away 1,000 yuan in cash. When passing through a shanty town where homeless and beggars lived, they each handed out 50 yuan. They only returned the bicycles to the neighborhood committee at 11 o'clock. The couple went out for a late-night snack and only returned to the hotel around midnight. They had been busy all evening and were quite tired, so they decided to postpone their nighttime exercise until the morning. Early in the morning, they exercised vigorously and then found a tea house nearby to have breakfast, ordering a table full of delicious breakfast foods. As they leisurely ate, the street where the Yongqing gate is located was in chaos. Since midnight, the bathroom had become lively. More and more people experienced diarrhea, some unable to control themselves, and they defecated openly in open spaces and rooms. The entire street now reeked terribly, so bad that no one dared to come close. Many doctors were called in this morning. Tests on the water from the well confirmed that everyone on this street had been poisoned. The doctors immediately prescribed medicine to stop diarrhea, but it was useless. Later, the police were also called. Seeing that the troublemakers had been dealt with, they secretly felt pleased. They covered their noses with masks and searched around, but since many people come and go every day, they couldn't find any useful clues. The Yongqing gate suffered the most. Almost everyone was wiped out. The money and valuables they hadn't yet turned in were lost, and 3 cars were stolen right under their noses. The boss behind the scenes was furious when he heard the news. Early in the morning, he smashed a set of fine tea ware at his residence and immediately sent trusted aides to investigate. They were now questioning He Go and others. After breakfast, Lin Junya went to Cheng Yuewa's house based on the address provided by Xiao Qian. She wanted to meet her husband, Liang Jinluan, to discuss a potential partnership. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingwei went to see his comrades for business matters. Liang Jinluan's family used to have a wealthy background. His grandmother was the daughter of a large landowner, and his ancestors were wealthy merchants who were well-known and respected in the area. But now, the Liang family was completely ruined, leaving only the 2 brothers. Liang Jinluan's older brother, Liang Jinwei, was in poor health. His older sister-in-law had divorced and left before the Liang family was persecuted, leaving their children behind. The children grew up on a labor reform farm with the family. Now that the Liang family had been exonerated, the brothers returned with their 2 children. The government returned their house and the confiscated savings and supplies from the past, but their parents and sister had died, and the family was completely broken apart. Everything had changed beyond recognition. When the brothers returned, they didn't look for jobs. For the past 2 years, they had been living off their inheritance. This year, they cleared out the first floor of their ancestral home to open a department store. Liang Jinwei managed the store and sold goods at home, while Liang Jinluan ran other businesses outside. Uncle, is this Liang Jinluan's house? When Lin Junya arrived, the shop was quiet. Liang Jinwei was organizing items on the shelves. He looked her over and replied in Mandarin, "Who are you?" "Hello, uncle. My surname is Lin. I want to talk to you and Uncle Liang about the Chung family." Lin Junya clearly stated her purpose. Seeing that she wanted to discuss the Chung family, he showed a look of dislike.
What do you want to talk about?
Just say it directly. There were many people walking by outside. After the passers-by left, she cautiously spoke. "Uncle Liang, I am like you. The Chung family is my enemy. I came to work with you." Liang Jinwei hesitated, then finally opened the door.
Come in first.
Now that summer vacation was here, his children were at home helping with the shop and chores. Liang Jinwei asked his son to call his second brother over, and Lin Junya waited inside the shop. After about 10 minutes, Liang Jinluan and his nephew came over. The brothers looked quite alike, but Liang Jinluan's face was more filled with anger. Before coming, Lin Junya hadn't investigated the brothers much. Although Yongqing found out that Liang Jinluan often hit Chunghua at home, she didn't think hitting women made him a bad person. His parents and sister had been humiliated and bullied to death on a farm. His older brother's health was ruined there. Their family's downfall was related to the Chung family. She could understand his hatred and pain. Thinking from his perspective, if she were Liang Jinluan, she wouldn't just beat the women of the Chung family. Her revenge might be even more extreme. She might even try to destroy them all. So, she didn't think Liang Jinluan was a bad person. When she saw him, she was polite and courteous, exchanging a few pleasantries with the brothers. Although Liang Jinluan looked fierce, he treated her fairly well. After a brief greeting, he went upstairs. Liang Jinwei arranged for his daughter to watch the shop downstairs. The father and son took her to the second floor to talk. Liang Jinluan sat down and asked, "You don't have a local accent. What's your grudge against the Chung family?" "I am from Dongyuan County, H Province." Lin Junya showed them her household registration to prove her sincerity. "My grudge against the Chung family isn't easy to explain in a few words, but my hatred for Chung Songyang's family is just as deep as yours." The Liang brothers looked at her household registration and then returned it. Liang Jinwei said, "Comrade Shaolin, take your time." "Okay." Since she came to work with them, Lin Junya wanted to show her sincerity. She told them the truth about her father's experience and also showed them a family photo of her family of 3. Liang Jinluan married Cheng Yuehua, so naturally he met all the relatives of the Cheng family. When he saw Lin Sanhui's photo, he immediately confirmed that he was Cheng's son. He did not lie. "You say Cheng Yuqian is not dead, and now you've come to Yongqing. Are you sure he's in Yongqing?" Liang Jinluan focused on the key point. He understood that as long as he caught Cheng Yuqian, the brothers Cheng Songbai and Cheng Songyang would be finished. Other members of the Chung family would also be affected, and their stable jobs would be at risk. This way, Liang's family revenge could be fulfilled. Cheng Songyang's whole family is here. He couldn't have missed it. I think he changed his name and came here over 10 years ago. After all, this is his father's territory. Lin Junya hasn't found any clues about him yet. The list provided by Xiao Qian has been checked by Jiang Jingwei's contacts, who are now waiting for the results. They have ruled out these people being Cheng Yuqian, who changed his name. Liang Jinwei holds a family photo of her family and asks Shaolin, "Does your dad look a lot like Cheng Yuqian?" "How similar?" "I haven't seen him myself. Only my dad saw him 15 years ago. My dad said they look about 70 to 80% alike. They are similar in height and build. My dad is just over 1.8 meters tall. This photo was taken last month. My dad's health has been seriously harmed by poison over the years, and he's become very thin. My mom says he's lost his former appearance, but his features are still the same. He's just changed in appearance." Liang Jinwei takes the photo from his older brother and looks at it carefully for a few moments. He asks her, "Have you seen Cheng Chaotian and Yang Zhenghua?" "I haven't seen them, but I saw the family photo of Cheng Songyang's family." Junya knows what he means and continues. "My dad said the Cheng family members are tall and slim. He looks most like Cheng Yuqian, about 3 or 4 parts like Cheng Chaotian. I haven't seen Cheng Yuqian at the Cheng family." Liang Jinluan confirms this and returns the photo to her, then talks about the Chung family situation. Chung Songbai has a good relationship with his younger brother's family, but Yang Yuping and her son and daughter don't get along with them. They don't visit Chung Songyang's house during festivals. However, Chung Songyang's wife, son, and daughter-in-law often visit Chung Songbai's house. Every time they go, Yang Yuping finds reasons to go out and refuses to meet them. I've researched many things about Chung Songbai. Junya shares some information that is unfavorable to Chung Songbai's family and also about her current plans. She tells them that a group of terrible people from the Lin family are about to arrive. Seeing that she is well prepared and probably has gathered many pieces of evidence, the Liang brothers feel motivated. Liang Jinluan eagerly asks, "You mentioned earlier about working with me. How do you want to cooperate?" The Lin family's troublemakers will arrive tonight. They are good at causing chaos, but they are naive and easily swayed by small favors from the Chung family. I want you to secretly guide them, take them to the Chung family's workplace and stores, and cause a fuss everywhere. It's best if everyone knows about it, so they can't work peacefully and their attention is diverted. Also, at the right moment, help me expose Chung Yuqian's issues to them, forcing them to act. I will then follow secretly and catch the person. If we catch Chung Yuqian, we can overthrow the entire Lin family's troublemakers. My father's and your Liang family's grudge will finally be settled. Her plan was good, but Liang Jinwei was worried. Shaolin, the Yang family won't just watch. Even though the two old folks are gone, Yang Yuping's brothers are doing well and have connections in Kyoto. If it affects Chung Yuqian and his siblings, the Yang family won't sit still. Lin Junya was not worried and had already prepared, telling them some plans in advance. What I just told you, you should know. I can't do it alone. I have helpers behind the scenes. Chung Yuqian's case was tried in Nancheng. As soon as I find him and bring him back, Nancheng is ready. Even if the Yang family intervenes, they won't be able to save him. Also, the Yang family's elders probably helped with Chung Yuqian's case. Once it's exposed, they will be dragged out and punished. In this situation, Yang Yushu's brothers won't risk the entire Yang family for Chung Yuqian. They won't be foolish enough to get involved in his case. With their current relationship, they will make Chung Yuerong and her siblings cut ties with Chung Songbai and stay out of it. Her analysis was very reasonable. The Liang brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "All right, we'll work with you." They weren't fools. Wanting to avenge their parents and sister, cooperating with her had a high chance of success, much better than just beating up Chung Yuehua. So they didn't hesitate and agreed to work with her. After Liang Jinluan married Chung Yuehua, he also interacted more with the Chung family and knew some of them. Now he told her, the Chung family is full of hypocrites, except for Chung Yuerong and Yang Zhenghua. Everyone else is just pretending to be decent, but behind their backs, they're cruel and vicious. Talking about this family, he seems full of resentment, his angry eyes turning red. Chung Yuehua is also a terrible person. I deliberately used tricks to force her to marry me, not just to get revenge on the Chung family, but also to punish her personally. My sister and I are twins. We went to the same high school as Chung Yuehua. My sister is smarter and prettier than her, and she's more popular among classmates. Chung Yuehua is jealous and dark-minded, unable to stand others being better than her. Even without any grudge, she would still try to ruin those she dislikes. My sister's future and marriage were destroyed by her. Our family was criticized and exiled, and she was behind it, encouraging the man who pushed us out. My sister was bullied and mistreated on the farm, leading to her death. She is deeply connected to her. On the surface, she seems normal, but she's actually crazy. Probably because of unhappy marriage, she's even more insane now than before. Lin Junya has never investigated the Liang family's affairs and doesn't doubt his words. He asks, since we're about to take action against the Chung family and you're married to Chung Yuehua, how do you plan to handle this? Our family is already ruined. My brother and I have no ambitions left. We just want to raise our nephew and niece. Plus, we want to avenge our parents and sister. Even if the Chung family falls, I won't divorce Chung Yuehua. Someone like her, staying in prison or a farm is a mercy. I won't let her live a good life. Liang Jinluan's heart is filled with intense, unbreakable hatred. Since his parents and sister died, only hatred remains in his life. He wants to torment and revenge on Chung Yuehua. Lin Junia understands his anger, but can't help warning him. The Yang family won't interfere in the Chung family's affairs. They will definitely get involved with Chung Yuehua. You can't beat them. If you go too far, they might target your brother's family. Indeed, the nephew and niece are Liang Jinluan's weakness. It's easy for the Yang family to deal with them, like stepping on an ant. They haven't acted yet, probably because they're worried about their marriage, which Liang Jinluan also understands. I understand your hatred, but taking revenge in secret isn't the best way. Chung Yuanrong and Yang Zhenghua are both respectable leaders. If you take private revenge on Chung Yuehua, they will definitely accuse and criticize you. They might even force you to divorce. Given Chung Yuehua's personality, she will surely retaliate. I sincerely advise you to act quickly before they cause trouble. Take the lead and blame Chung Yuehua for her bad morals. Make sure to make the situation big enough so everyone knows, especially those in the circles of the Yang and Liang families. Every word Lin Junia said was heard clearly by the Liang brothers. Liang Jinwei patted his brother's shoulder and said, Jinluan, Shaolin is right. Listen to her. Jinluan nodded, suppressing his anger, and sincerely asked, Shaolin, what's the best way to get revenge on someone like Chung Yuehua? In her past life, Lin Junia had also dealt with people like Chung Yuehua and understood their minds. She said, Chung Yuehua grew up in comfort. Her family is very wealthy, but she's so temperamental and jealous. This is closely related to how she was raised. She bullies others just because she's relying on her family's power to vent her twisted feelings. Once her family is gone and she has no backing, her bad deeds will be exposed. Her reputation will be ruined, and she'll go from being a high-status person to someone despised by everyone. Her supporters will abandon her, and her revenge will be deadly for her. Also, she's been married and divorced 3 times. That's the gossip everyone talks about. If you use this well, the outside world's gossip could drown her. There are many ways to punish her, and some could make her suffer terribly. Why dirty your own hands? Her words were very clear. Liang Jinluan wasn't stupid and understood her meaning. He nodded with a serious face and said, Shaolin, I understand. Thank you. Your parents and sister are watching from above. They wouldn't want you to live in hatred all your life. They hope you look forward and have a good future. My father went through such suffering and once felt hopeless. He returned to us, barely holding on, just to be with us. He was afraid the Chung family would harm us. He decided to let go of his hatred and quietly die without seeking justice. He'd rather die unjustly than see me have no future. If your parents and sister were still alive, they'd think like my father. But revenge is necessary. If we don't avenge them, we're not worthy children. We have no face to live in this world. We want to seek revenge, but we also want to live well, live a wonderful life so that our parents and loved ones can rest in peace. Her words made the 3 members of the Liang family tear up. Over the years, they had been immersed in pain, filled with thoughts of revenge. They hadn't considered their future and didn't dare to think about it. The 2 brothers had planned to go down with the Chung family, never thinking about the rest of their lives. Calm down and think carefully. You are still young and both of you are not very old. You need to consider your own future and also think about their future. The Chung family's dominance is about to fall. You really don't need to ruin your future over Chung Yuehua. You can just watch from the sidelines and enjoy her miserable life in the second half. As fellow victims, her gentle advice was like a breeze, slowly calming their anger and suppressing the vengeful feelings. After they had calmed down and thought things through, Lin Junia discussed cooperation with them. They talked for nearly an hour, agreed on many steps, exchanged contact information, and then took a bus nearby to meet Jiang Jinwei. At noon, they looked at the prepared materials provided by their comrades in the hotel. Zhonglila Yishe Yo Yongdezalao. Lin Junia planned to give these to Liang Jinluan tomorrow, believing he could make good use of them. They had a simple meal at the hotel restaurant, then took a nap at home. Waking up around 2 p.m., they set out to visit Peng's family. Yesterday, Jiang Jinwei went to visit. When Peng's parents learned he had just married and that his wife was in Yongqing, but he hadn't brought her along, they were unhappy. They ordered him and his wife to come for dinner tonight. Jiang Jinwei bought many gifts yesterday, struggling to get the elders to accept them. Today, they didn't bring cigarettes, alcohol, or tea. Yongqing, also called Flower City, is full of various flowers blooming all year round. Lin Jr. picked some flowers the elders liked from a flower shop and arranged a bright bouquet as a gift for today's visit. Old Peng, Jiang Wei, and his wife are here. Old Mrs. Peng was in the yard collecting clothes. When she saw the guests from afar, she immediately put down her work and opened the front gate. The Peng couple came out one after the other to greet them. When they saw Lin Jr.'s appearance, old Mrs. Peng smiled and joked, "Jiang Wei, you deliberately didn't bring your wife yesterday, hiding her at home, so we wouldn't see her." Grandpa Peng and Grandma Peng, hello to both of you. Lin Junyao politely greets and presents flowers to Grandma Peng. Grandma Peng, I don't know what you like, so I chose a bouquet for you. I wish you and Grandpa Peng good health and happiness.
Thank you, Shaolin.
Grandma really likes the flowers you gave. I also enjoy buying flowers to appreciate. Unfortunately, my family isn't very romantic. When I buy flowers, they say it's better to pick wild daisies, more practical. They're quite annoying. Grandpa Peng laughs nearby, also observing Lin Junyao, and warmly invites her. Shaolin, welcome to visit. Come inside and talk. The sun outside is too hot.
Come in, Shaolin.
Hurry, come inside. The Peng couple lives alone in a retirement home. Their children and grandchildren live separately and only visit on weekends. They hold a family dinner once a month. Otherwise, everyone lives their own lives. The living room is simply decorated, reflecting the old generation's simple and frugal style. A large family photo hangs on the wall. Lin Junyao glances at it and smiles. Grandpa Peng, Grandma Peng, you are very lucky. Your family is thriving with many children and grandchildren. Truly enviable. Grandma Peng smiles as she pours tea and says, I may not have many skills, but I have a healthy stomach. I've given birth to 4 sons and 2 daughters. Our family didn't have many descendants before I married in, but I made sure the family line thrived. When my parents-in-law were alive, they treated me like a goddess. If Grandpa Peng ever raised his voice in front of me, they'd use a stick to discipline him, saying he was scaring away good fortune. Lin Junyao laughs at her words, and Jiang Jinwei also smiles. He takes out cigarettes to offer the elders and says happily to his wife, Grandpa Peng says this family photo was taken 4 years ago. Since then, we've added 3 great-grandchildren, but they're all abroad. We plan to take a new family photo this year when they come back for the new year. Jinwei, Shaolin, have some tea. Grandma Peng brings tea and asks with a smile, Shaolin, we didn't ask carefully yesterday. What's your full name? Grandma Peng, my full name is Lin Junyao, with Jun meaning gentleman and Ya meaning elegant. That's a good name, and you look beautiful and graceful. You and Jinwei are a perfect match. Grandma Peng loves lively, confident girls like her. She invites her to eat and chats about personal matters. Learning that she just finished her college entrance exams and plans to attend a medical university in H province, the Peng couple smiles warmly. Grandpa Peng pats Jiang Jinwei's shoulder and says, the exam results will come out in about 10 days. When the good news arrives, remember to call me. Jingwei Jiang responded, okay, I will definitely bring you good news. Junyao, study hard. In the future, when we old folks have a cold or a fever, you must help us treat it. Grandma Peng had a very good first impression of her. Now that she knew Junyao was smart and hardworking, she liked her even more. Grandma Peng said with a smile, Grandma Peng, I hope you and Grandpa Peng will never need to rely on me. Haha, people who eat grains can still get sick. As we get older, our health gets worse, and we have more problems. We feel like we're getting worse each year, and will eventually need to see a doctor. Junyao had already guessed their health from their appearance and complexion. The 2 elders are in pretty good shape for their age, but Grandpa Peng should watch his stomach. He should eat light food, drink more porridge and soup to help his digestion, and avoid hard-to-digest foods.
Oh.
Shaolin, can you tell? Grandpa Peng looked surprised. My teacher is a skilled traditional Chinese doctor. I've only learned a little, but I am good at observing, listening, asking, and feeling in traditional Chinese medicine, Junyao said with a smile. Jingwei Jiang had told the elders yesterday about his own situation, but he didn't mention anything about their master and apprentice relationship. Now he added, my health was cured by their master and apprentice. Master Junyao has excellent medical skills, and it's a family tradition of Chinese medicine. Yesterday, the Peng family elders carefully asked about his injury. When they learned it was cured by Junyao's master, Grandma Peng quickly took her hand. Junyao, where is your master now? Can he come to Yongqing? Is someone here to see a doctor? Junyao asked back. For elders our age, health problems are common. We're still able to walk, move, eat, drink, and sleep, but we have a close friend who is very sick and almost cannot get up. They had done all kinds of tests in the hospital and consulted top doctors in Yongqing and even in Haicheng. Everyone said there was no serious illness, but their legs kept getting weaker and they could barely stand. Their appetite was getting worse, and they couldn't find the cause. Junyao understood and pointed to the phone on the small table nearby. Grandpa Peng, may I use the phone? I want to call my master and ask when he will come to Yongqing. Go ahead, Grandpa Peng said kindly and warmly. Jean Yuan returned to the county town today and was talking with third brother in the office of the daily chemical factory. When she received her call, she informed him, the old he I saved last time also called me yesterday. He asked me to see his old friend. They scheduled to meet on the evening of the 15th. I will come over in the morning of the 15th. You can arrange the time with them, and I will go to see him in the morning.
Okay.
After hanging up, Lin Junya immediately shared the schedule. Old Peng arranged. Jinwei, where do you live? I'll have the security guard drive to pick you up. My friend also lives at the rest home. We stay at Huading Hotel, Jiang Jinwei told him. Good. I'll send someone to pick you up. After a short chat, Old Peng's wife got up to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Jiang Jinwei remembered her task for today. She said that Lin Junya had prepared some good fish bait and invited Old Peng to take them to the lake to try the bait. The three of them went to the lake under the hot sun. The fish bait used medicine, and it worked very well. Not long after the 3 fishing rods were cast, fish started biting. Within about 10 minutes, they filled a small wooden bucket. Grandpa Peng, Jinwei, you fish here. I'll send the fish back and bring a bigger bucket. Old Peng was happily fishing and kept smiling. Shaolin, go quickly and bring the biggest bucket. Also, help me call the neighbor next door, Mr. Wang. Tell him to come and fish. He's never caught a fish in his life. Let him experience it. Lin Junya said, Grandpa Peng, I think you don't want him to experience fishing. You want to show off in front of him. You kid, don't talk nonsense. I don't mean that, Old Peng denied. Hee. Jiang Jinwei chuckled softly and winked at his wife. Lin Junya carried the bucket and deliberately headed straight to the Chung family's house, knocking loudly. When the front door opened from inside, she saw Chung Songbai come out and called out, Grandpa Wang, hello. I am a guest visiting Grandpa Peng. Grandpa Peng is fishing at the lake today and has some good bait. He invites you to go fishing with us. Comrade, I'm not Old Wang. Old Wang's house is next door. Chung Songbai pointed to the house beside. Oh, sorry, Grandpa. I apologize for the mistake. Sorry to bother you. Lin Junya quickly apologized, with a polite smile on her face, but no warmth in her eyes. The sound outside was loud enough for the neighbors next door to hear. The bald old man from Old Wang's house came out, shouting in a rough voice, Young comrade, are you a guest from the Peng family? Are you Grandpa Wang? Lin Junya hurriedly carried a bucket and introduced herself. Hello, Grandpa Wang. My surname is Lin. My father-in-law was a student of Grandpa Peng. My husband and I came to Yongqing to handle some business. Grandpa Peng invited us to his house for dinner. Grandpa Peng likes fishing. I've learned a bit of medical skills and just helped him prepare some good bait. In 10 minutes, he caught 3 big fish. Grandpa Peng asked me to call you to go fishing together. This old man is deliberately showing off in front of me. Old Master Wang opened the small front yard door. Seeing that the 3 fish in her bucket were quite large, he said, "Wow, today's harvest is pretty good." "Yes, I caught them just now in 10 minutes. Grandpa Pring invites you to try fishing." Lin Junia quickly picked a big fish and handed it to him. "Grandpa Wang, this one was caught by my husband, the biggest one. Please enjoy it in a stew." Afterward, she also handed a fish to Chung Songbai. "Grandpa, I'm sorry for bothering you earlier. This is what I caught. I heard steaming is the best way to enjoy it. I'm giving it to you for tonight's dinner." Chung Songbai took the fish and asked, "Are you Jiang Jinwei's wife?" "Yes, that's right. Do you know my husband?" Lin Junia pretended to be slightly surprised, with clear and innocent eyes.
My hometown is Nancheng.
"I have some connections with the Jiang family. I met your husband yesterday." The neighbor, Old Master Wang, just handed over the fish to his family. He casually put on his straw hat and called out, "Old Chung, you're free at home, right? Let's go to the lake and join in the fun. With good bait, I don't believe I can't catch a fish this lifetime." Hearing this, Chung Songbai smiled. "All right, wait for me. I'll keep the fish you gave me first. Grandpa, you two take your time. I'll take the fish back first and bring a big bucket later." Lin Junia was just waiting for Chung Songbai to leave. Grandpa Wang helped her greatly, smiling brightly like a flower. She took another fish and went to Peng's house. When she delivered the fish to Peng's family, she efficiently helped the elders process the fish. Through the window, she saw Chung Songbai also went fishing at the lake. Only then did she pretend to go deliver the bucket. The retirement home had many security guards. When she entered earlier, she saw guards at various checkpoints. But these were not obstacles for Lin Junia. She easily found a hidden corner out of sight and sneaked into the backyard of Cheng's house. Today, Lin Junia checked with Liang Jinluan. Yang Yuping has been staying at the hospital caring for Chung Yuehua herself. Chung Songbai only visited on the day of the incident and never went again. Now, he is the only one living at home. Chung Songbai found it hard to steal the keys, so Jiang Jin prepared a master key in advance, making it easy for her to sneak into the house. She had already checked the homes of Chung Songyang and Chung Chaolong carefully, but found no evidence of any illegal activity. Today, in a hurry, Lin Junia did not check each bedroom but headed straight to the study. The study looked ordinary and simple, just like others, but Lin Junia examined every detail carefully. Soon, she noticed 2 spots on the heavy wooden bookshelf that were smoother than the rest, indicating frequent touching or polishing. Having seen many secret mechanisms in dark rooms before, she instinctively placed her hands on these spots and pushed gently. When she saw the bookshelf move silently aside, she was not surprised and smiled slightly, saying, "Today's trip was worth it." Behind the bookshelf was a dark passage just wide enough for one person. Lin Junia was not worried about danger inside. She used light skills to fly into the passage, which stretched about 200 or 300 meters, leading her to the deepest secret room. Wow, they've hidden quite a lot, she thought. Outside the secret room was a large iron door with multiple locks. Inside, there were nearly 20 large camphor boxes and several tall objects, all covered with cloth bags to keep dust off. Although she couldn't see the items clearly, Lin Junia guessed they were valuable goods. The small key she had couldn't open this iron door. She didn't plan to force it today. Instead, she focused her attention on the large iron door nearby, which led outside. She listened carefully at the door and heard faint sounds but couldn't make out what they were. Most of the items stored in the secret room were probably brought in through this tunnel, not delivered from the rest area inside. Having found an important clue, Lin Junia didn't stay long and quickly returned the way she came. After leaving the study, she didn't check other rooms and quietly left the Chung family's house. She hurried to the lake to deliver the wooden buckets. When she arrived, Grandpa Peng had caught another fish and was happily laughing, saying, "Little Lin, you're just in time. I've caught a big one again." "Grandpa Peng, it seems my bait works well. Do you want me to prepare more for you?" Lin Junia asked. 3 old men stood in a circle, all looking at the large grass carp just caught. Grandpa Peng chuckled happily, yes. I love fishing. If I don't sit by the lake with my rod for a day, I feel uncomfortable. Please prepare more, a few dozen pounds is fine. Count the money, and I will settle with you later. Okay, I also need to buy some herbs. I will deliver them to you in a few days. Lin Junyao brought the big bucket to their feet, picked up the fishing rod that was thrown aside, and ran to sit by Jiang Jinwei. Jiang Jinwei originally wanted to go help her cover, but seeing her come so quickly, he whispered, "Did you get anything?" Jin Yao nodded, her eyes bright. "I'll check again after dinner."
Good.
The two didn't say much more. Lin Junyao set up some bait, cast it into the lake, and started chatting with a few old men nearby. After sitting for a while, she listened to old Peng invite them to his house for dinner. Lin Junyao told the man to stay here and fish with the elders. She carried the large fish she caught earlier to help Mrs. Peng prepare dinner. When the group of men returned with full catches, the food in the kitchen was almost ready. Mrs. Peng was setting the bowls and chopsticks, her face full of smile lines. "Jinwei, Junyao is really good. I haven't seen such a capable girl in a long time. You truly married a good wife." The Peng couple were not originally from Yongqing. Their ancestors were from the north, but they had lived most of their lives in the south. Just now, she was kneading dough for dumplings, but unexpectedly, Lin Junyao was faster at making dumplings and pancakes. She took over all the physical work right away and even helped her cook several dishes, not letting her get tired. Jinwei smiled and said, "Just an ordinary girl. I don't fancy anyone."
Haha, you have good taste.
Mrs. Peng finished setting the bowls and chopsticks, then told her husband, "Tonight, we prepared dumplings and noodles. The two fish are boiled, and the fish soup made by Shaolin is very tasty. Go call Lao Qin and the others to come have some fish soup. All right, you all sit first." Mrs. Peng called everyone to sit down. The group of old men, all loud and hearty, were rough men who had fought in the military. They didn't care about manners. As soon as they entered, they grabbed the golden pancakes on the table and started eating. Lin Junyao came over to greet them but couldn't get a word in, so she decisively turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Tonight's fish was very popular, especially the fish stew in the middle, which was cooked in a broth as milky as milk. The old men loved it most, each drinking 2 or 3 bowls. The other dishes, like pork, chicken, and stir-fried vegetables, were not finished. Jingwei was chatting with the old men. They enjoyed talking about the past, especially the hardships of fighting in wars, the injuries they sustained, and funny stories among their old brothers. Once they started, they couldn't stop, and they kept talking until after 8 p.m., reluctant to end the conversation. Finally, Madame Peng noticed it was getting late and interrupted them. Since Jingwei and his wife were not staying overnight here and needed to return to the hotel, she asked a guard to drive them back. Back in their hotel room, Lin Junya immediately told her husband about her discoveries today. The iron door has 3 big locks. Ordinary keys can't open them. The contents of the box and bag are still unknown. "Are you sure about the direction of the tunnel?" Jing Wei asked her. "Yes, I'm sure. I roughly know the direction. We'll check it out tomorrow morning." Junia's original plan was to investigate after dinner nearby, but tonight, because a group of old men were in high spirits, she felt shy to disturb them, so she postponed the investigation until tomorrow morning. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's take a shower and rest, then go again tomorrow morning." Jingwei casually handed her some clothes so she could take a shower first. Tonight, Jingwei kept his promise and went to bed promptly at 11 p.m. The couple fell asleep early, and they woke up at dawn. They had important work to do today. They grabbed some breakfast casually in the hotel dining hall and left on the earliest bus before sunrise. Using her sense of direction, Junia found the area outside the rest home. She saw many standalone 2- or 3-story red brick houses. She quietly told her husband, "Jingwei, the direction is correct. It should be here, but we can't confirm which house exactly. Is the tunnel you found going straight? Did it turn anywhere?" Jingwei asked to confirm the direction. "No, it's a straight tunnel. I estimate the distance between the 2 doors is about half a mile." Jingwei understood. He was good at investigation and said to her, "Junia, you go inside and look around. I'll go to the mountain behind to confirm the direction." "Okay, let's meet here in 10 minutes." Today, the couple took some precautions and disguised themselves. Junya deliberately applied some yellow makeup to her face, wore a wide-brimmed hat, and dressed in a plain white shirt and shorts. They looked ordinary and wouldn't attract much attention on the street. This area had dozens of households. Each house was a red brick building, some 2 stories, some 3. Most had front yards and back gardens, with flowers, grass, and fruit trees. 2 houses had small cars parked at the entrance. Everyone seemed quite well off. "Mom, hurry up." Lin Junya just came around a small path, planning to visit a neighbor's house with a pretty little garden. She saw a girl about 13 or 14 years old in a pink dress come out of the door. The girl carried a white bag slung over her shoulder, pushed a bicycle, and looked a bit impatient, glancing at her briefly. "Why are you in such a rush?" "We agreed to meet at 11 o'clock. "It's still early," a woman inside responded. "Today is hot and sunny. If we go earlier, we can find a shady place to walk around without getting sunburned." The girl waited at the door, sounding impatient. "You said you wanted to go to Chungming Yuan's place, but I don't want to go in this heat. Running around might make me sick. If you really want to go, go by yourself." "I'm not going. He has food and a place to stay at his shop. I'm too lazy to go. If he wants to come back, he can do so himself." The mother and daughter spoke Mandarin clearly, and Lin Junya heard everything. The key point was that they both had accents, just like the Jiang family members. They also mentioned a name, Chungming Yuan. Is it Chen, Sin, Chung, or perhaps Chung? Lin Junya is very sensitive to that surname now. With their accents, her eyes sparkled with an unclear light. She slowly stepped back a few paces and hid in a corner to watch secretly. The woman who was talking quickly came out, dressed in a light purple half-skirt and wearing a sun hat. From her angle, her face was not visible, but her figure was well maintained. She was not very tall, but her walk and silhouette were elegant. After locking the door and watching the mother and daughter ride away on their bicycles, Lin Junya finally stepped out cautiously. She looked around carefully before approaching the house. Junya, Jiang Jinwei had already come ahead and was waiting with her at the side of the house. He saw her staring at the house and asked, "Did you find something unusual?" Lin Junya didn't answer him. Instead, she asked, "Have you confirmed the direction?" Jiang Jinwei pointed at the house in front of them and traced with his finger. The straight line points directly at this row of houses. "This house is very likely," Lin Junya said, pointing to the house with the garden and sharing her previous observations. If there was suspicion, they would investigate. Jiang Jinwei kept watch outside, while Lin Junya took the opportunity to sneak into the house through a corner window out of sight. She quickly went inside to investigate. This living room does not have a family portrait, but all the furniture and appliances are very high quality. The entire house is furnished with valuable rosewood furniture. The set of appliances on sale on the market is complete, and the most noticeable item is the large, colorful TV on the TV stand. Lin Junya casually looked around and used her universal key to open the doors of each bedroom and study room, then went to check each one. She explored all the rooms upstairs and downstairs, and was pretty sure this family has 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. The 2 daughters' rooms are decorated with high-quality bedding in pink, yellow, and fresh blue-green colors, which girls like. The son's room is very simple, with all decorations in blue. The son's bed and wardrobe are covered with a thin layer of dust, indicating he hasn't been back for a while. The room has some books but no photos or personal items. The 2 daughters' rooms have photos, but they are only individual portraits, not a family picture. Lin Junya roughly looked around and then started searching for the basement. After about 2 or 3 minutes, she finally found the entrance in the backyard shed, where coal and miscellaneous items are stored. She sneaked into the basement and saw the iron door, feeling very happy. This is the one. Once she confirmed it was this family, Lin Junya quickly went to the window she entered from and softly whistled outside. Jiang Jinwei hurried over. "Junya, is this the family?" "Yes, this is the family. No one is home, and there are no photos of the main man. I will go to the study and check carefully." Lin Junya had not finished her search. She just wanted to share her findings with him. Okay, take your time. I'll keep watch outside. Let me know if anything happens. The mother and daughter had gone out. Based on what they said earlier, they wouldn't be back this morning, giving Lin Junya enough time to thoroughly investigate. She searched each room carefully, even flipping through books page by page. While checking the son's bedroom, Lin Junya found a small photo under the corner of the bed. The photo was covered in dust. She quickly wiped it clean. When she saw the young man in the photo, with delicate features and features somewhat similar to his father, she was stunned. A strange feeling surged in her chest. Looks so much like Dad, could it be? Lin Junya's mind raced with a guess. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and she looked excited. This is Chung Yuqian's house. This is his son. The mother and daughter, who just left her as wife and daughter. Yes, he changed his name, married, and had children, hiding close to Chung Songbai. He has been secretly communicating with him. The items hidden in this secret underground room were hidden by their father and son, transported from Chung Yuqian's family. After guessing this, Lin Junya immediately stored the photo carefully and continued checking the other rooms. Unfortunately, after an hour of searching, she didn't find any photos of Chung Yuqian in this house, but that was expected. He was originally a dead man. Even after many years, if his appearance changed a bit, someone who knew him well could still recognize him. Chung Songbai was smart and cautious, so he must have given careful instructions. When leaving, Lin Junya cleaned all traces left in the room. After confirming everything was clear, she climbed out the window and left quickly. They didn't stay long and hurried away. In a quiet place, she showed the photo to Jiang Jinwei. This is the only clue we found inside. He looked at the photo and immediately thought of her father-in-law's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. This must be Chung Yuqian's son. Lin Junya pointed at the photo and said, Chung Yuqian looks like her father-in-law. It's normal that his son resembles him. Jiang Jinwei didn't think much more and returned the photo to her. We had a good day's work. Now let's go to the police station and ask my old friend to check this family's information. Okay, let's go. Lin Junya was excited. Things had gone more smoothly than she expected these days, and her tone was a bit excited. Once we find out about this family, we should be able to catch Chung Yuqian quickly. Yes, once he's caught, we can act against Chung Songbai immediately. The stolen goods hidden in the underground room are solid proof. He won't be able to escape justice. Jiang Jinwei remembered last night when he talked with the old men about war and battles. He was quite moved and respectful. He was a hero who made great contributions to the country, but he also allowed his family members to harm many people. His good deeds and mistakes couldn't cancel each other out. Only the law could judge him. As soon as Chung Songbai falls, the entire family of Chung Songyang can be uprooted. Although Lin Junya hadn't met her biological grandfather, she didn't plan to meet him early. She just wanted to see him off one last time and let him know who was responsible for his death. They returned to the city around midnight. The two of them found a restaurant for a simple meal and also packed some food for their old friend working at the police station. This comrade's surname is Jiao, and he is a few years older than Jiang Jinwei. He is very kind-hearted and immediately helps them after meals, quickly finding detailed information for them. Yongchuan Bay No. 5, the head of the household, is Chung Chongren. Upon hearing this name, Lin Junya's narrowed eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. Brother Jiao, what are those three characters? Success for Chung, recreation for Chong, and kindness for Ren. Brother Jiao hands them the household registration details. Lin Junya looks at the name, feeling amused inside. She replaces the character Chung with a homophone Chung, changing the name slightly. The name Chongren was probably chosen by Chung Songbai, hoping he would become a kind and virtuous person again. Such a criminal is fundamentally rotten inside. Even if he had a second chance at life, he wouldn't change who he is, nor would he become a person of kindness and morality. Brother Jiao doesn't know her thoughts and continues to introduce the household information, pointing to the details. His wife is Su Wan, and they have 3 children. The eldest son and daughter are a pair of twins, Chung Mingyue and Chung Mingyuan. The youngest daughter is Chung Mingzhu. The information recorded isn't very detailed. Lin Junya carefully examines their birth dates. She notices the twins are over 3 years younger than her and similar to her younger brother, born in the same year and month, but on different days. She calculates the time and quietly asks Jiang Jinwei when Cheng Yuqian was sentenced. Was he married? Jiang Jinwei also sees the twins' birth date, squinting and shaking his head. I haven't heard the elders mention this. No one has brought up whether he was married. Jinwei, help me make a call to ask Grandpa. Regarding Cheng Yuqian, the Jiang family elders know more. Asking them will help find information faster. Jiang Jinwei nods and borrows a phone from Brother Jiao, then calls Old Jiang in Nancheng. Old Jiang exchanges a few words with his grandson. When he learns they've found an important clue about Cheng Yuqian, he confirms over the phone he wasn't married when he was sentenced. He's a pretty bad guy, but he has high standards and is very picky. Cheng Songyang and his wife also carefully selected a partner for him. They have their eyes on the top of their heads. Before the incident, he had no partner. Several families of officials who liked him were relieved they didn't marry their daughters to him. Jiang Jinwei shares what they've found with him. Junia says the woman speaks with a Nanching accent. I checked at the Yongqing Public Security Bureau, and she has twins born the year Cheng Yuqian was sentenced. He was sentenced at the beginning of the year, and the twins were born in September. Although he didn't officially marry, he probably had affairs behind the scenes. Back then, everyone who associated with him was a bunch of irresponsible troublemakers. Since he was sentenced to death, many of his spoiled friends who often did bad deeds with him have also been punished. Old Mr. Jiang knew all this and clearly remembered a few people who offered help willingly. You keep investigating over there. I'll send someone to ask his former friends for clues. They should be able to provide some information. Grandpa, the woman called Su-Wan is probably a fake name. She likely changed her name when she came here, Jiang Jingwei warned. Yes, I know, old Mr. Jiang replied. He hung up and took out the phone book from his drawer, then personally made a call to look into the matter. The police could only find limited information. Lin Junya wanted to quickly get detailed data on Cheng Chongren, so she immediately called Xiao Qian and arranged to meet him again at the park where they had met before. Xiao Qian was experienced in this line of work and had access to many important people's information. When she mentioned she wanted to investigate Cheng Chongren, his expression behind his mask changed. You want to investigate him? From his tone, Lin Junya instantly confirmed, Qiange, you know him well? His public information isn't hard to find, but his true background is not accessible, Xiao Qian told her honestly. He also warned, he is a dangerous person. Influential people in Yongqing don't dare offend him. Unless it's something very important, I suggest you not investigate him. Those who oppose him usually end badly. The more he said this, the more Lin Junya was convinced that he was Cheng Yuqian. With his father and second uncle as protection and guiding him, it's normal for him to be thriving here. Xiao Qian, we only need his public information. We have a relative who might be under his command and want to meet him to gather some information, Jiang Jingwei explained. He wouldn't go into too many details and handed Xiao Qian a prepared stack of money. They paid generously and straightforwardly. Xiao Qian, being a businessman, wouldn't refuse this opportunity. Wait for me here half an hour. I'll go back and get his information. All right, thank you for your help, Lin Junya said with a smile. As promised, Xiao Qian brought back a stack of documents, all carefully collected by him over time. He didn't give them the notebook, but only let them copy the key points. Who is the behind-the-scenes boss of Fully No. 1? Jiang Jingwei knew about Fully No. 1. It's a famous entertainment venue in Yongqing, combining a bar, dance hall, and nightclub. It operates day and night without closing and is well known locally. This is also a place where money is made quickly, whether day or night. Business here is very busy, and it is a fun paradise for young men and women to relax and enjoy themselves. Last time he came to Yongqing on a mission, he went inside with his comrades to spend money and learned about the place. The entertainment venue has not been open long, only about 2 years, but it has already become the leading business in the industry. Xiao Qian sat nearby, chewing sugarcane and speaking unclearly. He is the big boss. The other bosses only share the profits without showing up. Jiang Jingwei understood that he was only the face of management. The real power and money belonged to others who supported him. Once they catch him, Yongqing will likely see a change in leadership. Lin Junia spent nearly 20 minutes copying the information, then sincerely thanked Xiao Qian. After he left, they discussed their next steps. The Qian Kuan Gate is also his business. When we attacked it that day, we accidentally hit the right target. Cheng Chongren has many businesses under his name, covering a wide range of fields. Besides the luxury club and Qian Kuan Gate, he also runs shipping businesses at the port, working with Qing Chaolong's father-in-law. They jointly operate a shipping route and have built 5 or 6 large warehouses at the port. Their business has expanded to Port City and Southeast Asia. The detailed information provided by Xiao Qian was very helpful. Lin Junia pointed to the warehouse addresses at the port and said, "Their business is thriving. Let's help them grow even more." "Okay, let's go now." The port is a bit remote, so they hired a tractor to take them nearby. They pretended to be out-of-town traders buying wholesale, asking prices, and gathering information along the way. They stopped outside the warehouses run by Cheng Chongren, pretending to be very interested in their goods. They negotiated prices, and then went inside to look at samples. Inside the warehouse, they saw the goods. One warehouse was used for storing diesel and gasoline, smuggled from abroad and sold at high prices domestically, earning huge profits from the difference. This batch of goods arrived that morning and had just been moved into the warehouse. The accountant hired there was counting the inventory. As Lin Junia passed by this warehouse, she quickly glanced inside and quickly formulated a plan. "Jingwei, leave the arson to me. They will definitely contact Qing Chongren and Cheng Chaolong later. You help me keep an eye on the follow-up and find their contact numbers." "Junia, be careful," Jiang Jingwei warned her. "Don't worry, this is a small matter for me." Lin Junia just went to the warehouse to take a look and found many good things. She also wanted to sneak inside and steal some items. Now, her master is preparing to receive the goods in the space. During the day, many workers are busy in the warehouse, but Lin Junia easily avoided their attention and sneaked into the shadows like a ghost. She first stole about 10 boxes of diesel into the space, then poured several buckets of it into dark corners. When the workers noticed the diesel leak, she took out a match, struck it, and set the oil on the ground on fire. As the flames quickly rose, she used her light skills to escape swiftly. "Someone come quickly. There's a fire. Come and help put it out." The fire in the warehouse spread rapidly, flames soaring into the sky, drawing the attention of everyone on the dock. The warehouse managed by Qing Zhongren is large, with about 200 workers. It is working hours, so they almost didn't need instructions from the boss. Everyone grabbed buckets and went to fetch water to fight the fire. While everyone was busy fighting the fire, other warehouses were left unattended. Lin Junia quickly sneaked inside and looted all the valuable items. Anything she didn't want, she poured gasoline on. In just half an hour, 6 warehouses caught fire simultaneously. Even someone very foolish could tell it was arson. Quietly, Lin Junia returned to Jiang Jinwei's side. The person in charge of the warehouse was desperately making phone calls to report the fire. Others, besides those fighting the flames, were searching for the arsonist, but they found nothing and didn't suspect that a woman was responsible. Because of the gasoline, the fires were too big to approach safely. Ordinary water couldn't put them out. Everyone watched helplessly as 6 warehouses turned to ashes. The other warehouses operated by different owners remained intact. Many bosses were relieved and speculated that someone had been offended. Cheng Chaolong's 2 brothers-in-law arrived quickly. Seeing their own business reduced to ashes, their faces turned red with anger, like the flames still burning. The bearded one is Su Shanyan, Cheng Chaolong's eldest brother-in-law. The taller one is his younger brother, Su Shanhai. I saw them when I was a child. Jiang Jinwei was still among the crowd watching the scene. He had also collected a few phone numbers from the warehouse managers and was waiting here to see if Qing Zhongren would come personally. Su's father was once a senior official in the southern city, holding a position comparable to the Jiang family. Su Yuyun, Su's daughter, is about the same age as Cheng Chaolong. After her background was revealed, Chung Chaolong immediately launched a strong pursuit, using this marriage to stabilize his awkward status. Because of this, Chung Songyang and his wife saw her as useful and believed she could bring benefits to the Chung family. They kept her background secret and still treated her as their own daughter. Later, the Su family followed the Chung family to Yongqing to develop. Their roots there were shallow, so they clung tightly to the Chung family for support. To establish themselves quickly, they acted boldly during difficult times, offending many people, which eventually led to their downfall. The Su father and son have regretted this for years, but regret is useless. They can only continue to rely on the Chung family to survive. The Su brothers had no choice but to go into business. In recent years, with the support of the Chung family, their business has been doing well, earning more than in the past 20 years. The Su family gradually emerged from the dark times, united in building their industries and businesses, working passionately. However, a recent fire burned everything back to the way it was before liberation. The 6 warehouses contained goods worth about 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, all reduced to ashes. This was clearly not an accident but arson, likely caused by someone deliberately setting the fire. The Su brothers are furious. "Brother Su, I just went to the bathroom and someone threw a note inside," the warehouse accountant hurriedly reported. Su Shanyan snatched the note and saw large, bold handwriting. "Today's fire is my revenge on Chung Chongren. Wishing your business prosperity in the future." Seeing that Chung Chongren was behind the attack, the Su brothers felt angry and stomachache, but also somewhat relieved. The blame wasn't on them, and they could hold Chung Chongren responsible for the huge loss. After arranging things here, they left. Lin Jr. and others followed, but did not track the Su brothers directly. Instead, they went straight to Yuhu Park. "Dad, Mom." Lin Jr. saw their shadows from afar. The Lin family had all come, with bags piled by the roadside, looking like refugees fleeing into the city. Seeing the young couple, Lin Sanhui and his wife felt relieved. The other members of the Lin family also shut their mouths. "Dad, Mom, how long have you been here? Did third brother drop you off and leave?" Jiang Jingwei asked as he jumped off the tractor. "Yes, they had other things to do. They brought us here, and then left. We've been waiting here for half an hour." Lin Jr. just settled accounts with the tractor driver. After he left, she came over to talk to them. "We just finished our work and didn't expect you to come so early. You're a bit late. Have you found my son?" Grandma Lin asked directly. "Yes, I found him and saw him to confirm." Junior pointed to the nearby residential area across the street. "Look, his family lives in that courtyard. To make it easier for you, I asked third brother to take you directly here." Hearing this, Grandma Lin was overjoyed. "Let's go now. Take us there. They're not home now. Today is Thursday. Both he and his wife are at work and won't come back until after 6. Junia checked her watch. It was already past 5. "No one is home now, and going there won't help. Wait here for a bit. Let me tell you about their situation." "Okay, Junia. Please tell us." For the first time, Lin Erwi spoke kindly to her and even advised his mother, "Mom, don't worry. We're already at the door. There's no rush. All right, we'll go later." Grandma Lin sat back on the bench she brought from home. Lin Sanhui and his wife also brought a bench. Li Sume handed a cloth to her daughter so she could sit while she stood nearby. Junia took out some information she had researched recently and highlighted the key points. Chung Chaolong is now the deputy director of the Yongqing General Trade Union. I didn't find out exactly what he manages, but he's a high-level city official. His wife is Su Yuyun. Her father was a high-ranking official in Nanching. Later, because of the Chung family, he was transferred to work in Yongqing. Before his appointment, he was the deputy secretary of Yongqing's Revolutionary Committee, the third in command there. Her 2 brothers are also mid to high-level officials. After the special period ended, the Su family had problems. The father and sons were dismissed from their jobs, but they weren't arrested. Chung Chaolong and his wife almost lost their jobs too, but it was the Chung family who helped them keep their positions. In the past 2 years, the Chung family has helped behind the scenes. Chung Chaolong was transferred back to a good, stable position. The Su family started doing business, using their old contacts to make a lot of money. Chung Chaolong also made a fortune with them. Hearing that her son had made money, Grandma Lin's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to ask, how much did he earn? I don't know the exact amount, but I found out they opened 7 or 8 tea houses in Yongqing. Lin Junia is not exaggerating. This is true. She pointed toward the southeast corner of the park and said, "Look, the tea house with the flag at the entrance is theirs. Su Yoyun's younger brother manages it. Ching Chaolong and Su Yoyun are both working at government offices. They can't manage it themselves, so her brothers run it. They only handle the money." Grandma Lin was so happy, she almost jumped up, eager to go immediately. Lin Erwi quickly held her back. "Mom, don't speak now. Sit patiently and listen to Junia." "Oh, okay." Grandma Lin obediently sat down and even gave Junia a fake, loving smile. "Junia, go on and tell us more." Hearing her calling her Junia, Lin Junia got goosebumps all over. She pretended to be calm and said kindly, "Don't get so excited. Stay calm and cool. If you're too eager, they might see your weak spots. Then your whole family might be easily sold out. And you're still foolishly helping them count money." She was right. Lin Erwi was much calmer than his mother. "Mom, this isn't home anymore. Don't speak or act impulsively. From now on, listen to me and the fourth brother. The others should cooperate." Okay. They had already agreed before coming to Ching Chaolong's house to seek wealth. They worked together and stayed united. Jiang Jingwei and Lin Sanhui exchanged a silent look, smiling without words. I found out that the tea house is only part of their business. The Su family also has several large warehouses at the port. They do business with foreigners, importing goods from other countries to sell and also selling good domestic products. They make profits from the price differences. Their operation is quite large, with hundreds of workers and several ships. Ching Chaolong and his wife probably invested money too. They definitely make 10 to 20,000 yuan in profit each year. Of course, I didn't check the exact figures. This is just an estimate. You don't have to believe me. Junia deliberately mentioned a number to excite them. For people who scrimp and save every penny, 10 or 20,000 yuan is a huge amount. It was enough to ignite their deepest greed. Now, Grandma Lin was so excited, she almost couldn't contain herself. Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui's eyes shone brightly, brighter than the sun overhead. Wang Juhua and Qin Rong were equally thrilled. They couldn't sit still anymore. Qin Rong, holding her pregnant belly, was trembling with excitement, clearly unable to control herself. Lin Junia casually glanced at them, pretending not to notice their excited expressions, and continued to tempt them. The Chung Chaolong couple has 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. Their daughter, Chunging Mei, is the oldest, the same age as me, and already engaged. The groom's family is well matched. The whole family works in government agencies. "Where are my 2 grandchildren?" Granny Lin asked eagerly. The older one is called Chunging Xiong, 16 years old. He is disabled, born deaf and mute. "What?" Granny Lin's face changed dramatically. She hurriedly asked, "And the younger one?" "The younger one is healthy and normal, Chunging Hao, about 12 or 13. Lin Junia only shared this much. She didn't say more. She was looking forward to seeing Chunging Hao meet the Lin family. It should be quite lively. When Granny Lin heard her grandson was healthy and normal, she relaxed a bit. However, Lin Erwi and his wife looked a little strange, but didn't say anything. After explaining the Chung family situation, Lin Junia briefly described the other members of the Chung family, focusing on their official positions and business income, subtly provoking them. The 2 old men in the Chung family favor their own son and niece/nephew and are cold toward Chung Chaolong's side. If the Su family hadn't made a big comeback and earned a lot of money, they probably wouldn't help Ching Chaolong find a good new job. They ignore the affairs of Ching Chaolong's 3 children. All their connections are used for their own children and grandchildren. As long as Ching Chaolong can bring them benefits, they pay attention. If he doesn't send money or benefits, they ignore him. When they visit the most powerful older brother in the Chung family, they often don't bring his 3 children, especially his 2 sons, they almost never let them go. Lin Junia intentionally said these things to stir up Granny Lin's anger. This old woman is very traditional and values boys over girls. She cares deeply about her grandchildren. If the Chung family treats her grandson like this, she will definitely hold a grudge and cause trouble. I found someone who knows the Chung family well. He used to be Chung family's son-in-law. The Chung family ruined his life, and he hates them deeply. He agreed to cooperate with us. He will come to meet you later. In the next few days, he will take you to the Chung family's home, their workplaces, and several department stores they run. You should cooperate with him to cause trouble. These Chung family businesses have nothing to do with Cheng Chaolong. He won't get any benefits from them. Just cause chaos and make as much trouble as you can. Make it so difficult for them that they can't open their doors for business. It's best to discuss with Cheng Chaolong and ask him to help transfer all these department stores into your names. The members of the Lin family became more excited as she spoke. Wang Juhua couldn't help but interrupt. How many department stores does the Cheng family have?
5.
Lin Junia flipped through a page of paper, took out some pen and paper from her school bag, and quickly jotted down the addresses of these stores for them. I've only been to one of them. It's about the size of 2 county town department stores, and the business is very good. They sell all kinds of nice things, many imported from abroad, like TVs, washing machines, refrigerators, and more. The store makes a few thousand yuan a day. Afterward, she pointed out the location. Look, the Ping'an Street store is just ahead. Walk 2 miles along this road, and you'll find it. The store is called Xinqing Department Store, with a red painted sign and a red ribbon hanging at the entrance. You can go see it now. This is the busiest time of the day. Wang Juhua immediately took charge and said to her wife and the man, Mom, I'll take Mimi and the others to see it. Go quickly, come back soon, don't waste time. We still need to visit the third brother's house, Lin's mother ordered. Okay, we'll go and take a quick look, then come right back. Without needing further instructions, all the girls from the Lin family followed her. Lin Yaoyao ran even faster than them, sprinting ahead with long strides. Wang Juhua and the others hurried to Xinqing Department Store. Though she couldn't read, she had just heard Lin Junia's description, so she peeked inside the store as soon as they reached the entrance. She saw many people shopping inside, with all kinds of unfamiliar, high-quality goods piled up on the shelves. She was so excited that she exclaimed, Mimi, look at the sign on the door. Is this Xinqing Department Store? Yes, Mom, it's here. Although Lin, Mimi, and the others didn't read much, they recognized common characters. Now they all gathered at the entrance, their eyes shining with greed as they looked at the dazzling array of goods inside. Hey, if you want to buy something, come in. If not, don't block the door or stop others, a clerk shouted at them from the counter. Seeing their ragged and dirty clothes, like a group of beggars, a look of obvious disdain and contempt flashed in her eyes. Wang Juhua saw her expression and was about to rush in to argue and shout, but Lin Mimi quickly pulled her back. Mom, let's not cause trouble today. We have other important things to do. We can come back later. Mom, let's go back first and follow Grandma and Dad's arrangements. Lin Lily also pulled her. All right, let's go back first. Wang Juhua tiptoed to look inside the shop, then reluctantly turned to leave, calling to her 2 daughters and niece. Let's go. We'll come back tomorrow. Mom, everything in this store is new to us. Yongqing really is a paradise. Lin Junia was so bold this time. She didn't trick us. When Lin Mimi visited before, she always felt uneasy. Now, seeing the prosperity of Yongqing with her own eyes, she felt like she was floating. Everything she said is probably true. They didn't trick us. But the Chung family is probably not simple. Getting control of these stores won't be easy. We need to discuss this carefully with your father when we go back. As soon as Wang Juhua arrived in Yongqing, she was dazzled by the wealth and prosperity. Seeing fashionable women on the street, she felt her life had been wasted before. Standing on the ground, she felt like she was dreaming. Now her mind was clearer, but she still felt uneasy, worried that waking up might mean losing everything. She felt nervous and decided to talk to her husband about it when she got home. The 5 of them ran quickly. When they reached the park entrance, Lin Junya was still giving some instructions. Juhua, did you find it? Granny Lin asked eagerly. Mom, I found it. Wang Juhua looked excited, glanced at Lin Junya, and told them, Yamei didn't lie. This department store is very big, and the business is great. It's much larger than the state-run shops in the county. Many people are shopping here, buying high-end goods we've never seen before. Grandma, there are 7 or 8 salespeople in the store. Lin Finfin excitedly told her, rushing over and hugging Qin Rong's arm, then happily told her parents, Dad, Mom, the store has so many goods, piled up to the ceiling. The clothes and dresses are so beautiful. They probably cost dozens of yuan each, much prettier than the dresses Lin Huahua bought before, which only cost a few dozen yuan. Dad, I saw over 10 radios on the counter, better than the ones at the captain's house. They are so big, I could carry them with both hands. Lin Jiao was also comparing with Lin Erwi, animatedly describing, so excited it seemed like all those things belonged to him. Lin Junya saw that they only glanced at everything, but her greed was stirred up inside. She deliberately corrected and teased them. Lin Jiao, what you said isn't a radio, it's a TV. There are fewer than 5 TVs in the entire Dongyuan County, and ordinary families can't afford them. Even the cheapest TVs cost 4 or 500 yuan each, and the expensive ones are 7 or 800. They are not comparable to radios. The radio can only be listened to, but the television can play movies and show people. The big leaders introduced in textbooks can also be seen on TV. Lin Jiao had never seen a television before. The best thing he had encountered was a radio. Surprised that he didn't cough from the dust, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, I don't know what a TV is. I thought it was just a big radio. He hadn't seen one, and neither had the rest of Lin's family. They were truly country folks with no exposure to the outside world. I found someone to help you, she said. He's from Yongqing and knows all about these new and fancy things. If you don't understand something, ask him. When you go to Cheng's house or the department store to cause trouble and take things, ask him first about the prices. Pick the valuable ones and take those. Don't just look for cheap, useless items. Lin Junya spoke deliberately with a tone of disdain, also taking the chance to teach them. The Chung family are officials. They care about their reputation. When you face them, don't try to argue with them. They are well-educated and cultured. If you try to reason with them, you'll be no match. You've probably heard the saying, a scholar meets a soldier. Reasoning doesn't work. Use your own skills to deal with them. Remind them of how you raised me and how Qing Chaolong was born. Be bold and ask for a lot. Keep pressing them for money and benefits. They are officials. First, go to them to ask for money or jobs. If they refuse to arrange work, try to get as much money as possible. Be firm and take control of these department stores. Maybe you can become the boss, or they might buy you a house and help you change your household registration. That way, you can settle in Yongqing quickly and become a city person, no longer needing to return to Dongyuan County. What she said was exactly what the Lin family was thinking. Grandma Lin felt happy listening and anxiously asked, when will the person you found arrive? I scheduled to meet him at 6 o'clock. He should be here soon. As soon as Lin Junya finished speaking, a bicycle suddenly braked behind her. She turned around and saw Liang Jinluan arriving. She immediately stood up and said, Uncle Liang. Liang Jinluan nodded at her and looked at Lin Erwi, speaking in Mandarin. Is this Qing Chaolong's real brother? Yes, this is his biological mother. These two are brothers and sisters-in-law. His second older brother and fourth younger brother. Lin Junya briefly introduced her family, then introduced her parents and husband to him. These are my parents and my husband. Liang Jinluan parked his bike, then came over to shake hands with each of them. He exchanged a few words with Lin Sanhui and his wife, then turned to speak to Lin Erwi and his brothers. I am Liang Jinluan, the former cousin-in-law of Qing Chaolong. My ex-wife was a bad person, and the Yu family are all bad people. My parents and sister were harmed indirectly by them. Like Sanhuiji, I was also badly hurt by their family. I want to take revenge on them. I and Sanhuiji both know Qing Chaolong, but we have no personal grudges. I heard from Lin Jr. that Chung Chaolong and Chung family were switched at birth. Actually, Chung Chaolong hasn't had an easy life in the Chung family over the years. He's not the biological son, and the two old folks in the Chung family favor their real son and nephew. They think Chung Chaolong is a fake and don't treat him well. During holidays and family gatherings, he and I were often ignored, so I understand his situation well. He probably also resents his adoptive parents in the Chung family. At first, his life was okay because his father-in-law's family helped support him. But after his father-in-law's family fell, his life became very hard. Recently, his father-in-law's family made a comeback and the Chung family started to treat him better. Basically, once he started earning money again and became useful, they were willing to give him some favors. You all are like family, mother and brothers, so since you're here, help him out a bit. Junia has already told me about your family situation. Like her, I only want to avenge and destroy the Chung family. I don't care about any inheritance or money. My ancestors were capitalists and landowners. Now that history has been corrected, my family owns 7 or 8 buildings in Yongqing. I don't do much work, just collect rent, which brings in 300 to 500 yuan a month. I also run some shops and do business. I'm not short of money, and I don't need Chung family's money. My only goal is to avenge my parents and sister. As long as you cooperate with me and Junia to bring down the Chung family, I will give you an extra 3,000 yuan as a reward after success. In the future, if you settle in Yongqing and need help with small things, just come find me. I will do my best to help. Junia had previously explained to Liang Jinluan about the true nature of the Lin family. He understood how to exploit their weaknesses and used attractive rewards to motivate them. When Liang Jinluan saw their faces light up with excitement upon hearing 3,000 yuan and the two men's eyes gleamed with greed, he secretly smiled. The group of shameless women Junia brought was just waiting for the right commands and encouragement. With proper guidance, they could definitely turn the Chung family upside down. Lin Junia exchanged a silent glance with him and shared a look of understanding. She then took out a stack of documents from her backpack and handed them to him. Uncle Liang, these are the pieces of evidence I found today. You should find them useful. Liang Jinluan quickly flipped through a few pages. After just a few pages, his expression changed. I will give these to my brother. He will know how to use them. Good. Let's work together. Give me 3 to 5 more days. Lin Junia was confident she could finish the task quickly. She also warned her family, I told you before, help me cover for 3 to 5 days. It doesn't need to be long. Before the matter is settled, do not reveal that we came to Yongqing. If Cheng's family finds out, our plan for revenge will fail. If you don't get what you want, you will have to bear the consequences yourselves. Understood. We won't say anything. Mrs. Lin didn't care about the hatred between Lin Sanhui and his biological parents and siblings. As long as her daughter and Liang Jinluan didn't fight her own son, it was fine. Additionally, for her family's wealth and a bright future in Yongqing, she was willing to cooperate fully. She immediately turned around and instructed her children and grandchildren, especially warning her 4 granddaughters sternly. After finishing what needed to be said, the Lin family packed up all their belongings happily and followed Liang Jinluan to the nearby community. Chung Chaolong was unaware that a group of close relatives with blood ties had come to his home. After work at 5:30 p.m., he and his wife went to the hospital to see their son. Chung Yinghao had been hospitalized for several days and was being cared for by a nurse. They visited him daily at noon and evening, bringing food and checking on him. Their daughter, Chung Yingmei, was still unmarried and lived at home. She was busy with work lately, often working overtime until late at night, and hadn't finished her work yet. As for their other deaf-mute son, he was good-looking and quite smart. However, because of his congenital disability, her husband and wife didn't like him much. When he was 6, they sent him to Yongqing's top deaf-mute school. They only brought him home for a few days during the new year and occasionally went to visit him. Because their eldest son was disabled, they focused all their love on their healthy younger son. This is how Chung Yinghao grew up to be a rebellious troublemaker. After dinner at the hospital with their son, the couple rode their bikes home. When they saw a group of refugees blocking their door, their faces immediately changed. Before Ching Chaolong could speak, Mrs. Lin, like a ball, rushed forward, hugging him and crying loudly, "Third son, my son." She smelled of sweat and a foul odor, a strong stench hitting his nose. Ching Chaolong's stomach churned violently, and a wave of nausea rose to his throat. He quickly pushed her away, though he spoke politely, "Old lady, please don't be upset. Stand still for a moment. I think you have the wrong person." He tried to push her away, but Granny Lin held tightly onto him. Her expression was not one of staged excitement, but genuine emotion. "Third son, I am your mother. I am your real mother." She didn't speak Mandarin, but a dialect similar to the local language, which Ching Chaolong understood clearly. "I am your real mother." Those words hit his ears like ice. His body instantly froze, a cold wave rushing from his heart throughout his entire body, freezing every cell and capillary. "Third son, my son, I finally found you. Why are you so cruel? Why haven't you come to see me all these years?" Granny Lin was excited and emotional, with a hint of resentment and dissatisfaction deep inside. All these feelings burst out at once. She held him tightly with one arm and kept hitting his back with the other. Hey, who are you?" Su Yun quickly stopped his bike and came over to push her away. "Sister-in-law, Ching Chaolong is our brother. He is our real brother." Liang Yihui and his brother immediately came to help, one on each side pulling Su Yun back. They even showed what they thought was a good smile. "Chaolong is our real brother. He is the third son of our family. He was switched at birth when he was born." Su Yun disliked the smell on them and pushed their hands away with disgust. Then she finally saw Liang Yihui's face clearly. Her expression changed instantly. Ching Chaolong also came to his senses. He pushed Granny Lin away hurriedly and shouted anxiously, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. If you have any issues, go to the police. Don't break into someone's home and cause trouble." Their neighbors on both sides were middle-level officials from Yongqing. When the Lin family came to their door before, many neighbors asked about the situation. Liang Jinluan kindly introduced everyone and even pointed at Liang Yihui's twin-like face, explaining the story of how Ching Chaolong and his real son from the Chung family had been switched at birth. The neighbors already knew the story. Seeing Ching Chaolong's attitude now, they all showed subtle expressions and watched quietly, enjoying the scene. Mrs. Lin was pushed away roughly by him, stumbling back and sitting down on her luggage. She quickly got up again, her voice sharp and piercing. "Ching Chaolong, you ungrateful person. I am your mother, and you pushed me?" Her voice was very sharp, which instantly woke Ching Chaolong up. He saw Mrs. Lin's face clearly, as well as the faces of the two brothers, Lin Erhui and Lin Sanhui. Usually calm and steady, his hands trembled slightly. Seeing that the neighbors around were watching, he quickly calmed down and returned to his usual gentle and polite manner. "Old lady, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you. Your accent is very strong, and I couldn't understand what you just said. I thought you were here to cause trouble. Do you speak Mandarin?" Mrs. Lin saw that her son was being kind to her, and her anger, which had just flared up, subsided. Looking at this familiar face, she felt touched inside. Still speaking in her hometown dialect, she said, "I can't speak Mandarin. I will find someone who can speak Mandarin to talk to you."
Ching Chaolong.
Liang Jinluan stepped out from the crowd. As soon as Ching Chaolong and his wife heard his voice, they both frowned and turned to look at him. They asked together, "Liang Jinluan, what are you here for? You don't understand what this old lady is saying. Let me explain." Liang Jinluan smiled, but there was no real smile on his face. He patiently explained, "This old lady says she is your biological mother. The two beside her are your brothers. They come from Dongyuan County, H Province. The people next to them are their wives and children. They are from the Lin family. The lady from the Lin family says her third son was adopted at birth by mistake. He was taken by a family surnamed Chung in Nanching. The Chung family raised and married their son, and 15 years ago, they took their biological son back. But they never returned her real son. The old lady is eager to find her son. Over the years, she's been searching for him. This year, She finally learned that the Chung family moved to Yongqing. That's why she brought her children here to find her son. He explained the situation in a few words. Seeing a cold look flash in Ching Chaolong's eyes, he forced a smile and said, "They probably didn't get the wrong information. They came looking for me. I think this Lin Erwi brother looks like a twin to you. And Lin Jiao, the grandson of the Lin family, looks about 4 or 5 points like your son, Cheng Hao. I believe they probably didn't come to cheat or deceive anyone. Additionally, I also heard Yuehua say that you are not Chung family's biological son. You were adopted after being mistakenly taken at birth. Your family background matches what she told me. It wasn't easy for them to travel so far just to find you. The elderly are longing for their son so much that they are nearly going crazy, and they are crying loudly. I truly couldn't bear to see it. As a relative, I brought them here so you could meet." After saying this, he pretended not to see Ching Chaolong and his wife's angry expressions, and with a kind and friendly face, he said to Granny Lin and others, "Auntie, 2 brothers, it's been a long journey for you. It's been many years since you last saw your son and brothers. I'm sure you have many things to talk about. First, go chat with Chaolong and get to know each other. Stay here and rest well. I'll come back later to take you out to have fun." He had already discussed the arrangements with Lin Erwi and his brothers. Lin Erwi kindly said, "Brother Liang, thank you for your trouble today. I'll invite you for tea next time."
Sure.
Liang Jinlun responded, noticing Ching Chaolong's cold glare, but he smiled more warmly. "Chaolong, we are family. It's right for me to bring Andy and the 2 brothers here. No need to thank me. They've traveled a long way and have been in the car all day. They haven't eaten yet. Please take care of them first. We can talk about everything else later." Ching Chaolong could clearly see the glee in Liang Jinluan's smile. His teeth almost clenched, but he had to fake a smile and say, "Cousin-in-law, take care and come visit again when you have time." Their confrontation was not seen by Granny Lin and others, but the neighbors around saw everything clearly. Their expressions were complicated and subtle. Liang Jinluan saw them off to the door. Based on their appearance alone, Ching Chaolong's background could no longer be hidden. Now in his position, he couldn't openly be rude to them. He could only suppress his anger and pretend to be kind and friendly, saying, "Yuyun, open the door. Please come inside." Su Yuyun was deeply unwilling and strongly disliked these people. She instinctively felt disgusted with the Lin family. But she was clever and wouldn't openly drive them away or act harshly in front of the neighbors. She also showed a fake smile and said, "Sorry for the poor hospitality, since I didn't know family members were coming. Please forgive us. Please unload your luggage first. I'll open the door, and we can sit inside and talk later." Although they didn't call her mom, their attitude was acceptable. Grandma Lin didn't act like a mother-in-law in front of her and told her children and grandchildren, "Move the stuff aside first, and let the 3rd daughter-in-law open the door." When she heard 3rd daughter-in-law, Su Yuyun's carefully maintained pretty face stiffened, and she forced a very unnatural smile, saying nothing more. When the door opened, before Su Yuyun could step inside, Wang Jihua rushed in carrying a large suitcase weighing about 70 or 80 pounds. She was very strong and pushed Su Yuyun into the corner. If her elbow hadn't supported the wall, she might have fallen to the ground. As soon as Wang Jihua entered, others rushed in one after another without being told. They stormed into each room like locusts, throwing their messy luggage everywhere. Seeing their wild, bandit-like behavior, Su Yuyun's face darkened instantly. She glared at Ching Chaolong with resentment and whispered, "Hurry up and send them away. Don't let them stay overnight. I don't care what you do. I don't want to see them again tomorrow." Ching Chaolong was even less willing to see them. 15 years ago, he had carefully investigated the Lin family's reputation and understood their character. That's why he didn't visit or keep in touch with them. When Su Yuyun married him, she didn't know about his background. Once, during an argument with Cheng's eldest sister-in-law, she revealed his background. Only then did she learn about it. Later, she naturally understood why he pursued her and quickly got engaged and married. She was quite angry at the time and had often used this to criticize him over the years. Now that his biological mother, brothers, and sister-in-law had come, these people were obviously uneducated troublemakers and bullies. Liang Jinluan had brought them here deliberately to annoy Cheng's family. If they weren't sent away quickly, they might never have peace again. Su Yuyun thought she wouldn't have peace in the future, but she didn't expect that from this moment on, she would never be truly at peace again. Although they were middle and senior managers, their company-provided housing was limited. Their home had only 3 rooms and 1 living room, which was not enough for so many people to live comfortably. Wang Juhua and Qin Rong were not gentle people. They immediately started fighting over the rooms with their children. Because Grandma Lin protected her grandson, Lin Erwei's family got the larger second bedroom, while Lin Sihui's family could only stay in the smallest room. That second bedroom belonged to Cheng Yinghao. The room was filled with his most treasured belongings. When Lin Jiayao entered, he immediately rummaged through his clothes, threw away his dirty black slippers, and changed into new cool slippers. Wang Juhua saw a variety of delicious fruits in the cabinet and immediately called her mother-in-law, husband, and children to eat. The family acted as if they had just been released from prison, without saying a word, quickly dividing everything and eating until they were full. Qin Rong, though heavily pregnant and a bit unsteady, was quick to grab the food. Her 2 daughters were similar to her, not loud or noisy like Wang Juhua, but quietly rummaging and grabbing whatever they could eat, stuffing it into their mouths quickly. "What are you doing? Are you bandits?" Su Yuyun was initially patient, but after half a minute of them rushing into the house and making a mess, scavenging for food like locusts, she exploded with anger. She suddenly lost her temper. Lin Posey, who was eating an apple, was startled and started scolding her. "Third brother, we came all this way, and you don't even cook for us, nor do you pour us a glass of water. We just want to eat a little, and you're yelling at us. Why did you marry such a wife?" "Exactly. We're hungry and thirsty. We just wanted some fruit to fill our stomachs and quench our thirst, not to get big fish and meat. And you're yelling at us. Third brother, you really are like they say. You're living a good life in the city, deliberately ignoring your parents' and brothers' hardships." Wang Juhua immediately supported her mother-in-law, knowing that whenever she stepped in to help, her own future benefits would be greater. Qin Rong was not willing to fall behind. She spoke in a less loud voice, with awkward Mandarin. "Third brother, if it weren't for Mom intentionally swapping the babies, you wouldn't be so successful today. You haven't visited or supported your parents or brothers all these years. When Dad died, you didn't even come to pay respects. Now we come to eat some food, and this is your attitude? Aren't you afraid others will call you a traitor? If it weren't for Mom giving birth to you and arranging a good future for you, would you have what you have today? We're just eating a little, and your wife calls us bandits. You can't even control your wife. How can you be the head of the family?" Wang Juhua added. "Our family affairs don't need your interference." Su Yun looked at her with disgust and didn't want to stay in the house with these shameless women. She didn't want to spend a second longer with them. Feeling like breathing the same air made her sick, she grimaced and spoke to the man. "I'm going to the hospital to visit my son. I'll give you 3 days." After speaking, she stormed into the master bedroom, casually grabbed a few pieces of clothing, then went to her daughter's room to pick out some change of clothes. She didn't even glance at the Lin family and left angrily. Seeing her attitude, Granny Lin immediately lost her temper, chased after her, and started criticizing her with all sorts of harsh, unpleasant words. Su Yuyun understood her words. She grew up in a cultured family and had never seen such a shameless, foul-mouthed woman before. Hearing her insults, her face turned red like pig liver, and after a long moment of speechlessness, she finally shouted, "Crazy woman! Shameless hag!" When Cheng Chaolong came out chasing her, she yelled at him in front of the neighbors, "I'll give you 3 days. If you don't send them away, we'll get a divorce. I will leave." Their relationship had long been strained. When the Su family fell, they nearly divorced. Su Yun had always blamed the Chung family for ruining her family. If she hadn't wanted to use Cheng's influence to help her family rise again, she would have divorced and taken her children away long ago. Now that these troublemakers from the Lin family had arrived, She didn't need to get involved or understand their character. She knew what kind of people they were just from seeing them. She didn't want to bother with these bad people. Just talking to them made her feel sick. Seeing that she didn't prepare any food or entertain them and was about to leave, Wang Juhua was very dissatisfied and scolded her. Who are these people? Still officials? They really don't understand manners. Not even preparing a meal before leaving, truly. Shut up. This is my home. You have no right to cause trouble here. Chung Chaolong had already seen through their purpose for coming. Over the years, he had been in official circles, seen many people, and quickly saw through their true nature. At this moment, he reined in his fake, gentle facade. He threw his briefcase onto the cabinet and looked at them coldly. I don't care who sent you here or what your purpose is. Once you're here, stay quiet. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. He was radiating authority now. Lin Erwi and the others felt a bit nervous, but earlier, Lin Junya and Liang Jinluan had warned them, so they only hesitated briefly before calming down. Lin Erwi chewed an apple, smiling awkwardly. Third brother, being an official really makes a difference. Such a big authority. Oh, such a big official, huh? The head of the union, really a big shot, Wang Juhua added sarcastically, deliberately mocking him. Seeing that they even knew about his work, Chung Chaolong guessed Liang Jinluan had told them. He frowned and asked, do you know who Liang Jinluan is? Do you think working with him will give you an advantage? We know who he is. He's the son-in-law of the Chung family. Lin Erwi spoke, threw the apple core on the ground, and casually wiped his mouth. Third brother, you haven't come back to visit our parents over the years, nor helped out the family. We know you look down on us, the poor relatives from the countryside, and don't want any contact, afraid we might cling to you for help. We came here because we can't stay at home anymore. We hoped you could help us out, but we didn't mean to cause you trouble. One person can't write two Lin characters. Even though you didn't grow up with us, you're still our brother, born by the same parents. We are brothers who are connected by blood, and even if we didn't go to school, we understand the idea that if you're good to us, we'll be good to you. We know about the feud between Liang Jinluan and the Chung family. He has no grudge against you. His anger is directed at the Chung family. He told us clearly that he has no personal enemies with you and no conflicts with your wife's family. He doesn't plan to fight with you. He called us here to help him get revenge on the Chung family and promised us some rewards afterward. We're new to Yongqing and unfamiliar with the area. Mom said she wants to see you and stay here for a few days. Once we help Liang Jinluan settle his matters and get the money he promised, we'll leave. You and your wife are officials. We know you value your reputation. We won't cause trouble here or affect your work. Before Dad died, he kept thinking about you and repeatedly told us to find you. He was hoping we brothers could reunite. Honestly, second brother, rural life is too hard. We can't stay in the countryside anymore, so we came to Yongqing to find a way out and to see you, my brother, whom I haven't seen in over 40 years. If you have the ability, please help us out by assisting me and second brother with our work. We would be very grateful. If you can't help, we'll find jobs ourselves. We have some strength, so we shouldn't go hungry. We just arrived here today and have nowhere to stay. We only came to bother you for a few days. We haven't eaten all day and are really hungry and thirsty. That's why we took some food. What they said was mostly taught by Lin Junya and Liang Jinluan. The women in the family play the good cop, while the brothers play the bad cop. Only by working together like this can they avoid being kicked out. They also know very well that, since they just arrived, they shouldn't cause trouble right away. They need to first calm things down, settle the family, and then plan for later. Lin Erwi and his brother spoke in their local dialect. Some words were hard to understand, but Chung Chaolong understood the general meaning. He looked at them carefully and asked, Liang Jinluan wants you to help him get revenge? Yes, he said the Chung family has made his life difficult, and he wants the Chung family to suffer too. He also said that the two old folks in the Chung family don't treat you well. They favor their own son and nephew and niece. If you're useful to them, they'll give you some rewards. If you're not useful, they ignore you, and even his wife often looks down on you. Lin Sihui told him some things he could say, and asked back, Third brother, is Liang Jinluan telling the truth? Are those two old folks in the Chung family really looking down on you, as he said? What Yongqing said was all true. This is Chung Chaolong's situation in the Chung family, so he didn't speak. He didn't say anything, which was like admitting it. Those two old fools. Lin Posey jumped up angrily and said fiercely, "Third brother, don't be afraid. Your mother will help you get justice. They've bullied you so much, and I will go help you get it back." "What are you all planning to do?" Chung Chaolong asked quickly. "Third brother, don't worry. We know how to do things properly. We're just going to the Chung family to ask for child support. We won't cause too much trouble, and it won't affect your work or your younger siblings' jobs." Lin Erwi was careful not to reveal everything. Lin Sihue looked at him and then said, "Third brother, the mistake of you and Lin Sihue being switched at birth was purely an accident. When the Chung family wife didn't come to the house, our parents didn't know the switch had happened. They never mistreated the Chung family son before. Whatever we ate, he ate too. Before second brother was married, our parents already arranged his marriage. They have never shown favoritism toward him. The two old men from the Chung family used to treat you well, but you have also been filial to them for many years, treating them like your own parents. You don't owe them anything. However, after they took their own son away, Lin Sanhui never returned home, never showed respect or filial piety, and never sent a single grain of rice. When Dad was seriously ill and close to death, he didn't come back to send a bowl of medicine. We can't accept this. We want to go to the Chung family to get justice. This is also why Liang Jinlun approached us. We agreed to cooperate with him. Don't worry, we just want to ask for maintenance money and a clear explanation. We also want you to get justice. We won't do anything reckless that might affect your work." Grandma's eyes kept rolling as she listened. After her two sons finished speaking, she pretended to be kind and caring. "Third son, your two brothers didn't go to school, but they're not stupid. They won't do foolish things that harm our family. When Liang Jinlun came to us, we found out you hold a high position in Yongqing. Our Lin family has no ancestors who are officials, and you're the only one in our family to be a leader. Even if I'm not clever, I wouldn't harm you. You can really rest assured. We won't hold you back. But third son, your two brothers really can't live in the countryside anymore. Life there is too hard, and they have so many mouths to feed. They truly need your help. They didn't go to school and lack education. Mom isn't expecting you to find them fancy jobs. Just please help them find a job to support the family. Even doing hard labor is fine. As long as they can earn money, we will move out and rent a place. We won't bother you here." While listening carefully, Chung Chaolong observed their expressions. He could tell they were hiding something, probably with other motives, but he couldn't see through it at the moment. He knew a bit about Liang Jinlun. The other person probably didn't have enough power to bring them here. The real reason for the Lin family's visit still needs investigation. "Liang Jinlun, what does he want you to do?"
Chung Chaolong asked.
"He told us to cause trouble at the Chung family and demand the money they owe for raising Lin Sanhui," Lin Sihue replied. Chung Chaolong narrowed his eyes. "Did he encourage you to boldly ask for money?" "Third son, don't speak so harshly. We're not just asking for money. We're asking for what the Chung family owes us. Our parents raised Lin Sanhui with great effort and even arranged his marriage, but he just left without any gratitude. It's normal for us to go and reason with them," Lin Erwi corrected him. Chung Chaolong didn't want them to cause trouble at the Chung family's house. He had other concerns in his mind. With a serious face, he said, "All right, stop arguing about it. I will go and get the money for you." "How much will you get?" Granny Lin asked eagerly. Seeing her greedy and obvious expression, Chung Chaolong felt full of dislike and regret. He was glad he didn't visit the Lin family back then and didn't keep in touch with them later. Otherwise, his life would have been ruined by these so-called relatives. Lin Erwi stood behind his mother. He noticed her frown and subtly poked her back. He spoke first. "Third brother, it's better for Mom to handle this. You shouldn't go. The two old folks from the Chung family don't like you much. If you go, they might blame you secretly. That's not good for you. Mom will go and ask for an explanation. If we tell the truth, it's all right. Even if others hear about it, It's the Chung family's fault, and they won't blame us. Just pretend you don't know anything. Keep doing your job and earning your money. Don't get involved in this so you won't be caught in the middle. Chung Chaolong looked at him with a deep gaze. This brother, who looked most like him, was quite clever. He clearly had other reasons for going to the Chung family, but he didn't want him to know. Lin Erwi felt a bit guilty and afraid to meet his brother's eyes. He was scared of his presence and immediately looked away. He then told Wang Juhua nearby, "My sister-in-law has some things to do. You take Mimi and the others to cook and make some food to fill their stomachs." "Oh, okay." Wang Juhua was already hungry. She had just eaten an apple, but it didn't fill her up at all. She quickly ran to the kitchen to search through the cabinets. Recently, Chung Chaolong and his wife had been eating at the workplace and hospital canteen. They didn't have many dishes at home. They had plenty of rice but couldn't eat plain rice all the time. Wang Juhua treated this place like her own home and ordered without courtesy, "Third brother, why don't you have any vegetables at home? We don't know where to buy vegetables. Can you go buy some for us now?" Chung Chaolong was full of frustration. Seeing how they made a mess at his house and looking unhappy, he still kept his tone gentle. "There are no vegetables to buy at this time. I'll take you to a restaurant to eat. Since you came without warning and there are many people, there isn't enough space at home. I'll arrange for you to stay at the guest house. Pack your luggage and come with me now." No need to stay at the guest house. Staying at home is fine. Mrs. Lin didn't want to stay at the guest house and looked concerned as she said, "Third brother, I've heard Liang Jinlun say that the family needs to raise 3 children. The eldest grandson isn't healthy and costs a lot of money. You and your wife work hard to earn money, so you should save some expenses. Your wife isn't cooking at home, so we can go out to eat tonight. We won't stay at the guest house. No need to waste that money. Your nieces and nephews are tough and don't need to sleep on beds. Mimi and the others are just some spoiled girls. Since it's summer, sleeping on the floor is fine." Earlier, Lin Junya had told them clearly that they must stay at home and not be tricked into staying at the guest house. Staying at home felt safer and made it easier to sneak things into their pockets. Mrs. Lin also sensed that the third brother didn't like them coming, and his wife didn't respect them either. They had finally entered this house, and they definitely wouldn't listen to him and leave. She had a feeling that once they left this house, it wouldn't be easy to come back. "Third brother, we don't need to stay at the guest house. We can just squeeze in at home for a few days. It costs a lot to stay at the guest house with so many people. We shouldn't cause you extra trouble. After Liang Jinluan's matter is settled, we'll move out and rent a place." Lin Erwi spoke as if he cared deeply, pretending to be sincere and wanting to save money. He thought he was being honest, but Chung Chaolong, who had been in government circles for 20 years, saw through them immediately. He knew there was another reason they didn't want to stay at the guest house, not just saving money. For now, he couldn't figure out what it was, so he agreed if you stay at home, it means a few nieces and nephews will have to sleep on the floor. "It's okay. The floor at home is clean, and sleeping on it is fine," Lin Erwi said, feeling relieved that he wasn't being asked to leave. Chung Chaolong's gaze shifted to the others. With just one look, he saw that the house was controlled by Lin Erwi and his brother. The other younger relatives were useless and lacked their own opinions. He planned to find out more tomorrow. Tonight, he would first calm them down. His tone was calm as he said, "Let's go out to eat first." The Lin family was very excited about eating out. Lin Yaoyao was so happy, she jumped up. Chung Chaolong glanced at him coldly, but didn't say anything. After everyone left, he immediately locked the door and went to eat with them. When they were all outside, a neighbor asked, "Deputy Director Chung, are these your relatives?" Chung Chaolong's smile was a bit stiff as he nodded. "Yes, they are relatives from my hometown." The couple had previously invited the Lin family into their home, and now they admit that they are relatives from their hometown. This confirms what Liang Jinluan said earlier, that he is not a biological son of the Chung family but was switched at birth. Many neighbors living nearby know about the Chung family's background, including 2 who work with Chung Chaotian. They are aware of the family's favoritism, and now they understand the reason behind it. Since the second son is not a biological child, the family's resources and connections likely favor the real heir. Not turning the adopted son away was already a kind act. The neighbors, experienced and sharp, can see through the Lin family's details at a glance. They recall how Su Yuyun was driven out immediately after entering the house by the wife, and they look forward to the upcoming drama. While they were out eating, a neighbor close to Cheng Chaotian called him. Cheng Chaotian learned that Cheng Chalong's biological mother had come to their home with the whole family, packing their belongings and leaving immediately. His face changed on the spot as he asked questions over the phone, then hurriedly told his parents that they left before dinner. Cheng Chalong took them to a tea house, ordered 2 tables of food, but did not join them. He knew that the Cheng family had likely received news and would come looking for him soon. He arranged a private room in advance. When Cheng Songyang and the others arrived, he led them directly to the room and informed them about Liang Jinluan's involvement without waiting for them to ask. The Chung family was in a private room on the 2nd floor. After Cheng Chalong finished explaining, Cheng Songyang looked serious. Yuehua knows you are not blood-related to the Chung family, but she doesn't know where your biological parents live.
Only the 3 of us and Chaotian know that.
We've never told anyone else. Given Liang Jinluan's abilities, he couldn't have found the Lin family on his own. Someone must have led him to Yongqing and guided him to cause trouble, bringing this group of troublemakers to stir chaos. Having spent most of his life in official circles, Cheng Chalong's mind remained sharp even after retirement. After hearing the explanation, he was certain this was a planned, organized conspiracy targeting the Chung family. The mastermind behind it was still unknown. When Cheng Chalong took the Lin family to the tea house for a meal, he asked around on the way and reported, apart from their 2 sons, the rest of the Lin family are all useless. I've already calmed them down for now. Tomorrow, I'll try to gather information from the younger generation. I should be able to find some clues from them. Your biological parents, siblings, and in-laws. Who are they? You investigated this yourself back then. When they come here, what kind of impact will it have on you? You should be aware of this. Handling these people is easy. You just need to arrange things properly and not let them appear in front of us. Cheng Songyang's voice sounds gentle, but his tone is firm and unquestionable. The coldness in his eyes fills the room, and his gaze radiates an invisible pressure. Cheng Chalong grew up in the Chung family and knows his adoptive father's methods well. He understands what he means. He doesn't want the Lin family to ruin his future prospects, nor does he want these troublemakers to hold him back or embarrass him. He already has a plan to send these people away. While they're talking, Cheng Chaotian steps outside to make a call, and also checks the faces of the Lin family members outside the private room. When he enters the room, his expression is a bit serious. He speaks to Cheng Chalong with a commanding tone. Don't let this group come to cause trouble at the Chung family. They are just uncultured country folks. Just pay them off with money. You need to arrange this before Liang Jinluan stirs up trouble and encourages them. I will handle it. Keep them here for a day or 2. Once I find out who is behind this, I will send them all away. Cheng Chalong wants to send them away quickly. The Lin family members are too embarrassing. They are no good for him staying in Yongqing. Their presence only makes him look bad, and it's a shame for him. Today, Liang Jinluan suddenly brought them to his house and revealed his true identity. This has already caused him some trouble. Tomorrow, his boss at work will probably call him in for questioning and investigation. Chaotian, you handle the Lin family's affairs. I want you to deal with Liang Jinluan, Cheng Songyang orders. Cheng Chaotian sits on a stool and reports, I just called my eldest uncle. He's sending someone to deal with Liang's family. We should find out who is behind this as soon as possible. Next to him, Su Qingzhu has been silent all along. Now he speaks and tells Cheng Chalong, speed things up. It's best to find out everything by tomorrow. The warehouse at the dock was burned down this afternoon. You should have received the news. In the evening, the Lin family came to your house. I suspect the same person is behind both incidents. Cheng Chalong also had the same suspicion. He had planned to mention it earlier, but he looked serious and analyzed. My brother-in-law called me. The arsonist left a note. His target was Zhongren. Now, the Lin family suddenly came to see me. If both incidents were caused by the same person, they might already be investigating. He stopped speaking, as the Chung family members had already guessed. Actually, they had thought of this before coming to the tea house. It was because of that matter that they felt anxious and hurried to deal with Yongqing and the Lin family. Make sure to start investigating from the Lin family. If you find any clues, tell us immediately, Chung Songyang said as he stood up, his expression more serious than before. His gaze at Chung Chaolong was cold and fierce. Once that matter is uncovered, there's no way out for us. Neither you nor I will have a future. His eyes were like invisible icy blades, pressing down with great force. Chung Chaolong dared not look directly at him. Lowering his head to reply, I understand. They had just entered through the back door of the tea house, and now left the same way, hurriedly. The Lin family members in the private room, like starving ghosts, had no idea what was happening. After the Chung family left, Chung Chaolong also came out of the private room. The waiter looked awkward as he reported, Deputy Director Chung, they just added 5 more dishes, double portions, and also ordered soy milk. That old lady told us to buy watermelon, saying you are her son, and that you will pay for everything. Add some more dishes for them. Tell them to eat well and enjoy themselves. They can take their time here. I'll go to the department store to buy clothes for them, Chung Chaolong ordered. The waiter didn't ask questions and replied, okay. Chung Chaolong had already seen through the Lin family's nature. It was best to take care of them first, give them more money and benefits, and use sweet words to break down their defenses. Soon, he believed he could find clues from them. The Lin family was happily eating. When they learned he had added many dishes and even bought clothes for them himself, Grandma Lin's eyes narrowed happily with joy. When Chung Chaolong came back again, they had already eaten until they were full, leaning back in their chairs. The table was messy, all the dishes cleaned up, not a grain of rice left. Mom, are you full? He carried large bags and packages, smiling as he called out Mom, which made Grandma Lin so happy she couldn't find her words. Third brother, I knew you wouldn't have wasted your life, she said happily. Mom, do you like these dishes? Chung Chaolong pretended to care sincerely. Very tasty, very good. Tonight, Grandma Lin is eating heartily, pointing to several meat dishes. These are my favorites. I've never had them before. If you like them, I'll bring you here often. When I'm at work and not at home, you can come anytime to eat. This restaurant is run by my father-in-law. My husband and I have a share in it, so it's like our own store. I already told the waiter you can come anytime, order whatever you want, and don't worry about the cost. Just eat well and enjoy yourselves. Chung Chaolong's attitude has completely changed from before, now being friendly to everyone. Second brother, fourth brother, sister-in-law, younger siblings, have you finished eating? Yes, we're done. He speaks kindly, and tonight's meal is very generous. Lin Erwi and the others have just eaten happily, all smiling. That's good to hear. Chung Chaolong distributes the clothes and shoes he bought earlier, speaking nicely. Mom, it's too late today. The nearby shops don't have many items, and I didn't measure your sizes. I only bought a set of clothes for each of you to change into. Tonight, you can take a shower and change. I'll ask for leave from work tomorrow morning. Over the next 2 days, I'll take you out to have fun and help you pick better-fitting clothes. Later, everyone should buy a few more sets. You don't need those old clothes anymore. You've endured pregnancy and childbirth and helped me build a good life. I haven't been there to show my gratitude. When Dad was sick and passed away, I didn't go to visit or pay respects. I feel I've let you down. Now that you're in Yongqing, don't go back to the old home. Stay here and settle down. My son may not be very capable, but he can take care of his mother and brothers. Stay here and rest for a while. I'll arrange jobs for second brother, second sister-in-law, and fourth brother later. Since younger sister-in-law is pregnant and has a big belly, she won't work for now. After she gives birth, I'll arrange work for her. I'll also take care of the children's arrangements. Jia Yao is our only son and at the right age for school. He will spend the summer here, and I'll arrange for him to attending house school. Young boys should study hard and get an education. When he grows up, I want to find him a good, stable job. As for Mimi and the girls, I will arrange for them to go to school if they want to study. If they don't want to study and want to work, I will find jobs for them too. I will choose a few easy and decent jobs later. Let them pick what they like themselves. Seeing him take the initiative to arrange work and make these promises, without needing anyone to ask, the Lin family members are all very happy. Grandma Lin squinted happily and politely said, "Third son, I hope I'm not causing you trouble." "Mom, we are family. There's no need for such politeness." Earlier, second brother said that I only do well if you all do well. Actually, I want to say the opposite. If you all do well, I will too. I and the son mistakenly adopted into the Chung family. Before my background was revealed, the old couple in the Chung family treated me quite well. But later, their attitude changed. My days in the Chung family weren't as glorious as I imagined. I had to watch my words and actions, afraid to speak loudly in front of them. But I had no choice. The Chung family is powerful and wealthy. I wanted to settle and develop in the city, so I had to endure all kinds of frustrations. Sometimes, I feel a bit jealous seeing others close and happy with their real parents and siblings. Over the years, I also wanted to go back to find you, but during difficult times, there were many restrictions. My father-in-law's family fell apart, and we all lost our freedom and jobs. There were times we couldn't even afford to eat properly. To feed my wife and children, I had to humbly ask the Chung family for help. To be honest, everything I have now was given by the Chung family. They can let me live or let me die. My life and death are decided by their words. Their decision can determine whether I live or die. My current job was arranged by them. The jobs for Yu Yun and Ingmei are also thanks to them. The tea shops and stores run by my father-in-law's family. I have a small share, but most of the business belongs to the Chung family. My family and I only earn a little, relying on their charity to get by. When Chung Chaolong said these words, his face showed a mix of helplessness and grievance. Some of it was real, some seemed to be acting. Grandma Lin listened and felt uncomfortable inside. "Third son, I always thought you were living well in the city. Turns out, you're not doing so well after all." "Mom, even if I'm not doing well now, it's still better than life in the countryside. At least I don't have to worry about food and drink. I should thank you for your arrangements back then." Chung Chaolong was genuinely grateful for this. He then took out a thick money bag from his pocket and handed her a stack of banknotes. "Mom, you came so suddenly today, I didn't prepare much. This money is just taken from the bank. Consider it some pocket money. Whatever you like, go buy it." This stack of money, exactly 1,000 yuan, felt heavy in my hand. Grandma Lin was so happy she couldn't close her mouth. "Third son, is this your pocket money for Mom?" "Yes, pocket money for daily expenses." Chung Chaolong put the money into her pocket and whispered, "Mom, keep this safe. Don't let outsiders know. Don't say I gave it to you. I work at a government office and my official salary isn't high. This money is from my shop. If my boss finds out, they will investigate me." "Son, you don't need money now, but some money shouldn't be taken out openly and not too much at once. I'll give you 1,000 yuan first. Use it for now. I'll send you money regularly every month." After that, he gave each of his brothers, Erwi and Sihue, 500 yuan. "Second brother, fourth brother, take some pocket money too. Buy what you like, and buy nice clothes and shoes for your wife and younger siblings. Get some health supplements to boost your health. You don't need to be so frugal anymore. Don't worry about the housework arrangements. I will handle it. Rest for 3 or 5 days first. I'll discuss it with you later." He comforted them with the money and also gave each of his nieces and nephews 100 yuan as a greeting gift. Even the unborn baby in Qin Rong's belly received 100 yuan early. They were happy to eat and drink well tonight. Before they even spoke, they received so much pocket money. He also promised them a house for work, which made the Lin family very happy. They all smiled happily, not noticing the disdain and disgust that flickered in Chung Chaolong's eyes. After saying a lot of good words and promises to calm them down, he took them to the nearby bathhouse to wash up. He had already informed the bathhouse owner in advance. Since so many of them were coming, there weren't enough spaces, so they had to split into 2 groups. Chung Chaolong arranged for the elders to go first and shower, while the younger ones waited outside. After Grandma Lin and the others went to wash, Chung Chaolong immediately tempted Lin Jiayao with money. Jiayao, uncle will give you 50 more yuan. Hide it for yourself. Don't let your sisters know. Lin Jiayao had been taught by elders since childhood that he should take the most and get the most at home. Grandma Lin often secretly gave him money and candies. Chung Chaolong gave him extra money, and he thought it was his right to have it. Without saying a word of thanks, he put it in his pocket. Seeing him accept it, Chung Chaolong then asked, Jiayao, did you come to Yongqing by train? No, by a big truck. Lin Jiayao responded in his hometown dialect. Big truck? Chung Chaolong squinted his eyes and continued asking, whose big truck is it? I don't know. Someone from the county town hitchhiked. The truck driver does business in Yongqing. They gave us a ride. Lin Jiayao only knew this much. Since they were riding a hitchhike, Chung Chaolong narrowed his eyes again and took a lollipop from his pocket to give him, asking the main question, Jiayao, how do you know Uncle Sand is in Yongqing?
Father told me.
Usually, Lin Jiayao played outside, and Lin Eri talked about serious matters with his wife inside the house. He never listened in. As for the conversation between Lin Junya and his father, he didn't understand it at all. He didn't mention her now, and his attention was fully on the tasty lollipop. Jiayao, before you came to Yongqing, did anyone visit your home? Chung Chaolong asked again. No, no one visited. Lin Jiayao knew this. The Lin family had become a troublemaker in the team. Even neighbors didn't visit. When Lin Sanhui and his wife returned to visit the team last time, they didn't go to Lin's house but visited other neighbors instead. So how did you meet Liang Jinluan? Chung Chaolong asked the key question again, adding, the man who dropped you off at Uncle San's house. We got off the car and waited at the park entrance. Then he came and took us to wait at Uncle San's house. Lin Jiayao answered perfectly, avoiding the main point Chung Chaolong wanted to know. But it wasn't because he was clever. He simply didn't remember Lin Junya, the middleman, at this moment. Seeing that he couldn't get much information from him, Chung Chaolong was about to ask Lin Mimi and others when her daughter, Chung Yingmei, hurried over.
Dad.
Yingmei, how did you find your way here? Chung Chaolong hurried over. Chung Yingmei had been working overtime at her job. After receiving her mother's call, she told her boss and left early. When she arrived home, she saw her room was occupied. Just as she was about to look for him, she received a call from the Chung family. She casually glanced at Lin Mimi and others, didn't greet them, and pulled Chung Chaolong to a corner to talk, looking anxious. Just now, Uncle called. Grandpa sent someone to handle the Liang family, but all 4 members of the Liang family are not at home. They had already anticipated that Grandpa and the others would send someone, so they asked the neighbors to pass the message that they went to Secretary Xie Qingsong's house as guests. Chung Chaolong's face changed drastically. Did they really go? Has your uncle confirmed it?
Confirmed. They are now at the Xie family.
Chung Yingmei knew how deep Liang Jinluan's resentment towards the Chung family ran. As for the reason they were going to the Xie family this time, she wasn't very clear, but it was obvious that her eldest uncle and father were very nervous about it. She didn't ask much, and hurriedly came to inform them. Yingmei, did your eldest uncle say anything else? Chung Chaolong asked quickly. He told her to pass on a message. The hand behind this is not simple. The Lin family group probably doesn't know the true identity of the other side. They are just being used to slow down your actions. Don't worry about them now. Go handle the main business immediately. Okay, I understand. Chung Chaolong looked back at the bathhouse, quietly told her a few words, handed her a stack of money, then quickly spoke with Lin Jiayao and others before leaving. When Lin Posey and the others finished their bath and came out, they saw Chung Chaolong was gone and loudly asked, Jia, where is your third uncle? Nana. Chung Yingmei carried a box of ice pops and cheerfully called out, Nana, I am Yingmei. Oh, the eldest granddaughter. Seeing her pretty face, Lin Posey smiled kindly and said, Yingmei, where is your father? Nana, I'm really sorry. Just now, my dad's boss suddenly called with an urgent matter, so he rushed to a meeting at his work. He just left in a hurry. I came to entertain you. Yingmei smiled sweetly, explained to them, and then politely called out, These 4 are second uncle, second aunt, fourth uncle, and fourth aunt, right? Sorry, I've been busy lately, working overtime every night at the office. I just got home and only learned from the neighbors that you arrived. Since you traveled so far, I, as a younger relative, didn't go to greet you or have dinner with you.
I'm truly sorry.
I will invite you to a meal in a few days to make up for it. She said this while handing them ice pops. I heard from Dad that you just finished eating. Have another ice pop to cool down. The Lin family was very casual about eating and drinking, everyone vying to grab. Lin Jiao was the fastest and took the most. When the other sisters reached for theirs, he habitually scolded them. All his scolding was taught by Lin Posey, and every word was coarse and unpleasant. Yingmei, who was born and raised in Nanchang and often heard elders speak Nanchang dialect, understood the swear words Lin Jiao used. Her pretty face stiffened, but her smile didn't fade. She still said, "Brothers and sisters, don't fight over it. There's enough for everyone. If not, sister will go buy more." English translation and improved version. Yongmei, your younger sisters are just some naughty girls. They haven't seen much of the world and don't understand things.
Sorry to make you laugh at them.
Grandma Lin heard that she was engaged to a good family and that she had a stable job with a promising future. She also expected her to help support the family. Her attitude was quite kind and gentle.
Grandma, don't say that.
My younger brothers and sisters are lively and cheerful. Yongqing was good at telling lies with her eyes wide open. She was more tactful than Su Yuyun and more like Qing Chaolong inside. She smiled and said to them, "Brothers and sisters, you haven't taken a bath yet. After eating the ice cream, go wash up first. We'll wait outside for you." "Hurry up and wash, do it quickly," Grandma Lin said. Seeing that they listened to her, Yongqing's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled to comfort them. Grandma really knows how to teach. My brothers and sisters are very obedient and sensible. Sensible? All they do is make me angry every day. Holding her granddaughter, Grandma Lin's heart was actually softening. She asked her, "Yingmei, when will your dad come back?" "Grandma, my dad might have to work late tonight. His boss values him a lot, and he has many tasks to handle at work. Sometimes he works overtime for several days in a row. I often don't see him for 3 or 5 days. Today was an emergency. My dad doesn't know when he'll finish. Since he's not home, I came to take care of you all. Also, Grandma, I want to apologize on behalf of my mom. She has a bit of a quick temper, but she means no harm. Recently, because my brother was injured, she's been in a bad mood. Today, she might have spoken harshly to you. Please forgive her." Grandma Lin hadn't asked about her grandson before, but now she heard her mention it and quickly asked, "Your brother was injured? What happened to my grandson?" Yinghao was returning home from school a couple of days ago. He was walking fine on the road, but some jealous troublemaker attacked him and beat him up. He's covered in injuries. His parents reported it to the police, and they are investigating. But they haven't found the person yet. They suspect someone, but there's no proof. The other side refuses to admit it. My mom is very angry. She has to take care of her brother, go to work, and also argue with people. She's in a very bad mood. That's why she might have spoken harshly to you today." When Grandma Lin heard that her grandson was beaten, she immediately placed her hands on her hips, looking fierce and fierce. "Someone dares to hit my grandson? I want him to see how tough I am." Yongqing just heard her parents say that the Lin family is not easy to deal with. When she saw her true nature revealed, her eyes flickered slightly. She quickly comforted them. "Grandma, we won't let our younger brother suffer. Mom and Dad will handle this. You all came from far away, so there's no need to trouble yourselves with this matter. You and Uncle and the others should rest well at home first. After we finish these 2 days of work, we'll bring our brother back to see you. Yingmei, take us to the hospital. We want to see Yinghao," said Grandma Lin energetically, already eager to leave. "Grandma, it's too late now. Yinghao has already had his injection and gone to sleep. You've traveled all day, and it must have been tiring. Auntie, who is pregnant, shouldn't overexert herself. Tonight, you should rest well at home. Tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital." Lin Sihue added, "Mom, listen to your niece. There's no need to disturbing Hao at the hospital now. We can go tomorrow. All right, Grandma Lin agreed after hearing the advice. After Mai Mai and her sisters finished their baths, Chungmei took them home. When she saw the torn, dirty luggage thrown in her room, she felt disgusted but didn't show any displeasure on her face. As for the clothes and shoes touched by the Lin family, she had already packed and thrown them onto the bed, not planning to keep them. She smiled and said to her cousins Mimi, Fan, you two are about the same height as me. These clothes and skirts are almost new. If you like them, take them to wear first. I'll take you shopping for new ones in a few days. Mai Mai and her sisters were eager to accept. As soon as she spoke, they rushed in to grab them. Lily and Fong, being younger, also pushed forward to take what they could wear. Seeing them act like bandits, with no manners or politeness, Chungmei felt full of disgust and annoyance. But she turned to the elders with a smiling face. Grandma, Mom and Dad won't be staying here tonight. I will tidy up their rooms, and you can stay in their place. Second uncle and fourth uncle's families will stay here for a night. If they find it uncomfortable, I will take you to a guest house tomorrow. Ingmei, there's no need to stay at a guest house. Do we have other rooms at home? If so, we can move in, said Aunt Wang Juhua with a smile, secretly scheming. Chungmei is also clever. Her father had told her some things earlier, knowing she was planning ahead. She lowered her voice cautiously and said, Second aunt, we do have houses, but because of Mom and Dad's work, these houses cannot be in our names. It's not convenient to move in now. You arrived too suddenly, and we weren't fully prepared. Please rest for a few days. We will handle some matters in the next couple of days. Dad said he will arrange work and a house for you. Once all the paperwork is done, we will take you there. Yes, of course, Grandma. Wang Juhua smiled happily. Grandma, second aunt, and fourth aunt, please don't tell anyone outside what I'm about to say. Our neighbors next door are officials, and some things are better kept secret. If they find out we have a lot of money and houses, they might become jealous and report our parents. Then we might lose our jobs and the shops might have to close. Ingmei, don't worry, Grandma understands. I will watch over them and make sure they don't say anything. We promise not to cause trouble for your parents, Lin Posey assured her confidently. All right, sit and rest for now. I'll go tidy up your parents' room, Ingmei said as she turned to leave. Her fake smile faded from her face, replaced with a look of disdain and contempt. Then she took the keys and opened the master bedroom door. While she was tidying up, Lin Posey followed her in. Her old eyes looked around like a spotlight, touching here, rummaging there, even opening drawers to check. She looked greedy and ugly, eager for money. Ingmei saw her behavior, but didn't say anything. She had previously gone back once and, following her mother's advice, had given all the family savings and valuables to the tea house. The items in the room were ordinary, so even if they searched thoroughly, they wouldn't lose much. Ingmei, why doesn't the house have a TV or washing machine? Lin Posey asked. Ingmei was packing and replied, Grandma, the leaders emphasize frugality and simple living. As officials, my parents need to set an example. We can't buy expensive items. If we do, people might report us, and it could be serious enough to get us dismissed or removed from our jobs. I see, Lin Posey said, still wanting to find more good things in her son's house. But apart from ordinary furniture, there was nothing valuable, which made her a little disappointed. Grandma, if you like the TV and washing machine, once Dad finishes preparing your new house, I'll buy a set for you, Ingmei said kindly to comfort her. Lin Posey beamed with happiness. No need to buy a full set. Just 2 or 3 pieces will do, she replied. Ingmei's lips twitched, and she secretly rolled her eyes. She still spoke sweetly, Grandma. Later I'll ask Dad to take you shopping. Whatever you like, we'll buy it all. We haven't visited you to show respect for many years. It has always been uncles, aunts, and relatives who have taken care of you. Now that you are in Yongqing, it is our turn to show our filial piety. We usually have to work and earn money, so we can't stay with you every day or prepare 3 meals a day. We try to give you more money and buy you nice things you like to make your later years comfortable. Grandma Lin was so pleased with her granddaughter's words that she couldn't stop smiling. Oh, Yingmei is such a caring and thoughtful girl. She was born well and raised well. Whoever marries Yingmei will be very lucky. Hearing her praise, Yingmei didn't feel happy at all. She forced a smile and said, "It's my duty to respect Grandma and the elders. I don't need to be praised like that." After packing her luggage, she told the Lin family in the living room, "Grandma, second uncle, fourth uncle, you all rest early. I am going back to my dormitory now. I will come to pick you up for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Yingmei, you're not staying at home?" Grandma Lin called out to her. "Grandma, I have to work overtime tonight. I just took leave and still have some work to finish." Yingmei didn't want to stay with them at home. Seeing this group of people, she felt like vomiting just like her mother. Since they wanted to stay at her house, she decided to let them stay for now. Meanwhile, Lin Junia and her husband had checked into a hotel. They had just finished dinner with their parents at a restaurant and were now taking a shower and tidying up. They were discussing things in the room. Jiang Jingwei had just gone to the lobby to borrow a phone and called old Master Jiang. He came back to the room and said, "Junia, Grandpa found out some information. The woman called Su Wan was originally named Xia Wenwan. Her family is from Nancheng, an ordinary working-class family. She's pretty and, in the past, followed Cheng Yuqian for money without any status or fame. After Cheng Yuqian passed away, Xia Wenwan contacted his friends and told them she was pregnant. Later, the Chung family arranged for her to come to Yongqing. This result was expected. Lin Junia had just finished telling her parents about the situation. She stood up and said, "Dad, Mom, rest well at the hotel tonight. Jingwei and I will go out to handle some things. The fire in the warehouse didn't force him out, but tonight we will set another fire and surely make him come out. Jingwei, Xiaoya, you must be careful." Lin Sanhui was very worried about their safety. "Dad, don't worry. We know how to handle things carefully." The couple had already discussed and decided to go to Fully Tower tonight for an important task. With the Lin family arriving, the Chung family will likely make their move tonight too. They need to act quickly to catch the Chung family off guard. Fully Tower is a popular place for young people to have fun. As soon as they enter, loud music and dancing hit their ears. The couple, who had makeup that made their faces look strange, wandered around inside for half an hour, checking everything carefully before starting their plan. Lin Junia secretly knocked out a cleaning lady responsible for sweeping, took her clothes, and waited at the trash area. There, she caught Jiang Jingwei bringing in some diesel from outside. She pretended to sweep and mop around, spraying diesel on flammable spots. Jiang Jingwei helped her by bringing more diesel and intentionally cut a power wire to create some chaos. He distracted the security guards, giving her a chance to pour the fuel.
Done.
Lin Junia moved quickly, using her light skills. She finished pouring all 20 buckets of diesel and then met up with Jiang Jingwei. They split up silently to set the fire. The diesel caught fire instantly, flames rising high and thick smoke billowing up. Fully Tower was already lively, but now with the fire, it became even more noisy. Young men and women inside screamed and ran out. The fire was so fierce that even the staff didn't dare stay. They ran faster than many customers, making it easier for Lin Junia and her team to do their work behind the scenes. The person in charge of Fully Tower, Mr. Huang, known as Uncle Huang, had just scolded others harshly. Now, he stood in front of the blazing fire, looking pale. When the fire started, he tried to organize people to put it out, but the flames were too big. Everyone was coughing from the smoke, and they couldn't extinguish the fire. They watched helplessly as the beautiful entertainment place was burned to nothing. The young people there, who had come to enjoy themselves, stayed around to watch the chaos. They talked about the sudden fire, some even glad they escaped. Jiang Jingwei and Lin Junia were also in the crowd. They stood close to Mr. Huang and overheard his instructions to his subordinates. Mr. Huang had already called Cheng Zhongren and contacted other partners of Fully Tower. They were all on their way here now. "Master Ren is coming," someone shouted from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads in that direction. Jingwei also looked in the same direction, seeing a dark blue car speeding from afar. It was clear the driver was in a hurry. The two exchanged a silent look and silently thought, "Finally, he's here." The car stopped at the gate of Fully Number 1. A tall man wearing a hat and sunglasses got out. He glanced at the blazing fire and quietly shouted, "Have you found out what caused the fire?" "Master Ren, someone deliberately set the fire, but we haven't caught anyone yet," Huang Yi replied. He had already checked and confirmed it was arson with oil. Lin Junia was standing not far from them, only 5 or 6 meters away. Under the firelight, she clearly saw Cheng Zhongren's face. Although he had a beard and looked middle-aged with some wealth, she immediately recognized him as Cheng Yuqian. She carried a camera. Jingwei discreetly protected her while she secretly took a photo. To avoid suspicion, she stayed in place to watch the scene unfold. Fully Number 1 was Cheng Zhongren's most profitable business and the one he invested the most effort in. But tonight it was completely burned down. Plus, the dozens of thousands of goods lost at the dock in the afternoon, and assets worth millions vanished in a day. No matter how wealthy he was, he couldn't withstand such a huge loss. It was easy to imagine how angry he must be now. Other partners also arrived one after another, many wearing masks. Cheng Zhongren arranged for them to gather at another nearby shop under their names to discuss. "Junia, how is everything going?" Jin Yuan sent a message. She was about to start arresting people, but he quickly informed her of the situation. Seeing her efficiency, Jin Yuan said, "Junia, I'll come help you. Find a quiet place, and I'll come out from my space." He originally planned to come to Yongqing the day after tomorrow, but since everything was going smoothly, he had already handed over other matters to Meng Xiulan tonight. Now, he was rushing over to help her just in time. "Master, that's great. With your help, tonight's operation will definitely succeed." Junia quickly found a secluded spot. Jin Yuan appeared swiftly and asked her as soon as he landed, "Where is Jingwei?" She pointed to the burning Fully Number 1. "This is Cheng Yuqian's business. He's the official owner, but there are many partners behind him, powerful and influential people who don't want to show their faces. They all came tonight and are meeting at a tea house over there. Jingwei is watching over me." "Are you planning to arrest everyone, or just Cheng Yuqian?" Jin Yuan asked. "I only plan to arrest Cheng Yuqian. I won't touch the others. I have already obtained all the evidence of their crimes. I will find time the day after tomorrow to deliver it to the high-ranking officials' offices in Yongqing." Lin Junia only reports her own revenge. Others are left to be handled by the law. Cheng Zhongren still doesn't realize his doom is coming. After explaining some matters and making many promises to his partners at the tea house, he ensures that those he cannot easily offend are sent away. Only then does he assign tasks to Huang Yi and his subordinates. Cheng Zhongren leaves before the fire is fully extinguished. The luxurious building number 1 has already been burned down. His anger and frustration won't help him now. He has more important matters to deal with than catching the arsonist.
Bang!
A large wooden board filled with long nails suddenly falls from the sky, landing 10 meters in front of a small car. The car speeding through the darkness suddenly brakes sharply. The tires screech loudly against the ground, piercing the silence of the night. Who is there? Inside the car, besides Cheng Zhongren, there is a driver and 2 bodyguards. All 4 are holding weapons hidden on their bodies, tense and alert, carefully watching their surroundings. Jin Yuan appears as if descending from the heavens, like a divine being. He doesn't need his disciples to act. In an instant, his internal energy pierces through the car, easily taking down the driver and 2 bodyguards. Who? Cheng Zhongren watches in shock as all 3 suddenly die without warning. Having experienced many dangers, he has never seen such a strange death. He panics and raises his pistol, warning nearby. "Come out. Show yourself." "Old Cheng, come out now," Lin Junia's voice rings out as she swiftly reaches the car. Hearing a woman's voice, Cheng Zhongren kicks open the car door, grips his pistol, and quickly fires a few shots at the source of the voice. But it's all in vain. "I'm on the roof." Lin Junia looks down at him from above. Cheng Zhongren suddenly looks up. Before he can see her clearly, her long leg kicks toward him with full force, hitting him squarely in the face.
Ugh.
He dodges too slowly and is struck hard. Her kick is full strength, breaking his nose instantly. blood spurting out. The pistol in his hand is snatched away in the moment of distraction. What are you? Before Chung Chongren can finish, the gun is aimed at his forehead, forcing all words back into his mouth. During their intense stare, Chung Chongren clearly saw her face. The woman was young and beautiful, with a face that left a lasting impression. He was sure he had never seen her before. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "Comrade, we don't know each other. There's no grudge between us. You must have the wrong person." Chung Yuqian. Lin Junyao called out his real name. Chung Zhongren had just been able to stay calm, but as soon as his real name was spoken, his pupils shrank sharply. However, he quickly regained his composure and said naturally, "My name is Chung Zhongren, not Chung Yuqian. You have the wrong person." "Huh, Chung Zhongren?" Lin Junyao sneered and mocked bluntly. "Old Chung Songbai changed your name and made you start over, to be a kind and good person. But I think you've let that good name down." "I don't know what you're talking about," Chung Zhongren denied firmly. He was afraid to move because of the gun pointed at him, but he heard footsteps nearby and knew she had an accomplice. His eyes flicked, and he said, "You really have the wrong person. I am not Chung Yuqian. My name is Chung Zhongren, and I don't know you. We've never met before." Lin Junyao's lips curled into a mocking smile, her eyes full of sarcasm. "Do you know who I am?" Chung Zhongren didn't know. He was sure he had never seen her before and found no familiar features on her face. "By blood, I am your cousin," she said. Chung Zhongren squinted, trying to identify her. Lin Junyao then directly told him, "I am Lin Suanhui's daughter." In that moment, Chung Zhongren's face changed drastically. His body reacted faster than his mind. He quickly drew another pistol hidden at his waist. Unfortunately, before he could even aim, an invisible force pressed on the back of his hand, causing him to scream in pain.
Bang!
At the moment he screamed, Lin Junyao aimed her gun at his calf and fired.
Ah!
A sharp, piercing scream cut through the darkness. Lin Junyao stepped on his face, looking down at his miserable state with a cold voice that was colder than 1,000-year-old winter. "This pain is nothing compared to what my father endured. You have the wrong person. I don't know your father." Chung Zhongren gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to shake her off, but her foot remained on his face. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he was so angry that blood dripped from his teeth. "It doesn't matter if you don't know my father. As long as someone in this world knows you and confirms that you are Chung Yuqian," Lin Junyao sneered. He Chungzheng understood what she wanted to do. In Yongqing, except for the Chung and Su families, no one knew his true identity. However, many people in the southern city recognized him. She was planning to bring him back to the southern city to overturn the case. Just as he wanted to say something, Lin Junya stopped him from talking. In his panic, she suddenly used her inner strength to knock him out with a snap of her fingers. Jiang Jinwei had already pulled the 3 dead bodies from the car. Now, he threw Chung Zhongren onto the ground. After Jin Yuan and the others got into the car, they drove away quickly. The rest of the work was left to Jiang Jinwei. Jin Yuan drove Lin Junya to a nearby intersection outside the hotel and then went with her to handle some matters. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lin Sanhui slept lightly at night, worried about the situation. When the door was knocked, he immediately turned over, turned on the bedside lamp, and barefoot, went to open the door. "Who is it?" "Dad, I'm back." "Open the door," Lin Junya whispered softly. Lin Sanhui quickly opened the door, pulled his daughter inside, and closed the door swiftly. He asked eagerly, "Xiaoya, is it done?" "Yes, it's done," Lin Junya said with a smile. Li Sume had also gotten up, barefoot, and was very excited. "Xiaoya, where is he now?" "Dad, Mom, Master came tonight. He helped us catch the person. He's finding a place to hide him. Now, he's out with Jinwei handling something," Lin Junya explained quickly. "How did Dr. Jin come so fast? Wasn't he supposed to come the day after tomorrow?" Li Sume asked hurriedly. "I haven't had time to ask for details," Lin Junya replied honestly. She didn't want to lie, so she simply brushed it off. It was getting late, and she lowered her voice. "Dad, Mom, you should go back to sleep. I'll go back to my room for a couple of hours. I have a lot to do tomorrow." All right, you two. Go to sleep quickly, Lin Sanhui said as he opened the door again. They lived in rooms opposite each other. After she entered and closed her door, Lin Sanhui locked his door. His face showed uncontrollable happiness. Finally, we caught that evil person. If this had fallen on us, we wouldn't have been able to catch him even if we risked our lives, he said. Li Sume admired her daughter and son-in-law's skills and was very grateful to Jin Yuan. We should thank Dr. Jin properly later. He's really helped our families so much. I don't know what to give him in return. We don't have anything valuable. Only our lives. If Dr. Jin ever needs help in the future, we're willing to risk everything to repay him, Lin Sanhui had told Jin Yuan before. Li Sume nodded with a smile and helped him onto the bed.
Sleep now.
Tomorrow we'll go out and see what's happening. Okay. Chung Yuqian was arrested, and Lin Sanhui's long-held hatred was finally released. Tonight, he could finally sleep peacefully.
Beep.
Beep beep. In the middle of the night, the phone in the study rang. Old Prung, still asleep, was startled awake. Reflexively, he turned over, put on his slippers, and went to answer the call, muttering, "Who could be calling me so late?" Old Madame Peng casually turned on the bedside lamp, checked her watch, and saw it was past 4 a.m. She immediately got up. Since retiring, no one has called at this hour. There must be something urgent. "Hello, who is this?" Old Peng asked as he picked up the phone. On the other end was Jiang Jinwei's voice. "Grandpa Peng, it's me. Sorry to disturb your rest." "Oh, Jinwei. Why are you calling so late? Is there something urgent?" Old Peng asked quickly. "Grandpa Peng, I have something very important to report to you, and I need your help." Regarding the Chung family matter, Jiang Jinwei had already discussed with his grandfather and father beforehand. They all suggested that the southern forces handled Chung Songbai. Old Peng holds a high position here, and his eldest son is now a political commissar in the southern forces, so it would be most appropriate for the Peng family to take action. "Jinwei, go ahead." Old Peng sat on the sofa, listening seriously. "Grandpa Peng, I must be honest with you. The reason I came to Yongqing with my wife is because of the Chung family." Jiang Jinwei had not been honest with the elders last time, but now there was no need to hide anything. He first informed his father-in-law of the situation, then continued with the main matter. "We have just captured Chung Yuqian. He has changed his name to Chung Chongren and is the behind-the-scenes boss of the fully #1 entertainment venue and the criminal organization Qian Kuan-men." Old Peng's face darkened as he listened, and he asked sharply, "Jinwei, what do you want me to do?" "Grandpa Peng, we have found that Chung Chongren's family lives in house number 5 at Yongchuan Bay, at the foot of Longji Mountain on the east side of the rest home. His wife and children all live there. There is a basement in the storage room, with a tunnel leading directly to Chung Songbai's study. The tunnel has a secret room inside, which contains dozens of large boxes. The iron door has 3 locks. We suspect these are stolen goods and illicit funds from their father and son. I want Grandpa Peng to secretly arrest Chung Songbai and help us capture this rotten family of traitors." He provided detailed evidence. Old Peng had no reason to refuse. "All right, I will update you. Additionally, this old man is someone who doesn't shed tears until the very end. You should personally bring that troublemaker, and your father-in-law should come over as well." "All right, I will go pick them up now," Jiang Jinwei said obediently. After hanging up on his side, Old Peng immediately called his eldest son, then contacted the current leader of the southern troops, and also woke up several old comrades in the retirement home. The southern troops acted very quickly. 10 minutes after receiving his call, a soldier knocked on Su Wan's house door, caught the mother and daughter sleeping inside, and then broke open the basement door based on Jiang Jinwei's information. When Su Wan was hopelessly sitting on the ground, the retirement home's side was surrounded by people. Bright lights illuminated the area, and the retired leaders living there hurried over. "Old Peng, what are you doing?" Chung Songbai, wearing a t-shirt, stood at the gate. Yang Yuping had returned last night and was standing beside him, dressed lightly. Old Peng, with his hands behind his back, looked at him with complicated eyes. "Old Chung, we've been brothers for decades. I sincerely advise you, step aside, cooperate actively, and leave a way out for your children." At the moment they surrounded the house, Chung Songbai had already sensed something was wrong. He closed his eyes, then clenched his fists, relaxing his grip. When he opened his eyes again, his face showed clear signs of exhaustion, but his eyes were brighter than a light bulb. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "He's already on his way here. He should arrive soon." Old Peng didn't say much for now. He told his son to lead people inside to search, and in front of everyone, he ordered, "Go to the study, move the bookshelf." Chung Songbai's pupils shrank suddenly. He had never changed his expression even during gunfire and battles, but now he panicked. His body trembled, and he staggered a step before stabilizing himself. Yongqing, standing silently beside him, suddenly smiled. Covering her face with her hands, she laughed bitterly and hopelessly. "I told you, you can't hide the truth forever. What's meant to come will come." At this moment, Chung Songbai had nothing to say. He knew that talking more was useless. He only asked, "Where is he?" Old Peng, knowing he was asking about Chung Zhongren, looked serious and replied, "He's on the way here." About 5 minutes later, the boxes from the secret room were gradually carried out and placed in the open space in front of the Chung house. Old Peng personally opened all the boxes, allowing his old comrades and brothers to verify the contents on the spot. The box was filled with cash, gold bars, precious jade jewelry, and antique paintings and books. Roughly estimating, the total value reached 2 to 3 million yuan. There were also 2 ancient Buddhist statues, which cannot be measured by value alone. "Old Chung, you're so confused." A senior leader who had a good relationship with Chung Songbai looked at him with regret and disappointment. Old Peng glanced at him and frowned, saying, "Old Deng, do you think these things are stolen?" "It's not him."
"Who is it then?"
Deng still didn't understand. Old Peng didn't answer immediately. When a car drove into the gate, he signaled others to make way and said to Chung Songbai, "They're here. You should go meet them yourself." Jiang Jinwei stopped his car at the Chung family gate and was the first to get out. "Jiang Jinwei." Chung Songbai was surprised to see him and quickly approached, asking loudly, "Why did you target the Chung family?" "When my niece and your family broke off their engagement, the Chung family explained and made up for it." "Why do you still hold on to this matter?" "Grandpa Chung, the breakup between my uncle and your niece is long past. It's just old news now. My grandfather has said many times that he's glad he didn't marry into the Chung family. The Jiang family isn't petty. We haven't held a grudge for years over this, and even came to Yongqing to seek revenge." Jiang Jinwei replied and opened the back door to let his father-in-law out. Still speaking to Chung Songbai, he said, "Grandpa Chung, I'm not here representing the Jiang family today. I brought someone with me. I think it's necessary for you to meet him." Lin Sanhui looked at Chung Songbai from the car for half a minute before slowly getting out. He wasn't wearing a hat or a face mask, dressed simply in a light gray shirt and pants, still very thin like a bamboo stick. His eyes, just like Chung Songbai's, stared directly at him.
Who are you?"
Chung Songbai had never seen him before, but from his height and appearance, he guessed who he might be. His face suddenly changed color. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Sanhui's face. Using somewhat imperfect Mandarin, he said, "The Chung family's ultimate weapon. You can't guess who I am? Or maybe you guessed but didn't expect I'm still alive?" Chung Songbai's legs went weak, and he staggered backward. Usually calm, he was now panicked. "Uncle, this is our first meeting. Why are you so afraid of me?" He took a step back, and Lin Sanhui moved forward, staring directly into his eyes filled with intense, unbreakable hatred. Li Sume and her daughter also got out of the car, standing on either side of him. Lin Junyao glared angrily at Chung Songbai, grinding her teeth. "Grandpa, your nephew, his wife, and your granddaughter came to visit. Don't you welcome them?" You. Chung Songbai recognized her face and looked at Jiang Jingwei again. He guessed everything. At this point, many things didn't need further explanation. Chung Songbai closed his eyes, then opened them again, his eyes now dull and defeated. "He's in your hands?" Jinyao turned around, opened the trunk of the small car, dragged the unconscious Chung Zhongren out, and threw him in front of him like trash. "Zhongren!" Chung Songbai immediately rushed over, first checking his breath. Seeing he was still alive, with a gunshot wound to his leg and blood soaking him, he looked up at Lin Sanhui and his family with deep eyes. You really make people look at you differently. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Junyao replied confidently, even mocking herself. In terms of cold-bloodedness and loyalty, I haven't tarnished your Chung family's bloodline. Chung Songbai's mind seemed to think of something. His lips trembled slightly, and he slowly stood up, looking at Lin Sanhui. We are sorry for you, but we never wanted you to die. There were hidden reasons behind what happened back then. Lin Sanhui thought he would go crazy and seek revenge when he saw Cheng's family, but at this moment, his heart was calm, without a ripple. Whether there was a hidden reason back then or not, he didn't care and didn't want to hear about it. You didn't want me to die, but I have been living a life worse than death because of you. My wife and daughter suffered abuse and torment because of you, enduring all the hardships of the world. My son was kidnapped and went missing at birth because of your high and mighty, beast-like relatives. His whereabouts are still unknown. Because of the animals you bred, my home was destroyed, my life ruined. Now, I am left with only this frail body. Now you come and talk about hidden reasons? Ha! Even if there were reasons, do they matter? Is it useful to say all this? Even if you explain your helplessness and hardships, can you turn back time to 15 years ago? Can a few words undo the pain and suffering our family endured? Lin Sanhui did not shout hysterically or question loudly. Every word he spoke was calm, each sentence filled with unbreakable sorrow. Chung Songbai saw the emotions in his eyes and trembled. I don't know. You are alive, and they're suffering. Ha! Lin Sanhui forced a bitter smile, looked up at the sky, and suppressed the tears in his eyes. His voice choked with emotion. I once asked them for a favor. I promised to repay the kindness of giving me life. I begged the Chung family to take care of my wife and children. They agreed, but they didn't do it. All of you in this family are high-ranking officials and leaders. Is it so hard for you to look after my wife and daughter? When they were helpless, had no food or shelter, was it so difficult for you to show a little kindness? My son was stolen at birth. With your status and power in the Chung family, couldn't you find him? These things are not difficult for you. They're easy. But you did nothing. I once thought that no matter what, they owed me for giving me life. As long as you kept your promise to care for my wife and daughter, giving them a peaceful life, protecting my daughter as she grew up safely, I would forgive all the resentment. I would never come to seek revenge. But they, along with you and this beast you gave birth to, are heartless and unfaithful. They speak without keeping their promises, treating our family's lives like weeds on the roadside, trampling them at will. If that's the case, why should I let you have a good life? Because he was too thin and filled with intense hatred, Lin Sanhui's cheekbones protruded sharply from his clenched jaw, his face twisted and contorted, and his pupils shot out cold, poisonous light. They argued for a while. Others couldn't understand clearly. An elderly leader with white hair stepped forward and spoke in a rough voice. Comrade, could you please introduce yourself first and tell us about the grievances between you and the Chung family? Facing these retired heroic elders, Lin Sanhui quickly suppressed his cold resentment, bowed to them first, then spoke. Hello, all the senior leaders. My name is Lin Sanhui. I am from Dongyuan County, H Province. Although my surname is Lin, I am actually a member of the Chung family. I am the son of Chung Songyang and Su Qingzhu and the nephew of Chung Songbai. The old leader glanced at Chung Songbai and nodded at him, indicating he could continue. I am their second son. Back then, my biological mother was on a trip out of town. When she passed through Dongyuan County, she suddenly went into labor. I was born in a local midwife's house. At that time, there was another woman giving birth who was also delivering a baby with my mother. Seeing that my mother was well-dressed, she guessed she came from a good family. While my mother was weak, she swapped the two babies. He said this, and an elderly lady familiar with the Chung family responded. In other words, the second son of the Chung family now, Chung Chaolong, is not their biological son. Yes, he should have the surname Lin. His parents had 4 sons, and he is the third in order. According to their naming tradition, he should be called Lin Sanhui. Our switching was done by my adoptive parents. Their ability to do such a thing speaks for itself. Since I can remember, I never received any love from them. I was treated like a beast or a tool at home. The only good thing was that I was healthy, hardworking, and capable, able to do the work of 2 or 3 people. That's how I survived and grew up safely. 15 years ago, my biological mother, Su Qingzhu, suddenly came to see me, saying I was her real son. She told me I had been switched at birth and came to take me home. At that time, I had been married for 4 or 5 years. My daughter was over 3 years old, and my wife was pregnant with our second child, but I didn't know this then. My wife was born and raised in the city. She was well-educated, a talented graduate from a teacher's college. She came to Dongyuan County to marry me because of her family's reasons. She was gentle and often bullied and mistreated by the Lin family. Life in the countryside was very hard. I didn't want her and our daughter to continue living in poverty and without hope. So I decided to go to Nanqing with my biological mother. Hearing this, Lin Sanhui paused, showing a look of unspeakable sadness and bitterness. I didn't expect that once I left, my family's suffering would begin, and my life would be ruined. The Chung family actually knew about the switch of the child 2 or 3 years ago, but they didn't come to find me then. Chung Chaolong married a wife from a good family, which helped the Chung family, so they chose to ignore the mistake. Su Qingzhu later came to find me again, but not to bring me back to live or to make amends. Her only purpose was to make me take the blame for this beast. As he spoke, Lin Sanhui kicked Ching Chongren in the head, revealing his face to everyone. Now they were both middle-aged. Ching Chongren was living a comfortable, prosperous life and had gained weight, while Lin Sanhui was suffering from illness, thin and unrecognizable. Their appearances had changed greatly, but their features still showed some resemblance. He now goes by Chung Chongren, but his original name was Chung Yuqian. He is the eldest son of Chung Songbai and his first wife, a scoundrel who bullied men and women and committed many evil deeds. Lin Sanhui was speaking, but his eyes were fixed on Chung Songbai. Seeing his face full of despair and his posture bent, he gritted his teeth and continued, "When I was in my 20s, in my prime, I looked quite similar to Chung Yuqian. We were about the same height and build. Among the same generation in the Chung family, we looked the most alike. Back then, Chung Yuqian was fighting and causing trouble in Nanqing. He accidentally killed someone and did many bad things. The victim's family found evidence and reported him. The case became very serious, and the Chung family tried everything to cover it up, but nothing worked. The elders in the Chung family didn't want to send this scoundrel to prison. In the end, they suddenly thought of me. They took me back and forced me to take the blame, even threatening my wife and daughter's lives to make me confess and go to jail. All the old leaders present were honest and just people. Hearing this, their faces changed, and almost in unison, they asked, "What happened next?"
Cem Yukuyan is a troublemaker, a gamester, a lunatic.
He would do anything. To protect my wife and daughter, I finally agreed to take his place and accept the punishment. Chung Songyang and Su Qingzhu, my biological parents, promised me they would try to help reduce my sentence and take care of my wife and daughter. But then they sent me poison soup. Luckily, I was feeling unwell and had no appetite, so I only drank a sip. That prevented me from being poisoned to death on the spot. Even so, just that sip was enough to ruin my face with scars and black marks. The poison also damaged my body, and I suffered from illness for 15 years. When Lin Sanhui told these stories, he was overwhelmed with sadness. His eyes turned red and moist, and his voice trembled with emotion. If I hadn't met kind people in prison who knew I wasn't really Chung Yuqian and believed I was being framed and who helped me come up with a fake death plan, I wouldn't be alive now. I'd probably have died from their schemes long ago.
We never wanted you to die.
We really tried to help you get a reduced sentence. Your parents didn't want you to die. At this point, Chung Songbai stopped arguing and admitted that they had made him take the blame back then. But he denied any involvement in poisoning him, angrily saying, "The soup wasn't sent by Lao Er and his wife. It was sent in their name by Ching Chaolong, and he was the one who put poison in it." Lin Junia frowned, but didn't believe him. He only asked, "Why did he want to poison you?" "He's afraid that if your father survives and comes out, he'll reveal his true background." Chung Songbai looked grim and explained with regret and frustration, "We really didn't want your father to die. I was already making arrangements to transfer him to Yongqing to serve his sentence, so I could help him get a reduced sentence and save him. I had already called Nanqing. If you don't believe me, you can check. But the day after I finished the call, I received news that your father suddenly died of a heart attack." Later, the second brother and his wife went to the prison to investigate. Someone there told them that your father didn't die suddenly from a heart attack. The real cause was poisoning, which was linked to Ching Chaolong. The second brother immediately wanted to kill him, but Ching Chaolong used the case of Yu Qian and your father taking the blame to threaten them. Reluctantly, they could only. Lin Junia snorted coldly upon hearing this, her voice icy with sarcasm. "Honestly, your father's life was just a cheap thing to you. Your interests, reputation, and future mattered more." Chung Songbai didn't argue but quietly apologized. "We are sorry for what we've done. Don't bother telling us you're sorry. We don't care for your apologies. We only want justice and a fair trial." Lin Junia was clear and assertive, standing straight and locking eyes with him. "Whether it's Ching Yuqian, the scumbag and tumor, or you, or Ching Chaolong, I won't let any of you go. Our family has endured 15 years of, and now it's your turn to taste it." After speaking, she ignored Chung Songbai's changing expression and dragged a heavy box from the car, placing it in front of the old men. "This is part of Ching Chongren's criminal evidence. He operates many illegal black industries, earning a lot of dirty money, harming countless innocent people, and involved in kidnapping and imprisoning women. Please, leaders, seek justice for the victims." All the evidence was presented before them, meaning Chung Yuqian's time was up. Chung Songbai's legs trembled, and his strength seemed to be drained in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, looking at his unconscious son, angrily and hopelessly hitting his son's head. Yang Yuping stood beside him. She didn't reach out to help him earlier, and now said nothing, her eyes full of weariness and despair. "Yuping, did you help back then?" Old Pung pointed at her. "At this point, there's no need to hide." Yang Yuping also wanted to preserve her last dignity, and she replied emotionlessly, "I will tell the truth about everything." "Yuping." Chung Songbai looked back at her with some regret and apology in his eyes. "The biggest regret of my life is marrying you," he said. Yang Yuping's voice was calm, and her gaze was indifferent. She slowly walked to Lin Sanhui and bowed to apologize, saying sorry. She didn't openly harm them, but for her husband's and children's future, she begged her parents for help, making her one of the people responsible for their suffering. The couple and Chung Yuqian were immediately handcuffed and taken away. Old Peng ordered the matter to be kept secret and not to be shared outside, so only the Southern Forces and the retirement home knew about it. A group of old men gathered in the Peng family living room, reviewing the evidence sent by Lin Junia. Lin Sanhui cooperated by making a detailed report about their experiences over the years. Li Sume and her daughter also shared their situation. At dawn, as the first light appeared, Old Peng promised their family, "Chung Songbai's case is serious. We need to report it to the capital, and it will be handled strictly. There's not enough evidence against Chung Yuqian, but since you said you would handle it, the military will send support. Just do your job." "Thank you, Grandpa Peng." Lin Junia immediately stood up to thank him and also apologized. "Grandpa Peng, I didn't tell the truth last time when I visited. I had an ulterior motive and I'm sorry." Old Peng waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, and looked at her with admiration. "You came here and uncovered his background. It only took 2 or 3 days to catch Chung Yuqian. That's impressive." Junia smiled awkwardly but was confident, saying, "Grandpa Peng, I still have some confidence in my skills. If there are any more difficult villains like this in the future, just call me. I'd be happy to handle them." Old Peng nodded. "All right." Peng's eldest son chuckled softly and joked, "Do you want a reward? Money is optional. But if I do the work, I need proper meals and enough rest." Junia replied seriously. Laughing, old Madame Peng said beside him, haha. Jing Jiang affectionately pinched her ear. Seeing that dawn had broken outside, she stood up to leave. Old Peng, all the leaders and Commissar Peng, we'll leave the Chengsongbai case to you. We're heading back to the city, she said. All right, go handle your other matters. Old Peng waved his hand. The car they drove was Chung Zhongren's. I just reported to the senior leaders. While in Yongqing for work, they borrowed it temporarily. The four of them left the retirement home early in the morning, walking through the morning fog. Their original plan was to take Qing Yuqian back to Nancheng and restart the investigation into his case. Now that the southern forces are involved, and because he has committed many violations and crimes here, they can only leave him to be dealt with locally. Chung Songbai was arrested, and Chung Songyang's family was soon taken into custody as well. Without their protection, he won't be able to escape this time. After a busy night, Zhang Jin was hungry. He drove straight into the city and found a large, open tea house nearby. They ordered a delicious breakfast for four, sitting together happily to celebrate. Jin Yuan was sleeping in the space. Lin Junia didn't wake him, but packed a breakfast he loved. Meanwhile, Liang Jinluan, who stayed overnight at Secretary Xie's house last night, arrived early at Qing Chaolong's home. He knocked loudly on the door, waking up the Lin family. Brother Liang, why are you here so early? Lin Sihue yawned and came to open the door. Don't sleep anymore. I just received news that Lin Junia already took action against the Chung family last night. They'll probably get into big trouble within 2 or 3 days. Hurry and come with me to their department store to cause some trouble. We need to stir things up in the next couple of days. Take as much as you can. If we wait too long, all those department stores will be confiscated. The other members of the Lin family also woke up. Lin Finfin, with messy hair, spoke from behind, but third uncle and cousin said they're taking us out to play today and buy clothes. Seeing that they only cared about small gains and that Qing Chaolong and his daughter probably bribed them last night, Liang Jinluan quickly encouraged them, since you're about to settle in Yongqing, you can go out and play or buy clothes anytime. Besides, there are so many clothes and dresses in the Chung family's department store. Why go somewhere else? Just take what you want. It doesn't even cost money. If the Chung family falls because Lin Junia caused trouble, their shops will be taken over by the government. You won't be able to take anything then. If you want to buy TVs or other things, you'll have to pay yourself. Hearing this, Wang Juhua immediately changed her mind. We won't go out to play today. We'll do it another time. Let's focus on the task now, take more things, and earn more money. Then we won't have to worry about money when we want to buy something later. That's very thoughtful of sister-in-law. Liang Jinluan praised her and then deliberately asked, Did Qing Chaolong stay out all night last night? Yes, my son went to work overtime and didn't come back. Grandma Lin also came out. Qing Chaolong didn't go for overtime. Something happened to the Chung family. Lin Junia has her man's help and holds evidence of their crimes. They already reported it to the police last night. Grandma Lin shivered in fear. My son was arrested? No, Qing Chaolong wasn't arrested. He was called by the Chung family to help. Liang Jinluan first comforted her. If he had been arrested, you wouldn't have slept peacefully last night. The police would have come to search your house. That's true. Grandma Lin relaxed a bit. Both Chung and his wife are very smart. His father-in-law is also a strong person. He was previously taken down after being betrayed, so he won't let his daughter and son-in-law suffer the same. They should be safe. As for the Chung family, things are different. They have done many bad things, and many people want revenge. Luckily, Qing Chaolong isn't their real son, so he's not deeply involved with their interests. He should be fine. But he is still a Chung. Officially, he's considered part of the Chung family. During times like this, he must be present and cooperate with the police. Once the investigation is over, he can come back. Liang Jinluan reassured them and urged, Hurry up and get ready. We need to go early to the department store at Huayuanku. Business there is best in the morning, and all the good goods are delivered early to display. We need to go early or someone else might buy everything. Hearing about going to the main store, the Lin family didn't bother washing their faces or brushing their teeth. The girls didn't even fix their hair. They quickly dressed and left in a crowd. After half an hour, Chung Yingmei finally came to knock on the door, but the neighbor told her, "In May, your relatives left very early. They left at 6 o'clock. Left? Where did they go?" Chung Yingmei asked quickly. "I don't know. Your cousin-in-law came to see them and said a few words at the door. Then they all hurriedly left together." Cousin-in-law? Chung Yingmei thought of Liang Jinluan. Her face changed, and she asked nervously, "Aunt Yu, did you hear what they said?" "I was still asleep and didn't hear clearly." The neighbor shook her head. Chung Yingmei felt worried. Liang Jinluan took them away early in the morning, probably to cause trouble for the Chung family. She immediately ran to the phone booth. After the neighbor watched her run away, she turned and whispered to the man who hadn't gone to work yet, "The Chung family is probably in trouble." Actually, Liang Jinluan clearly heard what Lin's family members said earlier. However, he didn't tell Chung Yingmei the truth. He was deliberately testing her. Seeing her anxious expression, he became quite sure that there was a problem with the Chung family. Today, Yongqing seems peaceful on the surface, but secretly, there are strong undercurrents. Many officials and their families who had dealings with Chung Zhongren have been quietly arrested and taken away. Chung Songbai and his wife were arrested. The military didn't inform their children, and even Chung Yuehua, who divorced yesterday afternoon, was unaware. Liang Jinluan initially refused to divorce, wanting to keep Chung Yuehua tied to him through marriage. He also vented his anger and revenge at home. But later, after listening to Lin Junius' words, he was convinced. That same day, he forced Yang Yuping and her daughter to give him 10,000 yuan and made them sign a guarantee. Soon after, he happily divorced her and drove Chung Yuehua and her son out of the house. Chung Yuehua was discharged from the hospital yesterday. She owns her own house, so she and her son moved back home. They were having breakfast when she had no idea her parents had been arrested. Her difficult days are about to begin. Liang Jinluan, with the Lin family, took a 20-minute bus ride to the largest department store in Cheng's family. On the way, he asked about what happened last night. He sneered at their naivety, mocking them for being fooled by Cheng Xiaolong and his daughter's empty promises. He kept brainwashing them all along. Last night, Lin's family was truly deceived. After sleeping on it and calming down, they realized Liang Jinluan's analysis made sense. Their ambitions grew even more. Before rushing into the department store causing trouble, Wang Juhua shouted, "Brother Liang is right. What's in the pocket is real." The Lin family members fought fiercely. Lin Posey led the charge, followed by her two daughters-in-law and granddaughters. Lin Erwi and his brother brought up the rear. They stormed in, smashing and grabbing everything, frightening the shoppers who quickly backed away. The store staff couldn't compete with them. The security guards came to restore order, threatening to call the police, but Liang Jinluan stepped in to stop them. This elderly lady is Chung Xiaolong's biological mother. These two brothers are his real brothers. The others are his sisters-in-law, nieces, and nephews. You should know Chung Xiaolong. He's the second son of your boss, Chung Songyang. But he's not a biological son of the Chung family. He's the biological son of Aunt Lin. The Chung family's son and Aunt Lin's son were born on the same day, but they were switched at birth. The Chung family took away Lin Auntie's biological son. Lin Auntie raised him with great effort, from birth to marriage, but after the Chung family claimed him as their own, they did not return Lin Auntie's son. It is normal for her to come and ask for support and maintenance fees. Your boss, Chung Songyang, and his wife are very unkind. Lin Auntie is from the countryside, and raising a child is not easy. She worked hard to raise him, and he got married and started a family. But the Chung family simply took him away with a word, and they did not return Lin Auntie's son. Lin Auntie's husband passed away from illness. Neither her biological son nor her adopted son visited her even once. They didn't even come to pay respects at the funeral because the Chung family stopped them from going. Your boss is very cold-hearted. There is no such thing as that in the world. Lin Auntie and her family are not here to cause trouble. They're here to ask for justice and to get the support and maintenance they deserve. If you want to call the police, go ahead. It's best to also call the Chung family. We are not afraid. With Liang Jinluan's help, Lin's family doesn't need to argue. They can focus on making money. But they all shouted loudly in agreement. Grandma Lin kept talking nonstop, acting as if she had suffered great injustice. Lin's family is very fierce. They grabbed all the money from the counter and stuffed it into their pockets, taking away valuables. The staff at the shop saw this and immediately called the police and informed the Chung family. Liang Jinluan saw them holding onto the TV, unwilling to let go. He thought they were foolish and offered some advice. I say, Auntie Lin, brothers and sisters-in-law, what's the use of holding on to that? Even if your family needs a TV, one is enough. The extra ones should be sold cheaply for money. The TV is heavy. Each of you take one, and you won't have free hands to grab other good things, right? Quickly sell these at a low price, put the money in your pockets, and we can go to the next store to loot. In the end, just leave one at home. There are 5 stores owned by the Chung family. Don't worry about other stores. Even if they're empty, as long as your pockets are full of money, you can buy anything elsewhere. His reminder made the rude and foolish members of Lin's family wake up. They nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We'll sell these cheaply and take the money directly. With money, we can buy anything anywhere. That's right. We need to act fast. Within 2 days, we must loot all 5 stores. With tens of thousands of cash in hand, we can buy houses and small cars as easily as buying vegetables. Oh, Brother Liang is really smart. Our brains are so stupid, like pigs. Wang Juhua patted her head, then immediately went to sell the TV, still asking, Brother Liang, how much should I sell the TV for? Don't ask for a high price. Set it at 350. Many people will buy it, Liang Jinluan replied loudly. With his advice and encouragement, the Lin family's bold and aggressive side fully came out. The waiters tried hard to stop them, but they were no match for the Lin women. As soon as they got close, they scratched them, leaving blood marks on their skin. The Lin women only care about money. They moved the goods to the door to sell, offering many items at very low prices, as if they were selling vegetables cheaply. This made passers-by interested and willing to buy. After selling the most valuable items in the shop, Liang Jinluan quickly took them to the next store. With previous experience, he didn't need to give advice this time. They stormed into the shop and started working hard. Just now, Granny Lin generously gave 20 yuan to thank Liang Jinluan. He bought a big bag of buns and steamed bread from a nearby restaurant, ate a few himself while sitting at the door, and let the Lin family share the rest. He said nicely, eat more. Only when you're full can you carry the money. The Lin women packed the money into 2 big cloth bags. Brothers Lin Erwi and Lin San each carried one, and they were already heavy. The brothers were so happy they almost lost their way. Today, the women of the Lin family also showed their full potential. They acted like bandits raiding a village, not bothering to reason with anyone. They fought fiercely, and the male clerks in the shop couldn't compete. As soon as they rushed in, the place was in chaos. When Lin Junia and her parents arrived looking for them, the Lin family was still raiding the second shop. Liang Jinluan didn't go inside to watch. He was outside smoking. Seeing them arrive, Liang Jinluan quickly threw away his cigarette and ran over happily, reporting with a good mood. We're at the second shop now. Our side went smoothly too. Chung Songbai and Yang Yuping were caught, and Chung Yuqian's family of 5 was also taken. Lin Junia shared good news with him. Since Chung Songbai and the others were caught, the rest was easy to handle. Liang Jinluan asked excitedly, when will they catch Qing Yang and the others? They still lack solid evidence. The 2 old men and Qing Chaotian and Qing Chaolong are very clever. I checked their house but found no useful proof. They are definitely hiding things outside. We need to force them to act. Liang Jinluan admires her ability and asks, do you need my help? Qing Songyang should arrive soon. You and the Lin family deal with him. The 2 of us will think of ways to find evidence. Okay. Liang Jinluan agrees and points at the Lin family members in the department store. When will you deal with them? Qing Songyang will handle them. We don't need to intervene. Lin Junia has many things to do. After exchanging a quick message with him, she prepares to leave and reminds her parents, Dad, Mom, just watch from here. Chung Songyang will definitely make a move. Stay out of the way so you won't get hurt. Xiaoya, we will take care of ourselves. Be extra careful when you go out. Don't get hurt, Lin Sanhui advises her. Don't worry. Lin Junya waves goodbye to the three of them and walks through a nearby alley. Lin Sanhui and his wife wear wide-brimmed straw hats and simple clothes, blending into the crowd and not attracting attention. There are many onlookers outside the shop. After talking briefly with Liang Jinluan, they choose a good spot nearby to wait for Chung Songyang. Last night, Chung Songyang also stayed up all night, working with his two sons outside. Later, they learned that Fully Number 1 was completely burned in a fire. They hurriedly contacted Chung Zhongren and had a phone call, but they didn't meet in person. They still don't know Chung Zhongren has been caught. When the manager of the department store called home, Chung Songyang wasn't back yet. Su Qingzhu answered the phone after several calls. Only then did they rush over with their people. They arrived in a large group. Lin Sanhui was the first to see them. Seeing these unkind parents, who looked much more weathered than 15 years ago, yet still appeared younger than others their age, with better health and spirits than Lin Sanhui, who was in his early 40s, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sanhui, is that them? Li Sume also saw them now. Lin Sanhui nodded. He only glanced at them briefly, and then looked away. When he saw Liang Jinluan quickly running into the shop to report, he pointed at a stick leaning against the wall and whispered, Sume, take this to Lin Erwi and the others. Li Sume smiled and said, good. Stay here, and don't move. I'll come out later. She gave Lin Erwi and others sticks and clubs as self-defense weapons. Liang Jinluan was even more daring. He rushed into the backyard kitchen and took out kitchen knives, axes, pliers, and other tools, making sure everyone in the Lin family was armed for battle. He himself held a large pole, ready for a fight. Liang Jinluan, what are you doing? The couple, Chung Songyang and his wife, the owners of this house, were stopped outside. They brought 7 or 8 strong men, but they had no weapons. The Lin family had knives and sticks, mostly women and children, so they didn't dare to attack openly in public. Liang Jinluan, carrying the pole, pointed at Granny Lin and shouted loudly, I work with Aunt Lin. I came to take revenge on your Qing family. Aunt Lin came to ask for her son for support and child support. They went to Qing Chaolong's house yesterday. You should have heard about it, but you didn't come to see them or send the person and money. So, I suggested they come to your shop to demand money, forcing you out. Granny Lin held a kitchen knife and pointed at Su Qingzhu, shouting sharply, You shameless woman. You raised my son, and you took him away with just one word. You haven't let him see me in all these years. My own son, yet you won't let him come back. You keep him at the Chung house, making him work like a beast for you. When you took away the 3rd child, you promised he would come back, but he never did. You didn't send any money back, and I still have to raise 2 unprofitable kids. You 2 old folks, I heard you're government officials, yet you do such treacherous things. Today, I won't hold back. Su Qingzhu looked at her with obvious disgust and was already prepared. What right do you have to talk about my children? If you hadn't swapped the children, how could my son have grown up in the countryside? You ruined my son's life. I didn't report you back then, because I was grateful for your upbringing. Now you have the nerve to come and bother me? Do you really think we're fools? You say I swapped the children? Show me the proof. If you can't, I will report you to the police for slander. Granny Lin was jailed for 3 months and later dealt with the police several times. She learned some tricks and was sure she had no evidence. So she stubbornly clung to her story, even when challenged. I will settle the score with you about the child swap. But today, let's first settle the matter here. Su Qingzhu appears gentle and kind on the surface, seeming easy to talk to, but in reality, she is a clever and resourceful person with many strategies. She makes most family decisions and is the behind-the-scenes advisor for Chung Songyang and his son. She knows well the character and weaknesses of people like the Lin family and looks down on them. Little Qin, call the police and ask them to come. They are causing trouble, robbing, and using knives to threaten and hurt people. They are dangerous to social order. Immediately ask the police to arrest them for questioning and investigation. She immediately calls the police. Lin Erwi and his family feel a bit nervous, but Liang Jinlun speaks up to support them. We didn't cause trouble or rob anyone. We came to get the child support we are owed. We didn't use knives to hurt anyone. We only used knives to protect ourselves. We haven't disturbed social order. We were just selling things in the shop for money. We didn't force customers to buy things. Everything was legal. Don't accuse us falsely. When he speaks, the Lin family feels more confident. Granny Lin crosses her arms and says, "Exactly. You bullied me because I didn't go to school. It was you who brought people to fight. We only use knives to protect ourselves. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I'm not afraid. I want to find the police too. My son, who I raised, has disappeared. My own son is being held by you. I want the police to help me find him. You better send my 2 sons over now, or I won't end this easily." Seeing Granny Lin's fighting spirit, Liang Jinlun quietly tells others, "Don't be afraid of calling the police. The fact that the Chung family is occupying their sons is true. Even if you go to the police, you are in the right. As long as you don't fight or hurt anyone, you won't get into trouble. The police will just give some advice and consider it a family dispute. They won't arrest or detain you. Also, the Chung family is in trouble now. They dare not go to the police. That old woman is good at pretending and intimidating you. She's just trying to scare you." Liang Jinlun has been helping them with money and ideas without taking a single cent. When they gave him 20 yuan for breakfast, they all ate together. The Lin family now trusts him and thinks he is genuinely helping them. At least Wang Jihua trusts him very much and takes his words seriously. "Brother Liang, we understand. If they don't fight, we won't fight either. That's fair. Even if we go to the police, we're not afraid." "Yes, that's what I mean." Liang Jinlun gave her a look of approval and nodded his thumb up, continuing his brainwashing. 2 sons, 1 biological and 1 adopted. They've worked as servants for the Chung family for many years. I guess half of that department store belongs to them. It's not unreasonable for you to take back their rightful half. Old Lady Lin heard his words, her dull, mean eyes shining brightly. "Xiao Liang, you're right. Maybe my 2 sons open those stores. As a mother, I have no reason not to take what's theirs. Auntie, don't be afraid. Be brave and argue with them." Liang Jinlun encouraged her. He added, "These passers-by don't understand your words. I'll tell them about your situation, so they won't think you're unreasonable. Xiao Liang, please help us tell everyone what happened to our family so they know how shameless the Chung family is," Old Lady Lin said excitedly. They overheard the conversation. Chung Songyang and his wife looked at Liang Jinlun with anger. "Liang Jinlun, this is none of your business. Stay out of it. Our family's matters are not your concern, but you should know that your family's 3 lives were indirectly taken because of them. Our Liang family was harmed and destroyed. I am willing to risk my life to make sure you have no peace." Liang Jinlun's face showed his deep resentment. His eyes were like poison blades. If it weren't for his older brother and nephew and niece, he might have gone to extremes and fought the Chung family to the end. The commotion attracted many onlookers. Liang Jinlun took a loudspeaker from inside the shop and loudly told the story of the feud between the Liang and Lin families, portraying the Lin family as the victims. Old Lady Lin occasionally added a few words. Whether moved by his words or pretending, she finally collapsed to the ground, crying loudly and calling out for her son. Chung Songyang and his wife watched their shouting and fussing calmly. They didn't stop or explain, just watching like they were enjoying a show. "The child was switched at birth and I didn't do it. After I gave birth, the man took me away. The child was taken back by the midwife to my mother-in-law. I didn't switch the children. I only found out I had a wrong child when this woman brought me home. I didn't stop my son, who was raised with hardship, from reuniting with his biological parents. I only asked them to return my own son, but she took away the son I raised. My own son has never come back, not even once. My husband fell seriously ill and died, and our son never came to see him. Even before he died, he was still worried about him. My husband died with regret. I gave birth to him, I raised him, but the Chung family, took everything. 15 years, and they have never once come to visit us. They don't remember the kindness of giving birth or raising us. I raised 2 ungrateful children. I finally found out where my own son is. Last night, he told us that the 2 old Chengs favor their biological son and don't care about him. They treat him as a tool to make money. When he earns money, they value him. If he doesn't, they kick him out. They also look down on my grandchildren, dislike, and refuse to let them come into the house. If you don't like him, then let him come back to me. My son, my grandchildren, I will love and care for them. Good-hearted passers-by, please judge. They have taken my 2 sons. I came to confront them, to ask for justice, and to demand support payments. Isn't that reasonable? If I didn't bring my whole family here to cause trouble, if I didn't deliberately disturb their business, would they even come to see me? I don't really want to take their money or possessions. I just want to see my 2 sons.
I want to see them.
I am already old, not sure how many days I have left.
I just want to see them before I die.
Lin Posey performed brilliantly, with Liang Jinluan adding exaggerations from the side. Lin Sanhui and Li Sume also spread stories among the crowd about the Chung family's past, focusing on how they used their power to oppress the Liang family during difficult times, causing their downfall. At first, many people thought the Lin family was shameless for grabbing what they wanted. But after learning more about what really happened, many felt sympathy for them and understood Liang Jinluan's resentment. Chung Songyang had not spoken. Watching the reactions of the crowd, he saw they had been stirred up by Liang Jinluan and the Lin family. He sneered coldly, these country folks still have some skill. They only know this trick. Even though the situation was unfavorable for the Chung family now, Su Qingzhu was calm and steady, not caring at all. He watched the Lin family perform their act like a monkey show and clapped nearby.
Good performance, keep going.
We're just here to enjoy a free show. The person in charge of the shop was also a sharp individual. He immediately ordered the clerk, Lanzi, go get some candies and give them to the curious customers so they can watch while eating. Okay. The waiters had no way to handle the Lin family members. They had never seen such bold, fierce, and shameless people. Now, seeing the 2 shop owners remain calm, their anxious hearts also calmed down. Seeing their move, Liang Jinluan sneered inwardly and quietly advised the Lin family, Aunt Lin, you've shouted enough. It's time to go up and ask for your son. Don't hit or push anyone. Just use the rural way of grabbing and pulling to ask for your son. Be a bit fierce. If they care about face, they won't be stubborn. You can handle them alone.
Got it.
With his guidance, Aunt Lin seemed to gain confidence. She quickly got up from the ground, her short legs rushing forward, crying loudly and exaggeratedly. She rushed over and hugged Su Qingzhu, tearing her top apart in a few quick moves. When she came over, Su Qingzhu immediately stepped back, but underestimated Aunt Lin's speed and didn't expect her to tear her clothes right away. Since it's summer, her clothes are light and thin. Aunt Lin tore them easily with a strong pull. Su Qingzhu couldn't stay calm anymore and pushed her away, shouting, "Are you crazy? Let go of me. Crazy woman." Chung Songyang and his men also hurried over to push her back. The Lin family members didn't need Aunt Lin to call out. They all rushed forward to block her. There were quite a few people from the Lin family, except Qin Rong, who was pregnant. Everyone else joined in. They mimicked Aunt Lin, grabbing and tearing at the clothes. Chung Songyang and Su Qingzhu stood at the front. They all rushed over in a swarm, and within moments, their tops and pants were torn apart by the group. The men they brought were all strong and couldn't fight women directly, so they struggled to rescue the 2 shop owners. Crazy women, all mad women. Su Qingzhu cared a lot about her appearance. She dressed neatly every day, her hair carefully combed. But now, her hair was messy, her clothes torn, and her stomach and back exposed. It was the most embarrassing day of her life, and she couldn't help but curse loudly in anger. The shop's person in charge quickly brought her a piece of cloth to cover herself and asked, "Madam, should we call the police?" "Yes, call them now. Hurry up. I want to see the police." Liang Jinluan's words gave Granny Lin confidence. She was no longer afraid to deal with the police. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce as she pointed at the couple and shouted loudly, "If you don't call the police, I will go myself. If you don't return my 2 sons, I will risk my life to fight you to the end. If you won't let me have sons to care for in old age, I will make sure your family has no descendants." Chung Songyang's clothes had just been torn apart by them, and he had scratches bleeding on his arm. Now he looked grim and gritted his teeth, speaking in Nanchung dialect. "You want a son, right? Fine, I'll make Ching Chaolong go back to your Lin family. Let's see what kind of future your Lin family can give him. Yes, you want a son, right? Fine, take Ching Chaolong and his whole family back. See if he's willing to go with you." Su Qingzhu, wrapped up and with a pale face, pointed at Lin Erwi and the others' backpacks. "All this money is yours.
We don't want it.
I know how my son has been living in your house. I won't argue with you anymore. Just take these tens of thousands of yuan as payment for past troubles. We also won't count the money and effort we spent raising Cheng Chaolong. We just see him as feeding a dog. Now you take him back." After speaking, she loudly ordered the people behind her, "Xiao Jiang, call Ching Chaolong and tell him his mother is causing trouble here. Say she wants to take him back to his hometown. Tell him to pack his things and bring his wife and children to leave. Don't let him stay here anymore, so his mother won't accuse me of holding him hostage or mistreating him at home. Call his workplace and tell them Ching Chaolong is not my biological son. He is from the Lin family. Ask them to reinvestigate his background, his biological parents, and his 3 generations of relatives. If anyone in the Lin family has been in prison or has a black mark on their record, don't worry about us. Just follow the rules and dismiss him, sending him back to the Lin family." She had finally hit Granny Lin's sore spot. She stopped speaking, like a fighting rooster, thinking about how she had been detained by the police for 3 months. If this matter was investigated, her proud son might not be able to become a leader or an official. Lin Erwi and the others also realized this and started to hesitate. They pulled Granny Lin aside, pretending to look for a way out. "Mom, the 3rd son really isn't liked by them. They don't treat him like a real son. Let's go find him and ask what's really going on, why he's being pressured by the Chung family." Grandma Lin immediately went down the stairs, pushed aside Su Qingzhu, and shouted at her, "I'm going to find my son and ask him carefully. If I find out he has suffered a lot at the Chung family over the years and been exploited by your wicked heart, I won't let you go. I will tear off the roof of the Chung house." They all hurriedly left, but none of them carried empty hands. Before leaving, they took all the good things they had looted from the department store, carrying about 20 large and small bags. Liang Jinluan, holding a cigarette in his mouth, gave a mocking smile to the couple from the Chung family and issued a warning in front of outsiders. "You Chung family have done so many bad things, harmed so many people. Do you think scaring these fools away means you can live peacefully? Today we stop here, but tomorrow we will continue. Enjoy your last good days. Liang Jinluan, I sympathize with what your family has gone through, but it wasn't caused by our malice. We were just following policies. Now that we have stepped down and apologized, you shouldn't keep bothering us," Chung Songyang said calmly, but those who knew him well could tell he was angry. Liang Jinluan also remained calm, his eyes cold as he looked at him. "I'm not retaliating out of malice now. If I wanted revenge, I would have poisoned your entire Chung family with a bag of arsenic long ago to avenge my parents and sister. You've done so many bad things, but just stepping down isn't enough punishment. I don't accept the decisions from above. I will keep reporting upward. I have no special skills or power. I only have this broken life. I don't have a good life, and neither does your family. The Lin family fools are cautious, but I am not. I am not afraid of you who are better off. Without their help, I can find others to cooperate with. If you don't go underground to apologize to my parents and sister, I will never stop seeking revenge." After speaking, Liang Jinluan left. He subtly winked at Lin Sanhui and the others in the crowd, then quickened his pace to chase after the Lin family. These foolish women and troublemakers still have use. He needs to catch up and brainwash them again. In the next couple of days, he plans to stir up chaos in the Chung family, making everything turn upside down. This will also make it easier for Lin Junya to secretly gather evidence. The lively scene was about to end. Lin Sanhui and his wife turned to leave. They wanted to help, but their daughter and son-in-law didn't want them to trouble themselves. They only assigned them the task of shopping and sightseeing. They're all visiting Yongqing for the first time. This city is much busier than the provincial cities and places like Qingyang Liang they have been to before. The couple walks leisurely and comfortably, strolling along the busy streets. They buy some things that catch their interest. Lin Junia just went to see Jiang Jingwei because Peng Leoi arranged a task for him. This morning, he was helping the police interrogate officials closely connected with Cheng Zhongren. He was so busy, he didn't even drink water.
Now, she has come out to buy some things for them.
She just bought a big bag of fruit and plans to buy some noodles and pastries to fill her stomach. Seeing her parents standing outside a Sweetwater shop, she runs over and says, "Dad, Mom." "Hey, Xiaoya, why are you here?" Lin Sanhui just bought an ice pop and hasn't started eating it. Seeing his daughter's face red from the sun, he immediately gives her the ice pop. "Xiaoya, have this ice pop to cool down." Junia just bought a lot of fruit. She peels a banana for each of them and takes the ice pop her dad gave her. She answers his previous question. Jingwei is helping at the police station at the end of the street. A group of police and soldiers are handling Cheng Zhongren's case. They've been so busy all morning they haven't had water. I came out to buy some food for them. They've worked hard. We should buy some food and drinks to thank them. Li Sumei sees she has only bought fruit and suggests, "Xiaoya, there are buns, cakes, and sweet water here. Let's buy a few more." "Okay," Junia agrees. She quickly finds a shop owner, sees there are many kinds of food inside, and picks some. She asks the owner to pack everything now. While the shop owner is busy, Li Sumei talks to her daughter, "Xiaoya, your dad and I were just discussing. We want to open a shop in Nanqing. We'll add things like tea eggs, sweet porridge, soy milk, and other varieties, just like the shop." "Mom, this shop isn't very big, much smaller than the one your parents gave me, but there are 3 people working here. It looks a bit busy for them. If you want to run it like this, you and Dad might not be able to handle it alone. You'll need to hire 2 more people." Li Sumei has already thought about this and discussed it with Lin Sanhui. "Your dad isn't in good health, so I don't plan to let him do much. He just needs to sit and collect money or wipe tables. I plan to hire 1 or 2 quick and capable sisters-in-law to help. All right, we'll spend money to hire 2 workers. If business goes well, we can expand the shop later and hire more people." Lin Junia agrees with her plan and points to the menu hanging in the store, giving her advice. "Mom, this mung bean porridge, 8 treasure porridge, millet pumpkin porridge are very popular in the southern city. Let's add some common plain porridge, century egg with lean pork porridge, and snow fungus with lotus seed soup. Also, we should prepare 1 or 2 fried and grilled dishes, with various flavors of pancakes and fried snacks." With experience running a business in the county, Li Sumei is confident in her skills. She isn't worried about messing up the shop or poor sales. She is full of enthusiasm. "That's what I think too. The shop is big, so we should use the space well. First, we'll focus on buns and noodles. Later, depending on the situation, we can add dumplings, stir-fried dishes, and other foods." Just now, the couple took a slow walk, stopping at many shop entrances to learn how they operate. They gained a lot from this. After talking about opening the shop, Lin Junia asked about the lively scene earlier. Learning that the Lin family was scared away, she sneered, "I knew those fools were useless cowards." Luckily, Uncle Yang came to give advice. "Jinwei, did you get any news over there?" Lin Sanhui asked her. "Cheng Chongren won't escape the death penalty this time, but Cheng Songyang's family has nothing to do with him." Junia had just asked about this, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly. Both old guys are very clever. Cheng Chaotian and his wife are the same. I think it's because of the mess Cheng Yuqian caused in the southern city. It's a warning to them. After moving to Yongqing, they handled many things very cleanly, leaving no evidence or clues. Jinwei checked the old files. When the special period ended, the Chung family was searched many times, but no illegal evidence was found. That's why they could walk away unscathed. Besides retirement and transfers of their children, they faced no other serious punishment. Lin Sandhui lowered his head and pondered for a moment before making a decision. Jinya, I am the best proof. Later, I will ask the prison officials and farm leaders who helped me back then to testify. Just the fact that they forced me to take the blame will keep me in prison for life. Another thing, Chung Yuqian's escape was definitely handled by them. They've been in contact with him all these years and knew a lot but didn't report it. With all these charges combined, I think he'll be sentenced to death or life imprisonment, Li Sume added. Lin Sandhui hadn't thought of this point before but nodded in agreement. Yes, even without other evidence, just my testimony is enough. They could think of many things, but Lin Junia had already considered them all. Her main goal was to completely eliminate the Chung family, leaving no one behind. Seeing that her parents' revenge was only aimed at Chung Songyang and his wife, Lin Junia reminded them, Dad, Mom, those two old folks and Chung Chaolong can be easily taken care of, but Chung Chaotian can't be dealt with at the same time. He might seek revenge for them later. Xiaoya, once the two old folks and Chung Songbai and his son are gone, Chung Chaotian will be clean. His career will be over, and he and his children won't be able to turn things around. He'll become an ordinary person, just like us, without power or influence. The Chung family in Yongqing probably has many enemies, and they might not be able to come after me soon. Besides, the fault isn't ours. It's theirs, the Chung family. If he can't distinguish right from wrong, if he can't let go of these grudges and insists on seeking revenge, we will face it calmly. When Sandhui Lin went to the provincial city years ago, he met Chung Chaotian 2 or 3 times. Each time was just a simple greeting, and no emotional bonds formed because of blood relations. Chung Songyang and his wife forcing him to take the blame, Chung Chaotian definitely knew about it. But at that time, he didn't persuade them. He chose his younger brother over his cousin. Since that's the case, he didn't need to worry too much anymore. All right, if we can't find any evidence of Chung family members' crimes in the next 2 days, we'll deal with the two old folks and Chung Chaolong first. Lin Junia wasn't worried about Chung Chaotian's revenge. She had plenty of ways to quietly eliminate him and end the threat. But these plans weren't convenient to tell her parents, nor did she plan to be honest with them. She would wait and see how things develop before making further decisions. After buying everything, they all went to the police station at the end of the street. Lin Junia represented her parents to thank the soldiers and police officers, then said goodbye to Jiang Jingwei before leaving. Dad, Mom, you two can go shopping around. I need to talk to Uncle Liang about something. Lin Junia checked her watch and saw it was already 11:30. She had promised them, I'll finish my talk and come back. We'll eat at Daiji Restaurant, which is nearby, at 12:30. We'll meet at the door. Master and Jingwei will join us. Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the way, Li Sume advised her. Although it was her first time in Yongqing and she wasn't familiar with the area, Lin Junia had a strong sense of direction. She didn't need to ask locals for directions. She took shortcuts through small alleys, arriving near Chung Chaolong's house in the shortest time.
Liang.
Walking to the place where I last saw Cheng Yinghao, I happened to see Liang Jinluan coming from the opposite side. Suddenly, 2 people jumped out of an alley nearby, quickly covering his head with black bags and dragging him into the alley. Lin Junia quickly picked up a stone from the ground and rushed over, shouting, Let him go. The 2 men kidnapping Liang Jinluan saw they had been noticed. One immediately took out a hammer and struck Liang's leg. Just as he raised the hammer, a stone hit him in the eye.
Ouch. Bang.
The sound of pain and the hammer hitting the ground rang out at the same time. The other man, seeing that things didn't go as planned, gritted his teeth in anger, glared at Lin Junia for interfering, cursed a few words, and immediately ran away with the injured person. Lin Junia arrived just in time. Liang Jinluan was not hurt. He removed the black bag from his head and quickly got up. Shaolin, thank you.
Don't talk.
Let's chase, Lin Junia said immediately. Liang Jinluan picked up the hammer and black bag from the ground and ran after them. The 2 men didn't expect to be chased. After walking a short distance, the man whose eye was hit stopped at a nearby clinic to see a doctor. Lin Junia and the others hid in the shadows, watching closely. They took the opportunity to discuss what they needed to say, then asked him, "Has Ching Chaolong come back?" "No. None of the 5 family members are here." The neighbor said Cheng Yingmei came back briefly this morning and left in a hurry afterward. Did the Lin family get scared and stop causing trouble? Hearing about that family, Liang Jinluan sneered coldly. The old lady is afraid that if they keep causing trouble, it will affect her son's work. She hopes her son will succeed and live a good life with him in the future. Lin Junia still hoped they would continue causing trouble, but they couldn't stop halfway. Her eyes darted around, and she had a good idea. She whispered her plan to him, using words only the 2 of them could hear. Liang Jinluan gave her a thumbs up. "Good. Once we confirm who is behind them, we'll handle this immediately." "It's obvious even if you use your toes to guess," she replied. Besides the Chung family, Lin Junia couldn't think of anyone else. As for attacking him at this critical moment, they probably sensed something sharp. The person who was hit earlier was taken to the clinic for some simple treatment and then hurriedly left. The 2 immediately followed. They finally went to a clothing store by the roadside. Lin Junia told Liang Jinluan to hide outside. She confidently entered the store, pretending to browse clothes. She glanced at the rest area, which wasn't fully closed, and confirmed the identity of the person giving orders. Then she came out to meet him. "It's Su Qingzhu." Liang Jinluan knew early on that this woman was not easy to deal with. He waved his iron hammer and looked fierce. "If you come, I will respond." 2 men went in to report the situation, received a scolding, and then left. Su Qingzhu came out 2 minutes later. She was alone, with no one else around, making it easy for Liang Jinluan to act. Liang Jinluan used the same method. First, he covered her head with a black bag, then used the iron hammer she had left behind to break her arm. She screamed loudly and fainted. Lin Juniao didn't stop him and was outside the alley helping him keep watch. They waited until he finished, then left together. Liang Jinluan called a tricycle driver on the roadside to take them to the hospital. He asked a nurse in the inpatient building about Cheng Yinghao's ward. "Here." Liang Jinluan first checked the ward door and saw Cheng Yinghao inside, then started acting with Lin Juniao. "Little Lin, why are you here?" Liang Jinluan pretended to be very surprised, speaking loudly enough for the people inside the ward to hear. Cheng Yinghao, lying in bed eating a banana, recognized Liang Jinluan. Hearing his familiar voice, he immediately turned over, sat up, and stretched his neck to look outside. Lin Juniao stood where Cheng Yinghao couldn't see her, but she could see what was happening inside the room. She winked at Liang Jinluan and greeted him. "Hey, Uncle Liang. Why are you in the hospital? Weren't you at Xinqing department store earlier, causing trouble for that family and seeking revenge on the Cheng family?"
Don't mention it.
Just now, when the Lin family members had a conflict and fought with Cheng Songyang and his wife, I got close and was injured. I just came to see the doctor for treatment, Liang Jinluan answered loudly. "Uncle Liang, I think those Lin family members aren't easy to deal with. Why are you working with them?" Lin Juniao raised her voice. "Little Lin, I had no choice. I can't handle the Chung family alone, so I had to cooperate with them." "Actually, you're right. The Lin family isn't easy either, especially that old woman, Cheng Chaolong's mother. She's a rude, quarrelsome woman who cares only about money and is very petty. You don't know. Today, they stormed into the Cheng family's department store and at least stole over 10,000 yuan, filling 2 whole bags with cash. They stayed at Cheng Chaolong's house last night. I heard Cheng Chaolong and his family weren't home, so they probably stole all the money and valuable goods in the house. This morning, when I went to see them, I saw my wife sleeping in the master bedroom. The 2 sons live separately in Cheng Yingmei's and Cheng Yinghao's rooms. All of Lin's grandchildren and granddaughters were wearing new clothes and shoes. When they arrived yesterday, they looked like beggars, but today they are all dressed in new clothes. I suspect they stole clothes from Cheng Yingmei and her brother to wear." Lin Junia noticed Cheng Yinghao's sudden change of expression and quickly added, "Uncle Liang, they stole clothes and shoes from Cheng's family. The girls' dresses are all Cheng Yingmei's. I saw her buy that blue dress myself. She probably hasn't worn it more than a few times. There's also that boy who looks a lot like Cheng Yinghao. This morning, he was wearing shoes that don't fit him. I've seen Chunging wear shoes like that before. Chunging has high standards. He only buys good things. Now, I guess his cousins have taken everything. Anyway, they're all family. Chung Chaolong isn't even a real Chung. He should have the surname Lin. Chunging is also a grandson of the Lin family. It's common for cousins to swap shoes and share things. As Liang Jinluan spoke, he pretended to leave and gave Lin Junya a look. He lowered his voice enough for Chunging to hear. Lin's wife told me that Chung Chaolong promised to buy them a house and a car and to arrange jobs for everyone. She also said they plan to send Lin's family's Yao to study at Chunging School. It looks like they are planning to stay in Yongqing and officially recognize each other. That family of country folks is rough and ugly, always speaking crudely. They look like beggars or bandits, grabbing whatever they see. They have no manners at all. If Chung Chaolong's family keeps more relatives like that, the neighbors will have endless entertainment. I heard they spent over 100 yuan on dinner last night. They also said they want to go to the Su family's tea house for a meal, and Chung Chaolong will pay the bill. Also, last night, Chung Chaolong gave them 3,000 yuan as pocket money. His wife was so happy, she couldn't sleep. It seems they don't plan to leave and will stay at his house for a long time. Both Chunging and Chunging are not at home. I don't know where they went. They probably don't even realize their rooms have been taken over by Lin's family. When they return, they might have nowhere to sleep and will have to sleep on the floor in the living room. They went back, but it was no use. The family was just a bunch of bullies and troublemakers. Chung Songyang and his wife, along with 7 or 8 followers, couldn't defeat them. When Chunging and her brother went back, it probably wouldn't help either. They might even be kicked out of the house. That's true. What can the brother and sister do? If they stay in the house, they will likely have to serve and wait on the family all the time. After talking, the two of them went downstairs. They hid in the corner of the staircase and saw Chunging with a face still swollen, angrily limping down the stairs. They looked at each other, and both smiled happily. Uncle Yang, you keep watching the show. I'm going to have dinner with my parents. Once the Chung family's problem is fully settled, we can arrange a get-together. Lin Junya waved at him. Xiao Lin, I really appreciate you. Next time we meet, let's have a meal together. My brother and I will treat, so don't refuse. Liang Jinluan was truly grateful to her. Although the Chung family situation hadn't completely fallen apart yet, he could see the end coming. Lin Junya cheerfully replied, okay, let's plan for another day. After they parted, Lin Junya found a quiet place. Jin Yuan appeared fresh and clean, and they went together to Daiji restaurant. When they arrived, Jiang Jingwei and his in-laws were already sitting inside. They chose a table by the window. Seeing them, Jiang Jingwei waved and said, Junya, Dr. Jean over here. Lin Junya strode over and asked with a smile, have you ordered yet? Yes, we ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes, plus 5 servings of chill desserts. We've finished ours, so now we're going to help serve cold drinks to the teachers. That's so refreshing. On a hot summer day, drinking a cold beverage made them feel completely relaxed. Seeing that his daughter enjoyed it, Li Sume patted her arm gently. Girl, don't indulge in cold drinks too often. It's not good for your health. Mom, the divine doctor is right here. I'm not worried. Lin Junya never avoided eating cold foods and took a big sip, feeling satisfied. Later, we'll buy a refrigerator at home. When we want something cold, we can make it ourselves. Jin Yuan loved these desserts and often drank them whenever he was in Yongqing. As he ate, he said if you open a shop in Nanjing, having a refrigerator would be great. You could make things like mung bean porridge cold, which helps beat the heat. Business would definitely improve.
Exactly.
Looking at the customers here, most of them order cold drinks to cool off. Even though they're small portions, they still make good profit. Lin Sanhui had already noticed this. Jingwei sat nearby, watching his wife eat. When she finished the last drop, he smiled gently and asked, would you like another bowl? No need, let's wait for the food to arrive and then eat, she replied. At noon, they ordered 6 dishes, 4 meat and 2 vegetable, all local Cantonese specialties. The flavors were light, but they were used to it and finished every bit, cleaning the plates completely. Meanwhile, Liang Jinluan didn't eat at the restaurant. He bought some buns and pancakes to fill his stomach and was waiting at the entrance of Yuhu Park for Cheng Yinghao to return. Soon, Cheng Yinghao arrived with a group of rough guys, armed with makeshift weapons. They rode bicycles loudly back home. Liang Jinluan immediately went to see what was happening. Lin Posey and the others had just finished lunch at a tea house. Now they were sitting in the living room counting the money they had stolen. The family had never seen so much money before and was so happy they couldn't stop smiling. They were discussing how to split the money. Their laughter stopped abruptly when Cheng Yinghao arrived, smashing the door with a hammer. Quickly, they packed all the money into cloth bags. The people Cheng Yinghao brought were real thugs, gangsters who didn't need instructions to break down doors. They started fighting without hesitation. They ignored Lin Posey and the others' explanations, swinging hammers and sticks at them. When they saw Lin Jiayao wearing his shoes and how they had messed up his room, stealing his valuables and sleeping on his bed, Cheng Yinghao's brothers got angry and started hitting them wildly. It was a fierce fight. All the young fighters, mostly teenagers around 15 or 16, fought bravely but were no match for Lin's brothers. The family was crying out in pain and finally, they had to retreat inside the house. "Get out of here. If you come back, I'll break your legs," Cheng Yinghao shouted, throwing their torn luggage out of the house. His hammer had suddenly turned into a short knife, and he pointed it fiercely at Lin Posey and his two sons.
"I don't accept you as my family.
Don't let me see you again. If I do, I promise I'll hurt you," he warned. Lin Posey immediately recognized him as his grandson. He thought he was a well-behaved and sensible child, but he had no idea he was a reckless troublemaker who even fought with elders. They had just been beaten up, and Lin Posey's back and arms were injured. He collapsed on the ground, crying out loudly, "Ching Chaolong, you good-for-nothing. What kind of child did you raise? If you keep yelling, I'll cut you into pieces," Cheng Yinghao threatened. Cheng Yinghao grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed out. Seeing her scared, he rolled and crawled away, shouting at them, "Get out. Go back where you came from. This is my home. You villagers, go back to your pigsty or beggar's den." Liang Jinluan watched from the shadows, enjoying the scene. Seeing the Lin family being beaten badly and completely overpowered by this, with no chance to fight back, he laughed happily. The Lin family truly loved money and were afraid of death. When faced with real villains, their ability to make a fuss was useless. Now, they were crying at the entrance of Yuhu Park, holding their broken luggage. All the money they had scraped together in the morning was taken by Cheng Yinghao. Even the pocket money Ching Chaolong gave them last night was forcibly taken back by him. The fight had gone back to how it was before liberation. Losing the money was like losing half their lives. Granny Lin went crazy, shouting and bringing her family to the police station to report. At this moment, Cheng Yinghao became their enemy, no longer the beloved grandson they adored. The police arrived quickly. The neighbors could testify about the fight, but Cheng Yinghao had his reasons. "The money and items I took are actually mine. They robbed my grandfather's department store this morning, and those items belong to my family. I was just taking back what was ours." Both sides argued their case. In the end, the police called Cheng Songyang's family, but no one was home. They then called the department store to ask for details. After understanding the situation, the police told Cheng Yinghao to find his grandparents and parents and bring them to the station for a face-to-face discussion. Cheng Songyang and his wife had no idea what was happening.
He was at the hospital now.
Su Qingzhu had her arm broken from being beaten, and a kind passerby took her to the hospital. Before going into surgery, she woke up and called her family. Cheng Songyang hurried over after hearing the news. Su Qingzhu knew about the lesson Cheng Yinghao gave Liang Jinluan. Now, she had her arm broken, and Cheng could guess that Liang Jinluan was the one who attacked her. But without evidence, he could only swallow his anger for now. Cheng Chaoyan and his wife arrived at the hospital half an hour later. Su Qingzhu was still in surgery. After her father explained everything, Cheng Chaotian whispered, "Dad, today's situation is very serious. We need to prepare for both possibilities. Have you been able to reach your eldest uncle and Zhongren?" Chung Songyang asked him. Ching Chaotian nodded and frowned tightly. No one has answered the phone, and Andy hasn't been at Yuehua's place. I just sent Xiao Cheng from Yuehua's family to visit his grandfather, but the security guard at the retirement home said an important leader was visiting. Today, all retired officials and their families are in a meeting, and outsiders are not allowed in. I haven't heard of any important leaders coming to Yongqing. Although Chung Songyang is retired, he still knows about important matters in the circle. Chung Chaotian's wife, Zhao Zhonghan, looked around cautiously and whispered, "Dad, this morning's meeting had several leaders who didn't come because they asked for leave. It seems they all have connections with Chongren." Chung Songyang narrowed his eyes and quickly said, "Big brother, you all go back and prepare. Call Xiaoxian and Lulu back. If things look bad, leave immediately."
Dad.
Ching Chaotian looked serious and complex. Chung Songyang knew what he was thinking. He waved his hand and looked tired. "Don't hesitate. Let's follow the third plan we discussed. Speed things up and don't delay. Okay. After the surgery, you and Mom come back quickly." Ching Chaotian finished speaking, then pulled his wife and left. Su Qingzhu was only hit on one arm. Soon after, she was taken out of the operating room. When she woke up, she sensed something was wrong outside. She insisted on not staying in the hospital, asked the doctor for medicine, and went home immediately. When they arrived home, they received a call from the police. They learned that Chen Yinghao, this troublemaker, had caused more problems. Chung Songyang replied directly over the phone, "We didn't ask him to go and demand that money. He did it on his own. We already told the Lin family this morning that the money and items they took are to cover the expenses of raising my son." The Lin family was all at the police station. Hearing Chung Songyang say this, Granny Lin immediately jumped up and shouted for the police to help them get their money. But Chung Yinghao had already left with his brothers, taking a lot of money as payment. He had just enjoyed a fancy meal outside and kept the rest of the money in his pocket. The police came but didn't get any money or find anyone. The Lin family was so angry they nearly vomited blood. Now they had nowhere to go, so they could only scream at Cheng's door. "Aunt Lin, what's wrong with you all?" Hiding in the dark, Liang Jinluan finally appeared, pretending to be surprised. "Why are you packing your luggage? Where are you going? Chung Chaolong bought you a house to move?" Xiao Liang, where have you been?" Granny Lin saw him and looked at him like a savior. "I am home now. You all said earlier that you would rest at home this afternoon, so I came back." Liang Jinluan strode over and saw everyone was injured, with exaggerated concern. "What happened to you? Why are you all hurt? Did Chung Songyang and his wife send people to attack you?" "No, it's not them. It's that Chung Yinghao," Lin Granny snapped loudly. After she finished, Liang Jinluan spoke. "So, the money promised to you by Chung Songyang and his wife was all taken by him?" "Yes, he took everything. He even stole my son's pocket money. Our savings were all taken by him. He's just a troublemaker and a bad guy." Liang Jinluan knew Chung Yinghao's character well. He was indeed a troublemaker with many shady friends outside. His family was powerful and wealthy, and these troublemakers supported him. They often did bad things outside. But Liang Jinluan didn't want to argue with the Lin family. He pretended to think and frowned as he said to the brothers Lin Erwi and Lin Sihui, "Brothers Lin, I feel like this is a trap set by two old men." "Brother Liang, what do you mean?" Lin Erwi asked quickly. "Those two old men pretend to be generous and give you money, but then Chung Yinghao comes to take it away. When the police ask about it, they say they don't care and blame Chung Yinghao. Don't you think this looks like a setup between them?" Liang Jinluan deliberately stirred their suspicion. "Exactly, Liang brother, you're right. It must be a trap set by those two old men. They can't take it back openly, so they send this troublemaker to do it. Maybe he's already given the money to them. Chung Yinghao was raised by them. They know he's just a troublemaker, and if he causes trouble for us, even if something happens, he's just a kid. The police won't do much to him." Qin Rong was very emotional. She was usually cautious, but she hadn't thought of this before. Now, after Liang Jinluan mentioned it, she was sure that the Chung family was acting. "Those old are just playing us like monkeys." Lin Granny was furious, her face turning a pig liver color. Little Yang, take us to Cheng's house. Today, I want to tear them apart. Liang Jinluen had been waiting for her to say that. Without hesitation, he immediately led his family to Cheng's house.